In the wildly popular series The Vampire Diaries, there was one particular family that managed to outshine even the main characters in popularity. This was the original family, and Klaus became one of the most charismatic vampires in the hearts of countless young men and women. It was because of this that the spin-off series The Originals was born. A vampire, who supposedly couldn't have children, suddenly finds out he's going to be a father who wouldn't be dumbfounded by such news.
Kill her and the baby.
But he forgot that he isn't just any vampire, he's a hybrid of both vampire and werewolf. This means that for the first time in 1,000 years, the original family of vampires now had a new bloodline. From the moment the soon-to-be unwed mother, Haley, set foot in New Orleans, the story of the original family officially began. At this time, Klaus was still a carefree troublemaker, with his only worry being how to make life difficult for his adoptive son. Elijah, on the other hand, was a responsible older brother, whose only concern was his brother's happiness. Haley, though young and inexperienced, had a brave and kind heart. Marcel, having just broken free from his father's control, was somewhat arrogant and full of competitive spirit.
I even found a way to shut down the witches.
He ruled the city with an iron fist, turning New Orleans into a haven for vampires. Through the introduction of the witch Sophie, Elijah met the young Haley for the first time. Haley was down and out yet wild, her belly already slightly swollen, filled with confusion and fear toward this unfamiliar city. She couldn't understand how Klaus, a vampire, could still have the ability to father a child. Elijah then explained to Haley the origins of the original family. After their youngest brother, Henrik, died at the hands of werewolves, their mother used powerful dark magic to turn her children into vampires to give them the strength to fight back against the werewolves. However, after Klaus made his first kill, his eyes glowed with the golden hue unique to werewolves. It was then revealed that his mother had had an affair with a werewolf leader, a scandal that was exposed to their father. In a fit of rage, he demanded that his wife seal away Klaus's werewolf side, which led directly into the events of seasons 2 and 3 of The Vampire Diaries. Klaus went to great lengths to break the seal on himself, even attempting to create an army of hybrids, but all of his efforts ended in failure. The witch Jane Ann was killed in the streets, the perpetrator being none other than the city's vampire ruler, Marcel. He did this to punish the witches for using magic without his permission. To set an example, Marcel even took away Jane Ann's body, but what he didn't know was that 2 of the original vampires had already quietly arrived in New Orleans. The witches hoped to leverage the power of the original brothers to fight against Marcel, so they held Haley captive and used the child in her womb as a bargaining chip to force Elijah and Klaus into submission. As Klaus listened to his brother and Sophie haggling back and forth, his anger flared up instantly.
How dare you command me?
After a furious outburst, he told Elijah to just kill Haley and the child, then stormed off. But Elijah, with his keen perception, saw in this child the hope of redeeming Klaus. He commanded Sophie not to harm Haley, promising that he would convince Klaus. The brothers had a heart-to-heart on the streets. Klaus believed that this child was nothing more than a trap. Elijah, however, saw the child as a gift. Although Elijah firmly believed that this child could reunite the fractured original family, the stubborn and insecure Klaus gave his brother a disappointing answer.
No.
Klaus sought out Marcel to figure out how he managed to suppress the witches, but Marcel was tight-lipped about the secret. The 2 of them soon found themselves in a heated argument. Klaus pointed out that it was he who built New Orleans into a great city 300 years ago. Marcel countered that after Klaus fled, it was he who turned it into a vampire haven.
And I'm not the prince of the quarter, friend. I'm the king!
Klaus, not one to be outdone, grabbed a nearby vampire and sank his teeth in. The werewolf venom in his system could kill a vampire instantly, but Marcel was powerless to kill him.
I am immortal.
After making this brazen display, Klaus strode away. As always, it fell to Elijah to clean up his brother's mess. Elijah approached Marcel, telling him that a werewolf bite wasn't incurable. Klaus's blood was the only antidote, but in exchange, Marcel had to return Jane Ann's body. Marcel agreed. Elijah returned the body to the witches, agreeing to form an alliance with them, but warned that persuading Klaus would take time. He made it clear that if the witches harmed Haley during this period, he and Klaus would slaughter the entire city to convince Klaus to accept his own child. Elijah even went as far as to beat up the brother he loved most, but he forgot that he was no match for Klaus, so he had no choice but to sit down and have a heartfelt conversation with him. After this sincere, heart-to-heart talk, Klaus finally agreed to cooperate with the witches. Haley was released by the witches and moved into the room Elijah had arranged for her. Haley confided that she had been abandoned at birth and, after becoming a werewolf, was abandoned again by her adoptive parents. She didn't know how to be a mother.
I will always protect you. You have my word on that.
Klaus, now playing along with Elijah's plan, bit his wrist and handed over his blood to Marcel, saving Marcel's men and thereby regaining his friendship. But Klaus still coveted the supreme power Marcel had gained in the city. Both brothers were convinced that Marcel had a secret weapon specifically designed to deal with witches. Klaus vowed to take back the city, but as the only hybrid in the supernatural world, he had his own unique way of doing things, and he would never allow his family to become his weakness.
Forgive me, my brother.
Klaus didn't regret his betrayal one bit and casually started chatting with Marcel as if nothing had happened. Noticing Marcel's instant attraction to the female bartender, Klaus took the initiative and approached Camille, but she gave him nothing but a cold shoulder. Marcel had no choice but to step up and ask Camille out for a drink. Camille didn't reject him outright, but she also didn't give a clear answer before leaving. Meanwhile, a mysterious female vampire arrived in New Orleans. She was ruthless, swiftly taking down a group of vicious vampires, causing significant losses to Marcel's forces. Marcel needed to recruit new followers, so he took Klaus to an underground garage. A young couple had just drunk vampire blood, unaware that their lives were about to change forever. Marcel pulled out a coin, stating that whoever picked it up would gain immortality, while the other would die. The girl quickly grabbed the coin, thinking she was safe, only for Marcel to snap her neck immediately, and just like that, the bewildered Josh, slow to react, became a new member of the vampire ranks. Klaus took Josh to the van himself, but Marcel got an unexpected call from Rebecca. Rebecca, once Marcel's lover and Klaus's younger sister, was on the line. However, due to Klaus's constant interference, they were never able to be together. Reunited, they didn't exchange many pleasantries. Rebecca was in town to find out what had happened to Elijah. Marcel claimed he had no idea where Elijah was, but Rebecca wasn't someone to be underestimated either.
If I find out you know where Elijah is, you needn't fear Klaus. I'll kill you myself.
Not hearing from Elijah for a while, Rebecca had traveled all the way to New Orleans, bringing Haley along to search the family's basement, where she found the coffins Klaus had thoughtfully prepared for his siblings. Rebecca remarked that this was how Klaus treated his family, advising Haley that she might want to find a chance to escape as well. Rebecca's words alerted Haley, and she secretly approached a witch in hopes of purchasing some herbal remedies to abort the baby, but the witch turned out to be a spy for the vampires, and after seeing Haley leave, she reported the incident to Marcel's vampires. Haley sat alone on a bench, torn with indecision, when a vampire with bad intentions suddenly appeared before her. She tried to flee but was blocked by two more vampires. Fortunately, Rebecca arrived just in time, ripping out the enemy's heart with one swift move. Haley's plan to have an abortion was thus abandoned. As Klaus dealt with the bodies, he grumbled about how Haley had disrupted his plans. Rebecca, unwilling to back down, accused him of betraying Elijah. Only then did Klaus reveal his plan. Since Marcel's followers were all on Vervain, Klaus had to act during their joint venture to turn new vampires, compelling Josh ahead of time to serve as his spy within Marcel's ranks. Klaus, aware of Marcel's interest in Camille, also secretly found her and compelled her to go on a date with Marcel, aiming to distract him and divide his attention. When Klaus had finished talking about his plan, he asked Haley what she was doing there for good reason.
Answer me!
When he learned she went to buy abortion herbs, Klaus, who had claimed not to care about the child, suddenly flew into a rage, grabbing Haley by the throat and refusing to let go. Rebecca quickly intervened, pulling her brother away and urging him to recognize that caring for someone is not a weakness. The siblings finally set aside their grievances, sitting down together for a peaceful conversation. Klaus finally admitted that he had given Marcel the coffin containing Elijah. Rebecca didn't care about the power games between the boys. She found Marcel on his date and threatened him to hand over her brother. Marcel refused, so Rebecca used Camille as leverage against him. Marcel caved and took Rebecca to a dimly lit attic. Rebecca immediately spotted Elijah's coffin. A 15-year-old girl emerged from the attic and invited Rebecca inside. Rebecca, eager to pull out the dagger from her brother, was stopped by the girl. The girl's name was Davina, a young yet powerful witch. She was Marcel's secret weapon against the witches. With just a flick of her head, Davina sent Rebecca flying out the window. Klaus had his first real conversation with Haley, wanting to know why she hadn't taken the abortion herbs. Haley couldn't quite explain that instinctive maternal feeling, saying only that protecting the child inside her felt like a natural responsibility. The witches saw Haley as a bargaining chip. Marcel and his followers viewed the originals as enemies.
Well, we're backed into a corner now.
That we are. It's time to fight, little wolf.
Marcel secretly ordered Davina to use Elijah to quickly find a way to kill the originals. Rebecca returned home and informed her brother about Davina's existence, but when Klaus asked for the little witch's exact location, Rebecca realized that Davina had wiped the coordinates from her mind. With Elijah in the hands of a powerful witch, the original siblings became instantly on high alert. Rescuing Elijah became an immediate priority, and after plotting for half the day, the grand plan the originals came up with was for Klaus to simply ask Marcel to hand Elijah over. Haley could barely resist rolling her eyes. Klaus did indeed approach Marcel, but Marcel's lieutenant, Thierry, was the first to object. He argued that having two originals roaming the city was worrying enough, and now they wanted to add a third? Klaus didn't press the issue too hard. Instead, he called Rebecca and told her to activate Plan B. Rebecca walked into Katie's shop and, without a word, unleashed a violent assault, actually managing to extract the identity of the witch's informant. It was none other than Marcel's prized lieutenant, Thierry. Klaus also began his preparations in earnest. He captured one of Marcel's vampires and instructed Josh to drain the vervain from his body. Then, Klaus compelled the vampire. Everything was falling into place. Klaus found Marcel and, with just a few words, incited Marcel to suspect that the witches were up to something behind his back. Marcel bought it. He ordered Thierry to take a few men and go mess with the witches. To teach them a lesson, Klaus smiled with satisfaction. To help Sophie cast a spell to find Davina's whereabouts, Klaus and Rebecca teamed up to stage an elaborate ruse. First, Rebecca found out who Katie's vampire boyfriend was. Then Klaus manipulated Marcel into believing that someone within the witch community was causing trouble. Marcel immediately ordered Thierry to lead a team to harass the witches. Marcel's men wreaked havoc at the witches' camp. Thierry, worried about his girlfriend's safety, hurried over to calm her down. He pretended to knock over some bottles and jars in an attempt to play it off. Little did he know, Klaus had already compelled one of the vampires involved in the raid. The compelled vampire quickly bit into Katie's neck, throwing Thierry into a panic. Without hesitation, he grabbed a stake and drove it into the vampire's heart. A grave mistake was made in an instant. Vampires are forbidden from killing one another. This was Marcel's most important rule, and the mastermind behind it all was nonchalantly attending a party. To further distract Marcel, Rebecca even invited his new flame, Camille. Dressed in a white gown, Camille looked like an angel descending into the devil's lair, a sight that momentarily made Klaus lose his focus. Watching Marcel and Camille dance on the dance floor, Rebecca and Klaus both look a little more lonely and isolated. But Diego soon interrupts Marcel's date by telling him about Thierry's mistake. Marcel flew into a rage. Camille, seeing Marcel's outburst, couldn't help but feel disappointed. Marcel wanted to give Thierry a chance to explain himself, but Klaus discreetly pulled out a forged letter and had Josh deliver it to Marcel. The letter contained a spell for making daylight rings, which immediately made Marcel suspicious that Thierry had betrayed him. According to his rules, Thierry, who had killed a fellow vampire, would be buried alive for 100 years before being released. Sophie quickly informed Katie, telling her that her boyfriend was going to be executed and urging her to fight back. Katie believed Sophie's words and blocked Marcel and his men on the street. Meanwhile, in the attic, Davina quickly sensed the surge of magic. Angry and confused, she scribbled furiously on a blank piece of paper, completely ignoring Sophie, who was hiding in the shadows. Sophie was secretly casting a locator spell, trying to find Davina's hiding place under the cover of Katie's magic. Katie's furious magic overwhelmed all the vampires present. Even Marcel, who was powerful, was rendered immobile by her strength. Davina's attention was fully drawn in. Sophie's magic sand pointed directly to a specific location. Seeing that Marcel was about to be killed, Klaus's conscience got the better of him, and he rushed forward, swiftly snapping Katie's neck. Katie's spell was abruptly broken. Sophie tried to continue her spell, but Rebecca tore the map from her hands. They hadn't been able to pinpoint Davina's exact location. This scheme had failed, but Marcel, grateful to Klaus for saving his life, fully trusted him now and decided to return Elijah to him. Klaus, avoiding eye contact, seemed a bit guilty. He sought out Camille once again, asking her opinion of Marcel. When he learned that Marcel's temper had left her somewhat disillusioned, he compelled Camille once more, making her forget the unpleasant parts of the date. Perhaps this was his way of making up for deceiving Marcel. As promised, Marcel went to Davina and told her he was going to return Elijah's body. To his surprise, Davina sternly refused.
I won't give him back until I know how to kill them.
Let's continue our journey into the classic TV series The Originals. In the previous episode, the witches kidnapped Haley, who was pregnant with the Michelson family's heir, forcing the original brothers to help them fight Marcel. However, Klaus showed little concern for Haley and the child. Meanwhile, Elijah fell into the hands of a powerful witch, and rescuing him has become an urgent matter. A seminary student suddenly went mad, killing 5 people before raising a scythe and taking his own life. Rebecca was originally trying to find Elijah's whereabouts but unexpectedly learned about the horrific massacre that had taken place at St. Anne's Church. Little did she know, the deranged seminary student had actually been cursed by a witch. Meanwhile, Haley, who is pregnant, is currently under the witch's so-called protection, which is far from well-intentioned. A wild wolf with golden eyes appears in the shadows, staring directly at Haley. It appears to be Haley's kind, but the arrival of the witch Sabine scares the wolf away. She claims that without magic or an ultrasound, she can determine the gender of Haley's baby. Intrigued, Haley lies on the table, allowing Sabine to divine the child's gender. Sabine quickly reaches a conclusion. Haley is carrying a healthy baby girl. Trusting the witch, Haley lets down her guard and even allows Agnes to arrange a prenatal doctor for her. Unbeknownst to her, she is slowly walking into the witch's trap. Rebecca finds the coffin containing Elijah in the attic of St. Anne's Church, but she is unable to enter the room and is instead pulled into Elijah's consciousness. It turns out that ever since Davina first removed the dagger, the magic sealing the original has been gradually weakening. This is because the silver dagger must be wielded by an original vampire to retain its power. However, Elijah has no intention of leaving the attic because he's discovered that there is a conflict between Davina and Marcel. Rather than being Marcel's secret weapon, it's more accurate to say that Davina is voluntarily being held captive by him. She even needs Marcel's approval to attend tonight's music festival. Marcel doesn't want to risk the witches discovering Davina's whereabouts, but Davina threatens Marcel, saying she could ignite his blood vessels in an instant. Elijah instructs his sister to take good care of Haley while he tries to recruit Davina to the side of the original siblings. Rebecca agrees to her brother's request, but she is unaware that Haley is already in trouble. Dr. Page, the doctor in charge of Haley's prenatal checkup, takes a long, deliberate look at the crescent moon birthmark on her shoulder, then excuses herself to get some blood pressure medication before leaving the room. Haley receives a text from Rebecca and instinctively sends her location, but she quickly senses something is wrong. The witches seem to be plotting something. Car lights soon flash outside, and several men enter the room. Paige approached with a syringe in hand, but Haley acted on instinct, striking first and knocking Paige to the ground. She then rushes to lock the door and open the window to make her escape. Haley runs alone through the forest, shrouded in the darkness of night, with armed enemies hot on her trail. Relying on her natural werewolf abilities and Rebecca's timely assistance, she successfully takes down one wave of attackers, but more enemies close in. Rebecca is the first to be struck by an arrow in the abdomen, and Haley is hit soon after. They both fall unconscious. With just an emotionless stare, Davina can make the blood of the person standing before her, Marcel, boil, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. This is Davina at the height of her powers, but she's only doing this to secure her chance to attend tonight's music festival. Marcel proposes a compromise, suggesting that Camille accompany Davina. The two girls wander through the cheerful crowd. Marcel, meanwhile, instructs his vampires to guard them discreetly. He cannot allow the witches to discover Davina, but Davina isn't just looking for a breath of fresh air. She's also hoping to take this opportunity to see the one she loves. An ordinary violinist, Klaus finds Tim and compels him to go to St. Anne's Church alone, while secretly instructing Camille to shake off the vampire guards and take Davina to the meeting. Under Klaus's arrangements, the young couple finally meets at St. Anne's Church. Davina simply wants to apologize to Tim for her sudden disappearance from school. As they talk, Klaus learns that the seminary student who went on a killing spree and murdered 5 of his classmates was actually Camille's twin brother.
We all must stand alone against our demons.
After consoling Camille, Klaus politely takes his leave. He then rudely interrupts the young couple's conversation and compels Tim to count from 1 to 100,000. Klaus bluntly reveals a harsh truth. Marcel may be protecting Davina's safety, but he's also controlling her for his own use. The longer Davina stays in the attic, the more of her life she loses. And as for her relationship with Tim, it's nothing but a fantasy. Davina refuses to accept Klaus's offer and casts a spell to make his blood boil, but Klaus moves swiftly, grabbing Tim and using his life as leverage. In response, Davina snaps Tim's leg from afar with a wave of her hand. Klaus does not back down and continues to demand Davina's loyalty. Davina's fury reaches its peak, and with a powerful burst of energy, all the surrounding glass shatters into pieces. Rebecca awakens from unconsciousness to find herself surrounded by corpses, but there's no sign of Haley. Panicked, she calls her brother. Upon learning of Haley's disappearance, Klaus stops playing games. He grabs Tim and, without a word, hurls him from the second floor. Davina rushes to her lover's side, but it's too late. Tim is already on the brink of death. Klaus approaches Davina and offers to save her beloved, but his terms are simple. All he needs is for Davina to ask him herself.
Please.
For you, Davina, with pleasure.
Klaus bites his wrist to save Tim's life and compels him to forget everything that happened tonight. He points out that Davina now owes him a favor. Davina, clutching Tim's violin, vents all her anger on a bewildered Marcel. Klaus rushes to his sister's side, but Rebecca still hasn't found Haley. However, distant howls of wolves catch Rebecca's attention. The siblings hurry outside, only to see Haley, covered in blood and utterly exhausted, walking back toward them. The wounds on Haley's body had already completely healed. Rebecca realized that it was the unborn child who had healed Haley. When asked who helped her take down the enemies, Haley believed it was the wild wolf that appeared tonight. At that moment, she had no idea that the wolf was actually her future husband. Klaus accused Sophie of breaking their agreement, but she claimed to know nothing about the attack on Haley. Under Klaus's questioning, Sophie revealed the secret about Davina. Every 300 years, the witches of New Orleans organize a harvest festival. They choose the 4 most gifted young witches from the younger generation and sacrifice them to the ancestors, who, in return, grant them even greater power. Davina and Sophie's niece were among those chosen, but they knew nothing about the sacrificial process until they were led to the altar. The elders had told them that only a drop of blood needed to be drawn from their palms, but it wasn't until the first girl's throat was mercilessly slit by the elders that the girls understood the full truth about the harvest festival. Sophie tried desperately to stop the harvest and sought help from the priest. The priest also refused to risk the lives of 4 young girls, but the witch elders had gone mad with power. They cursed the priest's nephew to distract him, giving the witches time to prepare the sacrifice. The cursed seminary students savagely massacred the church, and the witch elders, indifferent to the girls' pleas, ruthlessly sacrificed 3 young lives. In that critical moment, Marcel led the vampires to the sacrificial site, slaughtering the witch elders and saving Davina's life. The magical power meant for the other 3 girls slowly converged within Davina alone, making her Marcel's secret weapon. Davina was hidden in the attic, avoiding the witches' pursuit while seeking revenge against their cruelty. As Sophie recounted this story, Elijah, hidden in the attic, had already regained consciousness. Despite his deathly pallor and overwhelming thirst for blood, he resisted the urge to feed on the young girl before him. This noble act earned Davina's trust. She pricked her finger with a needle and passed the bloody tip to Elijah's mouth. Just a single drop of blood revived Elijah's vitality. Unlike Klaus's coercion, Elijah's offer was hard to refuse. He promised to deal with Klaus and Marcel, assuring Davina she wouldn't have to be anyone's puppet. Davina then revealed the entire story of the harvest festival to Elijah. The elders claimed the girls would return to the world alongside the magic granted by the ancestors, but because the harvest festival took place so long ago, people can no longer tell if it's merely a legend or if it actually happened. The witches believe that Davina must die to fully complete the harvest, but Davina refused to forgive their deception. Elijah pointed out that the power of the 4 harvest witches had been concentrated within her, and her body would struggle to bear such immense strength. He promised to give Davina his mother's grimoire, so she could learn to control the magic within her. Davina was tempted, and they struck a deal, but Marcel realized the attic was no longer a safe hiding place. He approached Davina and told her he would take her somewhere new. Davina didn't refuse, but as she stepped out of the attic, she suddenly felt unwell, her body trembling, the surroundings shaking. She collapsed into Marcel's arms. Marcel had no choice but to carry Davina back to the attic, but all of this was just a ruse by Davina to achieve her alliance with Elijah. She couldn't leave with Marcel. Klaus humbly begs for forgiveness because he betrayed his own brother and handed him over as a gift to the enemy. But Klaus's rough approach to reconciliation clearly didn't satisfy Elijah. Though it was evident Elijah wasn't truly angry with his younger brother, with Davina's secret now out, the alliance between the original brothers and the witch Sophie fell apart. Sophie's only concern was saving her niece, who had participated in the harvest. Sophie might directly threaten Haley's safety, so they needed to sever the link between her and Haley as soon as possible. Elijah tore a page from his mother's grimoire, then took a knotted string to Davina, claiming that untying the knot would test her true abilities, allowing her to freely choose the magic she wanted to learn next time. In reality, he was using Davina's power to break the link between Sophie and Haley. Meanwhile, the witches quickly made their move. Agnes kidnapped Sophie, vowing to kill Klaus's child. They would not tolerate the existence of such an unnatural being. Agnes pulled out a large syringe and plunged it into Sophie's neck. At that moment, Haley felt a sharp pain in her own neck. Without delay, Klaus and Elijah quickly found Sophie, only to learn that the potion injected into her would cause her body temperature to rise. By no later than this evening, Haley would miscarry due to the high fever. Agnes had gone into hiding. To track her down, the originals would need to use every resource at their disposal to quickly track down Agnes. Klaus approached Father Kieran and revealed that it was Agnes who cursed his nephew, leading him to commit the massacre at the church. Sophie wasn't idle either. She prepared an herbal remedy, hoping to ease Haley's suffering before sunset. With Elijah's help, Haley drank the potion Sophie had made, then used the cold water of a pool to soothe her burning body. Father Kieran came through. Locating Agnes, Klaus produced the syringe she had used for the potion and demanded that Agnes hand over the antidote. But Agnes insisted that once black magic was set in motion, it couldn't be stopped. His child was doomed. Night had fallen, and Haley's discomfort was intensifying. But Davina had already found a way to untie the knot. She held the knotted string in her hands. Chanting softly, the string floated obediently into the air and slowly unraveled. As the knot unraveled, Haley's discomfort suddenly vanished. Sophie pierced her own palm, and Elijah immediately checked Haley's hand in concern. Seeing no wound appear, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Elijah stepped out of the water, but Sophie pleaded with him to convince Klaus to spare Agnes, as she was the only remaining elder among the witches. In gratitude for Sophie's help with Haley, Elijah decided to grant her one final request.
I won't let my brother kill Agnes.
Elijah called Klaus, signaling him not to do anything rash before he arrived. The usually composed and elegant Elijah, when he decides to get serious, can be so mesmerizing that even Klaus finds himself instantly captivated. He promised Sophie that he wouldn't let Klaus harm Agnes. Though Klaus was a bit disappointed, he obediently released his grip on Agnes's neck. But to everyone's surprise, Elijah suddenly turned on them, swiftly taking out several of the henchmen nearby. Ignoring Agnes's shocked expression, he seized her by the throat and, with a clean and efficient motion, snapped her neck. Klaus immediately transformed into a fanboy, looking at his brother with admiration. After confirming that Haley and Elijah were safe, Rebecca decided to leave the city. She sought out Marcel to say goodbye, but as their eyes met, something sparked between them, and the feelings they had suppressed for so long finally erupted. After their passionate encounter, they cuddled together on the balcony, letting the night breeze wash over them. Rebecca pulled out a red apple, which unexpectedly reminded Marcel of something. He still hadn't been able to find Klaus's true residence. After Rebecca left, he immediately went to visit the plantation, where Haley was the one who answered the door. It was their first meeting. Klaus soon found Marcel, who smugly declared that he had discovered Klaus's real home. Rebecca quickly received a call from Elijah, who informed her that Haley had gone missing. Klaus rushed home.
Marcel was here.
But Marcel's night was just getting started. He's organizing a vampire audition, and the winner will receive a daylight ring to become one of his own. As the crowd cheered for the victor, Klaus suddenly appeared and snapped her neck. The original brothers strolled in, demanding that Marcel hand over Haley. Marcel admitted that he had visited their home but claimed he had only exchanged pleasantries with Haley before leaving. The originals clearly didn't believe him. To clear his name, Marcel called in Sabine, offering to have the witch perform a locator spell. Haley woke up in the trunk of a bumpy car. She could just make out the silhouette of a stranger in the driver's seat. Desperately, she kicked at the car door, trying to free herself. The man pulled the car over, walked to the trunk, and opened it. Haley kicked out at him, but he caught her leg with ease. Tyler had his life torn apart by Klaus. His life was stripped away, his girlfriend stolen, and his mother killed. Yet, in the process, he became the only hybrid of werewolf and vampire in the entire supernatural world. Aside from Klaus himself, Tyler traveled countless miles from Mystic Falls to New Orleans, and his first act upon arrival was to abduct Haley. He had heard some ominous prophecies and was here to verify their truth. Just then, a strange man walked into the cabin, ignoring Haley's struggles. Tyler pulled out a syringe and forcibly plunged it into her abdomen, drawing a vial of her blood. Tyler then injected the blood into the man's neck and swiftly snapped his neck. Haley finally realized that Tyler was trying to create another hybrid. Tyler explained that werewolves and witches alike believed that Klaus's child had the power to create hybrids. He believed Klaus only wanted to use the child to build an army of hybrids, and Tyler was determined to prevent that from happening. As they talked, the man suddenly revived. Tyler slashed Haley's neck and ordered the werewolf to drink her blood. The werewolf lunged at Haley. The final step in the hybrid transformation was now complete. After drinking the blood, the man suddenly felt unwell. Stumbling, he rushed out the door. Haley seized the opportunity and grabbed a wooden stake. Their experiment had succeeded. The man had completed his transformation, his eyes now glowing gold. Guided by Sabine's locator spell, the original brothers arrived in the forest where Tyler was hiding. Elijah was anxious, desperate to find Haley as soon as possible, while Klaus mocked his brother, suggesting he was overly concerned about Haley's safety. Elijah couldn't argue with his brother's accusation, but Klaus suddenly caught a familiar scent. Following the trail, they found the truck Tyler had left behind. Klaus, like a bloodhound, grabbed Tyler's clothing and sniffed it intently. Given the harm he had previously inflicted on Tyler, Klaus was convinced that Tyler had come to New Orleans seeking revenge. Klaus wanted nothing more than to find Tyler and kill him, leaving Elijah alone to search for Haley. Seeing the experiment's success, Tyler's desire to kill surged. Ignoring Haley's pleas, he gripped a knife and slowly advanced. Haley struck first, driving the wooden stake into Tyler's abdomen. Tyler struggles to pull out the stake, but the newly converted hybrid walks into the room, and he recognizes Haley for who she is, forcefully demanding that Tyler not hurt her. The two men quickly began to grapple with each other. Haley seized the moment to untie the ropes and escape the hut. She ran through the jungle and luckily soon came across Elijah. Without hesitation, she threw herself into Elijah's arms and told him everything Tyler had done. Meanwhile, Klaus had finally tracked down Tyler. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred, and a fierce battle was inevitable as the 1,000-year feud between witches, vampires, and werewolves reignites. How will the Michelson family protect their only heir? The originals step into the eye of the supernatural storm. The story picks up from the last episode as Klaus and Elijah, in their search for Haley, uncover a deadly plot against her and her unborn child. Meanwhile, Tyler returns with a plan to exploit the baby's hybrid powers. When enemies meet, their hatred intensifies. Klaus was impaled by a wooden stake, but an ordinary stake couldn't kill an original hybrid. He swiftly retaliated, sending Tyler flying and then yanked the stake out of his own chest. Looking at each other, they lunge at each other viciously. The two of them grappled fiercely as they tumbled down the hillside. Tyler gained the upper hand first, driving the stake into Klaus's body once again. Tyler continued to rain down punches, but Klaus caught his fist, flipped him over, and plunged the stake into Tyler's chest. Ending the fight as the victor, Tyler struggled to his feet, taunting Klaus even in defeat. This move completely infuriated Klaus, who didn't hesitate to plunge his hand into Tyler's chest, intending to end his life once and for all. But as he faced the only hybrid he had ever created, Klaus found himself unable to go through with it.
Now go and live the rest of your days knowing you are nothing to me.
Klaus let go of Tyler and turned to leave. Klaus arrived back at the riverside cabin earlier than Elijah and Haley, only to find a body clearly of hybrid origin lying before him. He had no idea what had transpired. Elijah and Haley had now joined forces. They believed Tyler's words and used them as evidence to accuse Klaus of knowing all along and even planning to use his child to create an army of hybrids. Having just shown mercy by sparing Tyler, Klaus was deeply hurt by this groundless accusation. He decided to live up to his brother's accusation and become the villain they thought he was. Without hesitation, Klaus bit his brother's neck. The werewolf venom couldn't kill an original, but it would weaken Elijah for days. Klaus left with a look of provocation, while the brothers were busy fighting each other. Marcel discovered that Josh was a spy planted by Klaus. However, instead of killing Josh, he brought him to Davina. Marcel needed Davina to remove Klaus's compulsion and then used Josh as a double agent. Under the torment of Davina's witchcraft, Josh was in unbearable pain, but he also gained Davina's friendship. This precious bond would stay with Josh until the day werewolf venom claimed his life. Meanwhile, Rebecca, who had been planning to leave New Orleans, rushed back. Rebecca believed Marcel had kidnapped Haley. She found Marcel and immediately flew into a rage, accusing him of betraying her feelings time and time again. But Marcel saw a glimmer of hope. He showed Rebecca the house he had designed for them. He explained that all it would take was using the silver dagger to seal Klaus away for a few hundred years, and then they could be together forever. Marcel successfully convinced Rebecca to join his side. Tyler's appearance made Haley's existence no longer a secret. Upon learning that Klaus could use the unborn child to create a stronger hybrid army, the vampires grew increasingly wary. Rebecca pushed the door open, confirming Tyler's claim, and the room instantly grew 3 times tenser. Without saying a word, Rebecca snapped Tyler's neck, warning the vampires not to target her niece, as Klaus was the one they needed to deal with. Elijah was suffering from the effects of the werewolf venom, while Haley stayed in the cabin to care for him. But Elijah, burning with fever, began to hallucinate, seeing a lover from centuries past. The moment Haley touched Elijah, she too saw the vision, revealing a deep-seated pain buried within Elijah's heart. There was a time when Elijah and Klaus lived recklessly. Klaus found pleasure in killing, while Elijah was lost in Celeste's gentle embrace. To evade their vengeful father, Klaus spread a rumor of a deranged witch performing blood sacrifices in the area, inadvertently causing the death of Elijah's lover. This painful memory left Elijah in unbearable agony. The torment from the werewolf venom drove Elijah to madness, and he suddenly lunged at Haley, mistaking her for Klaus, and began to choke her. With Haley's life hanging by a thread, a woman appeared, driving a stake into Elijah's body, saving Haley in the nick of time. Her name was Eve, a fellow member of the Crescent Wolf clan. Just like Haley, from her, Haley learned the whereabouts of her parents. In a bid to consolidate his power, Marcel had slaughtered most of the werewolves, and Haley's parents were among the casualties. The remaining wolves were cursed by him to stay in wolf form, able to transform back into humans only on the full moon. As they spoke, Elijah regained his sanity, and the bite on his neck healed completely. Even Haley's conversation was abruptly cut short, but knowing the whereabouts of her people still brought Haley immense relief. Klaus wasn't idle either. He sent Josh to retrieve his missing silver dagger. Little did he know, Josh had already been turned by Marcel. Following Marcel's intel, Josh informed Klaus that the dagger was in Marcel's possession and that he could retrieve it while Marcel was away. Klaus entered Marcel's mansion, only to be surrounded by waiting vampires. After the vampires weakened him, Rebecca was to drive the dagger into Klaus's heart herself. Though deeply hurt by his sister's betrayal, Klaus felt no fear in the face of the overwhelming crowd. Instead, he calmly pulled out a coin.
Whoever picks up this coin gets to live.
Before the fight, Klaus begged for mercy, but it wasn't out of fear or weakness, it was an act of compassion toward his enemies. However, the vampires seemed to misunderstand his good intentions. The vampires immediately switched tactics, overwhelming Klaus with sheer numbers, quickly binding him with iron chains. Seeing Klaus helpless and unable to fight back, Rebecca slowly approached with the dagger in hand. But in an instant, Klaus's werewolf lineage awakened, his golden eyes and ferocious expression terrifying Rebecca into dropping the dagger. Klaus tore through the vampires in front of him as if they were nothing, his indiscriminate slaughter shattering the once confident enemies into disarray. But Rebecca stopped Marcel, warning that if Marcel didn't pick up the coin, Klaus wouldn't stop his killing spree. To save his people, Marcel submitted, bending down to pick up the coin, ending the failed uprising in a humiliating manner. Klaus grinned with satisfaction. After spending time together at the riverside cabin, the bond between Elijah and Haley grew rapidly. Haley attempted to take his hand, but Elijah refused.
Please, Haley.
He blamed himself for Celeste's death, believing that his indulgence in love had caused him to loosen his grip on Klaus, leading Elijah to completely give up on personal happiness. He briefly squeezed Haley's hand in a comforting gesture, but then quickly let go. Elijah composed himself and stepped out of the car. They were home, and Klaus was waiting for Elijah inside. The back-to-back betrayals by his brother and sister left Klaus both furious and deeply hurt, but he didn't seal them with the dagger as he usually would. He saw the entanglement between Rebecca and Marcel, and he also noticed Haley's fondness for his brother. He feared that Rebecca might once again be hurt by Marcel, and even more so, that his child might see Elijah as her father. For the first time, Klaus admitted his own weakness, yet he didn't give them a chance to make amends. He decided to take Haley and move into Marcel's mansion. It was the prize he had won in a bloody battle. After the war, Klaus officially took over New Orleans. Facing the intricate web of various supernatural factions, Klaus quickly devised his own strategies, starting with soothing the vampires he had just severely wounded. To convince them once and for all that he wasn't going to start some hybrid army, Klaus authorized the vampires to slaughter all the werewolves in the bayou. He opened his heart to Marcel, revealing every scheme he had ever laid out. With a gentle and amiable demeanor, he invited Davina to join him, allowing her to leave the attic and move into the mansion. The most crucial step was meeting with the city's human rulers. Upon their first meeting, the police chief immediately spoke rudely. Despite Father Kieran's repeated efforts to mediate, the chief's arrogant attitude still angered Klaus. Klaus' condescending words were strong and arrogant. The police chief, wielding significant military power, was not one to back down, but they had clearly underestimated Klaus's temper and strength. They called Klaus to inform him that the humans had taken measures against his threat. The next second, a massive explosion echoed through the bar, with flames engulfing the vampires as heavy weapons fired upon them relentlessly. In the aftermath, the vampires suffered heavy casualties. Marcel was furious, declaring that Klaus's poor diplomacy had cost the lives of his men, but Klaus had no intention of letting this go.
Let's go kill them all.
Father Kieran, learning of the leaders' radical actions, was deeply troubled. However, the leaders informed him that he had already been ousted from the ruling class. Before the police chief could savor the victory from this act of violence, Klaus appeared before them, smiling, declaring that he had been too merciful. Marcel swiftly emerged and took down the police chief. What followed was a gruesome feast for the two vampires. Father Kieran could only stand and watch in shock. Klaus assured him that he wouldn't harm Camille's uncle, but he needed to replace the city's leadership before resuming negotiations with the vampires. Elijah was concerned for Haley's safety and wanted to take her away, but Haley was more worried about the werewolves at the river's mouth. She begged Elijah and Rebecca to stop the vampires from carrying out the slaughter. The original siblings drove off the vampires on a killing spree, only to be drawn to Eve, who was hiding nearby. Eve produced a map, stating that the Crescent Wolves knew how to protect themselves, but another group of newly arrived werewolves might be in danger. Though the original siblings had little concern for the werewolves' fate, Eve still suggested they check it out. Thus, the vampires enjoying their hunt at another werewolf gathering spot encountered the original siblings once more. Under the immense pressure of the two original vampires, the hunting party was forced to retreat in defeat, but the werewolves they rescued possessed a mysterious ring, a gift from a witch mother to her lover. This meant they had found Klaus's werewolf relatives. How can an ordinary human, without vervain, resist a vampire's compulsion? Klaus compelled Camille to record his memoirs. He wanted Camille to be his confidant, but he feared she might betray his secrets, so he compelled her to only remember his stories when they were alone together. As time passed, Camille began to notice gaps in her memory, so she carefully devised a system of symbols only she could understand, leaving clues for herself when she was clear-headed. It was a photo from an old newspaper, and she realized that both of the men she had newly befriended had been alive for at least hundreds of years. However, her investigation was abruptly cut short the next time she saw Klaus. Angered, she threw the photo in Klaus's face. Klaus had no choice but to compel her to forget the photo's existence. Camille returned home in a daze, only to find a sticky note on the mirror, and another on the table. Following the note's instructions, she retrieved a tape recorder from her bag, listening to her own voice on the tape, speaking truths she couldn't remember. Camille felt on the verge of a breakdown. Soon, Klaus found Camille again. To keep her away from the vortex of danger, Klaus compelled Camille to forget him entirely and urged her to leave New Orleans and start a new life. Despite his fragile yet arrogant heart longing for Camille's comfort, as fellow captives under Klaus's watch, Haley and Davina found solace in each other. During a conversation, Haley accidentally let slip that the witch elder was dead, but Davina refused to believe her, as only the elder could preside over the harvest festival. The elder's death meant she was free, yet Marcel hadn't told her this. Josh brought a violin to Davina's room, confirming that the witch elder was indeed dead. Davina painfully realized that Marcel had deceived her and that she was merely a tool in his control over the witches. Crushed by this betrayal, Davina decided to leave the mansion, but with little experience in the world, she had nowhere to go. After much thought, Davina turned to the only person she trusted, Camille. But Camille no longer knew who she was.
Okay, what are you doing?
It's okay, I can fix you.
Klaus and the others quickly realized that Davina was missing. Klaus now saw Davina as an enemy, instructing the vampires to hunt her down. But Elijah stopped Marcel, pointing out that Klaus's methods wouldn't be gentle, and they needed to ensure Davina's safety. The witches also caught wind of the situation. Without Davina's power, the vampires wouldn't be able to control the witches' movements, so they needed to seize the opportunity to find Davina first. Davina was hiding in Camille's room, where she helped Camille break Klaus's compulsion, but suddenly, she sensed the witches casting a spell. Without a daylight ring, Josh couldn't leave the room, so Camille took Davina and left first, planning to meet up after sundown to leave the city together. To find the missing Davina quickly, Klaus called Josh, claiming he had captured Davina's boyfriend, using this to force Davina to show herself. Josh, left with no choice, relayed the message to Camille and Davina hiding in the church. Davina was frantic upon hearing the news, but a group of black-clad witches stormed the church and knocked Camille unconscious. Davina was enraged beyond control. She raised her hands, lifting the witches into the air, and with a fierce motion, she killed them all. With no time to care for the unconscious Camille, she decided to go rescue her boyfriend on her own. As night falls, Josh soon sees a raging Davina on the street and tries to convince her not to risk her life. But Davina was singularly focused on killing Klaus. Josh hesitated but ultimately let Davina go. Rebecca pops up and points out that he didn't tell Davina that killing Klaus would kill all the vampires he's turned, including him and Marcel. But Davina stood no chance against Klaus, so Josh had to find a way to help her and save Davina together. Tim sits trembling on a high beam and plays, a scene that intensifies Davina's anger. Klaus's harm, Elijah's deception, and Marcel's manipulation drove Davina to the brink of madness. With a wave of her hand, she slammed Klaus to the ground, while another hand immobilized Elijah and Marcel. Davina continued to chant the spell, forcing Klaus to reveal his true werewolf form, and then knocked him out. As for Elijah, who had deceived her, Davina made blood pour relentlessly from his mouth until he choked and passed out. But Marcel's sincere expression gave Davina pause, and Rebecca ended his sweet talk with a wooden stake. Tim watched the scene unfold in shock. Rebecca ordered Tim to jump down from the beam, catching him as he fell. Rebecca took them to the dungeon where Marcel punished vampires, showing that he was no different from the original brothers. It was then that Davina saw Marcel's true nature, staring in disappointment at the hellish scene before her. Tim handed Davina a bottle of water and watched her drink it. But then, Tim suddenly felt unwell. Klaus had compelled Tim to poison the girl he loved, and after completing his mission, he killed Tim to silence him. Davina also began to feel unwell and collapsed beside Tim. The witches didn't stop their actions. Sophie called Haley, saying she needed the remains of a witch elder who hadn't been sacrificed to the ancestors, to gain the power to conduct the harvest ritual. In return, she promised to help Haley break the Crescent Wolf's curse. All Haley had to do was find Elijah's journal and uncover where he buried his lover 200 years ago. Following Haley's guidance, Sophie found Celeste's burial site right between two oak trees. The original brothers slowly regained consciousness. Rebecca angrily accused Klaus of crossing the line by harming two innocent children, but Klaus showed no remorse. After hanging up, Elijah and Marcel finally revealed their plan, which Sabine, having cast a protection spell on herself, had escaped Davina's wrath. Marcel found Sabine, threatening her to cast the same protection spell on Davina. Davina's life is not in danger, but Tim will never wake up. In the pouring rain, a girl walked through the flames, ready to sacrifice her life to save 3 others. Once the ritual was complete, 4 new harvest witches would be resurrected on the land of New Orleans. Due to Marcel's intervention, Davina escaped the fate of being sacrificed, but her body couldn't withstand the overwhelming power within her, and dirt began to pour from her throat. The entire city trembled with her emotional turmoil. The original brothers urgently sought Sophie's advice. Sophie explained that the only way to prevent disaster was to let the witches complete the harvest ritual. If they didn't, the magic within Davina would erupt, bringing catastrophe to all of New Orleans, and Davina wouldn't survive either. To prove her point, Sophie said that the dirt was only the first sign. Next would come wind, rain, and fire. The final sign would kill everyone. Suddenly, a hurricane swept through the city, signaling the second sign had appeared. Although everyone had their doubts, it seemed that sacrificing Davina to save the city was becoming an unavoidable choice. The last witch elder had already been killed by Elijah, Sophie found the unoffered remains of Celeste, intending to draw power from them to become the next Witch Elder. Although Elijah didn't want to go against his lover's final wishes, he had no choice but to mourn at her remains. However, when Sophie completed the ritual, there was no magic left in Celeste's bones. Elijah was puzzled. He had personally buried his lover, ensuring that Celeste hadn't been sacrificed to the earth by the witches. But Sabine interrupted him, suggesting that someone might have stolen the power from the remains. Now, there was no way to complete the harvest ritual unless they had another set of unoffered witch bones. Elijah indeed thought of someone, their mother, but Klaus and Rebecca questioned the feasibility of this plan to offer their mother's power to New Orleans. They needed both land and descendants. However, vampires are classified as non-human, so they cannot own land, but Elijah had already prepared for this. He had transferred the plantation to Haley's name, and her unborn child would be the family's heir. Once the power is sacrificed to the earth, Klaus' child will be born a New Orleans witch. Klaus immediately agreed with the idea, but Rebecca argued that doing so would be handing over powerful magic to their enemies. However, reality no longer allows them any hesitation. The third omen has already appeared.
Kill a demon today, face the devil tomorrow.
Today, we continue our journey into the world of the originals. In the previous episode, Davina's unstable magic threatened to destroy New Orleans, leaving the Michelson brothers with a difficult choice: sacrifice Davina to complete the harvest ritual or risk the destruction of the city. Meanwhile, Elijah devises a plan to channel their mother's power through Haley's unborn child to save the city. In the pouring rain, a coffin buried for 1,000 years was unearthed. Elijah and his sister slashed their palms, letting their blood flow freely. Under the watchful eyes of Father Kieran, they generously bestowed their mother's magic upon the witches of New Orleans. With everything in place, Marcel carries a weakened Davina to the altar, and Sophie steps in front of her.
Do you believe in the harvest?
I believe.
Sophie raised the knife and slashed Davina's throat. Davina collapsed weakly into Marcel's arms. The downpour gradually ceased, as magic slowly flowed from Davina's hands into the earth. Under the tense gazes of everyone present, 4 young girls were laid side by side on the ground. Sophie began chanting the spell to resurrect the sacrifices, but the girls remained motionless. It seemed something had gone wrong. Sophie recited the incantation again, but the girls still did not awaken. As the seconds ticked by, Sophie could no longer hold back her tears and began to sob. The harvest festival had failed. Marcel, too, was overcome with sorrow, crying as he embraced Klaus. Yet in a corner unnoticed by the others, the witch Sabine was preparing another spell. As the magic that had drained from Davina's body slowly infused into her fingertips. And on the other side of the city, 3 long-dead warlocks mysteriously resurrected. They wandered the streets in confusion until they came face to face with the mastermind behind the hijacking of the harvest ritual. But her name was not Sabine.
I'd appreciate it if you called me by my real name, Celeste.
2 vampires were sacrificed and died in the center of the city. This scene left Klaus and the other vampires utterly shocked. The mysterious mark on their foreheads seemed to awaken a part of Marcel's memory. He was devastated by the loss of Davina and turned away. To boost morale, Klaus freed Thierry, who had been imprisoned. However, Thierry was actually a spy Rebecca had planted to keep an eye on Klaus. So when he discovered the strange symbols in the underground parking lot, he secretly informed Rebecca. The familiar sacrificial symbols quickly reminded Rebecca of one person. That person was Papa Tund, a dark witch who had been active in New Orleans a century ago. Rebecca initially thought someone was deliberately mimicking Papa Tund to carry out a horrifying ritual. But in the next moment, the long-dead Papa Tund appeared before her. Rebecca quickly charged at Papa Tund, but the moment she touched him, she withered. The immortal Rebecca was being used as an endless source of sacrificial energy. Realizing the danger, Thierry immediately ran away. Papa Tund's next target was Klaus, the one who had killed him 100 years ago. 100 years ago, while traveling abroad, Papa Tund came to New Orleans. With his powerful sacrificial magic, he quickly became the leader of the witches. But he wasn't satisfied with leading the witches. Instead, he arrogantly approached the original brothers and the werewolves, demanding they pay tribute to the witches. He even sent the head of the human mayor as a gift to Klaus. Klaus couldn't swallow this insult, so he extended a warm invitation to Papa Tund and his 2 sons at Marcel's welcome home party, secretly studying his enemy's weaknesses. Soon after, Papa Tund received an invitation to negotiate from Elijah, but it wasn't Elijah who came, it was Klaus. Klaus pointed out that Papa Tund's 2 sons were the source of his power. Then, Klaus imitated Papa Tund's previous actions by beheading his 2 sons and sending their heads to Papa Tund in a box. thus ending Papa Tun's life. Marcel sat alone in a bar, drinking heavily while waiting for the witch Sophie. He seemed anxious, eager to confirm something with her, but it wasn't Sophie who arrived, it was Papa Tund. Bent on revenge, Papa Tund wanted Klaus to experience the pain of losing a child. Marcel rushed forward and snapped his neck, but with Rebecca as the sacrificial vessel, Papa Tund was now immortal. Marcel helped direct Camille to escape, but he was no match for the enemy and was quickly knocked to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Camille dialed Klaus's number, urging him to come and save Marcel. Elijah couldn't reach his sister by phone and quickly sensed something was wrong. He turned a suspicious eye on Thierry. After some harsh questioning, Thierry finally revealed what had happened in the underground warehouse. Elijah and Haley hurried to the scene, only to find Rebecca placed within a sacrificial circle. Elijah rushed forward, but an invisible magic barrier blocked his path, and Papa Tund was relying on Rebecca's power to go after Marcel, intent on making Klaus suffer the pain of losing a son. Seeing that Marcel was on the brink of death, Klaus rushed over and interrupted Papa Tund's spell. When enemies meet, their hatred intensifies. Papa Tund flung Klaus aside with a single motion. Klaus tried to attack again, but he was no match for Papa Tund. Elijah hastily called Sophie. Sophie explained that the barrier could be broken by adding a stronger magical substance to the spell circle. Elijah looked at Haley, realizing that the hybrid baby in her womb might be strong enough to do it. With Haley's consent, Elijah bit her wrist and let the blood drip onto the spell circle. The magic immediately began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Papa Tund had grabbed Klaus and was preparing to sacrifice him with a dagger. Elijah attempted to step into the magical circle and lifted his sister from the ground. Papa Tund's blade had already carved the first mark on Klaus's forehead, but with Rebecca's departure from the spell circle, Papa Tund's magic instantly vanished. Klaus seized the opportunity to fight back and quickly rushed to check on Marcel. Papa Tund had already fled, but fortunately, Marcel is not seriously hurt. Papa Tund's appearance made Sophie realize that the Harvest Festival hadn't failed, it had been hijacked, with the energy meant for the 4 girls stolen by someone else. This meant that if they could find and kill the resurrected witches, they could bring the dead girls back to life. Papa Tund's sacrificial magic required the deaths of many vampires. Klaus hurried to Marcel's underground prison, but they were too late. Papa Tund had already killed all the prisoners there. Papa Tund concentrated all the magic he had gathered into a dagger and handed it to Celeste, declaring that he was ready for the sacrifice. Celeste took the dagger and, without hesitation, slit Papa Tund's throat. With everything settled, Marcel, full of heavy thoughts, sought out Rebecca. Papa Tund's appearance had reminded them of a secret from 100 years ago. It turned out that it was Marcel, returning from the war, who had summoned Papa Tund to New Orleans. He did it solely to distract Klaus and even hoped Papa Tund would drive Klaus out of the city. That way, he could be with Rebecca without any obstacles. Rebecca, touched by his devotion, revealed a secret. There was only one person in the world that Klaus feared. If that person came to New Orleans, Klaus would leave the city forever, and that person was their father. Papa Tund had stolen the chance for one of the Harvest Witches to be reborn, so after his death, the witch sealed in the coffin came back to life. Monique broke free from her grave and returned to the world. Hearing the news, Sophie rushed to her niece's side immediately, but she was unaware that Monique was no longer the innocent little girl she remembered. The original brothers also heard of Monique's resurrection. This further confirmed their suspicions. They just needed to find out who had stolen Davina's magic and killed her, and then Davina could be brought back to life. Based on the drawings Davina had left behind, Haley guessed that the witch who had stolen her magic was none other than Celeste, Elijah's lover from a century ago. But Marcel's worst fear came true. At the open house ceremony at St. Anne's Church, he saw the red-haired witch Genevieve, but he didn't dare to make a scene. The witches began to retaliate in full force. The long-dead witch Elder Bastiana appeared before Father Kieran, leaving a demonic mark on the back of his hand. Father Kieran realized that he would soon follow in his nephew's footsteps and become a mindless killer. Panicked, he sought out Camille and told her about the curse that had been placed on him. Genevieve also quietly arrived at Rousseau's bar. She placed a hooked dagger on the table, stating that if they drove the dagger into Klaus's chest, the witches would lift Father Kieran's curse. But Camille didn't let the witch succeed. Instead, she handed the dagger to Klaus and told him what the witch had said. Klaus tried to counteract Father Kieran's curse. Klaus instructed Father Kieran to purge the vervain from his system, then compelled him, telling him that he could overcome the witch's evil curse on his own. However, this method didn't prove to be effective. Marcel found Sophie and her niece to ask if there was any way to save the other Harvest girls. Sophie said she could help, but she needed a large sum of money, and then she planned to take Monique and flee far away. Marcel agreed, but Klaus abruptly took Monique away. He was done playing cat and mouse with the witches and decided to use Monique's life to force Bastiana to reveal herself. Marcel disagreed with his heavy-handed approach. His bottom line was not to harm children. Klaus, determined to get his way, snapped Marcel's neck without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Sophie grabbed the hooked dagger and plunged it into Klaus's chest. His centuries-dead ex-girlfriend mysteriously resurrected, bringing back 3 enemies of the original family. Elijah realized this was no simple matter and instructed Rebecca to take Haley to the plantation for safety. Elijah sought out the witch Sabine, stating that he needed a witch's help. Sabine was surprised by his visit, unaware that Elijah had already begun to suspect her true identity. Meanwhile, Haley wasn't idle. She secretly started a party at the plantation, because tonight was the full moon. The Crescent Wolves would transform from wolves back into humans, and she wanted to meet her fellow clan members. Rebecca reluctantly agreed to help her organize the party. As night fell, Haley hung out clothes in the open field outside, but once again, she spotted the wild wolf that had secretly helped her before. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the wolves began to appear outside, naked, freely choosing clothes that fit them. Rebecca was preparing some crawfish when a sexy werewolf with 8-pack abs appeared before her. The werewolf, named Oliver, showed great interest in Rebecca. They quickly warmed up to each other, dancing happily under the night sky to the music. Haley also got her wish, meeting her benefactor, a handsome man who was both wild and righteous. His name was Jackson. Haley thought Jackson was so concerned about her because she was carrying a magical baby, but Jackson said he didn't care much about the child. He was more concerned about Haley's safety. Jackson was the leader of another tribe, and Haley's parents were the leaders of the Labonaire clan. They had been betrothed to each other since childhood.
You were supposed to be my wife.
After spending the entire day with Sabine, Elijah was now certain of her true identity, and he bluntly called her by her real name. Sophie discovered that Celeste's remains were devoid of power because she hadn't truly died. She had been living by possessing different hosts. Celeste dropped her pretense and passionately kissed her long-lost lover. She still held a grudge against Klaus for causing her death and couldn't understand Elijah's unwavering loyalty to his brother. During the kiss, she poisoned Elijah, causing him to collapse. Celeste revealed her true plan. She had already set traps for both Haley and Rebecca. The poison wasn't fatal, but Elijah had only enough time left to save one person. Choosing between family and love, Celeste had given him an impossible dilemma. Elijah had no choice but to wait quietly as the poison took hold. Rebecca and Oliver were kissing passionately in the woods when Oliver suddenly pulled back, saying he had made a deal with someone else. A pack of wild wolves emerged from the shadows, surrounding Rebecca. 3 witches were secretly casting spells. Elijah soon regained consciousness and immediately called Haley. Haley reached for the doorknob, but flames suddenly erupted around her, trapping her and Jackson in the room. Jackson desperately tried to put out the fire, but the flames grew stronger. He quickly used a wet towel to cover Haley's mouth and nose. In the nick of time, Elijah broke through the window, grabbed Haley, and carried her to safety. At Haley's request, he went back and rescued Jackson, but Rebecca had already been bitten by a werewolf and fallen into the witch's clutches. Sophie planned to leave New Orleans with her niece, but Monique had already accepted the teachings of the witch ancestors. She believed her aunt lacked true faith, so she punished Sophie. Sophie bled from every orifice and collapsed, dying on the spot. The cold-hearted Monique then joined the ranks of the revenge-seeking witches. An even greater conspiracy awaited the original brothers. The original siblings, Klaus and Rebecca, fell into enemy hands and were trapped in an abandoned sanatorium. Rebecca, weakened by werewolf venom, was barely holding on. Klaus lay unconscious, gravely wounded by the hooked dagger. Genevieve cut into Klaus's skin with a knife, reaching into his abdomen to forcibly remove the hooked dagger. Klaus slowly awoke, and Genevieve forced him to drink Rebecca's blood, telling him that by doing so, he could clearly see a century-old conspiracy. Rebecca's memories rewound to 100 years ago. During an epidemic control effort, she intentionally befriended Genevieve and Clara, but her true motive was to use the witch's power to summon Michael to the city, so she wove a lie to convince Genevieve to help them. Klaus watched this story unfold in his sister's memories. He refused to believe it, thinking it was a scheme by Genevieve to drive a wedge between them, but the next scene shattered Klaus's heart completely. He saw Genevieve holding Michael's dagger. He had once been falsely accused of stealing that dagger and had been brutally beaten by Michael, never suspecting that the real thief was his sister. In front of Marcel and Rebecca, Genevieve recited a spell, transmitting Klaus's location to Michael. Hatred slowly consumed Klaus's heart. The witches were holding Sophie's funeral when Elijah suddenly appeared, demanding to know the whereabouts of his brother and sister. Monique told him that Celeste had left him a message. She recited a spell, and letters began to appear on Elijah's body. Elijah hurried back to the mansion and took off his shirt, revealing that the letters spelled out the names of various witches. Marcel explained that it was a riddle, and these names were all witches whom Celeste had possessed. Only by solving the riddle would the letters disappear. Elijah and Marcel combed through the human supernatural archives and soon noticed a particular name, Clara Summerlin. She was the one who had helped Marcel cast the spell that turned the Crescent Wolves into wild wolves. With the riddle solved, the names on Elijah's body began to fade away. Haley also made a discovery. Clara had once worked at Iris Asylum, assisting the government in controlling infectious diseases. Realizing that their secret couldn't stay hidden any longer, Marcel hesitated before finally confessing to Elijah that they had summoned Michael. Elijah was furious upon learning the truth. He had always believed that it was his fault Michael had come. He grabbed Marcel by the throat and pinned him hard against the wall. Marcel, however, said he had only been pursuing true love. They needed to find Rebecca and Klaus before Klaus learned the truth, or the angry Klaus will not let Rebecca go. When Rebecca learned that Klaus already knew the truth, she desperately tried to leave the asylum, but Celeste blocked her path. Celeste told Rebecca that they had unfinished business. After Rebecca ordered Genevieve to summon Michael, she regretted it and wanted Genevieve to reverse the spell. Genevieve realized she had been used and angrily declared that she would find Klaus and confess everything. Rebecca, terrified, grabbed a towel used by an infected patient and pressed it over Genevieve's mouth and nose. But this act was witnessed by Clara. Rebecca killed them. Rebecca was frantically running for her life, her own brother in deadly pursuit. Klaus couldn't forgive his sister's deliberate betrayal. He chased Rebecca into the basement, ready to make her feel the agony of being stabbed by the hooked dagger. Rebecca tried to fight back, but she was no match for her brother. Marcel arrived just in time, only to be struck down by Klaus with a single blow. Klaus looked slowly towards his sister.
If you had offered me even a fraction of the same, I wouldn't have to do this.
He was about to strike when Elijah suddenly appeared and grabbed the dagger and stabbed it into Klaus' chest. Klaus looked back in disbelief at his brother's cold expression. Marcel and Rebecca seized the moment and fled in a panic. Klaus slowly collapsed into Elijah's arms. At Elijah's request, Camille hurried to the original siblings' mansion. Without her presence, Elijah didn't dare to awaken an enraged Klaus. Rolling up his sleeves, he reached into Klaus's abdomen with his bare hands to remove the hooked dagger. Elijah pleaded with Camille to take good care of Klaus, as she was currently the only person who could stand before him without being immediately killed. He couldn't risk staying by his brother's side any longer. Haley had disappeared with Sabine, and Elijah needed to find Klaus's child as quickly as possible. Klaus had regained consciousness, but his body was still extremely weak. Upon Camille's questioning, he recounted the story of what happened 100 years ago. While Marcel and Rebecca were conspiring to summon Michael, Klaus had already begun to see New Orleans as his true home. He had also long known about his adoptive son and sister's secret relationship. Klaus publicly announced a generous decision to no longer stand in the way of his sister's love. He found Rebecca and explained that he had opposed her relationships because he feared that each time they were forced to flee, she would end up heartbroken. But now that they had found stability and happiness, he wouldn't obstruct her love any longer. Klaus gently kissed his sister's cheek, unaware that the man he feared most was already on his way to New Orleans. Marcel was drinking alone in a bar when a stranger struck up a conversation. The man said his lover resembled his dead wife. Marcel was puzzled. Instead, the man pulls out a token that he'd entrusted to Genevieve. He was Michael, the father Klaus feared, but Michael offered a deal. He wouldn't harm Rebecca, his most cherished treasure, and he would even give New Orleans to Marcel. All Marcel had to do was tell him the whereabouts of his other two sons. Marcel agreed to the deal. Elijah was preparing to leave for the opera when his long-absent father suddenly showed up at his door. Michael had intended to persuade Elijah to join him in taking down Klaus, as he had always considered Elijah to be his most prized child.
Is an abomination. You do not talk to abominations. You erase them.
But Elijah didn't hesitate to refuse his offer. Michael didn't hold back, grabbing a nearby wooden stake and driving it into Elijah's heart. Today, we continue our journey into the originals. In the previous episode, Klaus and Rebecca faced the return of the powerful Dark Witch, Papa Tund. whose deadly rituals threaten New Orleans. Meanwhile, Klaus discovered Rebecca and Marcel's betrayal from a century ago. Reigniting old wounds, Elijah was forced to confront an impossible choice in order to save his family. The story continues. In the elegant silence of the opera house, Michael sat behind Klaus, pressing a white ash stake, the one that could kill the originals, against his back. The familiar feeling of dread swept over him.
Father? Still clinging to that word after all these years?
A bastard, desperate for a daddy.
With just a few words, Klaus's illusions of paternal love were completely shattered. Michael cruelly outlined his plan to destroy Klaus. Not only did he intend to kill Klaus, but he also planned to make the entire city forget he ever existed. As if he had never been there, the stage curtain slowly rose, revealing the silent play directed by Michael. Marcel became Michael's first captive, and he charmed the audience into thinking it was a comedy, making them applaud wildly. Klaus tried to rescue his foster son but was flung aside by Michael. Rebecca also rushed forward to save Marcel, but her enraged father grabbed the stake and drove it into his daughter's abdomen. Michael seized Marcel and bit into him. Elijah hurriedly arrived, and he and his siblings fled in a panic. Meanwhile, Michael picked up a nearby kerosene lamp. The raging fire quickly engulfed the opera house. Watching the flames soar, the original siblings believed Marcel was already dead. Elijah urged his siblings to flee while he stayed behind to hold Michael off. Once again, Klaus was defeated by his father. As the story concluded, Klaus's wounds had nearly healed. He said he wouldn't terrorize them for 1,000 years like Michael had. He toppled the statue beside him, revealing the white ash stake hidden inside. He stated that he would bring an end to Rebecca and Marcel, then sped away. Rebecca and Marcel did not hurry to flee New Orleans. Instead, they sought out Thierry for help. As long as they killed the 3 witches, led by Celeste, they could revive Davina. Without Davina's help, they wouldn't succeed in evading Klaus's pursuit. Thierry met with the 2 witches as promised, but Celeste did not appear. Thierry informed Bastiana and Genevieve of Rebecca and Marcel's intentions. Thierry was the first to bare his fangs at the witches, but they quickly retaliated. Marcel swiftly appeared and tore off Bastiana's head, but Genevieve seized the opportunity to subdue Rebecca and swiftly escaped. Haley, along with the werewolves, captured Celeste and threatened her into concocting a potion to break the curse. Elijah also found Monique and told her that Celeste was using the witch coven to settle her personal vendetta. Celeste wouldn't return the power she gained to the earth. She would only continue to survive by hopping from one body to another. Monique didn't believe him. Elijah presented his mother's spell, suggesting she could verify it herself. Celeste quickly prepared the potion, but the werewolves couldn't determine if it was genuine. Elijah arrived just in time, snatched the potion, and sped away with Celeste. He, too, doubted the potion's authenticity, but Celeste claimed she had no reason to deceive him. If Elijah destroyed the potion, Haley would hate him for the rest of her life. Yet, if he handed the potion to Haley, she would return to her pack and leave him behind. That was the greatest punishment Celeste could give Elijah. After much deliberation, Elijah chose to give the potion to Haley. Haley happily accepted the potion, embraced Elijah, and then left with the werewolves. Elijah turned to face his former lover, asking Celeste what her real, hidden agenda was in orchestrating all of this. Celeste replied that the real show was just beginning. Marcel and Rebecca would undoubtedly risk retrieving Davina's body, and Klaus surely knew this too. They would meet at the witch's tomb. No matter how hard Elijah tried, the family he loved would be torn apart tonight. This was her final act of revenge. In the dark and eerie witch's cemetery, Celeste quietly stepped back and trapped Elijah inside with an invisible barrier. The originals could enter, but they couldn't leave. Marcel and Rebecca found Davina's body and planned to take her out of the cemetery, but Rebecca was bound to the cemetery by a spell. Celeste tried to kill this body to possess a new host, repeating her old trick, but she didn't know that Monique was fully prepared. She awoke in her own body, and Elijah didn't show any mercy. He ended his former lover's life with his own hands. At the same time, Davina suddenly awoke. Klaus appeared in the cemetery, holding the white ash stake. In this temporary prison created by witchcraft, with a white ash stake and a curved dagger, the original siblings were destined to end their century-old feud. At Elijah's insistent request, Rebecca quickly fled from Klaus's sight. He would never allow Klaus, in his rage, to harm their sister. The 2 brothers stood locked in a standoff, From dusk till dawn, Marcel pinned his hopes on Davina, wishing she could break the barrier spell around the witch's cemetery, but the newly resurrected Davina was silent and looked deeply troubled. Elijah continued trying to reason with Klaus, pointing out that he was now just like Michael, but Klaus remained obsessed with the betrayal he had suffered. Klaus was convinced that Rebecca hadn't summoned Michael just to drive him out of New Orleans, but to take his life. Rebecca finally couldn't hold back any longer and appeared before Klaus. She told him that he always focused on others' faults but never saw the evil in his own actions, and so began a trial concerning Rebecca. Rebecca defended herself, saying it was because Klaus had prevented her from pursuing love and freedom. Klaus, however, argued that his sister's taste in men was too reckless for anyone's comfort. Rebecca retorted, "Is the son you raised not good enough?"
Do not mention his name.
Her older brother had once carved a wooden knight for her on a stormy night. To protect her brother, she had once raised a sword against their father. Klaus then placed all the blame on Marcel, demanding that Rebecca admit she was seduced by Marcel's ill intentions, but Rebecca refused to acknowledge this, stating that if given the chance, she would make the same choice again. This statement immediately enraged Klaus. The three siblings instantly clashed. Elijah seized the white ash stake, and Rebecca hurriedly escaped. Marcel brings in Camille to do some work on Davina's mind. Under Camille's care, Davina finally opened up about her ordeal. Her actions in helping Marcel fight against the witch coven had been met with severe condemnation from the ancestral witches. They warned her that if she abused her magic again, she would face harsh punishment. Seeing that Davina was unable to help, Marcel had no choice but to seek out Genevieve, but Genevieve said she could help only if Marcel agreed to return Davina to her. Marcel was caught in a dilemma. In an effort to persuade Klaus to change his mind, Elijah brought up old memories to free Klaus from their father's clutches. A young Rebecca had once raised a dagger in the dead of night, willing to bear the eternal guilt of patricide. It was Elijah who stopped her. Perhaps Rebecca made the wrong choice, but her love for Klaus was undeniable. Klaus was unmoved by this, instead urging Elijah to just use the white ash stake to kill him, as he had always been the unwanted bastard child. Elijah, however, was not swayed and threw the white ash stake aside, but Klaus, catching him off guard, suddenly plunged the curved dagger into his brother's abdomen, slowly driving the blade into his body. Elijah fell to the ground, screaming in pain, while Rebecca seized the opportunity to pick up the white ash stake and face Klaus. Klaus taunted her, threatening to kill her with his own hands, but Rebecca couldn't bring herself to strike him. Klaus was convinced that Rebecca's true intention in summoning Michael was to kill him, and he relentlessly forced her to admit this. Under his intense pressure, Rebecca finally confessed to the false accusation. Klaus was instantly heartbroken. He then took the white ash stake and drove it into his sister's body. Rebecca collapsed to the ground, disbelief in her eyes. Klaus, however, was left feeling even more desolate. The victorious king silently fiddled with the white ash stake, ultimately avoiding his sister's heart. Rebecca emerges unharmed in front of her brother. After his moment of rage, Klaus realized that he still loved his siblings and understood the immense pain his obsessive nature had caused Rebecca. He understood why Rebecca did what she did, but he still couldn't fully forgive her. Their brutal father had harmed each of his children. Klaus was obsessive and angry. Rebecca longed for love. Elijah had lost himself in his efforts to restore their family.
We are the definition of cursed. Always and forever.
Marcel ultimately decided to accept Genevieve's deal. He would return Davina to the witches, and in exchange, Genevieve would cast a spell to lift the cemetery's barrier. Klaus approached Elijah and pulled out the curved dagger with his bare hands, marking the end of his vengeance against his brother. A gentle breeze swept through the cemetery gates, stirring up fallen leaves. As the spell lost its power, Klaus also made his final judgment, granting his sister her freedom. Elijah would stay in New Orleans with him to raise the next generation of their family, but Rebecca would no longer be allowed to set foot in New Orleans. Rebecca accepts the offer and leaves in silence. Elijah arrived late to bid farewell to his beloved little sister. Rebecca, however, remarked that through this ordeal, she seemed to see a glimmer of humanity still shining deep within Klaus's heart. She gently kissed her brother's cheek before turning to leave. Rebecca found Marcel but did not ask him to leave with her, knowing he could never abandon this city. Rebecca even sought out Haley, reminding her not to forget to tell her unborn niece how much her aunt loved her. Thus, Rebecca's journey in New Orleans came to an end. Despite the sadness of parting, she still felt the fragrance of freedom on her journey into the distance. Klaus returned to the mansion, lost and disheartened. Marcel had already gathered a large group of vampires, ready to make a last stand, but Klaus merely glanced at him indifferently, said nothing, and headed upstairs. Elijah quickly appeared and flung Marcel aside, declaring that Marcel would be exiled from the French Quarter and that he would succeed Klaus as the next ruler of New Orleans. A new power structure was thus established. On the full moon night, Jackson poured the antidote Celeste had prepared into an iron pot, and the werewolves shared it quietly, waiting for the effects to take hold. As the moonlit night was about to end, the werewolves finally broke the curse that had bound them for a century. Meanwhile, in the French Quarter, vampires and witches were busy dividing up the territory. Thanks to Elijah's mediation, the factions gathered to discuss the issue of territorial claims. Oliver quickly relayed this information to Haley. Haley, furious, confronted Elijah, demanding to know why the werewolves were excluded from the territory-sharing ceremony. They had a heated argument, and Haley stormed off in anger. The first round of negotiations ended in failure. Life among the witches was far from happy for Davina. She was still afraid to use her magic, and she was constantly targeted by Monique. Her only joy came from sitting and chatting with Josh. Even though Josh couldn't help her with her troubles, Marcel was watching Davina from the shadows, and he contacted Thierry in an attempt to restore his rule, but Thierry refused, saying that the Originals brothers had already won this battle, and 2 vampires alone couldn't create a wave. Klaus seemed to have lost his will to fight. His days were spent either painting or discussing the mysteries of human origins with Genevieve, but he still offered his struggling brother a piece of advice: to first use incentives to ease the hostility between the factions. Elijah took his advice and quickly organized a grand party, inviting all the supernatural factions to attend. Genevieve made a high-profile appearance with 3 harvest witches in tow. The werewolves' presence immediately sparked hostility among the vampires. A human woman approached Elijah, pointing out that Father Kieran was no longer fit to lead the humans and that she was the best candidate to succeed him. Elijah accepted the political shift within the human faction, but amid the seemingly peaceful and lively atmosphere, Jackson quietly made his way upstairs. Klaus soon left the party as well, secretly meeting with the werewolves, seemingly plotting something underhanded. Jackson assumed that Klaus intended to create another hybrid army and firmly rejected the proposal, stating that the werewolves would never accept the vampires' filthy bloodline. Surprisingly, Klaus didn't get angry. He valued the werewolves' unity, seeing it as the strongest force to protect his child. However, the werewolves had been exiled from the French Quarter for too long. Klaus wouldn't let his daughter grow up in the swamps, so he decided to help the werewolves grow stronger. Klaus presented a ring, saying it was a gift from his mother to his werewolf father. With this ring, the werewolves wouldn't be forced to transform. Jackson immediately accepted the deal. At the lively and peaceful party, tensions flared when a disagreement between the werewolves and vampires quickly escalated. Diego grabs Oliver and throws him out, and the two immediately tussle. Elijah was the first to grab Oliver and slam him onto the table, while the protective Jackson immediately held a wooden stake to Diego. The false peace was shattered in an instant. Klaus was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Haley, exasperated by their hair-trigger tempers, couldn't help but sarcastically suggest that they might as well kill everyone, since no one at the party had clean hands anyway. Elijah and Jackson then stop. A symbolic peace agreement was quickly drafted, with each faction cutting their palms and using the mixed blood as ink to sign their names on the document. Elijah didn't forget to hand the agreement to Klaus, asking him to sign it as well, to prevent his brother from causing any trouble. In reality, Klaus was indeed up to something. The moonlight rings he promised the werewolves would not only free them from the curse of transformation, but also allow them to retain their physical advantages in wolf form. Their bite can kill a vampire at any time, which is certainly a powerful threat to the vampire population. Meanwhile, with Josh's encouragement, Davina finally let go of her inner turmoil. Her magical talent far exceeded even Monique's, and the room full of revived flowers left her in awe. So Marcel once again sees Davina as his ally, and Thierry agrees to be his spearhead. Once again, New Orleans is in a state of flux. The witches were the first to make a move. Genevieve proposed holding a festival, a traditional celebration in times of peace, where she would officially introduce the new harvest witches at the ceremony. All the factions were only required to present ceremonial gifts. Elijah agreed to the proposal. The vampires were the first to object, but Diego had no leverage against Elijah and was forced to reluctantly accept. Francesca, representing the human faction, generously expressed her support as well. Klaus called Oliver, instructing him to accept Elijah's proposal and also to help him locate a particular werewolf. to facilitate Klaus's cooperation with the werewolves. Despite Haley's strong opposition, Oliver and Jackson agreed to Elijah's proposal. As the Harvest Witches practiced their magic, Monique suddenly screamed, sitting up abruptly, muttering something under her breath. When she finally calmed down, she revealed that she had just communicated with the ancestors, who believed that now was the perfect time to complete the harvest ritual. This meant that Genevieve had to die, but Genevieve flatly refused. She explained that her real goal in getting close to Klaus was to steal his mother's grimoire. She would decide her fate only after obtaining it. Oliver quickly located Carrie, a werewolf who shared the same bloodline as Klaus. Klaus questioned Carrie about the whereabouts of the stone from the Moonlight Ring, but Carrie claimed he didn't know. The three Harvest Witches gracefully arrived, surrounded by a crowd, marking the official start of the witches' traditional celebration. But in secret, Genevieve instructed a witch to steal the grimoire from the original's family. Since Klaus had refused her request to borrow the book, the close relationship between them had already broken down. Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, the first witch channeled her power to make the earth tremble, the second witch tilted her head back and summoned a gentle breeze, the third witch lit the fireworks with her bare hands. Fireworks blossomed under the dome, and the first phase of the celebration concluded perfectly. But the ill-intentioned witch snuck into the original's mansion, and just as his hands touched the grimoire, Klaus suddenly appeared before him. The festival quickly moved into its second phase, where each faction was to present gifts to the Harvest Witches. But Monique, filled with jealousy as she watched the radiant and joyful Davina, felt that Davina didn't deserve the glory of being a Harvest Witch. And so, at Genevieve's behest, every member of the audience who tried to give Davina a gift was discouraged from doing so. The space around Davina's feet remained empty, her expression darkened, and finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and left the event. Josh appeared just in time and tried to take Davina away, but Klaus blocked their path and, without hesitation, took Josh captive. In front of all the guests, Klaus made a grand gesture to win over Davina and presented the gift he had prepared for her, but Davina refused to accept it. So Klaus changed his strategy, stating that although Josh had betrayed him, he decided to pardon Josh in front of everyone because of Davina. Josh was stunned by this unexpected favor, and Davina, too embarrassed to refuse Klaus's goodwill, reluctantly accepted. A new alliance was quietly formed, Klaus's way of sending a warning to Genevieve. When Davina opened the gift box, she found a page from a grimoire inside, containing a spell to create daylight rings. Such a generous gift left Davina and Josh both surprised and delighted. Camille, carrying a gift, approached Genevieve, humbly pleading for her help in saving Father Kieran. A beautiful emerald hairpiece caught Genevieve's eye, and she decided to help Camille. Suddenly, a group of drummers in suits marched into the festival, playing loudly. Everyone thought it was just an ordinary performance, but the drummers' actions shocked everyone present.
We have a message for all of you from Marcel Gerard.
The bewitched drummers all simultaneously drew their daggers and slashed their wrists, the sudden rush of blood immediately provoking the vampires present. Elijah hurriedly stepped forward to take control of the situation, demanding that the vampires restrain themselves. But as the lights suddenly went out, the scene quickly descended into chaos, becoming a living nightmare. Under the cover of darkness, the vampires went on a murderous rampage. Elijah frantically searched for Haley. By the time the lights came back on, the scene was a gruesome horror. Klaus had intended to protect Haley, but she was too busy looking for Elijah. They saw a blood-soaked message scrawled on the wall, "No peace ever." Marcel was reminiscing about today's victory when a roar rang out and Thierry was the first to be thrown out of the air. Elijah appeared in front of Marcel, seething with anger as he confronted him about his actions, but Marcel retaliated by threatening to reveal Klaus's secret schemes, prompting Elijah to plunge his hand into Marcel's chest. Thierry was quickly subdued by Elijah as well. He ripped Thierry's heart out with his bare hands, ending the life of Marcel's only and most loyal ally. Klaus, holding a gift, found Genevieve and remarked that she hadn't yet received his present. Klaus gentlemanly opened the box for Genevieve, revealing a pair of bloodied hands inside. This was his warning to Genevieve for trying to steal the grimoire, but Genevieve wasn't about to back down. She stated that she had originally planned to help Camille save her uncle, but now it seemed unnecessary. Realizing that Klaus was indeed scheming behind his back, the original's brothers erupted into a fierce argument. Klaus cruelly taunted Elijah about his feelings for Haley, but Elijah retorted that every time he suppressed his emotions for Haley, it was out of respect for Klaus. Now, however, he would no longer hold back and would pursue his own happiness. Thierry's death struck a nerve with the vampires. Diego, leading the vampires, secretly joined Marcel's faction. As the flames gradually consumed Thierry's body, the Anti-Originals Alliance, led by Marcel, once again formed a united front. Betrayal, revenge, and family feuds. Dark forces rise once again in New Orleans. As the Michelson family's secrets come to light, sibling bonds are put to the ultimate test, and the fate of the Originals hangs by a thread. Let's continue our journey into the thrilling world of the Originals. A man turned himself into a human bomb, riding a motorcycle straight into the werewolf gathering. With a wicked grin, an explosion suddenly engulfed everyone. Elijah slowly woke up, relieved to find that Haley was unharmed. Convinced that this terrorist attack was Marcel's doing, Haley stormed off to confront him. Elijah stayed behind at the werewolf camp to help with the rescue efforts. Jackson was still relieved that there were no casualties from the explosion, but Elijah had already noticed more detonators. The second explosion went off, far more powerful than the first attack. The continuous explosions wreaked havoc, causing severe losses among the werewolves. Eve was trapped under a large RV, and Elijah rushed to her aid, managing to rescue her just in time. However, unlike other werewolves who could quickly heal, Eve had not yet killed anyone and hadn't activated her werewolf gene. Elijah wanted to offer his blood to help Eve heal faster, but Oliver refused. Oliver also blamed the vampires for everything, but Jackson insisted that they needed evidence before striking back. The two parted on bad terms. Haley was going to ask Klaus for help, but he had to stay at the church to calm Father Kieran, who had gone berserk, and Camille needed him. Father Kieran's curse had deeply rooted itself within him. His heart had already stopped beating, but Camille couldn't bear to watch her uncle die, so she begged Klaus to feed Father Kieran vampire blood. Even though they both knew Father Kieran would never complete the transition, Haley soon found Marcel's place, but Marcel denied the accusation, stating that he never harmed children, and Haley was living proof.
Andrea Labonnaire.
He hadn't killed Haley's parents. In fact, he had saved the last surviving member of her family. He could have used Haley as a bargaining chip, but instead, he entrusted the infant Haley to Father Kieran. Haley believed him and turned to leave, but Marcel called her back. Marcel revealed that the man on the motorcycle was a gambler who owed a lot of money to a casino. He suggested Haley investigate the woman who ran the casino. Father Kieran suddenly woke up, seemingly freed from the curse rooted in his blood, and the demon mark on his palm had disappeared. Learning he was in the middle of turning into a vampire, Father Kieran fell silent.
So the devil has a deal for me after all.
As Klaus had predicted, Father Kieran had no desire to become a vampire. He only wanted to spend some time alone with his niece. Klaus could only turn and leave. He went to find Genevieve to ask if she had anything to do with the explosions at the bayou. Genevieve insisted she wouldn't do something so vile, but when the topic of Father Kieran's curse came up, her words shocked Klaus. She revealed that the curse would not disappear with Father Kieran's death, but would only grow stronger. In the attic, Father Kieran soon noticed the darkened mark on his palm. He was about to commit suicide when the ghost of Bastiana appeared, whispering in his ear, urging him to kill what he treasured most. That was Father Kieran's only remaining family, Camille. Camille was alone, lost in her sorrow, when Father Kieran suddenly appeared before her, brandishing a dagger. Without saying a word, he lunged at Camille, stabbing at her. Camille was unable to fight back, but the bloodthirsty craving had already overtaken Father Kieran's mind, leaving Camille with no choice but to risk jumping from the second floor, only to have her uncle grab her by the collar and fling her aside. The vampire transformation stage of Father Kieran only wants to suck blood, and the demon is constantly instigating the situation. Thankfully, Klaus arrived in time and snapped Father Kieran's neck. At Camille's urging, Klaus drove a stake through Father Kieran's heart, ending his life for good. Oliver was keeping watch over the injured Eve, but he was clearly uneasy. It turned out that he had conspired with the humans running the casino to orchestrate the first human bomb attack because he wanted to create conflict and provoke the werewolves to fight back, but he hadn't anticipated such a massive loss of life. Eve didn't scold Oliver much. She just urged him to confess to the leader as soon as possible, but instead, Oliver smothered Eve with a pillow, ruthlessly killing her to silence her. When Haley returned to the wolf pack, all she saw was Oliver inciting the pack's hatred. Meanwhile, Jackson quietly kept vigil beside Eve's lifeless body to comfort the emotionally exhausted Camille. The Originals temporarily lifted Marcel's banishment. He was allowed to stay in the French Quarter for 24 hours, until Father Kieran's burial. However, Marcel secretly met with Diego and Josh. Josh produced a mysterious key, which he had taken from around Father Kieran's neck. The key seemed to be tied to some dark secret, and he believed that the young Camille was not ready to face it. At Father Kieran's funeral, people raised their glasses generously in honor of his service to the French quarter, but Francesca approached Camille and immediately asked where Father Kieran's key had gone. She made no effort to hide her ambition to take over human rule, which greatly displeased Camille. Haley also set her sights on Francesca, suspecting that Francesca was the mastermind behind the werewolf attacks. Francesca's attitude was equally arrogant. Without hesitation, Haley took down Francesca's bodyguard, but since she had no direct evidence, she could only threaten Francesca before leaving. Little did she know that Monique was secretly following her. Glaring with hatred as she began to stick pins into a voodoo doll, Haley suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over her but didn't realize what was wrong. Klaus opened Father Kieran's coffin, only to find his newborn daughter lying inside. Just as he was about to pick her up, the dead Michael drove a white oak stake into his heart. But it was only a nightmare. Klaus initially thought it was just his anxiety about being an inadequate father, but Elijah revealed that he, too, often dreamed of Michael. They quickly realized this was no coincidence and immediately cast suspicious eyes on Genevieve. Faced with this sudden accusation, Genevieve looked completely innocent and could only promise to ask the other witches for help. But the brothers weren't the only ones who had seen Michael. Davina had been trying to use her boyfriend's violin to cast a spell to summon his spirit, when suddenly Michael appeared before her. Davina had no idea what was happening, but the glass behind her instantly shattered. The mystery soon unraveled. A disturbance at the mysterious waterfall had caused the collapse of purgatory, releasing the souls of all dead supernatural beings, but there was no evidence to suggest that Michael would necessarily be resurrected. The original's brothers dismissed it as unimportant. At the priest's funeral, the spell Monique had cast took effect, and Haley suddenly felt an overwhelming discomfort. Collapsing in the middle of the street, the original's brothers were on high alert. Genevieve also rushed to help with first aid, but Haley had already slipped into a death-like state, her soul entering a dark and eerie place. Michael appeared before her. Klaus slashed his wrist, trying to make Haley drink his blood, but her heartbeat was gone. In the otherworldly realm, Michael also grabbed Haley by the throat. Haley thought she was already dead, but Michael's attempt to kill her jolted her back to awareness. Haley suddenly broke free from Michael's grip, declaring that if she were truly dead, Michael wouldn't need to go through the trouble of killing her. Elijah attempted to rush Haley to the hospital, but Genevieve warned that moving Haley would disrupt her spell. Klaus was ready to perform an emergency C-section, but Elijah stopped him. Genevieve quickly discovered who was sabotaging them and found a solution just as fast. Michael's eyes glinted with malice as he declared that Klaus didn't deserve to be a father, and he intended to crush Klaus's greatest hope with his own hands. Haley shattered the staircase railing and grabbed a wooden stake. Genevieve swiftly set up her spell. Michael is closing in. With nowhere left to run, Haley seized the moment and drove the stake into Michael's back. Genevieve's spell took effect, and Haley jolted awake. She immediately told the brothers about seeing Michael in the realm of the dead. They grew tense at once. After this harrowing experience, Haley decided to move back into the original's mansion. Klaus was deeply pleased and eagerly showed Haley the little room he had meticulously prepared for their daughter. Though he wasn't yet confident in his ability to be a good father, he was determined not to repeat Michael's mistakes. Haley couldn't understand why Klaus insisted on calling Michael father.
He's done damage only a father could do.
In that moment, Klaus was no longer the ruthless killer but a father filled with anticipation for his child's arrival. Elijah approached Haley, confessing that when he thought Haley might be dead, he felt a panic and pain he hadn't experienced in 1,000 years. They immediately kissed. Though the kiss was brief, it was enough for Haley to feel a sense of happiness. Michael approached Davina once more, claiming that only he could help her defeat Klaus. But first, Davina needed to do him a favor.
What can I do?
You can bring me back to life.
Monique, in her madness, cast a deadly curse on Haley. If not for Genevieve's timely intervention, Haley and her unborn child would have perished. Genevieve angrily confronted Monique for her treachery, but Monique claimed she was only following the ancestors' instructions. Genevieve informed her that Klaus's child carried a witch's bloodline and must die after birth to return her magic to the earth. Reluctantly, Monique backed down. Elijah also expressed his gratitude to Genevieve and asked for her help with a favor. After giving birth, Haley would have to endure the pain of transforming every full moon. Elijah hoped Genevieve could craft a moonlight ring to spare Haley from this pain. Genevieve agreed to his request. Marcel revealed the existence of the key to Camille. Although Camille was upset by what she saw as Marcel's borderline theft, she knew she had to join him in searching for her uncle's belongings. Father Kieran had possession of some dark magical artifacts capable of harming vampires, and they couldn't let these items fall into the wrong hands. Marcel had already discreetly searched Camille's family tomb, but Camille informed him that her brother's remains were not buried there. Indeed, they discovered a wooden box in her brother's grave, and the code on the box caught their attention. Camille clearly knew the answer, but she wasn't ready to share it with Marcel. Camille worked on the strange code alone, but Francesca showed up with her entourage, issuing a series of forceful threats. As the manager of the city's casinos, Francesca doesn't give a damn about Camille, gives her a deadline and leaves. But Camille had already cracked the code, which led her to a mysterious room. The house wasn't registered in Father Kieran's name, and even the owner had no idea what the room was for. Inside, Camille found a hidden chamber filled with dark magical artifacts. Jackson and Oliver had already located the black lapis required to make the moonlight ring, but on their way back, Marcel, accompanied by the police, intercepted them, taking them hostage without a word. Marcel threatened Jackson with Oliver's life, demanding he reveal Klaus's plans. The honest and kind-hearted Jackson had no choice but to disclose the plan to create the moonlight ring. Elijah also noticed the disappearance of Jackson and Oliver and called Klaus to inform him. Klaus, however, revealed that he had already started taking action. There was only one person with the guts and motive to go after the werewolves, and that was Marcel. But Marcel was protected by a cloaking spell, and there was only one person in the entire city brave enough to help him. That person was Davina. Klaus turned his attention to Josh, then instantly appeared in front of him and, without a word, bit him. This was his leverage against Davina. He tossed Josh in front of Davina and threatened her to reveal Marcel's whereabouts, or he would let the werewolf venom kill Josh. Davina had no choice but to comply, but her resentment toward Klaus grew even stronger. Klaus isn't going to let Josh off the hook, saying that Josh can barely survive another day, and he'll obviously need Davina's help. The empty room was filled with bombs. This was Marcel's plan to avenge the death of Thierry. Klaus immediately sensed something was wrong, and Elijah quickly grabbed Jackson and fled. A massive explosion swept through the entire house. Fortunately, they were unharmed. Haley, frantic with worry, hugged Jackson tightly and didn't forget to thank Elijah. Only Klaus, who was ignored by everyone, announced that he was safe. Jackson felt deeply guilty about losing the black lapis. Haley tried to comfort him, but Klaus had already prepared a backup plan. Francesca entered the Original's mansion with her bodyguards. She had long since made a secret pact with Klaus. Francesca handed Klaus a small bag of black lapis, declaring that it was simply the humans paying tribute to the city's rulers. Although the amount was small, it was enough to keep the plan to create the moonlight ring moving forward. Genevieve quickly gathered the materials needed for the spell, as instructed by the grimoire, but she was still missing one crucial ingredient. That was the blood of a werewolf who doesn't transform during the full moon. Klaus, unwilling to risk harming Haley, extended his own hand. One by one, droplets of his crimson blood fell onto the black lapis, but Marcel had quietly assembled a large force, preparing to launch a violent assault on the Original's mansion and forcibly disrupt their plan. Without a word, Klaus went out to confront the enemy. Elijah, however, was worried about Haley's safety. Francesca offered to stay behind and protect Haley, and without suspicion, Elijah turned and left. According to the vampire's plan, Marcel appeared to lure Klaus away, leaving a large group of vampires to ambush Elijah. Camille found critical information in Father Kieran's archives. Francesca wasn't human, she was a werewolf. Panicked, she called Haley to warn her, but Haley, too focused on the progress of the moonlight rings, hung up on Camille. She had just missed her last chance to stay alive. The spell was complete, but Francesca stepped forward to take the stones. Haley didn't understand her intentions. Francesca coldly killed her bodyguards and then activated her werewolf gene. Haley tried to attack her, but Genevieve knocked her unconscious. Francesca took the black lapis as planned, and Genevieve successfully took Haley away. The battle between Klaus and Marcel is coming to a close, and he has no problem biting his adopted son. As the werewolves began using the moonlight rings, Klaus's powers were gradually stripped away. Genevieve had added something extra to the spell. Those wearing the rings would continuously siphon Klaus's strength. Marcel seized the opportunity to escape. Elijah had already taken out most of the vampires. Francesca, however, walks out smugly and orders her werewolves to bite Elijah. This betrayal left Diego stunned. Elijah collapses, Diego quickly called for the vampires to flee. The werewolves' slaughter began, attacking the vampires indiscriminately. Even Diego couldn't escape, falling victim to the werewolves' fangs. Meanwhile, Haley had fallen into the witch's hands. They planned to help her deliver the baby, only to kill her afterward. Though Haley struggled desperately, it was all in vain. Led by Francesca, the werewolves seized the fruits of the original's family's victory and successfully took control of the city. 12 werewolves wearing moonlight rings wreaked havoc throughout the city, siphoning Klaus's power with each full moon. The original's brothers were forced to hide in their mansion, mourning the loss of their daughter, but Klaus had grown tired of living at the mercy of others. Elijah informed him that he had discovered the exact locations of the 12 moonlight rings. Klaus smiled. The original's brother's revenge was about to begin. Day after day, Francesca hid in her room, too afraid to step outside, unaware that 3 powerful enemies were lurking among her witches. With Genevieve's death, the last harvest which successfully resurrected, but within that young and vibrant body lay an ancient soul. The witch praised the extraordinary strategy of the original's brothers. That's right, the long-dead Esther had quietly come back to life and had allowed Finn and Cole to possess the bodies of 2 witches. Cole busied himself with seducing Davina. Finn, meanwhile, subtly approached Camille. Michael had also been secretly resurrected by Davina, who had stolen the white oak stake, intending to use it as her secret weapon against the original's brothers. Camille and Marcel had become lovers, finding solace in each other, and Camille now served as a messenger between Klaus and Marcel. Camille entered the original's mansion, stating that if they were set on avenging themselves against Francesca, Marcel would be their most steadfast ally. Klaus soon sought out Marcel, who introduced him to a vampire infiltrating the werewolves. On the night of the full moon, the revenge plan was set into motion. The mole spread false information, claiming that the original's brothers had lost the white oak stake. The only weapon capable of killing the original's brothers had supposedly fallen into the hands of the late Father Kieran. Francesca then dispatched her men to find Camille and inquire about the stake's whereabouts. Camille, feigning annoyance, casually gave the werewolves a fake address. The werewolves followed the address to an abandoned warehouse. Cautiously entering, they were met by Marcel, who had been lying in wait. Josh seized the opportunity to lock the warehouse doors. Marcel opened the switch on the roof, causing a large amount of potion to spray down on the werewolves. Seizing the moment, Marcel swiftly sliced the moonlight rings from the werewolves' hands, and the stolen power began to return to Klaus. Francesca deployed her forces to ambush Klaus, instructing them to bite Elijah and kill Haley. Oliver asked Francesca what she planned to do. Francesca insisted that she would stay hidden at home and go nowhere, knowing that vampires couldn't enter a house with an owner unless they were invited. Oliver led the werewolves to Klaus's place, unaware that Haley was already lying in wait. With a single move, Haley effortlessly took down 2 of the lackeys, removing the moonlight rings from their fingers. Klaus's strength continued to grow. Elijah took the initiative and appeared at Francesca's doorstep, violently tearing off another moonlight ring. Klaus's expression grew increasingly triumphant. With Elijah, Haley, and Marcel all striking simultaneously, the 12 moonlight rings were finally in the hands of the original's brothers. Klaus fully regained his power, swiftly eliminating 2 of the attackers. The hunt was nearly over. Francesca's door slowly creaked open, and Elijah stood at the threshold, not moving forward. Francesca, confident that Elijah couldn't enter her home, boldly faced him, but Elijah revealed that he had once convinced the mayor to expropriate the city's architectural heritage. As Francesca looked on in shock, Elijah calmly stepped into the room. The slaughter began. Francesca fled in her car, but a figure in the road forced her to slam on the brakes. Haley appeared at the car door, violently dragging Francesca out. This was a mother's long-overdue revenge. The hunt ended in complete success. Elijah leisurely destroyed all the black lapis stones. With their external enemies vanquished, they turned to healing their wounded hearts. Haley, now a hybrid, struggled to adjust to her new identity, and Klaus, still grieving the loss of his daughter, shut himself off emotionally. But the original's brothers had no idea that their elder brother Finn and younger brother Cole had already gained the trust of Camille and Davina. The young witch's mother smiled slightly. A larger conspiracy was already brewing. In the previous episode, after Haley's death, her daughter's blood remained in her body, causing her to slowly turn into a hybrid. Klaus, heartbroken by the loss of his daughter, shut himself off emotionally, but neither of them knows that an even bigger conspiracy is unfolding. The dilapidated wooden cabin was filled with corpses. This was Spain in the year 1702. Klaus and Elijah were shocked by the scene. Elijah complained that such actions would undoubtedly attract their father's attention. The two of them called out loudly for Cole, who not only showed no shame but even invited his brothers to join in the fun. Klaus pointed out that if their father found them, he would suffer a terrible fate. Cole, however, says he doesn't care, that it's not him his father wants to kill, and offers to leave the brothers. Elijah, however, insisted that the family must stay together. Klaus attempted to seal Cole with a dagger, and Cole swore he would make Klaus pay for it. Klaus plunged the dagger into Cole's heart. Time shifted to New Orleans in 1821. Elijah had successfully guided young Marcel to fall in love with music and reading, and Marcel even idolized Elijah. Klaus, on the other hand, was consumed with jealousy. He complained that life here was too dull, all while smiling and lifting the dagger that had sealed Cole. Outside in the yard, corpses were once again piled high. The awakened Cole was feasting heartily and smugly declared that he hadn't forgiven Klaus. Cole, without the permission of his brothers, fed his blood to young Marcel. He compelled humans to perform Shakespearean plays for them, but this time, the fictional killings in the play were turned into real ones. Elijah and Klaus were furious with Cole's actions, and Cole was sealed once again. Elijah, not wanting Klaus to feel jealous or think that he was taking Marcel away from him, pretended to be indifferent toward Marcel, even going so far as to insult him to his face. Marcel was deeply hurt, yet this allowed Klaus to naturally draw closer to Marcel. Time fast forwards to the present. Elijah found Marcel and discovered that he was secretly turning humans into vampires. As he watched Marcel speak confidently, Elijah felt a mix of emotions, both sentimental and proud. Marcel quickly noticed Elijah's presence and invited him to join his ranks, but Elijah said that he had another purpose for coming.
Find me the white oak stake and I'll let this little social experiment continue.
Davina was flipping through her spellbook, trying to break the connection between Elijah, Josh, and Klaus to prevent them from dying along with Klaus if Michael succeeded in killing him. Michael offered his help, but Davina didn't trust him. Davina received a message from Cole inviting her for coffee, and she happily went to meet him. Cole, however, secretly went to check out her attic. Finding nothing, Cole reported back to his mother and Finn. Esther suggested that Cole step up his game and invite Davina to dinner. In the midst of their conversation, a group of werewolves appeared in front of the three of them. Esther remarked that they were all there for the moonlight rings.
The witches have been working day and night. Soon we will have enough rings for an army.
Marcel found Davina, and after not seeing each other for a long time, they hugged tightly. Marcel asked Davina how she had been, and Davina said she had just been stood up by a boy. Marcel asked Davina to help find the white oak stake, which infuriated Davina. Marcel told Davina that if Klaus died, he would die too, but Davina said she wouldn't help him. Elijah appeared in front of Davina and pointed out that they all just wanted to protect their families and friends. Elijah's presence infuriates Davina even more. She said she only wanted the brothers to experience a taste of living in constant fear. Then she turned and left. Marcel complained that Elijah had spoken out of turn, but Elijah astutely noted that if Davina knew the white oak stake was a threat to Marcel yet remained unmoved, it could only mean that the white oak stake was in Davina's possession. Michael, trapped in the attic, held the white oak stake but had no way to use it. He tried once more to persuade Davina to free him. Davina received another text from Cole. They met as planned and had a delightful conversation. Cole revealed that he was a warlock and expressed his admiration and respect for Davina. In the middle of their conversation, Davina received a call from Marcel. Marcel told Davina that she was not safe, and that everyone looking for the white oak stake would come after her. He asked where she was and said that he and Elijah would come over to talk with her. Davina had no idea that Finn was now in front of Cole, urging him to quickly find the answers their mother needed. Davina hung up the phone and returned to the restaurant, only to be told that the place was being cleared out. As they were about to leave, they were blocked by a group of werewolves. Davina raised her hand and chanted a spell, causing the werewolf in front of her to clutch his head in pain and drop to his knees. In an instant, a dozen werewolves surrounded them. One werewolf pushed Davina to the ground, while another threw Cole over the bar. The werewolves closed in on Davina, baring their fangs. Davina twisted her bracelet and recited a spell, summoning Michael from the attic. Just as the werewolf was about to sink his teeth into Davina's neck, Michael appeared in time to hurl the werewolf away. Cole, hiding behind the bar, looked on in shock at his father. Michael went crazy slaughtering werewolves, but Davina was grabbed by a werewolf. and in the struggle, her bracelet fell to the ground. Davina lost control over Michael, and in an instant, Michael switched sides, grabbing Davina and preparing to bite her. Elijah burst in and shoved his father away, his face a mask of shock as he stared at the very much alive Michael standing before him. The next second, father and son were locked in a fierce battle. Michael showed no mercy, pulling out the white oak stake with the intent to kill Elijah. Marcel scooped up Davina, preparing to leave, but Davina said that if she could get her bracelet back, she could control Michael. Marcel retrieved the bracelet and tossed it to Davina. Seeing this, Michael immediately turned and charged at Davina.
Stop!
Unwillingly, Michael set down the white oak stake and turned to leave. Elijah didn't recognize Cole, who had been hiding on the sidelines watching the commotion, and let him leave the bar. Cole, knowing that the attack was orchestrated by his mother and brother, angrily declared that he would never be their accomplice, but Esther gave him no choice. She had plenty of ways to make her youngest son obey. Blood began to flow from Cole's nose, and he had no choice but to submit. He kept the fact that Michael had been resurrected a secret. Esther asked Cole if he had seen Davina's secret weapon. Cole, however, claimed that he had been knocked unconscious and hadn't seen anything. Klaus was busy counseling Haley, who was struggling with an identity crisis in her new form. Having lost her daughter and left her pack, Haley had become irritable and aggressive, much like Klaus in his past. Klaus could only guide Haley to temporarily set aside her longing for her daughter and focus on the plight of her pack. They quickly found Haley's pack members, who were struggling to survive under Oliver's leadership after Jackson mysteriously disappeared. Haley stepped forward, offering to lead them temporarily, but Oliver retorted that she wasn't even a werewolf anymore and had no right to be their leader. Klaus stepped out and knocked Oliver to the ground, reminding the werewolves that Haley was not only strong and compassionate, but she also had the backing of the original's brothers. Seeing that Haley had already taken control of the situation, Klaus announced that he was going to stir up some trouble with the witches and left the bayou alone. The werewolves who had defected surrounded Klaus, not wanting to harm those weaklings seeking refuge under the witches. Klaus loudly declared that he wanted to speak directly with the witches. The young witch Cassie called out Klaus's full name and then slowly walked out. Cassie had prepared citrus tea, but Klaus remembered that this tea had once been his mother's favorite. Cassie had an intimate knowledge of the origins of vampires, believing that killing them was the only way to restore the balance of nature. She also understood the hidden loneliness buried deep within Klaus. All of this made Klaus suspicious of the true identity of the young witch before him. He initially thought it was his mother's spirit communicating through Cassie, but he finally confirmed his suspicion. Klaus returns home worried and tells Elijah that his mother, who has been dead for thousands of years, is now in Cassie's body. But Elijah isn't shocked by the news. Instead, he says he has some big news to share with him too.
What could possibly be more important than the return of our mother?
Our father.
Having both parents alive didn't seem to bode well for the original's brothers. Klaus pointed out that they now had only one problem to consider.
Which of our parents do we kill first?
But before Elijah and Klaus could take any action, an invitation from their mother arrived at the house. A dining table appeared out of thin air, laden with exquisite food, but the dish in the center began to move eerily. Klaus lifts the lid and two birds flutter their wings and disappear. He picked up the note from the dish and opened it, revealing a dinner invitation from Esther. Their mother's letter made the brothers tense. Elijah points out that Esther is a master of possession, that killing her won't help, that she can possess another person. They needed a witch to break their mother's magical protections. Finn follows his mother's instructions and finds Oliver in a bar. He just squeezes his fingers and Oliver gets a green headache and is in excruciating pain. This was Finn's way of intimidating the werewolves. However, since he and his mother needed the werewolves to serve their cause, Finn offered Oliver a moonlight ring to win him over, but Oliver was a double agent planted in the pack by Haley. He immediately informed Haley that Esther had an accomplice witch. Klaus dismissed it as just another one of his mother's allies. Haley couldn't understand how a woman who had given birth to 6 children could be so cruel to her own offspring. This prompted Klaus to tell the story of their family. Their mother had given birth to 7 children. The eldest daughter had died before Klaus was born, and their youngest brother, Henrik, was killed by the village's werewolves. The werewolf pack that killed Henrik belonged to their mother's lover, who was also Klaus's biological father. Michael, in turn, killed Klaus's birth father. Their mother lost both her lover and her child in one night, so she used magic to turn the remaining children, only to regret turning them into bloodthirsty demons. The complex emotions and experiences left Haley shaking her head. Elijah found Marcel and told him he needed the help of a witch, but Marcel said that since it was discovered that Davina resurrected Michael, she had gone into hiding. Elijah pointed to the moonlight ring on the hand of a newly turned vampire girl, implying that Marcel had more than just Davina as a witch ally. Marcel had no choice but to call in Gia, instructing her to take Elijah to meet a witch. They found a dark witch named Lenore. Elijah asked Lenore how to break the possession spell so they could accurately identify their mother the next time she inhabited a body.
So, Brandon,
Lenore said she needed an item belonging to the cursed person and a live python. Elijah had just left when Finn entered Lenore's shop. Finn kidnapped Lenore and ordered Oliver to interrogate her, forcing her to reveal Elijah's plans. News of Lenore's capture quickly reached Haley. They decided to split up. Haley would go to rescue Lenore and assist her in completing the spell. Klaus and Elijah would stay behind to attend the evening's dinner. Klaus handed Haley a necklace that their mother had enchanted. It was a gift Esther had given him, something he had once treasured deeply. It was the only thing his mother had ever given him alone. Esther had once cherished this necklace and wanted Klaus to wear it at all times, but now Klaus had to use his mother's former love to prevent her from harming their family again. After 1,000 years apart, their mother came to visit her two sons, but Klaus and Elijah were far from happy about it. In the midst of their conversation, a stranger appeared before the brothers. He hadn't yet introduced himself, but Klaus quickly recognized him.
It's been a long time. Finn.
Meanwhile, Haley found Oliver and told him she was going to take Lenore away. All Oliver needed to do was pretend that he had been attacked by the witch. To make the act convincing, Haley had no choice but to give Oliver a beating. The Originals family dinner officially began. Klaus looked at the two empty seats and expressed his confusion. It was then that Finn revealed that Cole, like himself, had returned to the living world by inhabiting a witch's body. He urged Klaus and Elijah to accept their mother's transformation, saying they only needed to abandon their current bodies. Klaus couldn't resist mocking him, calling Finn nothing more than a sycophant who blindly obeyed their mother. Finn grew angry as well, still bitter about Klaus sealing him away for centuries. He also couldn't understand why Elijah tirelessly helped Klaus hurt the rest of their siblings. Elijah, however, said that their brother had always been their mother's most loyal ally. Esther arrived late, and Finn hurried to greet her, but Klaus and Elijah were filled with hostility toward their mother. Esther reminded them not to forget the love and care she had shown the brothers over the years. She had once fought against Michael for Klaus's safety. This statement only served to remind Klaus of the time he had to fight Michael to protect the necklace his mother had given him. Strangely, when Michael took the necklace from him, Klaus defeated his father for the first time and reclaimed the necklace. Snapping out of his memory, Klaus realized that his mother had deceived him. The necklace wasn't given out of love but to seal away the werewolf bloodline within him. Furious at this belated revelation, he accused his mother of turning him into the very weakling Michael despised, subjecting him to years of Michael's abuse. Klaus blamed Esther for all the misery he had endured throughout his life. On another day, Haley successfully rescued Lenore. Lenore calmly prepared to cast her spell. Haley asked Lenore how the spell would work, and Lenore explained that every time Esther was reborn, a special mark would appear on the back of her hand, allowing them to identify whose body she had possessed. Lenore's spell gradually began to take effect. Esther began to feel unwell, and then she suddenly collapsed in Elijah's arms. Their mother had appeared suddenly and then just as quickly disappeared, leaving Klaus and Elijah puzzled. Elijah tried to get Finn to reveal their mother's plot, but Finn cast a spell, slamming Elijah against the wall. Klaus immediately rushed forward as well, but he was still no match for Finn's magic. Lenore's spell was complete, but Haley noticed a black mark on the back of her hand. She quickly realized that the person in front of her was no longer Lenore but Esther, who had possessed her body. Haley was so frightened that she didn't dare move. Elijah's call came through, and Esther motioned for Haley to answer it. Haley quickly gave her location. Esther wouldn't let Haley say more and forcibly ended the call, saying she only wanted to use Haley to lure Klaus and Elijah over. The Originals brothers rushed toward Haley's location. Esther continued to tempt Haley, saying that she could undo her hybrid nature, restore her pure werewolf lineage, and even allow her to have more children. Klaus and Elijah arrived in haste, but Esther trapped them, preventing them from taking another step forward. Esther once again claimed that everything she had done was for redemption. She had already redeemed Finn and Cole and was offering Haley a new choice. Klaus declared that he would never accept his mother's so-called kindness. Esther, however, said she never intended to give the brothers a choice. She would do whatever it took to make them undergo the transformation. With that, Esther departed the scene, shielded by a flock of birds. Josh has his first online relationship, but the next thing he knows the other guy is throwing a vampire through the window. Aiden appeared with his werewolf squad in tow, swaggering in under the witch's orders to stir up trouble for the vampires. Josh was so surprised his jaw nearly hit the floor. Aiden signaled his men to violently bite a vampire. This was just the witch's first warning. After delivering their message, Aiden and the werewolves left with an air of arrogance, but that arrogance was short-lived. Finn said that to deal with vampires, they needed to use overwhelming numbers. He gathered all the teenagers from the werewolf pack, declaring that tonight was a blood moon night, and the children would indulge in slaughtering humans to activate their werewolf bloodline. Finn ordered Aiden and Oliver to lead the kids into the killing, pushing them to transform from children into warriors as soon as possible. Aiden was unwilling to let the pack's teenagers become the witch's killing machines, but Finn didn't give him any chance to question or choose, and left with the werewolf teenagers in tow. Elijah was teaching newly turned vampires essential combat techniques. Gia loves music, so Elijah instructs Gia to fight to the beat of the music. Gia's form improved, her punches becoming more precise, and she successfully forced Elijah back against the wall.
Very nice.
Gia hesitated. Elijah said that if she couldn't kill, everything would be meaningless, then placed Gia's hand on his chest, encouraging her to take that first step. Gia ruthlessly slides her hand into Elijah's chest. Elijah gasped loudly in pain, the atmosphere growing eerie, even slightly intimate. Haley appeared at just the right moment, startling them into pulling apart. Haley said she wanted to talk to Elijah, and Aiden soon appeared before them as well.
Please. I need your help.
Unsuspecting teenagers to form a werewolf army. Aiden's brother was among them. This took Josh by surprise. Elijah and Marcel decided to help. They would distract and deal with the witches, while Aiden and Oliver would be responsible for escorting the teenagers to safety. Oliver mentioned that the witches had grown suspicious of him and that he would likely die at their hands. Elijah, however, suggested that it was time for Oliver to pay for his mistakes. As night fell, Aiden led the teenagers through the crowd. Gia pretended to be drunk and deliberately provoked a man, with Marcel stepping in to assist by snapping the man's neck. After succeeding, they quickly fled. Aiden took the opportunity to direct the werewolves to chase after them. Unaware of the true situation, the werewolves immediately split up and scattered in pursuit. Oliver then led the teenagers away quickly. Haley guided the group. They escaped to a bar, where Josh opened a secret passage. The teenagers darted into the tunnel to make a quick escape, with Haley and Josh close behind. Josh led the kids through the tunnel, then followed Gia's directions to a warehouse. Marcel was already there, waiting. The children piled into the car one by one, ready to be taken to the werewolf settlement at the bayou, where another group of werewolves would protect them. Aiden thanked everyone.
We're all fighting for the same thing, you know.
Oliver hurriedly found Elijah, and the next second, they were surrounded by werewolves. Oliver said that the kids weren't there, but the enemy responded that their target wasn't the werewolf children at all, it was Elijah. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, with Elijah and Oliver bracing themselves for a fight. They soon dispatched all the werewolves. Suddenly, Elijah was struck by a sharp, unbearable pain in his head. Finn appeared from behind and, with one swift move, sent Oliver flying. Elijah seized the moment to rush forward and grab Finn by the throat, but Esther drives a stake into Elijah's heart from behind, and she controls it to expand inside Elijah's chest, finally knocking him to the ground. The original's brothers were terrified of Michael, who ended up being imprisoned by a 16-year-old witch. When their location was exposed, they fled into the mountains. Davina secretly called Camille back, letting her know that she was fine and didn't need to worry. Little did she know, Klaus was hiding right behind Camille. Using his extraordinary vampire hearing, he overheard every word of the conversation between the two friends. He expressed his urgency in finding Davina because she had resurrected his father. Camille said she couldn't help him, as Davina hadn't given her the address.
Oh, on the contrary, love. You just had to know how to listen. For instance, I heard cicadas, and I heard terns. The real giveaway was the church bells. Did you know Davina's family owns a little cabin in Terrebonne Parish? It's been abandoned for years, but a brief glimpse at a map shows it's just a mile from the loveliest little chapel.
Camille asked Klaus what his plan was.
Davina wants to use Michael to kill me. We just have two options. One, you reason with her. Two, I don't think you'd like to very much.
With no other choice, Camille agreed to accompany Klaus. Meanwhile, Michael was doing his morning workout, and Davina commented that he didn't look well. Michael complained that he didn't want to be a coward hiding in the shadows, but Davina said they weren't going anywhere until she severed the link between Klaus and his friends. She stroked the bracelet, stating that she had reinforced it with a spell, and it would no longer come off easily. Michael, however, mocked Davina's magic as useless in a real fight, remembering how she was crushed by a werewolf. Davina knew Michael was right.
You're so tough. Teach me.
Michael tossed the prepared weapon to Davina, but Davina said she wasn't ready yet. Michael responded that when he first learned to fight, he was even younger than Davina is now. He swung a wooden stick at Davina, but she blocked it. He demanded that Davina not let the enemy predict her moves. Davina accidentally breaks her ankle. Michael ordered her to stand up, saying that enduring pain is a true warrior's weapon. Davina, in great pain, forced herself to stand up, with her ankle badly hurt. Davina thought it over and decided to call Cole. Cole asked where she was. Davina said she would send him the address and asked him to bring some medicine for her injury along the way. Night fell, and Klaus and Camille took a moment to rest in a bar. Klaus, however, pulled out Papa Tun's curved dagger, stating that he had killed his parents once and could do it again. Camille grabbed Klaus's hand and asked him to dance with her. She persuades Klaus to take a break from his hatred of his parents to feel the true happiness of the world. They embraced and danced together, but with a spin, Klaus vanished without a trace. Cole had already arrived ahead of time and was helping Davina apply medicine to her ankle. Davina attempted to stand, but the pain in her ankle caused her to stumble and fall beside Cole. Seeing the opportunity, Cole began to whisper sweet words to Davina.
You've got a lecherous heart, Davina Claire. I won't be used, not for my body nor my medicinal herbs. We can hold hands, that's it.
A slightly ajar door caught Cole's attention, and he pushed it open to step inside. The room was filled with herbs and spell books, and Cole searched around, quickly discovering the white oak stake in a drawer. He tried to pick up the white oak stake, but Michael grabbed his wrist. Michael didn't recognize him and simply assumed Cole was a petty thief with ill intentions. To save his life, Cole had no choice but to claim that he was a warlock who could secretly lift Davina's spell imprisoning Michael. Only then did Michael release him. Cole then sneaked over to the sleeping Davina, trying to remove her bracelet. Davina suddenly woke up, and Cole had to lie, saying that Davina's phone was full of messages. Davina took the phone and saw a message from Camille. Klaus had already approached the cabin, peering through the window, but the room was empty. It turned out that Davina and Cole had used an invisibility spell together. Klaus walked to another room, where his father's enraged face was reflected in the window. Though he found nothing, Klaus did not give up. He walked back to the yard, pulled out a stick stuck in the ground, looked at it, and then threw it into the cabin with a reverse grip. The stick shot through the window like an arrow. Davina panicked and tried to dodge, but hit her head on the table and passed out. Cole approached Davina, but Michael suddenly grabbed him, threatening Cole to break the spell immediately. Cole had no choice but to comply. He grabbed Davina's wrist and recited a spell. The bracelet glowed, and Michael was freed. He appeared before Klaus, gripping the white oak stake.
You seem rather impatient. Are you so eager to meet your end?
I'm only eager to stand over your burning corpse again.
After delivering his threat, the father and son once again launched into battle. Michael knocked Klaus to the ground. He raised the white oak stake, ready to stab Klaus, but Klaus kicked him away. Michael tried to pick up the white oak stake, but Klaus stomped on his wrist. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, and once again, Klaus was knocked down by his father. Michael stabs the white oak stake at Klaus. Klaus seized the moment and, catching him off guard, drove the curved dagger into his father's body. Michael let out a horrific scream and collapsed to the ground. As the dagger gradually sank into his body, Klaus pulled the stake out with effort, hesitating as he looked at his unconscious father. Camille hurried over and begged Klaus not to harm Davina. Klaus told her that Davina was still alive, and Camille, moved, hugged him tightly. This touched Klaus, and he decided to heed Camille's plea and let Michael live. He tossed Michael into the car's trunk, closed it, and walked away. But Michael, who had been unconscious, miraculously regained consciousness, and then, struggling, he pulled the curved dagger out from his chest. She is the most stunning doppelganger in history, yet she's obsessed with entangling herself with both brothers. Klaus and Elijah both secretly fell for her. In front of everyone, Tatia kissed Klaus, leaving Elijah heartbroken as he walked away. The next moment, Tatia approached Elijah, openly expressing her affection for him. Hearing his beloved's heartfelt confession, Elijah was overwhelmed with emotion, and they passionately kissed. Esther blew out the candle, and Elijah woke from his memory. When it came to Tatia's death, mother and son had conflicting stories. Esther claimed that her son had killed his own lover, but Elijah accused his mother of draining Tatia's blood to suppress Klaus's werewolf nature. Each stood by their version, and Elijah once again fell into his memories. Klaus was curled up helplessly on the ground, surrounded by the remains of villagers. He had transformed into a wolf and savagely torn 6 villagers apart. Elijah approaches him with the clothes, stating that this transformation can only seem to stem from family genetics, and the father is furious about it. Klaus, in tears, asked if he was the only one cursed like this. Elijah did not answer. Elijah assured him that he would always be his brother. Tatia's arrival interrupted the brothers' conversation. Seeing the mutilated corpses on the ground, she turned and fled in terror. Elijah hurried after her. At that moment, Elijah had just turned into a vampire and still couldn't control his thirst for blood. The cut on Tatia's hand triggered Elijah's bloodlust, and he grabbed his beloved, sinking his vampire fangs into her throat. Elijah refused to accept this as the truth, firmly believing that it was their mother who had killed Tatia, but Esther insisted that she had altered his memory to spare him from the torment of guilt. Elijah, cradling Tatia's body, sought his mother's help. Esther promised him that he wouldn't suffer from these memories and instructed him to clean himself up so no one would know what he had done. This became Elijah's way of avoiding guilt. He created a tightly shut red door in his mind, locking away all the brutal truths behind it. Seeing that Elijah was beginning to doubt himself, Esther pressed her advantage, revealing that Elijah had always feared he might hurt Haley, just as he had hurt Tatia and Celeste. Esther claimed she could give him and Haley a brand new life, where they could even have another child. Elijah's eyes grow panicky, but he still refuses his mother's offer. To further break down Elijah's will, Esther created a false dream for him. In this dream, Haley appeared and swiftly bit through her mother's neck, then moved forward to break the chains that bound Elijah. After being saved, Elijah was so weak that Haley said he could suck his own blood. Elijah hesitated to try, fearing he would lose control and drain Haley's blood completely, but Haley assured him that she wasn't afraid. She then embraced Elijah, and they kissed passionately. Haley then exposed her neck, and Elijah, no longer hesitating, bit down. In the real world, Finn and his mother watched over an unconscious Elijah. Esther remarked that Elijah must confront his deepest fears in order to completely shatter his psychological defenses. In the dream, Elijah was bloodthirsty and savage, relentlessly feeding on Haley's blood, unaware that his real self was still trapped in place. Covered in blood, Klaus finally subdued his father, driving the curved dagger into Michael's body. He then tossed Michael into the trunk, closed the car door, and walked away. But in the trunk, Michael mysteriously regained consciousness. He reached into his chest, fumbling until he pulled out the curved dagger. Davina remained unconscious from the impact, so Cole and Camille decided to take her to the hospital. Klaus, having not been invited in, couldn't enter the house. Camille stepped outside and demanded that Klaus not harm Davina or her friends. Klaus agreed and handed the white oak stake to Camille. Camille went to the yard alone to start the car. Klaus walked to the cabin door and ruthlessly exposed Cole's true identity. Cole dropped his facade and taunted Klaus. Klaus loudly called out to Camille, asking if he could break his promise, but Camille didn't respond. Sensing something was wrong, Klaus walked over to the car to investigate, only to find the trunk empty. Klaus called Elijah for help. Unaware that Elijah's fate was uncertain at that moment, he demanded that Cole wake Davina, but Cole refused to help, leaving Klaus with no choice but to walk away in frustration. Cole then approached Davina, but just then, his phone rang. He ignored the call, but his nose started to bleed, forcing him to answer it. Finn asked Cole about the progress, ordering him to either kill Davina or sabotage the spell that would sever the connection. Cornered, Cole continued to search Davina's room. He found the herbs she used for the spell and recited an incantation to destroy them. Davina woke up from her unconscious state, and Cole entered to explain what had happened. Davina insisted on finishing the spell immediately. Michael grabs Camille and walks through the jungle, desperate to find a human to feed on to regain his strength. A group of people partying in the woods caught his attention. Klaus quickly tracked them into the woods, only to witness a bizarre scene. Dozens of humans stood still, wearing masks. Michael had them under his control, using them to stall Klaus, who didn't hesitate to fight the puppets. Cole volunteered to help Davina complete the spell. They tried again and again, but continued to fail. Davina was puzzled. She grabbed Cole's wrist, trying to transfer her magic to him, but she accidentally saw what Cole had done and discovered his true identity. Davina released Cole's hands and cast a spell, throwing him against the wall. Cole fought back, but he couldn't bring himself to seriously hurt Davina and was swiftly subdued by her. Davina accused Cole of endangering her friends. Cole admitted that both his father and mother were psychopaths, and though he was their child, he was filled with resentment toward the family. Davina asked how he managed to remove the spell from her bracelet. Cole replied that he had some experience in creating and destroying these dark objects. After a night of fierce fighting, Klaus had destroyed all the puppets. Haley called Klaus to inform him that Elijah was missing, but Klaus said he was too busy hunting down his father to help. He reminded Haley that if she found Elijah, he should come quickly to assist him. Klaus tracked Michael to a warehouse. Michael drank Camille's blood, and Klaus says he'll pay for it. Michael dropped Camille, and they began to fight once more. Davina and Cole also arrive at the warehouse, and they decide to suck the magic out of the white oak stake so they can prevent Klaus from dying in battle. Cole mentioned that the spell was too complex and required both of them to perform it together. He signaled Davina to draw power from him. The battle between Klaus and Michael intensified. Klaus knocked Michael to the ground, seized the white oak stake, and tried to kill his father. Michael threw the curved dagger at Camille, and Klaus rushed to save her. Michael took the opportunity to drive the white oak stake into Klaus's chest. Davina and Cole's spell has worked, and Michael watches with satisfaction as Klaus falls to the ground, his face turning blue. This was the closest Klaus had ever come to death, but Davina and Cole's spell was saving Klaus's life. Noticing that his son wasn't burning as expected, Michael realized something was wrong. He found Davina and Cole casting the spell and tried to disrupt it. Camille knelt beside Klaus, trying to pull out the stake. Cole let go of Davina's hands to confront his father, but Michael easily overpowered him, sending him flying with a single blow. Michael grabbed Davina and sank his fangs into her neck. The spell was interrupted, but at that moment, Camille managed to pull the stake from Klaus's chest. Michael returned to the warehouse, raging at Camille and threatening to tear her heart out. Marcel arrived just in time to save Camille. He attacked Michael without hesitation but was quickly knocked to the ground. Michael pointed the stake at Marcel, only to be restrained from behind by Haley with chains. Haley managed to take down Michael. By now, Klaus had regained consciousness and stood up. Davina also stepped forward, glaring at Michael with determination.
It's over, Michael. You're outnumbered. Are you going to beg for your miserable life?
You think having people makes you strong? It proves how weak you are. Come find me when you don't have fools, women, and children battles.
After saying all of this, Michael fled in a panic, while Klaus couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To convince her vampire son to accept a new human body, a mother who had been dead for 1,000 years returned to the living world by inhabiting someone else's body. Esther grabbed Elijah by the hair and, with one swift motion, slit his throat. She quickly whispered an incantation into her son's ear as blood flowed from Elijah's neck. In a desperate attempt to save his brother, Klaus dug up their mother's coffin from the ground, poured gasoline all over it, and then pulled out a lighter. At that moment, Elijah's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Klaus saw his brother's figure entering the old, dilapidated house, and quickly followed after him. Standing before him was Elijah, still impeccably dressed in his suit, exuding elegance and refinement, yet his demeanor was completely unlike his former self. Klaus grabbed a chair and hurled it at his brother, only to hit thin air. He shouted for his mother to stop playing these illusions. Esther slowly emerged, revealing that she was in the process of transforming Elijah, and she intended to do the same to Klaus. The motherly love that had been missing for 1,000 years seemed far less touching now. Klaus outright rejected his mother's selfish gesture of goodwill. 1,000 years ago, it was her mistakes that destroyed Klaus's childhood, casting him into the shadow of the volatile and wrathful Michael. It was also she who turned her own children into bloodthirsty demons. And now, 1,000 years later, Esther had returned to the human world by inhabiting another body. She sought to strip away the very powers that had sustained her children, utterly disregarding the formidable enemies they had made over the past millennium. To persuade Klaus to undergo the transformation, Esther resorted to recounting long-forgotten memories. There was a time when Michael loved his children dearly. He doted on his eldest son, Finn, and cherished their eldest daughter, Freya, like a precious gem, but Freya's sudden death shattered Michael's heart. and the couple's relationship began to drift apart. It was during this time that she met Klaus's biological father. Mentioning his birth father only infuriated Klaus further. Upon learning that he was nothing more than an unwanted bastard, Klaus often fantasized that his werewolf father would step forward, acknowledge his existence, and allow him to live carefree among the pack as a little wolf cub.
Or was he as ashamed of his bastard as you were?
Esther, however, revealed that she had returned to Michael of her own accord, fearing that if Michael learned the truth, he would kill both her and their son. But after Klaus was born, Michael found happiness again, and the couple's fractured relationship was mended. They then went on to have Cole, Rebecca, and Henrik. Though Klaus never realized it, it was indeed his birth that saved this nearly broken family. To fulfill Klaus's childhood wish, Esther promised to place Klaus's soul into a werewolf's body, allowing him to return to his father's pack. But the pain and disappointment he endured in his youth aren't something that can be erased with a mere token gesture in adulthood. Klaus had no desire to dwell on these long-buried memories. He only wanted to find and rescue Elijah. Esther reached out and knocked her son unconscious, already prepared with a new plan to reform this stubborn and rebellious child. Finn captured the traitorous Oliver, spreading word that he would execute him at midnight tonight. He ordered the werewolves to bind Oliver and display him, so they could witness the fate of a betrayer. Haley soon received word of this. She sought out Marcel for help, hoping he could stall Finn long enough for her to save Oliver. Marcel pointed out that she couldn't succeed alone. Haley replied that the werewolf pack still had a leader. If they could find the missing Jackson, she could rally the wolves to resist the witch's brutal rule. Haley moved swiftly through the forest, soon spotting a simple, makeshift shelter. 2 arrows flew toward her in quick succession, but Haley reacted swiftly, catching them mid-air. A man with a bow slung over his back approached her with a knife in hand, but Jackson appeared just in time to prevent a fight. The man was Ansel, a new friend of Jackson's and an old-fashioned werewolf. Haley urged him to help rescue Oliver, but Jackson angrily declared that Oliver had betrayed him and that he didn't care whether the man lived or died. Disappointed, Haley turned and began to walk away. However, Ansel stood up and followed after her, leaving Haley puzzled by his intentions. Ansel explained that, although he didn't care for vampires, he couldn't stand by and let a werewolf die at the hands of witches. Klaus awoke from unconsciousness to find Esther still waiting beside him. She told him the timing was perfect and revealed that Elijah was tied up in the witches' cemetery. Klaus took off at once. On the other side, Haley had successfully rescued Oliver, only to be blocked by Aiden and the werewolves he led. Haley stepped forward, hoping to negotiate their release, but Aiden refused her offer. Tension escalated as both sides prepared for a fight. This absurd standoff enraged Oliver. One command from the witches had turned the once united werewolves against each other. This wasn't how they were supposed to be. The werewolves fell into collective silence, and in the end, they allowed Haley and Oliver to leave the witches' cemetery. Klaus arrived late, hearing the sounds of a battle nearby. Ansel was fighting alone, and Klaus rushed to help. Ansel was already wounded and exhausted. Klaus swiftly snapped his opponent's neck. As they locked eyes, both were equally stunned. Klaus recognized the man as his father, who had been dead for 1,000 years because Klaus had seen Ansel's corpse with his own eyes. Klaus refused to believe it, convinced that this was just another illusion conjured by his mother, but Ansel insisted he was real, explaining that he had awakened among the werewolves a few months ago, unaware of Esther's plans or motives.
But you are my son.
Klaus noticed the mark on his father's hand, his gaze cold and resolute.
You are nothing to me.
Without another word, he turned and sped away. The rescued Oliver told Jackson that their pack was being enslaved by the witches. They needed a leader, and he begged Jackson to rise up and free the pack. Jackson remained silent. Suddenly, Oliver began to feel unwell, coughing as he collapsed to the ground. The witches had cast a spell on him, ensuring he would only live until midnight. Blood came out of Oliver's eyes and he died in Jackson's arms. Klaus found the bound Elijah, tearing away the cursed doll to free him, but Elijah remained unconscious. Their mother emerged, explaining that she had brought Klaus's father back from the other world to give him the chance to experience a love he had never known. This was her gift of redemption to Klaus, but Klaus rejected all of his mother's attempts at reconciliation because he still couldn't forgive her for one thing. She had ordered the witches of New Orleans to hunt down his child. His most cherished daughter, Hope, had faced countless witch attacks before she was even born, causing Haley to lose her life and become a hybrid. In a fit of rage, he grabbed his mother by the collar, demanding to know why she would harm her own bloodline. Esther tried to explain, but Klaus had lost all patience. He tossed her aside, rescued Elijah, and left without looking back. Finn, unaware of what had happened, rushed to his mother's side. Only he understood the reasons behind everything she had done, which was why he was willing to help her take down their younger siblings. Elijah lay unconscious in bed, while in his dream, he transformed into a blood-soaked demon, terrifying his younger self into fleeing in fear. Klaus whispered to his brother, but his words couldn't reach Elijah's mind. Klaus placed his hand on his brother's forehead, attempting to enter Elijah's consciousness and bring him back, but their mother's powerful magic blocked his efforts. He could only catch glimpses of fragments from Elijah's mind. Klaus' nose began to drip blood, and the next second he was violently thrown off his feet and crashed into Haley, who had just come to check on the situation. Haley pulled back Elijah's collar and noticed 2 small puncture wounds. Klaus explained that this was a side effect of an herb used to induce unconsciousness. He quickly realized that the herb might grow near the river's mouth and decided to search for it alone. Klaus moved swiftly through the forest, his senses alert to someone watching him. He soon discovered that it was his biological father, Ansel. He warned Ansel not to follow him, but Ansel insisted that he knew where Klaus could find the herb he needed. Klaus, assuming this would come with some strings attached, refused Ansel's help and set off on his own. Ansel didn't play games but instead directly told him to head west. The two walked silently through the forest. Ansel was the first to break the silence, expressing his desire to have a heart-to-heart with his son. Ansel told Klaus that he had once sought out Michael and fought for him, but Klaus responded that this declaration of fatherly love came too late. Ansel said that he had been watching over him all along and knew that his son had never truly found happiness or peace. Klaus, annoyed at being dismantled, doesn't yet know how to face the unrequited kindness of others head-on. In his anger, he grabbed his father, recounting his own brutal slaughter of an entire village, and then walked away without looking back. They finally found the herb, but it was surrounded by vervain. Ansel volunteered to collect the herb himself. Klaus asked him what he wanted in return. This question angered Ansel, who stepped closer and urged Klaus to enter his mind, so he could see for himself that he wasn't working with Esther. Klaus says he's not interested in his brain, but Ansel realizes he's just chickening out. In order to wake up Elijah quickly, Klaus chooses to go soft. As night fell, the two of them lit a campfire. Ansel processed the herb while Klaus waited nearby. This might have been the only true father-son conversation Klaus had ever had in his long life. Ansel pointed out that accepting Esther's offer wouldn't be a sacrifice. It would allow Klaus to become a better werewolf leader and a better father, but Klaus replied that he was no longer a father. Ansel explained that werewolves have a mystical bond of bloodline connection.
We feel everything more acutely. When you were a boy, after each full moon, I would wake closer to your village, having been drawn to you in the night. I know the call of my own blood, Klaus. I know your child is still alive.
Ansel handed the prepared herb to Klaus and turned to leave. Klaus called out to his father, admitting that he had grown accustomed to being Michael's son and didn't even know that parents could be so kind. But he warned that Esther was skilled at manipulating emotions and would use this to get to his daughter, Hope.
You waited too long before you came to rescue me. I won't make the same mistake with Hope.
Ansel quickly realized Klaus's true intentions. With tears in his eyes, he said he believed his son wouldn't be cruel enough to kill his own father, but Klaus cleanly boils through his father's chest with his knife, then catches his father's fallen body. Holding Ansel in his arms, Klaus watched in agony as the only elder who had ever truly loved him slowly died. Klaus returned home with the herb and applied it to Elijah's wounds. In the dream, Elijah was still fleeing in terror, but Klaus appeared before him.
We are the demons, lurking in shadow. We are the savage villains in fairy tales told to children. But not for my child. Not for Hope. In her story, we are the knights in shining armor.
Klaus handed a weapon to the younger version of Elijah, summoning his courage. The young Elijah surged forward and struck down his blood-soaked self, causing Elijah to awaken. The brothers faced each other in silence, but everything that needed to be said had already been understood without words. Finn's heart was hit by a sweet surprise when Camille suddenly confessed her true feelings to him. He had been posing as a psychological counselor to get close to Camille, but just moments ago, Camille mentioned she wanted to switch counselors.
You aren't finding our sessions productive?
No, that's not it. They've been great. You're really getting to know me. I want to get to know you too.
Finn thought he was about to embark on a beautiful romance, feeling a mix of excitement and even a bit of shyness. Unbeknownst to him, it's a huge conspiracy. Haley and Aiden found Marcel, and they prepared to launch an attack against Esther. Marcel mentioned that Finn seemed to have a thing for Camille, which led to this elaborate honey trap. Feigning hesitation, Camille explained that these feelings were affecting her work and communication. She pretended to panic and got up to leave. Finn hesitated but ultimately decided to seize this opportunity for love. He called out to Camille. Seeing the plan unfold smoothly, Camille returned to report the success. They quickly gathered to discuss their strategy. Camille brought out a box filled with weapons that Father Kieran had collected for fighting witches. Josh's ignorance amuses Aiden. Marcel pulled out a pair of shackles that could prevent a witch from using magic once they were bound. Meanwhile, Finn received a task from his mother. She ordered him to bring Camille to her, with hidden motives. The two arranged to meet at the bar. Finn thoughtfully brought drinks over to Camille. They had a pleasant conversation. Suddenly, Camille's phone rang. She said she needed to take the call and walked outside. Finn watched her go, feeling a pang of reluctance. But in the next moment, Camille disappeared. He chased her outside the bar and saw a werewolf biting Camille's neck. He shouted to stop it, but the other party quickly climbed the high wall and left. Finn rushed to check on Camille's condition, only to be taunted by the werewolf. He looked in the direction it had gone, but the werewolf vanished once again. When he turned back, Camille had disappeared. 2. Regaining his composure, Finn called Aiden, stating that he could soon use a locator spell to find Camille. He asked Aiden to join him in tracking down the werewolf. Aiden hung up and relayed the news to the others waiting nearby. Haley bit into her wrist, using her blood to heal Camille's bite wound. Josh says it's a really bad Friday.
It's not so bad.
Finn and Aiden met in a narrow alley. Aiden mentioned that a few of the short guy's friends wanted revenge, and he planned to lure Finn to the altar where they could ambush him. But Finn pointed out that Aiden's brother was one of the rescued werewolf children. He grabbed Aiden and threw him into the church. Josh hurried over to check on his injured lover. Finn pushed open the doors and walked in, raising his hands to light all the candles in the church. Josh tried to approach, but Finn quickly subdued him, throwing him down beside Aiden. Haley rushed from behind and knocked Finn to the ground. Finn is still concerned about Camille's condition, but Haley doesn't answer and strikes again. Finn used magic to knock Haley down, declaring that he was going to rip out her heart. He chanted a spell, and Haley was immediately overwhelmed with excruciating pain, blood pouring from her chest. Seeing Haley on the brink of death, an arrow suddenly pierced Finn's chest. Jackson had arrived as backup. He drew his bow again and shot another arrow into Finn's right leg, causing Finn to collapse onto the steps in agony. As Finn reached out to pull the arrow from his chest, Camille quickly shackled his wrists. Finn raised his hands, trying to use his magic, only to realize his powers were suppressed. The plan had worked perfectly. Haley asked Jackson how he managed to find her so accurately. Jackson explained that he had spent a lot of time tracking her when he was still a wolf, suggesting it might have been some kind of instinct. Haley apologized, saying she might not be the girl he had been waiting for. Jackson didn't deny it.
You're not the girl I waited for. You're better.
Who says a broken mirror can't be made whole again? Davina was chanting a spell in front of a mirror, and the shattered pieces miraculously began to reassemble. Cole quietly approached from behind and whispered softly in Davina's ear. Startled, Davina caused the mirror to shatter once more. They had fled to a remote motel to hide from Klaus. Cole urged Davina to relax and get some sleep, but Davina was too worried to think about anything else. In the middle of their conversation, Cole's arms suddenly throbbed with intense pain, leaving Davina confused. Cole explained that this was his mother's way of summoning him. As a line of bloody text appeared on his arm, with no other choice, they drove toward the French Quarter. During the drive, Cole began sharing stories from his past. He spoke of his love for magic and how much he enjoyed it, but becoming a vampire had robbed him of the joy he found as a witch, leading him to seek thrills through bloodshed and violence. He admitted that his mother had sent him to spy on the most beautiful witch in town.
I can't believe your mom sent you here to flirt with me.
No, Mum, she sent me to follow you. The flirting bit was me.
His smooth talk was nothing short of impressive. When Cole returned to Esther, his mother asked if he had retrieved the white oak stake. He replied that progress was slow but assured her everything was under control. Esther exposed his secret about Michael's resurrection but didn't reprimand him much. Instead, she healed the wounds on his arm. Esther demanded that Cole do whatever it took to obtain the white oak stake. Cole relayed his mother's intentions to Davina, stating that he refused to be her pawn. All he wanted was a little of Davina's blood. 100 years ago, he had built a secret base with a witch who happened to be Davina's ancestor. Only Davina's blood could unlock the chamber. He hands Davina the dagger. They successfully entered the chamber, which was filled with objects crafted through dark magic. Cole picked up a dagger, explaining that if they stabbed Klaus in the heart with it, he would fall into an endless sleep, and Davina's friends wouldn't have to die. He introduced Davina to a spell called the Cameo spell, which could change the composition of materials, turning silver into gold. He asked Davina to hold his hand, explaining that the Cameo spell required a spark between two people. Davina took Cole's hand. They lifted a rope together, closed their eyes, and chanted the spell in unison. Cole couldn't help but slowly move his hand up Davina's arm, and the rope instantly ignited with flames, making Davina smile with joy. Cole seized the moment, drawing closer. Their eyes met, and a spark of emotion passed between them, but the flames from the burning rope scorched Davina, breaking the moment of intimacy. Cole picked up a silver bracelet and tied it around Davina's wrist, saying it was a gift from him to her. Exhausted, Davina sank into the sofa, and Cole grabbed a blanket to cover her.
But you don't already.
He gently carried the sleeping Davina back to the loft and laid her carefully on the bed. The white oak stake was right in front of him, yet he didn't take it. But Cole failed to notice that Marcel had quietly appeared behind him. In the previous episode, Klaus finally rescued his brother Elijah, and they also discovered why Esther wanted to kill Klaus's daughter, Hope. Elijah finally regained consciousness. Klaus walked in, guilt-ridden, and began to recount the story of how he had killed his biological father. He handed Elijah Ansel's notebook, inside of which were drawings Ansel had made of a young Klaus. If there was anyone in the world who could truly understand Klaus's actions, it was Elijah.
You killed him for hope.
Under his brother's comforting words, Klaus found a sense of inner peace. Haley and Marcel approached the brothers, announcing that they had a gift for them. Puzzled, the brothers followed them down the hall, where they saw a bound Finn and an indignant Cole. Klaus broke into a satisfied smile. Davina finds Marcel, saddened by Cole's deception and the loss of the white oak stake. Marcel confessed that he had kidnapped Cole and returned the white oak stake to Klaus, urging Davina and Josh to stay together while he went to meet with Klaus. Reunited friends began to open up to each other. Josh said that he was doing well and even shared a picture of Aiden with Davina. Davina was happy for her friend and mentioned that she wanted to meet his significant other. Following her request, Josh brought Aiden to meet Davina.
You must be Aiden. Super cool, super handsome.
Werewolf traitor.
An unexpected joke fell flat, making the atmosphere awkward, and Aiden hurriedly tried to change the subject. Davina excused herself, saying she needed to order some takeout, and turned to leave. With no one else around, Aiden and Josh appeared both happy and bashful, but Aiden seemed worried, fearing that sooner or later, someone would suspect him of framing Finn. Josh reassured him sincerely, telling him that he only needed to tell everyone the truth. The pack would believe and understand him. Touched by his sweet words, Aiden leaned in to kiss his boyfriend's lips. The two shared a passionate kiss. Only then do they remember Davina, but she has already sneaked away. Finn and Cole were both shackled in chains, unable to use their magic, and even the simple act of eating a piece of cake required them to watch for others' approval. Klaus tried to persuade his brothers to join his side with kind words. Elijah, however, had become irritable and was like a completely different person. Klaus had to intercede a lot, but Finn brought up Rebecca, stating that from the very first day of her resurrection, their mother had been secretly searching for Rebecca's whereabouts. He claimed it was only a matter of time before their mother found Rebecca. At that moment, Rebecca also sensed something was wrong. The rows of ravens in the distance were messengers of their mother, and she and Hope were no longer safe. Upon hearing Finn say that their mother had already found Rebecca, Elijah instantly bared his fangs. Klaus had no choice but to temporarily halt the negotiations. He pulled Elijah into the hallway, reminding him that killing Finn and Cole would be pointless. They would only find new bodies and come back to life.
As the earth shifted on its axis, you needing restraint from me.
Elijah soon received a call from Rebecca. She had managed to escape Esther's messengers and was currently on the run with Hope in her arms. Klaus advised his sister to head west. Elijah hung up the phone and urged Klaus to go find Hope, but Klaus was worried that in his brother's current state, peaceful negotiations would be impossible, so he decided to stay and convince Finn and Cole himself, while sending Elijah to protect his daughter.
Elijah, do whatever it takes to keep her safe.
I give you my word.
The werewolves began conspiring to rebel against Esther's rule. Haley hoped that Aiden could gather all the werewolves for a meeting. However, Aiden explained that as long as the witches controlled the moonlight rings, the werewolves would continue to follow them. But, unable to defy his leader's orders, he reluctantly agreed to the meeting. Jackson, on the other hand, remained consumed by his depressive state. Despite having studied numerous ancient texts and read through Ansel's notes, he still couldn't find a way to spare his people from the agony of transforming. Now, having lost both Ansel and Oliver, Jackson numbed himself with alcohol. Haley, seeing no other option, began sifting through those ancient books as well. At Klaus's invitation, Marcel joyfully joined him in tormenting his brothers. Marcel warned Cole to stop messing with Davina, but Cole wasn't intimidated by his threats. Klaus needed him to fight against Esther. Unfazed by Cole's stubbornness, Marcel didn't hesitate. He grabbed a knife and plunged it into Cole's hand. Klaus, too, eagerly laid out various instruments of torture for Finn. Ever since Freya's death, Finn had become their mother's most devoted child. His loyalty to Esther had lasted 1,000 years, and he wouldn't be swayed by Klaus now. Haley unexpectedly made a new discovery in Ansel's notes. According to the notes and the legends passed down among the werewolf clans, if the leaders of two clans were to marry, they would be able to share each other's strengths. In other words, if Haley married Jackson, the werewolves could control their transformations just as she could. Haley initially thought that a simple ceremony would suffice, but Jackson insisted that it had to be a genuine marriage. Noble and kind-hearted, Jackson had known about this legend for a long time, but he was unwilling to pressure Haley into marriage. This left Haley in a dilemma. On one hand, there was her complicated and awkward love for Elijah, and on the other, the revival and unity of her entire clan. She turned to Camille for help, hoping to find some reliable information among the myriad of dark magic artifacts. Camille advised Haley to think it through carefully, as she alone would have to bear the consequences of her decision. But Haley noticed something odd about Camille. A row of puncture wounds had mysteriously appeared on Camille's back, but she had no recollection of how they got there. The werewolf gathering took place as planned, and Haley publicly discussed the union between the clans. She stood before all the werewolves and slowly extended her hand. Her palm began to transform, sprouting wolf-like claws and fur, and her eyes turned golden. As the last remaining member of the Labonaire wolf clan, Haley naturally became the clan leader. Standing before all her people, she announced the decision to marry, urging them to abandon the witches' rings, unite, and create the strongest pack in history. Aiden was the first to step forward in response. He walked up to Haley and publicly discarded his moonlight ring. The pack dispersed. Haley and Jackson sat on the ground together. Jackson vowed that he would be a good husband, and even if it was just a formality, he would still give Haley a proper proposal ceremony. He knelt on one knee in front of Haley and took her hand.
Haley Marshall, will you marry me?
Elijah sat in the restaurant, waiting for his sister and niece, when the gaze of a strange man made him uneasy. A waitress accidentally spilled tea on his sleeve, and fury surged through him. Esther's brainwashing had taken effect, and in his mind, the image of a closed red door appeared once more, hiding the darker side of his bloodlust and violence. Rebecca arrived late with Hope in tow. The long-separated siblings embraced warmly. Elijah lovingly cradled Hope in his arms, and he began to find the idea of becoming human somewhat appealing. Rebecca mentioned that she, too, wished to have a child of her own, but then she noticed the bloodstain on her brother's sleeve, making an excuse that the baby needed a diaper change. She took Hope from Elijah and headed towards the restaurant's kitchen. She gently pushed open the ajar door and was greeted by the sight of a room filled with scattered corpses. Every waiter and patron in the restaurant had fallen victim to Elijah's hands. She quickly covered Hope's eyes and turned away, gathering her emotions before returning to Elijah with Hope in her arms, placing the baby back in the cradle. As Elijah's attention was focused on Hope, Rebecca swiftly and cleanly snapped her brother's neck. Davina returned alone to the secret base she shared with Cole. Determined to save Cole, Davina made herself the bait. She used dark magic to brew a large bowl of a thick, black potion, and without hesitation, drank it down. Davina then made her way to the original's mansion and, without warning, attacked Klaus, sending him flying with a single blow. Not one to be outdone, Klaus retaliated by casually throwing her out as well. Davina continued to provoke Klaus with her words. Klaus finally reached his breaking point and sank his teeth into Davina's throat, but the blood that flowed from Davina's veins was black, and Klaus collapsed. poisoned and helpless. It turned out that Davina had transformed her own blood into a lethal toxin. Cole asked Davina what she planned to do next. She replied that she intended to drain Klaus's blood and toss him into the river. Marcel pointed out that he had already convinced Cole, and they were all going to join forces against Esther. Davina refused their offer, but Camille's arrival changed her mind. Upon hearing the news of Ansel's death, Esther was overwhelmed with grief. She sought out Camille without hesitation, but Camille had no recollection of this encounter. While changing clothes, Camille discovered a series of puncture wounds on her back, and Cole recognized it as a spell their mother used to prepare a body for possession. When Camille learned that she was to become the next vessel for Esther, she was furious. She stormed up to Finn and slapped him hard across the face. She demanded to know why Finn had chosen her.
Because you're perfect. Healthy, beautiful, smart.
But Finn says that Camille wasn't her mother's vessel for herself. She was her vessel for Rebecca. They knew they couldn't defeat Esther without Klaus. Despite Davina's strong reluctance, she agreed to revive Klaus for Camille's safety. Davina was relieved that Cole hadn't betrayed her. Klaus also told Cole that he had mourned deeply for him after hearing of his death. As they spoke, Klaus received a call from Rebecca. Rebecca said that the Elijah she knew would never have killed a dozen humans just because the food was bad. Klaus arranged a place for them to meet. After hanging up, he walked over to Finn and signaled Marcel to bring in the coffin. He no longer had the time or patience to persuade Finn, so he locked him in the coffin and sealed the lid. Haley arrived late, saying she had something to discuss with him. Klaus told her to save it for the journey ahead. This was perhaps one of the rare tender moments for the Michelson family. Elijah cradled Hope in his arms. Rebecca was busy gathering firewood for the bonfire. In the distance, Klaus and Haley were driving towards them. Haley, overcome with emotion, rushed to her daughter. She carefully took Hope from Elijah's arms, her longing for her daughter over the past few months finally finding some relief. Haley glanced back at Klaus, then walked over to him, handing Hope to her father. Klaus held his daughter lovingly. The family of three was finally reunited. Rebecca and Elijah watched them quietly from the side. Klaus gently kissed his daughter's forehead. Under the bright sunlight, the family gathered to prepare for the bonfire festival. Rebecca suggested that everyone should write down a wish and throw it into the fire. Klaus was deeply resistant to such sentimental gestures, but Haley insisted that this was their daughter's first festival and they needed to respect tradition. Klaus couldn't hide the smile on his face as he held his daughter, reluctant to let anyone else hold her, not even her mother. Haley urged him to write down a wish.
You would tell Elijah you're marrying your werewolf suitor, at which point I will pour him a scotch and congratulate him on the bullet he dodged.
Seeing the mischievous look on his face, Haley, dissatisfied, took their daughter and walked away. In the bright sunlight, Klaus lit the bonfire. Rebecca excitedly came out with a camera. Though every cell in Klaus's body resisted, he still couldn't refuse everyone's request and took their first family photo. As they looked at the beautiful, sweet moment captured in the photo, Klaus spoiled the mood by insisting that the photo had to be burned. To avoid the risk of it falling into the wrong hands and revealing Hope's whereabouts, Haley reluctantly threw the photo into the fire. And with that, the Michelson siblings' brief holiday came to an end. Rebecca refused to endure this kind of life any longer. She declared that she would willingly cooperate with their mother to complete the spell, and urged her brothers to kill her while Esther was casting the spell. As night fell, Haley sought out Elijah. With a tinge of guilt, she told him about her impending marriage to Jackson. She explained that while she was doing this for the sake of her family's survival, she couldn't marry one man while still loving Elijah. Elijah understood, acknowledging that Haley had to unite her people. He would also bring the vampires together, and Davina would eventually become the leader of the witches. Only by doing so could they restore peace to the city, allowing Hope to stop wandering and return to her parents. But at the same time, this also meant that their relationship had officially come to an end.
Stay away, just let you be.
After 1,000 years of separation, the reunion of husband and wife was far from warm and comforting. Michael angrily accused his wife of disregarding his fate while not forgetting to resurrect her old lover. He vowed to kill Ansel once again. Esther informed him that Ansel had already died by Klaus's hand. At the mention of Klaus, Michael's anger surged, and he couldn't resist attacking Esther, but she vanished before his eyes. Esther reappeared behind Michael, after chanting a spell, and suggested that although there was little affection between them, they could still negotiate a deal. Cole and Davina had not given up their plot against Klaus. Cole explained that to make the dagger effective in sealing Klaus, they would need a larger diamond. In 1914 New Orleans, Cole, along with two witches, snuck into a mansion in the dead of night and successfully stole the jewels of a noble widow. But as Cole was leaving the mansion with the diamond, he was caught red-handed by Marcel and Klaus. Klaus demanded that he hand over the diamond, and Cole, with no other choice, reluctantly gave it to his brother. As punishment for Cole, they ordered the witches to seal the house. Cole's female companions were trapped inside and never set foot outside the door again. Davina suggested that while Klaus was away on vacation, they could sneak back and retrieve the diamond. With the plan set, they began searching the entire house, rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Davina unexpectedly found an old photograph. It was a picture of the Michelson siblings taken during Christmas of 1914. At that time, Cole was also secretly searching Klaus's room, trying to steal back the diamond, but was caught by Rebecca. Cole told her that with the diamond, he could create a dagger capable of sealing Klaus, and he begged Rebecca to keep his secret. Rebecca agreed, but at the following party, Cole realized that his brother already knew what he had been up to. After the photographer captured that photograph, Klaus used the dagger to seal Cole first. Cole doesn't tell Davina the rest of the story, but already has a vengeful prank in mind. Impatient, Camille decided to start with Finn. She persuaded Marcel to open the coffin and release Finn, thoughtfully offering a piece of cake to the nearly suffocated Finn. But Finn coldly declared that he would no longer be swayed by her beauty and kindness. Camille accused him of having no moral compass. Finn responded that while everyone in the family sought to redeem Klaus, he didn't believe in redemption, only in justice and evil. He insisted that his actions were about protecting ordinary people like Camille, as he intended to kill all vampires and any humans who sided with them. Camille, frustrated, gave up on the conversation and had Marcel lock Finn back in the coffin. They then finalized their plan to lure and kill Esther. Cole demanded the diamond as his reward. Having gotten what he wanted, Cole quickly followed Marcel's plan and prepared a new vessel for Rebecca, ensuring that Camille would no longer be at risk of possession. But Cole mentioned that he needed to retrieve his mother's hourglass to connect both spells. To gain Esther's trust, he would have to hand over the white oak stake. Marcel adamantly refused this idea, but Klaus emerged and agreed.
Do I have your word that for once you will honor that?
You have my word, Nick. Swear on the fate of us all.
Klaus turned and went to fetch the stake. Cole handed the white oak stake to his mother, claiming he had completely earned Davina's trust. Casually, he drew circles on his mother's hourglass. Rebecca appeared before Esther as planned, bringing up her mother's plans to remake them. Meanwhile, Davina set up the ritual circle and prepared the hourglass. The two hourglasses would be linked, allowing Davina to cast a spell that would prevent Esther's soul from escaping her body. As her mother prepared tea, Rebecca asked for red wine instead. Esther complied, stating that Rebecca was the only one of her children who could truly be carefree, and becoming human would bring her happiness. Esther handed the wine to her daughter. Cole interrupted at this moment. Drawing his mother's attention, Rebecca pretended to be convinced.
Well then, to the end of an era. I'm in.
Esther turned the hourglass, then clinked glasses with her daughter before slowly sipping the wine. Cole secretly muttered an incantation, and the two hourglasses connected. Rebecca anxiously watched as the sand in the hourglass rapidly sank. Just then, Esther produced the white oak stake, announcing that she would destroy her daughter's vampire body. Cole was taken aback by this development. Rebecca demanded that the spell be stopped, but her mother insisted that the spell couldn't be undone. It was set in motion the moment she turned the hourglass. Davina and the others watched the hourglass intently, waiting for the final moment. Klaus appeared before his mother, offering himself in exchange for Rebecca, but she refused. Esther expressed her disappointment in his stubbornness. She revealed that she had already struck a deal with Michael and would hand over the white oak stake to him. She also had a new body prepared for herself. As the hourglass neared its end, Cole loudly reminded his brother that the time had come. Klaus swiftly drove a knife into his mother's throat, and Esther slowly collapsed. As the last grains of sand fell, Davina began chanting loudly, and Camille and Rebecca both started trembling. With a loud bang, the hourglass shattered, and they all collapsed to the ground. They looked at each other in bewilderment, realizing that all they could do now was wait. Klaus gently carried the unconscious Rebecca back and laid her down on the couch. Marcel noticed the broken shackles. Finn had escaped with someone's help, leaving behind an empty coffin. Camille was still asleep, and Marcel pointed out that she needed to leave the French Quarter because Finn would pose a threat to her safety. Suddenly, Camille awoke with a start, and Klaus cautiously called out her name. This meant the plan had worked. They had blocked Esther's escape route. However, Rebecca still hadn't woken up. Her soul had entered a new body. Klaus turned to leave, and Marcel asked if he could confirm whether Esther was truly dead. Klaus said that he and Rebecca had prepared a backup plan. He then arrived at a crypt filled with human bones, where Esther lay quietly. Esther slowly woke up. A blood bag placed in front of her. Klaus informed his mother that while she was off guard, Rebecca had mixed her own blood into the wine she drank. Now, she was undergoing the transition into a vampire. Klaus generously offered his mother a choice: either die and return to hell or become the very vampire she despised. Cole then produced the diamond, saying that the creation of the dagger could now proceed. He told Davina that he had played a prank. As revenge for Rebecca's past betrayal, he had switched the body meant for Rebecca with that of one of his witch friends. It was the same witch that Klaus had trapped in the mansion back in 1914. Unaware of all this, Klaus placed his sister's body into a coffin. Cole then pulled out the white oak stake and, keeping his promise, handed it back to Klaus. The thrilling saga continues. Follow me for more. Her sister wants to take away her biological daughter, but she doesn't dare to say no, because she was the one who approached her sister, begging her to use witchcraft to cure her infertility. Her sister warned her that the price would be steep, but even that didn't change her mind, now that she has her own child. According to their agreement, every firstborn son of the family from now on will belong to her sister. Esther vows that she will reclaim her witchcraft and fight against her sister.
You knew the bargain you made. And should you defy me, then I will take all your children, including little Finn, even unborn Elijah.
But her daughter Freya disappears from her sight. Rebecca is trapped in a witch's body by Cole's prank when a strange girl recognizes her.
You're the sister, Rebecca.
The stranger is none other than Cassie, the harvest witch previously possessed by Esther. Rebecca asks Cassie how she can escape, but Cassie tells her that no living person has ever left this place. They head downstairs. Cassie explains to Rebecca that ever since Klaus imprisoned 2 witches here until they died, the witches' spirits have been attracting girls who were harmed by witchcraft. Some of the warlocks who were imprisoned here for practicing dark magic have become the actual leaders. Rebecca insists that if she can find a way to send out a distress signal, her brothers will definitely come to rescue her. Unaware of Rebecca's situation, her brothers decide to split up. Elijah and Camille take Hope and leave the French Quarter. Klaus and Haley stay behind to deal with Finn. But Finn isn't idle either. Michael frees him from his coffin, and the two decide to join forces against Klaus. Finn says that he can take advantage of his father's immense power. Werewolves and vampires gathered together to negotiate peace for Haley and Jackson's wedding. Marcel declared that he would lead the vampires to ensure the wedding proceeded safely and on time, but the werewolves had to promise peaceful coexistence after the ceremony. Finn suddenly showed up uninvited, intent on finding out the whereabouts of his mother, but he came up empty-handed. In a fit of rage, Finn pressed his hand against the wall, causing the entire house to shake violently. The crowd was bewildered. Gia attempted to attack Finn but was burned by an invisible barrier. Finn cast a spell that trapped all the werewolves and vampires inside the house, then turned and left with a smug grin. Josh and Aiden finally found a moment to be alone.
As long as we're trapped here in the witch bubble of doom, might as well make the most of it. Come on, someone might come up. So? I don't really care if anyone sees me making out with my boyfriend.
Aiden admitted that the werewolf clan's hatred for vampires ran deeper than Josh had imagined, and that his pack neither knew about nor would accept their relationship. Suddenly, Josh felt unwell, and as he stared at Aiden's neck, he was overwhelmed by a bloodthirsty desire. It turned out to be the effect of Finn's spell. The hunger almost consumed Josh, and he was afraid to even be with Aiden. He went to Marcel and told him something was wrong, but as Finn's spell took full effect, Gia and Marcel were also overtaken by an unexpected wave of hunger. Klaus walked in, complaining that the vampires in the house suddenly seemed eager to feast, but he quickly realized who was behind it all. Being the only witch in the house, Cole calls Davina and they chant a spell together across the barrier, palm to palm, but soon invisible magic bounces them off each other. They realize that Finn must have drawn on some powerful energy. Little did they know, the ever-dutiful Finn had already turned Michael into a sacrificial offering. Elijah called Rebecca, only to discover that the girl who was supposed to be used as a vessel was still herself. With Rebecca's soul nowhere to be found, he immediately informed Klaus of this unexpected development. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Klaus called Finn and revealed their mother's location. Finn, however, insisted he would only lift the spell on the house once he confirmed his mother was unharmed. Rebecca, sending out a distress signal, joined Cassie in chanting a spell to try and relay the message to her brothers, but the spell was quickly interrupted by a witch pushing through the door, so they had to get up and leave the room. Unbeknownst to them, the neatly arranged words behind them were suddenly disrupted by an invisible force. Finn blasted through the sealed crypt and finally found his mother, only to discover that she had become a vampire. He furiously accused her of abandoning her principles, but Esther simply replied that she was just too hungry.
It was your morality, Mother, your conviction that awed me. That's why I stood by you. That's why I fought for you!
Finn wastes no time in turning his mother into a sacrifice. Cole suggested that he and Davina could combine their powers to create a spell that would interrupt Finn's barrier for 60 seconds, but it would cause all magical items in the house to lose their power. The vampire's daylight rings would stop working. However, the hungry vampires and agitated werewolves were already too far gone to coexist peacefully until sunset. Cole and Davina decided to cast a spell to send the werewolves outside. As they prepared the spell, the werewolves and vampires in the house had already started to clash. A wooden stake in a werewolf's hand first grazed Aiden's arm, and the sight of the scarlet blood provoked the starving vampires. Two vampires lunged at Aiden, knocking him to the ground. Seeing the danger, Josh snapped one vampire's neck and threw the other aside, but the bloodthirsty and hungry Josh almost lost control when he saw his lover's bleeding arm. Klaus rushed forward and snapped Josh out of it just in time. Davina and Cole resumed chanting, their voices steady and focused. Suddenly, the candles on the floor blew out, and a gust of wind tousled Davina's hair. The spell worked, and Davina's hand passed through the barrier, intertwining fingers with Cole. The werewolves quickly left the house, while the vampires could only hide in the shadows for the time being. Aiden couldn't help but turn back, giving a loving glance at Josh, who was still trapped inside. Klaus suddenly stepped forward and threw Cole, who was trying to leave the house, back inside.
It was a prank. Nothing more than anything you lot have done to me, but I guess it's different when it's one of you.
Barrier's back up.
The vampires slowly emerged from the shadows. Rebecca returned to her room, where the letters on the floor had rearranged themselves into another message. A creepy long-haired ghost appeared before Rebecca, causing her to scream in terror before the ghost vanished again. Rebecca followed the ghost's figure up the stairs, where it disappeared in front of a tightly shut door. Rebecca banged on the door with all her might, but it didn't budge. Just as she was about to give up, the door creaked open on its own. Inside was a coffin, and she could vaguely see that it held a woman. Confused, Rebecca left the room, and the door slammed shut behind her. She returned to her room and lay down on the bed. The letters on the floor silently rearranged themselves once more, slowly forming the name of her eldest sister, Freya. Almost simultaneously, all three brothers across different locations suddenly and mysteriously collapsed. The culprit turned out to be their eldest brother, Finn, and the energy source Finn was using came from their own parents. Klaus used a witch's spell to locate Finn, but the next moment he collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Elijah, who was in the middle of a counseling session, suffered the same fate. One moment he was sharing his thoughts, the next he was lying flat on the floor. But the most unfortunate was their younger brother, Cole, who was locked in with a group of hungry vampires. Just as he was about to discipline the vampire in front of him, he suddenly convulsed and fell to the ground, unconscious. This left the three vampires standing there, utterly bewildered. One by one, the three brothers entered the same consciousness space, only to find themselves in a simple, rustic cabin. The walls were adorned with various animal specimens: a noble stag, a cunning fox, and a fierce wolf, each one seemingly a metaphor for their personalities. The mastermind, Finn, arrived fashionably late. Klaus tried to lunge at him, but realizes that his proud the original's vampire powers have vanished. Cole stepped forward, pleading with his brother to let him go, fearing that his now weak, human body would be torn apart by vampires. Instead of agreeing, Finn maliciously made things worse by causing his nose to bleed. The vampires in the real world quickly reacted to the scent of blood, eyeing him hungrily. Reborn as a witch, Finn decided to eradicate all vampires, imprisoning them in a house and maliciously amplifying their bloodlust and hunger. Tonight was New Orleans' annual festival, with humans parading in the streets. Finn planned to release all the vampires at night, and the starving vampires would attack humans in broad daylight, revealing the vampires' secret to the world. But for his powerful original vampire brothers, Finn intended to unearth their deepest secrets, exploit their weaknesses, and then strike them down. Cole, who had also been reborn as a witch, was not his primary target. After giving Cole a minor punishment, Finn sent his consciousness back to his body. Cole had just regained consciousness when he found himself surrounded by hungry vampires. Just as he was about to be devoured, Marcel swooped in and grabbed him, making a run for it. The two of them took refuge in a small room, where Cole revealed that the vampires would soon be released.
The streets will be jam-packed with people, right outside the gate.
You'll be half crazed with hunger. You'll feed your way through the crowd and that'll be the end of vampires secretly living off the fat of New Orleans.
But Marcel was already slipping into a daze. He had just been bitten by a werewolf, and without Klaus's blood, he would soon meet his end. In his delirium, he saw a comrade from 100 years ago, someone he had fought alongside on the Western Front during World War I. To keep the vampires calm, he chose not to reveal the whole truth. Finn and Klaus were trading accusations, airing each other's dirty laundry. Klaus praised Finn for the bold act of killing their parents and draining all their power by using them as sacrificial offerings, but Finn was quick to expose his brother's savage act of murdering their biological father. He shrewdly pointed out that Ansel must have uncovered some dark secret, which led Klaus to silence him. Finn's sharp reasoning made both Klaus and Elijah uneasy. Night had already fallen, and Marcel was still trying to calm the restless vampires. New Orleans was their shared home, and he urged them to resist their hunger. He had stored a large supply of blood bags by the bayou, enough to satisfy them all. The death knell had already sounded. Marcel reached out his hand to test, and the barrier was gone. The vampires, led by Marcel, slowly walked out. The hungry vampires moved through the crowd like a cat strolling by a fish pond, surrounded by food yet unable to take a bite. If they fed on the blood of the locals, they would be banished from the city. Marcel, racked with pain from the werewolf bite, felt as though he was surrounded by walking desserts, but he still managed to resist the temptation with tremendous willpower. Even in the most resource-scarce battlefields, he had never taken a drop of his comrade's blood, but soon, his strength gave out, and he collapsed. Meanwhile, the original brothers trapped in the alternate dreamscape were still engaged in a deadly game of werewolf. The killer, Finn, was closing in. The two younger brothers struggled to hold their ground. As Finn got closer to the truth, Elijah finally realized the flaw in the spell. If the caster conjures up a symbolic object that doesn't match the prey, then the spell collapses. He looked at his own symbol, the noble stag.
Were I truly noble, brother, I would not have withheld from you a vile deed. One that I, like a coward, allowed mother to erase from my memory. It was I who killed Tatya.
With Elijah's confession, the spell began to tremble. He knelt before Klaus and begged for forgiveness, but Finn said that this confession only confirmed his nobility, and the spell would not collapse because of it. However, Klaus countered, saying that in reality, Elijah wasn't a noble stag, but a beast just like him.
You, Finn, have remained a boar for centuries, but here is where your true fault lies. You never learnt that the bonds of family far outweigh anything else. Such bonds trump petty jealousies. They overcome ancient feuds, and yes, they are capable of allowing one monster to pardon the great sins of another.
The spell began to tremble and the specimen on the wall began to burn. Finn vanished before his brother's eyes. Elijah and Klaus woke up as well. Klaus stepped out onto the street, which was still bustling and peaceful. The riot he feared hadn't happened. Marcel awoke from his fainting spell, and Gia found the spare vial of Klaus's blood. The vampires have survived the ordeal and are recuperating downstairs. But Finn showed up uninvited. Having failed in his reasoning, he decided to take a different approach. By the time Klaus arrived, the large room was completely empty. Marcel and all the vampires were gone. The witch carelessly ripped the necklace off the girl, unaware of the heavy price she would soon pay for it. Scarface, which quickly faced the consequences. The necklace guided her to the room at the end of the second floor, where the previously closed door suddenly swung open. Curiosity drew Scarface Witch closer, but a mysterious force dragged her inside. Rebecca told Cassie that she found a coffin in the upstairs room, and that the girl inside possessed immense power. They could use that power to escape the house. Little did they know, the girl in the coffin was now sitting right beside them on the floor, happily watching Tom and Jerry. Rebecca pulled out an apple and handed it to the girl before turning to leave. The girl quickly tucks the apple into her pocket, and her face becomes very secretive. The apple in the girl's possession was soon discovered by the overseer, Scarface, which pinned her to the table, demanding to know where she had stolen the apple from. Unable to stand it any longer, Rebecca angrily charged forward, punching Scarface Witch to the ground. Two warlocks quickly reacted and grabbed her. Scarface Witch, enraged, tore off an iron rod and brutally smashed Rebecca's fingers. Rebecca winced in pain, while the girl looked on. Confused by Rebecca's actions, she approached and asked Rebecca why she had helped her.
Maybe I just like the idea of us girls sticking together.
Night fell, and the girl's presence startled Rebecca awake from her dream. The girl asked her why she was locked up here. Rebecca replied that she was in this predicament because of her own brothers. The girl didn't understand why family members would hurt each other, and even Rebecca couldn't answer that. Rebecca walked up to the girl and told her she might have a way to leave this place, and if the girl wanted to join her, she could meet her at the front door in 20 minutes. Rebecca turned and left to meet up with Cassie, only to find her bed empty. Rebecca went to the mysterious room on the second floor, where the once tightly shut door was now ajar. She cautiously pushed it open and stepped inside, only to find an empty coffin and the dead body of Scarface Witch. Cassie appeared in front of Rebecca, her face now marred with 2 scars. She had reported Rebecca to the coven, believing Rebecca was the one who killed Scarface Witch. The witches surrounded Rebecca. She fought back, taking down 2 warlocks, but was soon overpowered by another and collapsed to the floor. Just as the warlock was about to strike, a mysterious force hurled him up to the ceiling. The girl appeared before them, stating that perhaps those who were truly deserving of punishment were the ones trapped in the house, who continued to bully the weak despite their situation. She walked towards Cassie, accusing her of betraying her friends despite possessing great power. Cassie's eyes began to bleed, and the girl's curse made her suffer until she died. The girl helped Rebecca to her feet, holding her injured hand. In an instant, Rebecca's broken fingers were completely healed. The door that had been sealed for a century was easily opened by the girl. Rebecca followed her out of the house where she had been imprisoned for nearly a week. She recognized the girl as the one who had been sleeping in the coffin and asked her why she hadn't revealed herself earlier. The girl replied that she simply wanted to test Rebecca's character. Rebecca finally recognized the girl. She was the eldest sister, Freya, who their mother had said died of the plague 1,000 years ago. Freya walked to the edge of the yard, grasped the fence, and began chanting a spell. The dolls on the fence eerily twisted in direction. After finishing the incantation, she turned to look at Rebecca.
And I expect nothing less than their best behavior.
With a gentle wave of her hand, Freya sent the fence flying. Freya then left alone. Rebecca soon returned to New Orleans, appearing before Klaus in a new form. Klaus couldn't believe his eyes, but he quickly recognized his sister. What's it like to have a vampire boyfriend? One second he's sweet-talking you, and the next he could end your life in a heartbeat. Upon learning that his boyfriend had mysteriously disappeared, Aiden took it upon himself to seek out Davina. He presented her with some personal items that Josh had left at his place, hoping that Davina could cast a locator spell.
Practically moved in, has he?
They paid no attention to Cole's jokes. Davina and Cole held hands, connecting their energies, and soon a location appeared on the map. It was Lenore's shop. Aiden, worried about his boyfriend, wanted to go after Josh, but Davina pointed out that going alone would be suicide. Cole added that even a group of werewolves would be walking into their deaths.
Not leaving Josh trapped with a nut job that hates vampires.
Neither am I.
Reluctantly, Cole agreed to join them. At that moment, the vampires lay strewn at Finn's feet, their hunger amplified by dark magic, leaving them in agony and on the brink of unconsciousness. Finn roused Marcel, binding him to a chair with vervain-soaked ropes. He demanded to know if Marcel was aware of Klaus's secret. Marcel says that Klaus doesn't trust him that much. After torturing Marcel with spell after spell, Finn finally believed that Marcel truly knew nothing, but it only strengthened his resolve to uncover the secret. Cole casually walked in, claiming he had a score to settle with Marcel. He grabbed a dagger and plunged it into Marcel's hand. This bizarre move left Finn stunned. He accused his brother of being a spineless traitor, completely unworthy of trust, and mercilessly punished him with a spell for his betrayal. Cole, writhing in pain and dropping to his knees, hurriedly explained that he had created a dagger capable of sealing Klaus, and that both he and Davina were his allies. Finn, lost in thought, couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He still hadn't found any trace of Elijah, but he knew the noble Elijah would never hide unless he was protecting something.
Finn, you sound like Sherlock Holmes after one too many tequilas.
Finn ignored Cole's sarcasm and bluntly exposed his scheme. Meanwhile, Davina and Aiden were searching through the darkness, with Aiden finally finding his boyfriend. Meanwhile, Finn had already taken down Cole and was using magic to wake Josh from a distance. A sober Josh bares his fangs at Aiden. Around them, the other slumbering vampires were also beginning to stir. Aiden grabbed Davina, and they made a desperate attempt to flee, only to be blocked by his now feral boyfriend. With a bloodthirsty snarl, Josh lunged at Aiden, who had no choice but to snap his boyfriend's neck. Slinging Josh over his shoulder, Aiden raced toward the exit. Cole's ordeal was far from over. He blindly dashed outside, only to be confronted by more vampires. Finn takes out the vampire with a single move, pointing out that he's missing one of his prisoners. Cole, eyes brimming with tears, tried to play the victim, but Finn wasn't moved. Finn cursed Cole, dooming him to be forever trapped in that body, forced to face death and eternal darkness alone.
Go. Brother, I will not miss you.
With Cole dealt with, Finn resumed his interrogation of Marcel. He pointed out that according to werewolf rumors, Marcel was the last person to see Hope alive. He had even buried her body himself. Finn demanded to know how Hope had died. Marcel found himself completely unable to remember. Finn realized that it wasn't that Marcel couldn't remember, someone had forced him to forget. Marcel stared at Finn in bewilderment as he reached a conclusion even Marcel hadn't known.
She's still alive.
Klaus paced at the doorway, unable to enter the house without an invitation. Jackson arrogantly stepped out of the room, but in the next instant, Klaus seized his arm and whisked him away with lightning speed. Jackson was the leader of a werewolf pack, and he had just agreed to marry Haley, the leader of another pack. Unfortunately, Haley had a child with Klaus, a vampire werewolf hybrid from the originals. To protect the child from their enemies, they had kept the secret that the child was still alive. Even more unfortunate was the fact that, before the two leaders could marry, they needed to hold a truth session. Without it, their pack's abilities wouldn't be shared, and their people wouldn't grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Haley immediately turned to leave, unwilling to reveal her daughter's whereabouts to anyone, but Jackson followed her. Jackson didn't blame Haley and promised to fully respect and protect her secret. To show his sincerity, Jackson decided to share a secret of his own. He took Haley to a desolate graveyard, where the pack's traitors were buried. Beneath one of the small headstones lay his grandfather, a werewolf who had been obsessed with waging war against vampires. He had brutally murdered Haley's parents for trying to persuade the pack to make peace with Marcel. Haley finally learned the truth about her parents' deaths. Jackson revealed that he had only recently discovered this himself. His honesty made Haley let down all her defenses. Klaus found Haley and accused Jackson of using her to strengthen his own power, preparing a werewolf army that could transform at will. Klaus warned Haley not to endanger their child, but Haley argued that she was trying to unite the werewolves against Finn, since Klaus's own family had been the ones threatening their daughter all along.
Hope will always be the daughter of Klaus Michelson, the hybrid killer with 1,000 enemies.
Klaus was left speechless by Haley's retort. Haley pleaded with him to trust her. Klaus said he didn't trust the other werewolf leader, and without another word, he snapped Haley's neck. Klaus dragged Jackson into the forest and tortured him mercilessly, forcing him to confess that his feelings for Haley were merely a ploy to satisfy his thirst for power. But the honorable and kind-hearted Jackson refused to admit to such baseless accusations, even going so far as to taunt Klaus for being jealous of his relationship with Ansel. He says he loves Haley and would fight for her. Klaus pulled out a stake and pressed it against Jackson's throat. Facing death, Jackson didn't beg or cry. He only asked Klaus to remember that he had werewolf blood and to help Haley liberate the rest of their people. Haley charged in and knocked Klaus down, striking him without hesitation. Klaus responded by shoving Haley to the ground. They roll over and get up. Haley won't allow Klaus to hurt her fiancé. As Hope's father, Klaus finally agreed to share their daughter's secret with another person. By the quiet riverside, under the soft glow of the dim lights, Haley revealed her daughter's secret to Jackson. There was no longer anything standing in the way of their marriage. Elijah was in the kitchen making breakfast when his young niece suddenly began to cry loudly. He rushed over to check on her, but the wound on his niece's forehead sent Elijah into a panic, and the symbol of evil, the red door, once again flashed in his mind. He snapped out of his thoughts and carefully applied a band-aid to his niece. Camille suggested he should repair the house, as a way to escape the chaotic and repressed thoughts that were driving him to madness. Elijah questions this, but what they didn't know was that the wound on Hope's forehead had been caused by a witch hundreds of miles away. That witch was none other than Freya, who had just awakened from her long slumber. Finn was shocked to see Freya alive. Freya explained that their aunt had cast a spell ensuring she would awaken for 1 year after every century of sleep. She told Finn that their aunt was not dead. Freya had escaped her aunt's control and had been hiding ever since. Finn told his sister that Klaus has a daughter, but he hasn't been able to track down the child's whereabouts. Freya fiddled with the necklace around her neck. stating that all magic leaves a trace. Even a powerful witch like their mother was as naive as a schoolchild compared to their aunt. Freya picked up a crawling caterpillar from the table and held it in her hand. The next second, a butterfly flew out of her palm, with newfound support. Finn quickly took action. He awakened Marcel and ordered him to retrieve Haley's blood, threatening to kill a vampire every hour if Marcel failed. Haley is at a loss as she keeps receiving brooms from her people. Jackson explained that it was an old tradition, hinting that the bride doesn't have to wait until the wedding is over to be with her husband. He smiled mischievously, though a bit shyly. It took Haley a moment to catch on, and the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Jackson then showed her the crib he had prepared, mentioning that some of the other pack leaders were planning to step down and let him lead, allowing their packs to merge. When that happened, they would have a formidable army to protect her and hope. Haley caught Marcel spying on her from the bushes. Marcel revealed Finn's demands in full detail. Haley hurriedly called Klaus. At that moment, Klaus had just learned that Cole was dying. He said that if he could read Cole's memories and figure out what spell Finn had used to trap him in that body, they could turn it against Finn. Cole refused, but Klaus didn't give him a chance to say no. Klaus placed his hands on Cole's head and, to his surprise, discovered that his brother had been secretly plotting to seal him with a dagger. An enraged Klaus accused Cole, but Cole angrily retorted that he had never received any love. His older brother wanted him dead, his second brother had vanished, and his third brother wouldn't even help him. The more Cole spoke, the angrier he became, until he finally knocked Klaus to the ground and stormed off in a rage. Cole hid in his secret hideout, silently shedding tears. Suddenly, blood began to trickle from his nose, and he knew his time was running out. The phone rang suddenly, and Finn instructed him to retrieve Klaus's blood, promising to lift the curse on his brother. Cole agreed angrily. They arranged to meet in an hour. Cole returned to Klaus, unleashing his fury without restraint. He bitterly complained that he wasn't a bad person but had always been misunderstood and pushed aside, that no one cared whether he lived or died. Klaus angrily grabbed Cole by the throat and Cole screamed at his brother to kill him, but even in his anger, Klaus released him. He said that although he often sealed Cole with a dagger, everything he did was for Cole's own good. Klaus extended his hand to his brother, and Cole, taking his hand, stood up and revealed that Finn had made a deal with him. Cole then willingly allowed Klaus to enter his mind by holding onto his brother's hand. The three siblings arrived at the designated meeting spot, only to find it completely empty. Rebecca noticed traces of a spell on the table. Cole picked up a charred piece of wood from the ashes, uttered an incantation, and restored it to its original form. It was a wooden plaque symbolizing a child. Finn had already discovered Hope's location, and everything he'd done was just a diversion. While they had been running around for hours, Finn had traveled hundreds of miles and now stood before Elijah. With a swift motion, Finn sent Elijah flying without any hesitation. Finn conjured an invisible barrier out of thin air, trapping Elijah inside, and informed him that Freya had returned. Finn controlled a hammer on the wall, driving it into Elijah's back, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. He takes control of the wooden-handled shovel and drives it into Elijah's chest, and Elijah's face turns blue. Haley pinned her hopes on completing the Alpha Wolves ritual, unaware that a group of vampires, trapped by Finn, had been sent into the forest. The werewolf leaders fall to their knees as the elders conducting the ritual look back and a group of vampires appear behind them. The vampires, controlled by a spell, lunged at the werewolves, biting them and plunging the scene into chaos. Haley and Marcel rushed forward to help, but the vampires, even after having their necks snapped, stood back up within seconds. Haley fought the vampires alone. Marcel hid in a small cabin with the werewolves, waiting for Klaus to break the spell. Klaus was banking on severing Finn's link with their parents, which would make his brother an ordinary witch, no match for Elijah. But Cole said he couldn't do it. Finn was far more powerful than him. Cole and Rebecca arrived at the witch's cemetery. Cole suggested that if they couldn't sever Finn's power source, they could instead overwhelm him with energy, causing his body to shatter under the strain. Although Finn would eventually resurrect, it would at least delay the crisis surrounding Hope. Rebecca gently expressed how much she loved the sight of Cole. Cole, filled with guilt, vowed to return Rebecca to her original body, even if it meant risking his own life. Klaus walked in carrying a large bag filled with dark magical items, stating that these were ancient relics he had collected over the past 1,000 years. Klaus pulled out the white oak stake and handed it to Cole, leaving him deeply shaken, as this gesture meant his brother was placing his life in Cole's hands. Cole placed the white oak stake on the stone slab, took Rebecca's hands, and began to draw her energy while intently chanting the spell. At that moment, Finn was in the house, searching for his niece, unaware that Camille had taken Hope out. Elijah slowly regained consciousness. Finding nothing, Finn called out loudly for Camille. Elijah stood up, breaking the stake lodged in his chest. Cole's spell wasn't going smoothly. Both he and Rebecca were thrown back by the magic, their noses bleeding, though Cole seemed oblivious to it. Lamenting that if he just had a little more power, it would work, Klaus stepped forward, offering his energy to his brother. Cole hesitated, but Klaus grabbed the hooked dagger and handed it to him, then knelt before his brother on one knee. In that moment, all the animosity between the two brothers vanished. Klaus lay on the ground, drained of his power. Cole grasped Rebecca's hand and began chanting the spell once more. Finn is still searching the room with no luck when a dagger is suddenly thrust into his abdomen. Elijah had entered. Finn pulled out the dagger, unaware that his brother's spell had already begun to take effect. Blood began to trickle from his nose, but he still had enough strength to toy with Elijah. With a casual flick of his wrist, Finn sent Elijah flying through the wall, crashing to the ground as gas began leaking into the room. Elijah looks at the blood on his hand in a daze, red door once again disturbing his thoughts. Finn staggered forward, the spell cast by his brother causing him unbearable pain, as the overwhelming energy became too much for him to handle. All three siblings screamed in unison. Finn collapsed to his knees. On the other side, Cole and Rebecca were also bounced off by a force. The spell had worked. Haley was still battling the vampires when Gia suddenly collapsed in front of her. The spell controlling the vampires had vanished. Klaus regained his strength and awoke. He thanked his siblings, emotionally declaring that family is power. Now, everyone pinned their hopes on Elijah, hoping he could defeat Finn, who had lost his power source. Elijah, still unaware, knelt on the floor, seemingly preoccupied with the stains on his clothes as Finn continued to taunt him. Camille was driving Hope home, and just as they were about to reach the front door, the car inexplicably stalled. Camille was bewildered. Elijah finally responded to Finn's insults, stating that while his brother had been rambling, gas had silently filled the entire house.
You have disgraced this family for the last time.
Elijah removed his daylight ring and extended his arm into the sunlight. His hand ignited instantly, and a massive explosion ripped through the entire building. Camille watched in panic as this unfolded, and at that very moment, the car suddenly started working again. She looked back at Hope, who was happily sucking on her pacifier. This innocent little girl had just revealed her immense, mysterious power.
Goodbye, brother.
In the previous episode, Elijah ignited a gas explosion to take Finn down with him, sacrificing himself to save his niece. Hope, the man had just been blown to pieces by his younger brother, and in the next second, he was resurrected by his sister's witchcraft. Freya unzipped the black bag, revealing Finn's shattered face. With his neck still adorned with her blue necklace, Freya chanted a powerful spell, summoning Finn's soul back and restoring his broken body with her formidable magic. Finn sat up, unscathed, and thanked his sister for always protecting him, just as she had done since they were children. Freya informed him that Aunt Dahlia had already sensed the magic emerging from Hope, and that she was on her way. She would find Klaus and take the child that rightfully belonged to her. But Finn was driven by a desire for revenge. He insisted on going to the cemetery to restore his energy link with their parents. However, Freya expressed that she hadn't seen their father in 1,000 years, and she wanted to have a heartfelt conversation with him first. Unable to refuse his sister, Finn reluctantly agreed. They arrive at the cemetery and Finn carries his mother's body away. Freya sliced her finger with a knife, smearing her blood on their father's lips. Michael's face gradually regained its color, and he suddenly awoke from death. After a millennium apart, Michael did not recognize his beloved eldest daughter. He grabbed Freya by the throat, pinning her against the wall, and demanded to know who she was.
Can you not see the daughter you thought died so long ago?
You lie!
Freya told her father that she hadn't died but had been taken away by Aunt Dahlia. She mentioned the name of Michael's sword, reminding him that she was still asleep when he left for the front lines. Since then, they had not seen each other. Freya knelt before her father, pleading for him to believe her. Michael found it hard to believe his eyes, but soon, he showed the tenderness a father should have, gently caressing Freya's face. Father and daughter embraced tightly. The news of Finn's body disappearing quickly caught Klaus's attention. He hoped Jackson could convince the werewolves to find him, but Jackson had no intention of turning the pack into the Michelson family's lapdogs. Haley pointed out that Finn and Freya's witchcraft was powerful, and only the werewolves could track them down. Taking his wife's advice, Jackson stood up and left, finding Aiden to give him orders. However, Aiden expressed that the werewolf pack had already been complaining that their new strength hadn't garnered enough respect. Jackson insisted that worrying about the pack was the responsibility of a leader. The two parted on bad terms. Klaus seized the opportunity to step in, suggesting that Aiden was more suited to be the leader of the werewolves. He advised Aiden to spread out the forces and conduct some ambushes, warning that if they attacked with sheer numbers as Jackson proposed, it would end in a massacre. Aiden soon encountered the newly resurrected Michael in the witch's cemetery. Michael had already drained one werewolf of his blood and ripped out his heart. Just as Michael was about to attack Aiden, Freya intervened, stating that they had other matters to attend to. Freya clasped her hands together and brought them to her lips. Aiden's head felt like it was about to split open with excruciating pain. By the time he regained his senses, Michael and Freya had vanished. Two warlocks cornered Rebecca in a dead-end alley. She tried to use magic to defend herself, but she couldn't tap into the power within this body. In a moment of crisis, Marcel appeared and swiftly dealt with the two witches. Despite only having caught a fleeting glimpse of her at the wedding, Marcel immediately recognized the unfamiliar witch before him as his beloved. Without hesitation, he scooped Rebecca up and carried her away. They returned to Marcel's place, and Rebecca mentioned that she wanted to find something to boost her magic, as she had promised Cole that she would bring his soul back from the other side. But Marcel warned her that she had intruded on the territory of the Grim Witch. Elijah rushed in, frantic to check on his sister. Rebecca explained that the warlocks recognized the original owner of her body and, for some strange reason, seemed intent on killing her. Marcel suggested they seek out a woman named Josephine, who was the leader of the witches' faction outside of the French Quarter. Elijah turned to leave, but Marcel warned that Josephine was eccentric and didn't like vampires, so Elijah's charm might not be very effective.
My charms are quite adaptable, Marcellus. Let me assure you.
Elijah turned and left. Marcel then asked Rebecca why she hadn't told him that she had returned. Rebecca admitted that she didn't know how long she would remain in this form, and she was afraid that when she wanted to kiss Marcel, she might have to borrow someone else's lips. Marcel sharply caught onto the crucial point.
Want to kiss me?
No.
Are you sure about that?
100%.
Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a man. He was a jack of all trades who offered his services for a fee. Marcel lied, saying that Rebecca had lost all her memories and wanted to find out who she really was. Reuben sets up the tea and invites Marcel and Rebecca to drink. They complied and drank the tea. After observing Rebecca's teacup, Reuben stated that she was a witch named Eva, a demon with a penchant for brutality, who enjoyed killing children and stealing their magic. Rebecca began to feel dizzy, her breathing became rapid, and she struggled to stand. Marcel tried to catch Rebecca, but he quickly realized that he too was becoming dizzy. Reuben had drugged the tea. He advised Marcel to be more careful when choosing friends, then swiftly snapped his neck. Reuben turned to Rebecca, stating that no witch with children would ever spare her, and that he couldn't allow his own son to become her next target. In a narrow alleyway, Josh and Aiden held each other tightly, with Josh apologizing for nearly killing Aiden. Aiden, however, looked troubled and suggested they break up. He explained that his people were about to grow stronger, and he believed that continuing their relationship would put Josh in danger. Josh, on the other hand, thought this was just Aiden's excuse because he had grown tired of their relationship. The two parted on unhappy terms. Cole, cursed by his brother, didn't have much time left, but he still wanted to fulfill Davina's wish, and that is to complete the dagger that will seal Klaus. They placed the dagger over the flames, clasped hands, and began chanting the spell. As the spell took effect, the intense heat began to burn Davina's palm, and she let out a cry. Dropping the dagger, they looked at each other. Davina picked up the dagger from the ground, noticing that its material had transformed into a gleaming silver. They had succeeded. Davina was overjoyed, but Cole, burdened with his own worries, suddenly kissed her. In the midst of this sweet moment, blood suddenly began to trickle from Cole's nose. Concerned, Davina asked about his condition, but Cole casually dismissed it as just a minor side effect of the spell. He then invited Davina to attend the wedding with him. Davina agreed, saying that if there was music at the wedding, Cole would have to dance with her. She turned to put the dagger away. Cole secretly called Rebecca, saying he needed a little help. Haley and Jackson's wedding was finally on the agenda. For safety reasons, the wedding was held at Klaus's estate. Elijah returned to the French Quarter with Hope. The former lovers could only acknowledge each other with a nod. Haley took her daughter from Camille's arms and held her close, then introduced her daughter to her new husband.
Hope, this is Jackson.
In the blissful atmosphere, the Michelson brothers each harbored their own concerns. Elijah was overwhelmed with jealousy. Klaus, too, secretly feared that Jackson would steal his daughter's love. The brothers hid away, drowning their sorrows in alcohol, convincing themselves that everything they did was for the survival of their family. Aiden confided in Jackson about his relationship troubles. Jackson reassured him, saying that if Aiden was certain a person was worth loving, then he should stand firm and fight for that love. His friend's comforting words helped Aiden set aside his burdens. Haley appeared before them, dressed in her wedding gown, and Aiden tactfully made his exit. Jackson was as delighted as a child receiving candy. He pulled out the gift he had prepared for his new bride. It was a necklace made from Haley's mineral totem. Jackson mentioned that they were getting married at Klaus's estate, and Haley was wearing Rebecca's wedding dress, so he wanted her to have something that was truly her own. The wedding proceeded as planned. Davina, dressed elegantly, took a seat beside Josh. Aiden, who had made his decision, approached them and politely asked Davina to switch seats with him. Aiden took a seat next to his lover, and the two of them interlocked their fingers, the previous unpleasantness dissipating. The bride and groom walked hand in hand into the hall. Ascending the long staircase to the second floor, the newlyweds gazed into each other's eyes and, under the gaze of their guests' blessings, were united in marriage. Klaus and Elijah continued to watch everything unfold with complex expressions. As the ceremony progressed, Jackson finally kissed his bride. Elijah awkwardly turned his face away. Klaus noticed his brother's discomfort. Haley and Jackson's eyes turned golden, and all the werewolves at the wedding shared in this power. A new, powerful pack was born. Marcel and Gia exchanged uneasy glances among the guests, but Klaus couldn't hide the joy on his face. Elijah, ever perceptive, remarked that Klaus always wore that expression whenever one of his schemes succeeded. Klaus no longer hid his intentions, saying that if Jackson were to suddenly drop dead, then this powerful werewolf army would belong solely to Haley, which, by extension, would make it his. Elijah firmly declared that he would not allow Klaus to harm Jackson at Haley's wedding, but Klaus retorted that they were both the same, both wishing for the unfortunate Jackson to die. The wedding procession paraded through the streets. Aiden, now transformed into a super werewolf, was bursting with excitement. Josh couldn't help but share in his joy. However, Davina was slightly annoyed at being stood up by Cole, but her mood quickly lifted when she saw him waiting for her at the corner. Cole's face was now gaunt, with deep-set eyes. He and Rebecca had tried every spell they could think of, but nothing could stop his impending death. He had come to say goodbye to Davina. The lively wedding celebration continued, and Josh, without a dance partner, felt a bit awkward. Aiden walked over and, without a word, gave him a passionate kiss. They exchanged a tender smile, full of love. Elijah continued to watch the newlyweds dance, his face filled with sorrow. At that moment, Rebecca found her brothers and informed them that Cole wouldn't survive the night. The original siblings hurriedly left the wedding. Rebecca couldn't help but glance at the dapper Marcel. She hadn't yet revealed her new appearance to him, but Marcel noticed the unfamiliar girl. Under the quiet night sky, Cole and Davina danced in each other's arms. He fulfilled all the promises they had made to each other. Davina's eyes were brimming with tears. Cole, however, remarked that even though they were in a cemetery, the stars in the sky were particularly beautiful. He bid Davina farewell, saying that he needed to face this moment alone. His silhouette as he walked away in sadness was heart-wrenching, but his brothers appeared by his side just in time.
Always and forever is not just something you weasel out of, brother.
Though it was his final moment in this life, Cole finally received the love and attention he had yearned for over the past 1,000 years. He also fulfilled his wish of living in this world as a witch. His brothers held Cole in their arms, with tears in her eyes. Rebecca promised Cole that they would offer his soul as a sacrifice to the witches, allowing him to join the ancestors of the witches in the French Quarter. Because the souls of the witch ancestors could be resurrected, she vowed to preserve his body. Davina clutched Cole's hand, apologizing with guilt that she had tried every spell but couldn't do anything to save him. Cole comforted her, saying that he wasn't afraid at all. He gave one last smile. Finn waved his hand, and fierce flames engulfed his younger brother. As the flames subsided, there was nothing but empty space before him. Klaus had already teleported to a distant spot, taunting Finn for being as slow as an old lady. Finn unleashed another deadly move, using his power to control iron bars and thrust them into Klaus's chest. Klaus accused his brother of killing Cole and now trying to kill his daughter. He struggled to break free from the iron bars, grabbed an iron rod, and hurled it at Finn. The rod pierced Finn's abdomen. Klaus was about to finish him off when Elijah arrived just in time to stop him. Elijah had successfully met with the leader of the witches, Josephine, and struck a deal with her. Although, to achieve this, he had to have Gia dress up and play the violin for Josephine. Charmed by Gia's presence, Josephine agreed that the witches would stop hunting down the body possessed by Rebecca, Eva. But in return, the original's brothers had to ensure that Vincent, whose body had been possessed by Finn, was returned unharmed. Elijah forbade Klaus from killing their brother. Their eldest sister, Freya, also appeared before the three brothers. She approached Finn, lifted the necklace, and chanted a spell. The necklace emitted a brilliant light, and Finn vanished, with Vincent's soul returning to his body. Freya casually waves her hand and Vincent falls into a deep sleep. She pointed out that Dahlia was already close, and that only by standing together could they protect their family. But Klaus and Elijah were not quick to trust this sister they hadn't seen in 1,000 years. Especially Klaus, who was naturally suspicious and wary. He hadn't yet forgiven their sister for leading Finn to find hope, so he turned away in anger. Elijah, however, said he was willing to give Freya a chance to prove herself. At that moment, Rebecca, who had been drugged by Reuben, struggled to pull herself up by holding onto the shelves, insisting that she was not the demon Eva Sinclair. Moreover, she happened to know how to counteract the poison. She then knocked Reuben out with a swift blow. Marcel, who had been brought back to life after having his neck snapped, awoke slowly, seething with rage and ready to kick Reuben out of sheer anger, but Rebecca stopped him, saying that Reuben was only trying to protect his child. She had been Hope's temporary mother for a few months and deeply understood the warmth of such human emotions. They confided in each other. Marcel was glad that it had been Rebecca who had been protecting Hope all those months. Rebecca, too, was pleased to see that Marcel and Klaus were now getting along. Marcel gave a knowing smile. Night had fallen, and Haley softly tried to soothe her crying daughter, but with little success. Jackson offered to take over, claiming he was good with children. Having just completed their wedding, the two of them still felt a bit awkward around each other. Haley, however, remarked that although their marriage might have been for the benefit of their people, Jackson gave her the sense of security and trust she had always wanted. As Hope gradually fell asleep, Jackson gently laid her down in her crib. Haley and Jackson's hands touched slightly, and after a few moments of looking at each other, they finally become a real family. Elijah had moved into a new place and thanked Gia for her help today. In a good mood, he and Gia have a beer. A subtle sense of attraction quietly grew between them. Gia took it upon herself to stand up and invite Elijah to zipper down her dress for her. On this quiet night, Elijah let go of his unrequited love for Haley, and they both embraced a new chapter in their lives. Meanwhile, Klaus continued to manipulate Aiden, promising to help him seize the position of alpha among the werewolves. Marcel tenderly tucked a sleeping Rebecca in, but suddenly Eva, who was still trapped inside her body, awoke. Eva approached a young couple.
You kids should know better. It's not safe being out this late. You never know who you'll run into. Ghosts, goblins.
She cuts the boy's neck without mercy, and then marks the girl's forehead to draw all the magic from her.
I want my mama.
Your mother didn't want you. She gave you away.
5-year-old Freya is given to her Aunt Dahlia as a bargaining chip by her mother. Dahlia's cooking skills were appalling, and her temperament was equally strange. She spent her days obsessing over how to enhance her magic. She created a chain spell to amplify Freya's power while allowing herself to siphon magic from Freya. To test the spell's potency, Dahlia went so far as to kill an entire village of humans. Freya was the eldest daughter of the Michelson family. As the seasons passed, the growing Freya gradually learned to resist. Dahlia claimed to have discovered a spell for eternal youth, which involved sleeping for 100 years and then awakening for 1 year. Their magic would grow stronger with time. After sleeping for a few hundred years, they would awaken as beautiful and powerful millennia-old witches. Under Dahlia's spell, they fell into a deep sleep. When Freya awoke from one of these long sleeps, she met a human boy and soon became pregnant. Dahlia killed her lover to prevent her unborn son from suffering the same fate as she had. Freya drank poison to end her life. Dahlia hurried to her side, having already considered Freya's unborn child as her own possession, but Freya didn't know that Dahlia had long since taken away her ability to die. However, the spell failed to save her child. Freya awoke from death, heartbroken over the loss of her child. Klaus invited Freya to visit their home. Freya recounted her experiences over the past 1,000 years, stating that their only chance at survival was if they stood together. Rebecca pleaded with Davina to break her curse, but Davina, devastated by the loss of Cole, was in a terrible state. Despite their efforts, they accomplished nothing. Rebecca received a call from her brother and hurried to meet him, but she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. She didn't know how much time had passed before the sound of her phone ringing woke her. Slowly sitting up from the floor, she told Elijah that she had lost track of time, but she was shocked to find herself in an unfamiliar place. The Eva in her head has just taken over control of this body. Marcel decided to start with Vincent, but upon hearing the name Eva Sinclair, Vincent refused to speak further with Marcel. Marcel decided to enlist Camille to work her charm once more. Vincent once again opened up to the beautiful woman. When Vincent learned that Finn had been living in his body for 9 months and had nearly done irreparable harm, he cautiously asked Camille if he had hurt her. Camille reassured him that he couldn't be blamed for Finn's actions. Relieved, the kind-hearted Vincent breathed a sigh of relief. The original siblings' dinner ended in discord. Rebecca and Elijah went to Marcel's place. Upon seeing Rebecca for the first time, Vincent was completely stunned, gazing at her with a love-struck expression.
When they put Eva in the falling cottage, I never thought I'd see her again.
Elijah asked Vincent what his relationship with Eva was.
She was my wife.
In a remote warehouse, a group of unconscious witches lies scattered on the floor, each marked by Eva as she siphons their powers. Among them is the unconscious Davina. Just as Rebecca was about to ask Davina for help to break a curse, Eva, who had awakened, turned Rebecca into her next sacrificial victim. Eva has a particular penchant for targeting children. She uses a dagger to carve symbols into their foreheads, siphoning their power, and then tosses them into the warehouse. Eva is convinced that by sacrificing the power of witches from all 9 covens, she can reset the order of the witching world and gain unprecedented power. This time, her malevolent hand reaches for an infant still in its cradle. Haley comes to check on the baby and immediately senses something wrong with Rebecca. A fierce argument breaks out between them, and Eva mercilessly throws Haley across the room. Hearing the commotion, Klaus rushes in, only to be overpowered by Eva as well. He struggles fiercely, managing to slash Eva's thigh with a single blow. Eva leaps out of the window and vanishes without a trace. The attack on Hope puts every member of the Michelson family on high alert. Klaus reaches out to his sister and begs her to put Rebecca back in her body, but Freya reveals that Eva has gained control of the body, meaning Rebecca's soul is now hiding somewhere unknown. She admits she doesn't know which spell could save Rebecca. Klaus pulls out a chain and binds his sister's hands, declaring that he's taking her to meet someone. Freya protests that her brother needn't be so wary of her, insisting she won't harm Klaus, but Klaus explains that this is to protect someone else. They arrive at the catacombs. Klaus throws a blood bag into the darkness. An old hand quickly reaches out and grabs the bag and hides. Freya is confused, but soon she sees that the vampire hiding in the shadows is none other than their mother, Esther. Klaus drags his mother out of the shadows and demands that she write a spell they can use. Meanwhile, Elijah and Haley visit Josephine. Their truce with the witch covens has fallen apart. Elijah hopes the witches will grant them one more day, promising to find Eva as quickly as possible and ensure the safety of the remaining witches. But Josephine declares that the awakened Eva is extremely dangerous, and she will offer a bounty to the witches to have Eva killed as swiftly as possible, even if it means sacrificing Rebecca, who shares the same body with her. Elijah, seething with anger, declares that if the witches harm Rebecca, the Michelson family will declare war on the coven. Josephine remains unafraid, instead pointing out that darkness is closing in on the Michelsons. She turns and grasps Haley's hand, warning her that the storm she fears the most is about to arrive. Meanwhile, Marcel finds Vincent, who is drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Vincent, disheartened, insists that he will never use magic again. Marcel informs Vincent that Eva has gone missing, and only he can find his wife. Only he can save Rebecca and the other children. With Vincent's help, Marcel quickly tracks down Eva, who is hiding and nursing her wounds. In the blink of an eye, he slaps shackles on her. Using force, Marcel demands that Eva release Rebecca. Vincent, standing by, seems troubled, stating that his wife is strong-willed and unafraid of torture. He suggests that he speak with Eva instead. The couple engages in a heated argument, with Vincent accusing his wife of cruelty, while Eva retorts that her husband betrayed her and became a lapdog for the vampires. Vincent says he doesn't want innocent children to die.
Vincent, I didn't kill any kids! They're still alive, just asleep.
Eva responds that she only wants the children's power, not their lives. Hearing that his wife hasn't harmed any innocents, Vincent seems to waver. Eva continues to persuade her husband, telling him that she only needs one more witch to complete the ritual. Once the sacrifice is made, the entire status of the witching world will change. They will no longer have to fear vampires and werewolves, and those children will return to their families. Marcel, having lost all patience, suggests that violence is still the most straightforward option, but Vincent suddenly turns on Marcel. Without a word, he used magic to hurl Marcel out of the room and then snapped his fingers, releasing his wife from her shackles. Eva abandons her plan to harm Hope and instead sets her sights on Josephine. Meanwhile, Esther has completed writing a spell that could work. Freya, however, remains bitter about her mother's abandonment. Esther seizes the opportunity to sow discord between the siblings, suggesting that Freya is no longer the innocent girl she once was. Dahlia has influenced her for 1,000 years, and like her aunt, she is filled with darkness. Vincent and Eva bring Josephine to Eva's warehouse. With a wave of her hand, Eva casts a revealing spell, and all the missing witches suddenly appear before Vincent. At this moment, Eva has gathered all 9 witches needed for the sacrifice, but then Eva reveals that she lied. The 9 witches must die. Vincent says he can understand the necessity of such a sacrifice. Eva turned away, satisfied, only to be knocked out cold by her husband with a single blow. Vincent had anticipated his wife's trick all along. Marcel quickly receives a call from Vincent, who reveals that everything was part of his plan. He has found all the missing witches, and Davina is still alive.
Had to make it look convincing. If you were in on the plan, Eva would have known.
But Eva is now connected to the children, and it will take a very powerful witch to sever that link. Otherwise, everyone will die with Eva. Freya says she cannot use Esther's spell. She explains that she is alone in this world, with no one to anchor her. She would become lost in Eva's mind along with Rebecca. She suggests that Klaus serve as her anchor, but Esther points out that this would allow Freya to enter Klaus's mind without resistance, giving her access to all his secrets. Klaus immediately refuses the idea, but Elijah arrives just in time and offers to be the anchor if it means bringing Rebecca back. Klaus is still hesitant. Freya, losing patience, interrupts their argument. She easily breaks free from her shackles and, with a single move, snaps Klaus's neck before leading the way outside. The group arrives at the warehouse, where Marcel places the unconscious Eva in the center of a circle. Marcel and Vincent will enter Eva's mind together. They must find Rebecca before they can kill Eva, or Rebecca will be gone forever. Vincent asks if he can bring a weapon inside. Freya pulls out a dagger and chants a spell. She tells Vincent it might hurt a bit, then plunges the blade into his arm. With everything prepared, Freya grabs Elijah's hand and begins reciting the spell. As the spell takes effect, an invisible force pulls Freya backward. The 2 men lying on the ground soon awoke in the realm of consciousness. Vincent is still consumed by the pain in his arm. Marcel, who had Rebecca on his mind, ran off without a trace. Vincent is left to continue on his own. Klaus soon awakens, and the mother is still pleading with Klaus to give her a second chance. Unmoved, Klaus walks away without a second thought. Marcel soon finds Rebecca hiding in a cupboard, but Eva's figure also emerges from the darkness. Marcel urges Rebecca to run while he faces Eva alone, but without a weapon. Marcel is no match for Eva. In the real world, Freya continues to struggle to maintain the spell, but blood has already started to trickle from the corner of Marcel's eye. His life in the conscious world is hanging by a thread. Fortunately, Vincent arrives just in time, calling out to Eva. He tries once again to deceive his wife into trusting him, but having already been betrayed once, Eva sees through his ruse. Vincent hadn't even managed to use the dagger before it slipped from his hand. Eva restrained Vincent, leaving him on the brink of death. In the real world, Freya is barely holding on. At the critical moment, Klaus arrives and grabs hold of his sister and brother, anchoring them. Freya chants the spell once more. In the conscious world, Vincent feels a surge of power and rises to his feet. A couple entangled in love and hate is destined to end each other. Eva, with tears in her eyes, strikes down her husband. Just as she is about to claim victory, the young Rebecca plunges the dagger into her body. Marcel and Vincent wake up, and the spell is broken. Everyone was left in confusion. Marcel rushes to check on Davina. Finding that all 9 unconscious witches have awakened, he holds Davina tightly in his arms. Rebecca, lying on the ground, also soon regains consciousness. The spell has succeeded, and everything has settled. Rebecca stares blankly at her portrait, Klaus suggests she can torment Esther a bit longer, making her write another spell to return Rebecca to her own body. But Rebecca says that although Eva is gone, her body is still connected to Davina and the other witches. If this body dies, Davina will inevitably die as well. She wishes to retain her identity as a witch for the time being, as she still needs to bring Cole back from the world of the dead. Freya, who saved the 9 witches, earns Josephine's respect, and the entire New Orleans coven now considers her one of their own. The relationship between the Michelson family and the witches is also softened as a result. Freya walked alone towards the underground tomb, telling her mother that she was not Dahlia's pawn. It was her mother who had handed her over to the devil.
You are no longer my mother, but I am not her child.
Freya places her index finger on her mother's forehead, and with a scream of agony, Esther dissolves into a flock of birds. The once mighty 1,000-year-old witch is thus reduced to nothing. Dahlia finally makes her move, possessing Jackson's body and using magic to send a message to Haley.
I am here. I am everywhere. And I intend to take what is mine.
The Michelson family officially begins the battle to protect Hope. Freya explains that this is a large-scale surveillance spell. Dahlia can turn every tourist on the street into her eyes and ears. Freya prepares a special tea and distributes it to each family member, explaining that it will prevent them from being possessed by Dahlia, but Klaus refuses to accept it. Elijah suggests that he can rally the witches to create a safe house that is impervious to magic. Freya proposes using Jackson, who had been possessed, to track Dahlia's movements. She has already sent their father to find a special item, capable of forging a dagger powerful enough to kill Dahlia, but Klaus insists that the best defense is a good offense, intending to resolve the problem through sheer strength. Meanwhile, Davina is at the cemetery mourning Cole. Klaus approaches Davina, asking for her help in locating Michael. In return, he offers Cole's remains, necessary for the resurrection spell. Davina agrees to the deal. They soon find Michael. The father and son's reunion is anything but warm, filled with intense hostility. Michael immediately lashes out, ready to kill, but in an unprecedented move, Klaus proposes they work together.
Care to join your bastard son on the witch hunt?
Davina draws a circle of salt on the ground, forming a ritualistic pattern. Michael then produces the items his daughter had instructed him to find: soil from Dahlia's homeland, Viking ashes, and Freya's blood. Michael pulls out a dagger, asking Davina to fuse these 3 elements into a weapon. Freya marked Jackson with a symbol, explaining that she needed to link with Rebecca's energy in order to track Dahlia's whereabouts. But Rebecca, who was linked to her sister, was terrified because she saw Dahlia standing right behind Freya.
You're the reason Dahlia is able to cast such powerful spells. She's channeling you.
Freya is equally shocked by this revelation, realizing that her aunt has found her. Upon learning the truth, Haley quickly becomes wary of Freya. Rebecca gently asks Freya to leave, and with tears in her eyes, Freya departs, disheartened. As Freya walks down the street, the passers-by eerily begin to surround her, silently staring at her. The once noisy street suddenly falls into complete silence. Freya turns to flee, only to run straight into Dahlia. With a wave of Dahlia's hand, the bystanders instantly return to normal. Dahlia accuses Freya of running from her for centuries, warning that Freya has chosen the wrong allies in this fight. She vows to soon kill every member of Freya's family. Freya rushes back to the mansion to deliver the news, informing them that Klaus and Michael have fallen into their aunt's trap. As Freya had warned, Klaus and Michael track Dahlia's minions to a church. Dahlia is standing in front of the church pulpit, and she is keenly aware of the dagger in Michael's hand. She raises her hands and makes a gesture, summoning a horde of minions that surround Klaus. Father and son go into battle mode and gradually gain the upper hand, but Dahlia imbues her minions with her magic, turning the tide in an instant. Klaus and Michael are brutally overpowered, collapsing to the ground. However, the power of the hybrid Klaus and the vampire hunter Michael is not to be underestimated. The two quickly repelled all the minions. Dahlia calmly claps her hands, remarking that all heroes meet a tragic end. With just a simple gesture, she effortlessly took control of Michael, causing the dagger in his hand to drop to the ground. Klaus falls to his knees as well, his face turning blue. Klaus once again finds himself in a dire situation, utterly overpowered by the millennia-old witch Dahlia. Unable to move, he struggles desperately to reach for the dagger, only to be effortlessly knocked aside by Dahlia with a single gesture. Dahlia steps toward Michael, declaring that she will take her time killing him. At that moment, Freya arrives just in time. Dahlia releases Michael and taunts her niece, telling her how weak her family truly is. Freya fights back with all her might, but Dahlia swiftly seizes her by the throat. Seeing his beloved daughter in peril, Michael flies into a rage, grabbing a wooden stake and driving it into Dahlia's body. Elijah arrives just in time, taking the opportunity to feed his brother some blood. Dahlia rose in anger, pulled the wooden stake from her body, and with a single motion, sent Elijah flying. Klaus seizes the moment, grabs the dagger, and with a powerful leap, crashes down, shattering the church's pulpit. Dahlia and the dagger disappeared together. The hunt was a failure. They've lost the only weapon that could kill Dahlia. As they begin to regroup, Dahlia suddenly reappears before them. Without hesitation, Dahlia destroys the dagger and once again declares that she has no desire to wipe them out, she only wants hope. But if they continue to resist, the consequences will be unbearable. Jackson decides to take Haley and Hope back to the bayou, not wanting to be further entangled in the Michelson family's conflicts. He tells Aiden to have the car ready at 8:45 to pick them up. At 9 o'clock, Marcel is supposed to come and take them to a safe house protected by a witch's spell, but Aiden worries that Klaus might kill him for his involvement. As he frets, Josh stumbles upon him. Aiden feels torn between betraying his pack and fearing Klaus's wrath. Josh advises him to prioritize his own safety. Haley and Jackson, holding their child, wait at the street corner, but Aiden never shows up, too scared to step forward. As time ticks away, Marcel arrives first to find Haley and her family. Their escape plan has failed. Haley pretends nothing is wrong, scolding Marcel for being late, and then they follow him to the safe house. The Michelson family's morale plummets after their initial defeat, with the mood becoming increasingly somber. Freya laments that the only weapon capable of killing her aunt is gone, leaving them in a seemingly hopeless situation. But Klaus insists that the dagger can be remade. There's plenty of soil from their homeland, and Freya's blood is practically limitless. As for the Viking ashes, though difficult to find, it's not impossible. Klaus grabs the white oak stake and drives it into Michael's heart. In his father's final moments, Klaus asks why Michael could never show him a shred of kindness. Michael coldly replies that he never thought about a reason, he simply acted on his instincts. This scene mirrors our own lives when you long for an apology from your parents. They may not even realize they were wrong. Klaus killed his father once again.
Viking ash is indeed rare. But all you really need is a burning Viking corpse. I love you.
Hearing his boyfriend's loving confession, Josh felt both happy and shy, but he didn't know it would be the last time he ever heard those words from him. Aiden felt ashamed for betraying the pack. After much thought, he decided to confess to the leader. If he was lucky enough to survive, they would leave New Orleans together and roam the world. Josh was caught off guard by this decision, but he knew how much determination and courage it took for a werewolf to make the choice to leave his pack. As Aiden turned to walk away, Josh called out to him, saying he was willing to leave with him. Aiden breathed a sigh of relief at those words. The two looked at each other, smiled, and embraced in a kiss. But they didn't know this would be the last kiss they would ever share.
I love you too.
Just before Aiden left, Josh called out to him again. Jackson and Haley were trapped in the safe house, feeling anxious and on edge. Jackson just wanted to take his wife and Hope back to his territory, where he felt confident he could keep them safe. But Haley insisted that Dahlia would use magic to track Hope, and unless they could suppress their daughter's witch powers, there would be no escaping her. No matter where they ran, Aiden volunteered to help, hoping to make up for his previous mistakes. He sneaked into Klaus's room and hid the shackles that could seal a witch's power under his clothes. Klaus caught him acting suspiciously in broad daylight and asked what he was doing there. Panicking, Aiden grabbed a stuffed rabbit toy and said he was there to get Hope's favorite toy. Driven by his love for his daughter, Klaus's judgment was severely clouded. Yes, that's right, he believed it. Even Josh was astonished by how gullible he was.
Oh, right. Yes, I'm sure that Klaus Color Me Paranoid Michelson totally fell for your whole I came across the river for Hope's bunny ruse.
Aiden asked Davina if she could try transferring the magic from the shackles onto a smaller object. Davina decided to give it a try. She took off the bracelet that Cole had given her, placed it on the table, and began chanting a spell. Meanwhile, Marcel found Davina and asked if the dagger capable of sealing Klaus's power was ready, but Davina was upset with Marcel for neglecting her recently. She said the dagger was something Cole left for her as a means of protection, and she would use it whenever she saw fit. Marcel had no choice but to leave. Frustrated, Aiden handed the completed bracelet to Jackson. Jackson's mood lifted instantly. Seizing the moment, Aiden confessed that he had been manipulated by Klaus and had even considered taking the position of pack leader. Jackson, however, said that Aiden hadn't betrayed the pack. Everything Aiden had done for Hope was enough to atone for his mistakes, and he decided not to pursue the matter further. But Aiden was resolute, declaring that he would leave the pack. The two brothers embraced tightly. Jackson assured him that the pack would always consider him family and that he would be welcome to return anytime. In high spirits, Aiden bought a bouquet of fresh flowers to celebrate the new life ahead, but the vibrant flowers withered instantly. Dahlia appeared before Aiden, without giving Aiden a chance to react. She used magic to force him into a nearby alley. She said she didn't mean to hurt Aiden, but that Aiden was the perfect trigger for the Michelson siblings to kill each other. Dahlia casually inflicted wounds on Aiden's face, ignoring his agonizing screams and pain. Suddenly, she clenched her hand tightly, and blood began seeping from Aiden's chest. He fell to his knees in agony, his heart flying out of his chest alive. Dahlia coldly tossed Aiden's heart beside his lifeless body and walked away without a second glance. Meanwhile, Josh was with Davina, imagining a bright future for himself. He spent the entire day saying goodbye to his friends, but the moment he turned into the alley, the smile vanished from Josh's face.
No. No.
Eerie vines were quickly crawling up the walls, and crimson flowers were quietly blooming. This was Dahlia using magic to locate Hope. She quickly appears near the safe house, but with a hand gesture, all cell phone signals disappear. With another gesture, the werewolf on lookout was killed instantly. Haley clutched her young daughter, filled with anxiety. Dahlia soon appeared at the door of the cabin. She didn't dare enter the safe house, so she stood at the entrance, issuing stern threats. She said that the spell protecting the house was weakening and that she would wait until dusk tomorrow. She hoped Haley would have the sense to bring the child to her voluntarily. Having just killed Michael, Klaus was in an exceptionally good mood, but Elijah pointed out that because of his reckless actions, they had now completely lost Freya, a powerful ally. Just as Michael had predicted, Freya refused to work with Klaus. She issued an ultimatum to Rebecca.
You and Elijah have a choice. From now on, it's either Klaus or me.
Meanwhile, Klaus was happily engrossed in his art. Elijah asked Klaus where he had hidden Michael's ashes, but Klaus said he couldn't tell him, fearing he would turn around and inform Freya. Rebecca and Marcel vented their frustration about Klaus always acting unilaterally. With the looming battle, they were not only worried about facing Dahlia but also about whatever trouble Klaus might stir up. Marcel was convinced that Klaus had a plan, but he wasn't sure if it would work. By this point, Klaus had almost entirely lost the trust of his siblings. With only Elijah still standing by him, Haley informed the brothers that Dahlia had found the location of the safe house, and she had decided she would take her daughter and leave. But Klaus vehemently opposed this, claiming he already had a plan. As they argued, Jackson burst into the safe house with Aiden's body. He placed Aiden on the table and accused Klaus of killing him after his attempt to turn Aiden against the pack failed. Everyone waited for Klaus to respond to the accusation. After some consideration, Klaus didn't deny it. Instead, he said this was the fate of those who defy him. Jackson, furious, clashed with Klaus. Elijah tried to mediate, but Haley sided with her husband. Elijah made his stance clear as well, declaring that anyone who opposed Klaus would also be opposing him. He told Klaus to go ahead with his plan, assuring him that he would take care of Haley and Hope. Klaus left, feeling triumphant. News of Aiden's death quickly reached Rebecca and Marcel. Davina arrived in tears, and Marcel pulled her into a tight embrace, but then she pulled out the dagger capable of sealing Klaus's power.
I want you to put Klaus down.
Jackson placed the magic-suppressing bracelet on Hope. Haley also revealed her plan to Elijah. Upon learning that they had found a way to suppress Hope's magic, Elijah began to waver. At this point, Klaus had lost all of his allies. Fuming, Klaus returned to the mansion, where Camille appeared before him with tears in her eyes. She couldn't believe Klaus could be so cruel. Klaus stubbornly maintained that he was nothing more than a ruthless monster, with tears streaming down her face. Camille said that even if Freya had ulterior motives, she hadn't killed Aiden.
She didn't just murder an innocent guy.
And neither did I.
Klaus's response left Camille shocked. Even somewhat confused and hopeful, Klaus admitted that his goal was merely to sow discord between Haley and the werewolves. He believed that as long as he remained powerful enough to instill fear in them, Haley wouldn't dare take the child and leave him. Camille is moved to tears, but in the next moment, Klaus said this was just a common trick men used to pacify women, adding that he was different from ordinary men. He enjoyed leaving Camille burdened with a truth that no one else would believe, then turned and walked away. When Klaus returned to his room, he found his brother staring blankly at his artwork. Elijah had figured out that Klaus had mixed their father's ashes into the paint. The ashes of the Viking and the soil from their homeland had been turned into oil paint. Elijah then revealed that he had let Haley go. Klaus was furious, and the two brothers began to fight. Klaus overpowered his brother and demanded to know why Elijah would start a war they were destined to lose. Elijah seized the opportunity to stab Klaus with the dagger. Freya and Rebecca stood silently, watching the scene unfold. The color drained from Klaus's face, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Betraying his brother caused Elijah unimaginable pain. The midnight bell tolled right on cue. Slow and mournful, Klaus awoke in a small village, entering Dahlia's consciousness while sealed by the dagger. This was the village where Dahlia and Esther once lived. The village had been ravaged by Vikings, leaving young Dahlia and Esther as the only survivors. But the raiders took Esther away. To protect her sister, Dahlia used her magic, but this became the source of all her nightmares. The raiders trapped Dahlia in a dark cabin, forcing her to use dark magic according to their demands. In return, her sister could live a carefree life. Imprisoned in darkness, Dahlia finally found a way to escape from the Vikings. Excitedly, she shared her discovery with Esther, but Esther coldly interrupted her. She had fallen in love with one of the Vikings, Michael. Esther broke her promise to her family, abandoning the sister who had sacrificed so much for her and giving up her own magical gifts. Dahlia wanted to keep her sister from leaving, but Esther was disgusted that Dahlia had dirted her clothes. Klaus watched all of this thoughtfully, but Dahlia's story didn't end there. They arrived at a desolate hillside. A young Freya had already learned to resist her aunt's control, her emotions growing increasingly intense, even affecting the weather. Freya's nose began to bleed, but she gradually calmed down under her aunt's soothing words. Dahlia explained that the firstborn witches in the family possessed destructive power. Though she coveted Freya's energy, she was also guiding Freya to control her immense magic. Yet Freya, yearning for freedom, had demonized her. Klaus asked Dahlia if Hope would possess such power. Dahlia replied that Hope's power would be even stronger, and her suffering would be even greater. Dahlia reflected on her own failure, acknowledging that she had deprived Freya of the parental love she needed. She generously invited Klaus to form an alliance with her. Klaus would provide Hope with a father's love, while Dahlia would only draw upon Hope's power and guide her in controlling her magic. But Haley would fight for her daughter to the death, and so she must die. Seeing that Klaus was already swayed, Dahlia blew a cloud of black smoke toward him. Klaus, lying in the coffin, suddenly awoke with a start. Then, despite the pain, Klaus pulled out the dagger that had sealed him. Freya was meticulously making preparations. She planned to use 3 ingredients to create a location where Dahlia would be rendered mortal, allowing Elijah to kill her, but they still needed bait. Freya finally revealed her entire plan. She intended to take Hope from Haley and use her as the bait. Having lost Klaus as a powerful ally, Elijah had no choice, but he wasn't willing to put Hope in danger. Elijah sought out Vincent, hoping he could use magic to create a decoy. But Vincent said he had long ago sworn off magic. Camille had no choice but to call Davina. The 3 women gathered together, combing through spellbooks but finding nothing. Rebecca finally came up with an idea, suggesting they try transferring the magic onto a clay doll. Camille, who didn't know a thing about witchcraft, could only go out to buy them coffee, but on her way back, she ran into Vincent. Vincent handed her a piece of paper for Rebecca, with a spell that could sever the connection between her and the children. Vincent explained that he was determined to live as an ordinary man and had refused the coven's offer to make him their leader. Camille, sensing Vincent's true feelings, immediately resorted to playing the sympathy card.
I lost my uncle to a hex. And my brother,
Her tragic story quickly stirred Vincent's compassion, and Camille took the opportunity to lament that the decoy spell wasn't working. Vincent quickly pointed out that a fake doll wouldn't fool Dahlia. They needed the heartbeat of a living person. He then decided to help them. Elijah moved alone through the forest. He had just caught an incoming arrow with his bare hand, and a second later, he skillfully caught a flying axe. 2 heavily armed werewolves glared at him, and Jackson took the opportunity to leap forward and punch Elijah in the face. Unfazed, Elijah stood up and said he was just there to check on his niece. Jackson immediately refused him without a second thought. Elijah warned him to watch his words, adding that he couldn't even beat his brother. Jackson, however, has the nerve to say that Elijah won't do anything to him. Haley appeared just in time, and Elijah quickly explained his purpose. He needed a drop of Hope's blood to create a decoy. Haley agreed. Elijah's visit made Jackson realize something was wrong. He had become too entangled with the Michael sons, and he couldn't allow his people to be dragged into their war. So, Haley had to choose between him and Elijah. Without the slightest hesitation, Haley called Elijah to say goodbye.
Even if she is free of Dahlia's firstborn curse, Hope would still be Klaus's daughter. She'd inherit 1,000 years of enemies, all his anger and rage. I don't want Hope to be a Michelson.
Haley's decision awakened the deepest fears and the angriest demons within Klaus. He sought out Dahlia and told her he agreed to their alliance. Dahlia gently stirred the liquid in front of her, and the sky above Haley darkened with storm clouds. Dahlia and Klaus locked eyes, sharing a wicked smile. A young couple walked into a dark alley, wrapped in each other's arms, only to be stopped by Klaus, who blocked their path. He said he was hungry and hoped they could help. The man, looking bewildered, said he didn't have any money.
I'll just help myself.
Dahlia advised Klaus that he'd better eat his fill, and she specifically hypnotized a group of humans to serve as Klaus' food. Klaus flashed a satisfied smile. With Vincent's guidance, Rebecca manages to disconnect her body from the witch child. Freya's spell and trap were also ready, but Elijah's empty-handed return caught her by surprise. Elijah said he wanted to ensure Hope's safety. As he slowly approached Freya, Elijah suddenly injected Hope's blood into her body, then informed his sister that she was now the bait. Freya warned that if their aunt detected the flaw, they would all die, but Elijah was resolute. Vincent discovered that Davina was researching resurrection spells, so he encouraged her to become the leader of the coven. That way, she could learn directly from the ancestors and harness their power. Upon learning that becoming the leader would grant her the power to use the resurrection spell once, Davina was intrigued. Freya's trap was complete. She used Klaus's paintings to form the trap, while she held a clay doll made to look like Hope as the bait. Rebecca was in charge of casting the spell. Elijah was poised for an ambush. Everything seemed flawless, but Klaus's plan for revenge had already begun. He first tracked down Marcel, subdued him without a word, and said he needed to borrow something. Klaus strung Marcel up and drained the vervain from his body, then compelled him to serve his own purposes. Freya held the clay doll in her arms. As Rebecca's spell took effect, the doll transformed into Hope's likeness. Elijah lay in wait, dagger in hand. Everything was ready. Dahlia walked toward them with the stride of a victor. Freya lies and says she's willing to give Hope to her and just begs her aunt to set her free. Dahlia rejected the deal, stating that both Hope and Freya were already hers. As Dahlia slowly stepped into the trap's range, Marcel apologized to Rebecca, then rushed forward, tackling her to the ground. The baby in Freya's hands instantly turned back into clay. Freya was horrified. She quickly grabbed Dahlia, shouting for Elijah to strike. Elijah moved at the sound but was intercepted by Klaus. The two brothers fought at once, furious at her niece's betrayal. Dahlia raised her hand and sent Freya flying. Elijah tried to reason with Klaus, but Klaus was unmoved, soon overpowering his brother. Still bewildered by Elijah's act of sealing him, Klaus declared he was going to take something from him. Klaus compelled Gia to step into the sunlight and instructed her to remove her daylight ring. As Elijah watched in despair and anguish, Gia was engulfed in flames, burning alive. Dahlia also subdued Freya, cruelly telling her that she had been wrong. Freya was never her beloved witch. The plan had failed. With a casual wave, Dahlia put Freya into a deep sleep. An enraged Elijah continued to grapple with his brother. The two tumbled down from the second floor, but Elijah was no match for Klaus, who seized the opportunity to drive the curved dagger into his chest. The dagger slowly burrowed into Elijah's body. Camille happened to witness the scene. She could hardly believe her eyes and tried to convince Klaus to return to the right path. Klaus' expression becomes complicated.
Is there a problem?
Not at all. Just another victim.
No.
He slowly approached Camille, who still believed he wouldn't hurt her. Under Dahlia's watchful gaze, Klaus bit into Camille's neck. Marcel dragged Rebecca in front of Klaus. Klaus did not execute his sister. Instead, he ordered Marcel to imprison Rebecca. If she ever tried to escape, Marcel was to kill the person he loved most. Dahlia was indifferent to Klaus's decision, only stating that Hope's magic was still hidden and that she needed Klaus's blood to locate her. Rebecca pleaded with her brother not to go through with it, but Klaus resolutely bit into his hand, letting his blood drip into his aunt's palm. In the previous episode, after Klaus learned he had been betrayed by his own siblings, he vowed to take revenge. Meanwhile, Elijah, Rebecca, and Freya tried to take down Dahlia, but their plan failed when Klaus formed an alliance with her. Under the pale moonlight, Klaus massacred the werewolf camp, facing a formidable foe. Vincent chose to confront him alone, instructing Haley and the werewolf elder Mary to take Hope and leave. After weighing her options, Haley quickly departed. However, neither Vincent nor the werewolves under his command were any match for Klaus. They were swiftly overpowered and knocked to the ground. Haley was preparing to leave with Hope, but she quickly changed her mind.
I'm not gonna teach my daughter that it's okay to leave the ones you love to die.
She handed Hope over to Mary and decided to return to help Vincent face their enemy. Marcel and Rebecca were caught in a web of indecision. Rebecca wanted to stop Dahlia, but she couldn't bear the thought of Marcel carrying the guilt of killing her with his own hands. Rebecca remembered how Esther once tried to destroy her vampire body, so she boldly speculated whether, if this body died, she might return to her original body. Rebecca initially believed this was her brother's twisted revenge plan, but she soon realized it was part of a greater scheme. Marcel is adamant that he won't take the risk. He can't accept losing Rebecca, but Rebecca said she trusted Klaus, because her brother would never kill her.
You really do care for me. Well, the least I can do is save you from the awful act itself.
Rebecca grabbed a dagger and plunged it into her own throat. Meanwhile, Klaus's battle with the werewolf couple was nearing its end. Dahlia, having lost her patience, stepped out of the shadows. Haley, still determined to challenge Dahlia, was quickly subdued with a single move. She soon realized something was wrong. What Klaus had borrowed from Marcel was the spell he once used to bind the Crescent werewolves. This meant that Haley and her entire pack would once again be turned into wolves, only able to return to human form on the night of a full moon. As Haley and Jackson howled in agony, they gradually transformed into wild wolves. Mary, who had fled, was not spared either. She soon sensed something was amiss in her body. She hastily stopped the car, opened the door, and transformed into a wolf with a painful howl. Under the watchful eyes of the coven, Davina stood before them with a torch in hand. She used a dagger to cut her palm and let her blood drip into the nearby flames. The harvest girl, Davina, had now transformed into the ruling leader of the witches. Hope, left alone in the car, was about to fall asleep, but her father quickly found her. However, Dahlia soon interrupted their moment of solitude. Camille quickly awoke from her unconsciousness. Not only did Klaus spare her life, but he also secretly revealed his plan to her. Stumbling, Camille made her way to Elijah. She raised a dagger and slashed across Elijah's chest, then reached into his body and pulled out the hooked blade. Elijah awoke with a look of terror on his face. Klaus was still stalling Dahlia. He declared that he would never allow his daughter to be handed over as a prize, especially since Dahlia carried a century-long slumber curse. He couldn't bear the thought of Hope becoming another Freya, so Klaus took the initiative to propose that Dahlia link with him first. With his original vampire power, Dahlia could easily attain immortality and would no longer need to sleep for a century. Meanwhile, Camille revealed Klaus's plan. Knowing exactly how to kill Dahlia, Dahlia began preparing for the linking ritual. Klaus asked Dahlia what her specific intentions were. She replied that she only needed a single drop of Hope's blood. As for Freya, who had lost her usefulness, Dahlia planned to kill her when the moon reached its peak. As the spell took effect, their blood crossed the salt line and merged together, sending a massive surge of energy through them. The spell worked, and Dahlia was ecstatic.
I will never need to sleep for a century again.
Well, perhaps one more nap.
But just then, Klaus pulled out a dagger and plunged it into his chest. At the cost of sealing himself, Klaus forced Dahlia into slumber once more. Rebecca succeeded. She killed the host body and successfully returned to her own body. Marcel is so excited that he lifts Rebecca out of the coffin in a princess hug. They find a depressed Elijah, whose anger at Klaus has reached a fever pitch. Rebecca assured him that Hope was safe and that Freya was with her. Elijah quickly found Hope and also discovered the slumbering Klaus and Dahlia. Freya says she's not her aunt's favorite witch, but Dahlia's favorite witch is her sister Esther, who betrayed her. To obtain Esther's blood, they would first need to drag Esther out of hell. Davina was preparing to use her one and only chance to tap into the ancestors' power to resurrect Cole. Vincent warned her that while the Michelson family may be divided, they always unite against external threats. Unbeknownst to Davina, they are preparing to secretly replace Cole's ashes, allowing an unwitting Davina to resurrect their mother. Freya advocated for killing Klaus outright. Marcel was the first to object. He didn't want to die. The group was caught in a dilemma. Rebecca noticed that the dagger in Klaus's chest was dissolving. They had to resurrect Esther before the dagger fully melted. The plan was set, and they split up. Rebecca and Elijah went to burn their mother's remains and retrieve the ashes. Marcel and Freya were tasked with finding the urn containing Cole's ashes, but while Marcel wasn't looking, Freya secretly used magic to locate the white oak stake. She found the white oak stake hidden in a secret compartment in the fireplace and then hid it away. Marcel also found the urn, but it was already empty. Davina had taken the ashes first. Davina was preparing to cast the spell when Rebecca appeared before her. The long-lost friends walked outside to catch up. Rebecca truthfully revealed the plan, but Davina refused without hesitation. She would not waste her one chance on the Michelson War. After all, the only person she cared about was Cole. The negotiation ended in failure. In her anger, Davina snapped Rebecca's neck. Freya tried everything she could, but nothing slowed the daggers melting. Eerie vines rapidly climbed the railings, signaling that Dahlia's magic was awakening. Freya, no longer hesitating, pulled out the white oak stake. Marcel tried to intervene but was swiftly immobilized by Freya. At this point, Davina had already poured the ashes into the ritual circle before her and began chanting the spell. Flames roared to life, only to gradually extinguish as the incantation continued. Freya wept, knowing she was about to destroy the family she had longed for. A bare arm emerged from the ritual circle. Freya steeled herself to strike, but Klaus grabbed the white oak stake. Both Klaus and Dahlia awoke, but it wasn't Cole who appeared before Davina. It was the long-dead witch, Esther. The final battle had begun. Dahlia abducted Freya, forcing her to kneel before her. She drew a ritual circle on the ground, preparing to execute her traitorous niece. The original siblings arrived just in time, dragging their mother with them in handcuffs. The thousand-year reunion of the two sisters was filled with complex emotions in their eyes. Dahlia revealed the white oak stake. Klaus scoffed, saying it was impossible to take on 3 people with a single stake. But Dahlia responded that they were still too young. She raised the white oak stake and shattered it into dust, scattering it into the air. Dahlia forcibly made the 3 siblings inhale the dust, and they immediately crumbled. Klaus's veins glowed red as they heated up. Esther is helpless because her sister has hated her for 1,000 years. But Dahlia still couldn't forgive her sister for abandoning her to marry the enemy who destroyed their home. She also accused Esther of breaking her promise, the one where each firstborn would be given to her, and now, none of it counted. She was going to kill all of Esther's children right in front of her. Esther looked at her tormented children, the original siblings, nearly burned alive. Her eldest daughter was on the brink of suffocating to death.
Dahlia, you have everything you ever wanted.
Esther placed the magic-suppressing shackles around her sister's neck. Freya instantly disrupted the ritual circle, forcing her 3 siblings to expel the white oak stake dust. Esther turned to signal her children. Elijah picked up the dagger and tossed it to Klaus. Klaus lunged forward, driving the dagger through both his mother and aunt. Dahlia awoke in a bright, open field. Esther grasped her sister's hand and said that it wasn't until she saw her children fighting for each other that she realized her greatest mistake wasn't getting married and having children, but not being there for her sister. The 2 sisters embraced tightly. Dahlia finally forgave her sister and found peace for her soul. As they looked at the petrified sisters, the story of the Michelson family was nearing its end. Marcel and Elijah cremated the dead. Freya restored Eva's body as a gift for her sister. To fulfill her promise to Cole, Rebecca decided to live once more as a witch. Haley, trapped in wolf form, pleaded with Elijah to return to Klaus because she couldn't accept Klaus being their daughter's sole guardian. Klaus and Camille also shared their feelings, though subtle and understated. Everything was clear between them as they exchanged glances. Just as they were about to kiss, Klaus suddenly bolted out of the bar, breathing heavily with anxiety.
That even when all seems burnt to ash, in our story, there is always another chapter to be told.
The Michelson family, now settled here, began to show signs of fracturing. Elijah, for the sake of Hope's well-being, had no choice but to live under the same roof as Klaus. Rebecca continued to wander the world, staying in touch with Freya through letters sent by magic. Marcel became absorbed in boxing and turning new vampires. Haley had only 1 day each month for visitation. Davina was filled with hatred for the Michelson family, refusing even to help make a daylight ring. Camille once again became Klaus's paid therapist. Klaus also embarked on the difficult path of winning Camille's heart. He invited Camille to preview his art exhibition, but she told him she didn't want any personal involvement with him outside of work. He then invited Camille to the exhibition's opening, but Camille pointed out that he was just worried no one would show up. Camille suggested Klaus take a good look at himself, but Klaus wasn't entirely alone. A former old friend of his had come to the city. The story traces back to southern France in the year 1002. At this time, the Michelson siblings had just become vampires. living a brutal existence to escape their father's relentless pursuit. They stayed far from civilization, surviving by robbing travelers on the road. Unable even to wear a decent piece of clothing, they murdered 5 nobles. Rebecca boldly suggested that they could impersonate these 5 people, using false identities to blend in. That's when Elijah noticed something was off. A young servant was hiding in the carriage. When discovered, the servant panicked, realizing he had no way to escape. He quickly proposed that he could help the Michelson siblings integrate into this new society. Elijah rejected the offer, but Finn, tired of their harsh life, wished for at least one night of sleeping in a bed. The 5 of them were divided in their opinions, and unable to agree, they decided to take a vote. The servant's name was Lucian. Under his guidance, the 5 siblings walked into the grand, opulent castle for the first time, their eyes filled with wonder as they took in their surroundings. Introduced by Lucian, they met the lord of the castle. They even had to pander to the count's tastes, flattering him. Rebecca even used her charm, and the effect was immediate. They successfully earned the count's trust. Klaus, however, pointed out that Lucian didn't seem to be concerned about the damage the demons he brought with him would do to his master's family. Lucian said these nobles were wolves in sheep's clothing, with blood on their hands from the countless servants they had slaughtered. He didn't care about their fate. However, the count's daughter, Aurora, soon caught Klaus's eye. The stunningly beautiful Aurora was always seen with her brother, Tristan, by her side. The 5 siblings soon lived happily ever after in the count's household. Klaus even curled his hair and took up carving little horses. Lucian mentioned that he and Aurora had been childhood sweethearts and asked Klaus to deliver a love letter for him. He had no idea that Aurora and Klaus had already begun a secret affair. Just as they were in the midst of their intimacy, Lucian walked in on them, lost in his sorrow. Lucian didn't notice that he had drawn the attention of the guards. In a panic, Klaus breaks the window and escapes. Tristan only saw Lucian holding hands with his sister and assumed that Lucian was the culprit who seduced her. Tristan threw Lucian into the dungeon and tortured him. Klaus and Elijah tried to rescue Lucian, but Tristan uncovered their true identities. After Cole was caught feeding on a kitchen maid, Tristan concluded that they were fleeing from some even fiercer monster. Ignoring Klaus's threats, Tristan sliced open Lucian's mouth with a knife. Klaus managed to save Lucian, apologizing profusely for what had happened, but an enraged Lucian seized the opportunity to stab Klaus with a knife, only for Klaus to remind him that this couldn't kill him. However, Lucian, nearly driven mad by rage, struggled, and in the process, the knife tainted with Klaus's blood cut his palm. Both were astonished as they watched all of Lucian's wounds rapidly heal. It was the first time Klaus realized that his blood had such a power. Believing himself to be blessed with divine strength, Lucian went berserk, charging out of the dungeon to kill Tristan, only to be mercilessly impaled by the guards. Klaus shared his shocking discovery with Elijah, analyzing how the blood could heal the living but had no effect on the dead. The 2 brothers prepared to cremate Lucian's body, but Lucian suddenly sat up. He had become the first vampire Klaus ever turned. After months of calm, New Orleans is once again in turmoil. A gruesome murder has shocked the streets, and Camille and Vincent, acting as police consultants, arrive at the crime scene to investigate. The victim died a horrific death, yet there are no signs of struggle. They conclude that a vampire is behind the killing. They present the crime scene photos to Marcel. However, Marcel insists that none of his people would risk leaving a body out in the open. The local vampires survive by feeding on tourists, and such actions would severely impact the city's tourism. Marcel mentions that Klaus has been unusually quiet lately and suggests they talk to him. Klaus is currently riding high on the success of his art exhibition, where his old friend Lucian is busy critiquing his paintings. Klaus is surprised to see Camille at the show, and he immediately strikes up a conversation with her, but Camille says she's here to discuss something at work with him.
Who's the dirtbag eyeing me like a marac of lamb, old friend?
Old acquaintance, nothing more.
Reluctantly, she brings up the murder on the street, but Klaus claims he knows nothing about it. Meanwhile, Elijah is out on a picnic with Hope, carefully preparing a lavish spread for his evening reunion with Haley. Their peace is shattered when a group of armed men with rifles arrives. The men tell Elijah that the area has been contracted by a real estate developer, and that they've been ordered to clear the area of werewolves, and that Hope will be executed as well. This enrages Elijah, who quickly dispatches 3 of the hunters. The leader informs him that several other teams are scattered across the area. Elijah decides to temporarily end the picnic to clear the way for Haley. Elsewhere, Davina is in the middle of a witches' gathering, but one of the witches blatantly ignores her orders and turns to leave. Davina warns her, but the witch escalates the situation by openly challenging her authority. As the witch chants a spell, Davina's fingers grotesquely bend and snap, and flames erupt around her, nearly engulfing her in fire. Furious but powerless, Davina can only chant a protection spell to safeguard herself. Night falls quickly, and Elijah moves swiftly through the forest, disarming numerous traps and taking out several hunters along the way. He is in the middle of interrogating one of the hunters, trying to extract more information. Suddenly, a completely naked female werewolf charges forward, viciously beating the hunter. At first, Elijah thinks she is Haley, but when the girl turns around, he realizes he's mistaken. The girl warns Elijah that the werewolves have suffered heavy losses and that Haley is in grave danger. Meanwhile, Haley, also completely naked, is trapped within a witch's spell circle. Davina approaches and hands her a robe. Haley is furious that Davina is interrupting her one chance a month to be with her daughter. Davina quickly states her intentions. She cannot tolerate any challenges to her authority, nor can she afford to openly ally with vampires or werewolves. As a result, she seeks to use Haley to eliminate the dissenting faction within the Witch's Coven. In return, she takes a lock of Haley's hair to temporarily lift the curse on Haley in her pack. As long as the candle in Davina's hand remains lit, Haley can maintain her human form. They strike a deal. Lucien also reveals the true reason for his visit to New Orleans. He claimed that Cole and Finn's deaths made all vampires realize that the lives of the originals are linked to the survival of their entire sire line. Two rival vampire lineages have discovered the most effective way to destroy each other. That is to kill the original vampire of the opposing line. Lucien insists that he has come to protect Klaus, but Klaus dismisses the need for protection, stating that all the White Oak stakes have been destroyed. Lucien then introduces him to a prophetic witch named Alexis. Alexis exposes her long, slender neck, inviting Klaus to drink her blood, which will allow her to link their minds and show him the prophecy directly. Klaus is bombarded with a series of puzzling images: a dining table in disarray, a blood-stained painting.
You'll all be lost. As your family is undone, you will seed the beast that is to come.
A distraught Camille returns home, only to find an uninvited Klaus waiting for her. Camille angrily reprimands Klaus for his rude habit of entering through the window rather than the front door. Klaus says he's brought her a gift, a painting he created himself. Just as Camille is about to apologize for her harsh words, she realizes that Klaus has already left. The man picked up a razor and, with swift precision, slashed his own mouth open. Meanwhile, more bodies with similar gruesome wounds began to appear frequently on the city streets. Each victim had been drained of blood and artistically arranged on street corners. However, Detective Kinney started to suspect that a female police consultant was involved in the crimes. His reasoning stemmed from the fact that Camille's brother had once committed a horrifying murder. Kinney intercepted Camille on her way home from work. They headed to a bar, where Kinney directly accused Camille of having a suspicious family history. He pointed out that every time a major incident occurred in the city, Camille's family always seemed to be entangled in it. Kinney warned that he would uncover her secrets. Little did he know, Camille had already set her sights on the real suspect, Lucien. Camille knew that human police were no match for Lucien, a millennia-old vampire, so she sought out Klaus, showing him the photos from the recent murders and asking him to put a stop to the killing spree.
You're the smartest, and the strongest, and the scariest. So make him stop.
Receiving praise from Camille made Klaus feel over the moon. In the dark forest, Elijah found Jackson, completely naked and severely injured. Jackson was deeply worried there were only 5 hours left until the transformation ended, yet Haley was still nowhere to be found. It turns out Lucien is the new owner of the property in the bayou area, and it was his company that hired hunters to kill the werewolves. So, Elijah and Jackson decided to pay him a visit. Lucien opened the door, welcoming them, but Elijah quickly realized he couldn't step through the threshold. Lucien explained that he had a witch cast a boundary spell, preventing vampires of any other original bloodline from entering. He claimed the werewolf hunt was merely to protect his private property, and he couldn't care less about Haley's disappearance. Lucien's arrogant attitude enraged Elijah. He smashed the table beside him and drove one of the legs straight into Lucien's throat. Lucien, gritting his teeth, painfully pulled the stake out. The enraged Jackson had already stormed into the room, roaring as he tackled Lucien to the ground, sinking his teeth into Lucien's arm without mercy. Lucien promised he would have the werewolf bodies inspected. Jackson, with a haughty attitude, walked away, knowing he had little time left in his human form. Meanwhile, Haley, trying to fulfill her deal with Davina, secretly approached a witch. However, The ancestors of the witches refused to ally with a werewolf. Blood began to stream from Davina's eyes, and the candle flickered, nearly extinguishing. The werewolf couple was soon tormented by the curse of transformation. To protect Hope, Klaus had no choice but to chain Jackson up with iron. Desperate, Davina pleaded, saying Haley could be used against Klaus. Only then did the witch ancestors change their minds. The candle rekindled, and the werewolf couple returned to normal. Without hesitation, Haley bit into the witch's neck, killing her instantly. As she was about to leave, several witches emerged, chanting spells. Haley fell to her knees in pain, but she pushed through, unleashing a deadly fury, cutting down every witch in her path until the ground was littered with bodies. At dawn, dozens of witch corpses were discovered. Davina seized the moment to rally support. The witches held a funeral for the fallen, but one of the victims' relatives, Van, accused Davina, claiming she had a vendetta with his mother and was responsible for the massacre. He vowed to expose Davina and erase her from the witch community. Klaus also called Lucien to ask about the street murders. He ordered Lucien to stop the killing, and he said he would have given him some of his own blood to heal the wounds on his arm from the werewolf bite. But Lucien claimed the werewolf hadn't even bitten him. Stumbling into a secret chamber, Lucien retrieved a vial from a safe and injected the liquid into his wounded arm, which miraculously healed the werewolf bite. This meant Klaus's blood was no longer the only cure for a werewolf bite. Klaus and Haley got into a fierce fight over their child's education. Haley accused Klaus of harming her wolf pack and taking away her right to care for their daughter. Klaus, however, shot back, saying that Haley was willing to abandon this family for her pack. Placing them above their daughter, they fought from downstairs to upstairs. Elijah and the others watched from the sidelines, utterly helpless. Through tears, Haley spoke about how much they, as parents, had failed their daughter. Klaus, for once, didn't fight back, allowing Haley to vent her anger. Little Hope wobbled out, her innocent eyes wide as she watched her parents argue. This sight melted the hearts of everyone present. Haley, tears streaming, scooped up her daughter, confessing her guilt over nearly missing out on her daughter's childhood. Klaus, too, finally bowed his head in shame, but the peace lasted less than a second before they were at it again, arguing over who Hope should live with. Haley declared that she would never live under the same roof as Klaus. Klaus countered that he would never allow his daughter to live among werewolves. Elijah quickly suggested a compromise. He would arrange for them to rent a house nearby, where Haley and Jackson could stay. Haley didn't hesitate to declare that she would never invite Klaus inside, watching his family members walk away from him. One by one, Klaus's pride was deeply wounded. Meanwhile, Haley and Jackson happily set up their new home with Hope. In their joy, they embraced and kissed passionately. Across the street, Klaus watched the scene like a disturbed voyeur, glaring angrily, but all he could do was crush a wine glass in his hand. The Michelson family is about to face a new challenge, as a vague and terrifying prophecy foretells the downfall of the family within a year. Elijah hoped his sister could verify whether the curse was real. Freya set up the spell circle and began chanting, her powerful magic causing blood to seep from her ears as she gradually saw the fragmented visions. The original's brothers and Rebecca had already been targeted by their enemies. If the prophecy came true, they would all die.
You will all fall. One by friend, one by foe, and one by family.
Klaus pointed out that, given he had once stolen Lucien's beloved and then turned him into a vampire, Lucien was both friend and foe. 2 out of 3 elements of the prophecy were already fulfilled. Elijah suggested they should just kill Lucien preemptively. The major crimes unit also sprang into action. Kinney knocked on Lucien's door and brought him to the police station. Lucien denied all accusations against him but mentioned that he knew Camille was in the next room and wanted to speak with her alone. Lucien then recounted his long, complicated history with Klaus. Arriving too late, Klaus and Elijah found nothing at Lucien's residence except for Alexis. The brothers both drank Alexis's blood, which gave them a clearer vision of the prophecy. Lucien was plotting against Camille. Marcel would also meet a tragic fate. Klaus and Elijah decided to split up, with Klaus heading to the police station. Lucien's interrogation was going nowhere. As the standoff continued, Kinney received word that a new murder had occurred while Lucien was at the police station. This development effectively cleared Lucien of suspicion. A 1,000-year-old vampire named Aya walked into Marcel's home, claiming she could offer him help. Marcel wasn't interested in Aya's proposal and ordered his men to escort her out, but Aya proved to be ruthless. Swiftly taking down one of his vampires, she pulled a business card from her bodice, declaring she wouldn't leave until she had helped him. In a flash, Aya had defeated all the vampires present. Marcel's resilience and courage in the face of a powerful enemy earned Aya's admiration. When they fought again, Aya grabbed Marcel by the throat and cut him in the corner of the mouth. Marcel fell to the ground, his consciousness fading as he passed out. Elijah arrived only to find Josh lying on the floor. A black business card caught his attention. Elijah quickly recognized that this vampire named Aya belonged to his bloodline. He dipped the card in blood, and a line of text appeared on it. Marcel has been forcibly awakened. Aya doesn't seem to mean Marcel any harm, but instead hands him a blood bag and knows him well.
Marcel Gerard. You were turned by an original, yet you made yourself in your own image. You built a vampire community from ash, and this city thrived under your rule.
She offered to help Marcel reclaim control of New Orleans, revealing that they belonged to the oldest organization in the vampire world. Elijah managed to track them down. Without hesitation, he drove a stake into Aya's chest, threatening her to reveal her true intentions. An old friend, Tristan, who hadn't been seen in 1,000 years, appeared before him, causing Elijah to release Aya's heart. Tristan, in a courteous gesture, handed Elijah a handkerchief and then dismissed everyone else. Marcel was also asked to leave. Meanwhile, Lucien was desperately trying to convince Klaus that he was there to protect him. Tristan claimed that his organization had undermined Lucien's interests, prompting Lucien to attempt to kill Elijah and annihilate his organization. Tristan was convinced that Lucien would manipulate Klaus into turning against his brother. This creates a rationale of opposing viewpoints. Elijah mentioned that his brother was already preparing to kill Lucien, but Tristan countered that Lucien possessed the legendary weapon capable of killing an original. If Lucien died, they would never find the weapon. At that moment, Klaus was tracking Lucien in a dark alley. Elijah quickly found him and tried to stop him, but Klaus, stubborn as ever, refused to listen.
Brother, if you desire any kind of reconciliation with me, stay your hand.
In a rare attempt to mend his relationship with his brother, Klaus abandoned his original plan. The two brothers sat by the fireplace, sharing a rare heart-to-heart. Klaus was deeply moved when he heard Elijah say "we" for the first time in a long while, but Elijah made it clear that this didn't mean forgiveness. Klaus finally admitted he had gone too far in his treatment of Haley and his brother, and he vowed that no matter what the prophecy said, he would never harm Elijah. The Major Crimes Unit found themselves at a dead end once again, leaving Camille and Vincent deeply troubled. But a new murder occurred on the streets, with Tristan calmly appearing at the crime scene. Meanwhile, on a distant cliff, Klaus's stunning former lover had slaughtered all her guards. She stood at the cliff's edge and leapt, embracing her newfound freedom. Watch closely. The man's hands are wandering all over the woman's body, but he wasn't taking advantage. He was looking for the ring she had on her. This is a high-end banquet organized by a vampire society, with most members being high society elites and ancient vampires. Elijah, as a member of the original's bloodline, has also arrived at the event with his female companion. The presence of the originals creates a sense of pressure that causes those around them to steal glances. Aya introduces her mentor, Mohinder, to Marcel. Mohinder is a highly principled vampire who only drinks the blood of his defeated opponents and dislikes shaking hands with others. Marcel soon spots Haley and Elijah dancing gracefully in the center of the dance floor. Elijah quickly realizes that Marcel is being recruited into the strict society as a new member. Tristan appears among the crowd, and with his hint, Marcel suddenly notices that his daylight ring has gone missing at some point. Tristan informs Marcel that he must find the thief before dawn. If he succeeds, he will become a member of the Strix. If he fails, he will be killed. Klaus calls Freya, telling her that they've lost track of Lucien's prophecy witch, and asks her to cast a locator spell to help. Freya rushes over, sets up a ritual, and the fine black sand moves across the map. Quickly locking onto a location, they discover that Alexis has been captured by Tristan. Lucien comments that breaking into a mansion full of vampires will be difficult. Klaus, however, doesn't seem concerned at all. Elijah, worried that Marcel might run into trouble, states that he'll step in to help him, even if it means ruining the evening suit he's kept in pristine condition for 100 years. Marcel wants Elijah to trust him, saying that this is his chance to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. He then finds Aya, and together they head to a secluded hallway. Without warning, Marcel pulls Aya close and starts kissing her, his hands wandering all over her body. Aya pushes Marcel away, stating that she doesn't have his daylight ring on her. A commotion erupts in the crowd as Lucien and Klaus, pretending to be drunk, appear with women on both arms, drawing everyone's attention, disguised as a guest. Freya seizes the opportunity to slip upstairs. She pushes open a door and successfully finds Alexis, directly stating her purpose, but Alexis says she doesn't need protection. She has already seen every outcome of the prophecy.
I watched them burn. Lucian is doomed.
Freya says there's no time for this, and they must leave. Alexis casts a spell that renders Freya unable to speak, then without a word, kisses Freya on the lips. Using the moment to peer into her past and future, Alexis releases Freya and tells her that the family she yearns for will become her disaster, but Alexis' behavior angers Freya, who punches her in the face. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lucian and Klaus cause a ruckus, ridiculing everyone at the party before making their exit. Marcel and Haley gather together, whispering quietly, but Aya interrupts them and invites Marcel upstairs. Tristan shortens the deadline, demanding that Marcel identify the thief on the spot. Prepared for this, Marcel declares that it was Aya who took his daylight ring when they linked arms to enter the venue, and she later passed it off to someone else while introducing Mohinder. Marcel guessed correctly. Mohinder revealed the ring in response, but Tristan says that Marcel must defeat the one holding the ring to complete the challenge. The crowd parts to create a space for the duel, facing a vampire several centuries older than himself. Marcel is naturally no match for Mohinder. The two exchange blows for several rounds, with Mohinder eventually sinking his fangs into Marcel's neck. Elijah moves to intervene but is stopped by Haley. Mohinder then aims a stake at Marcel's throat, but Marcel remains unafraid, declaring that his blood is laced with werewolf venom. He had Haley bite his arm while Klaus was causing a scene at the party. Mohinder was defeated, but Marcel chose not to kill him, saying that the members of the Strix wanted Mohinder dead, but he refused to be their tool for murder. Marcel collapses into Haley's arms. Marcel's actions impress everyone present. Tristan flashes a pleased smile and casually rips out Mohinder's heart, then announces that Marcel has successfully joined the Strix. Marcel finds Klaus to ask for the antidote. Klaus is displeased at being treated like a walking cure, but Marcel insists that he's helping him.
Whoever comes for you, comes for me. That's all I need to know.
Impressed by Marcel's loyalty, Klaus bites his wrist and hands it to Marcel. Alexis then reveals the prophecy to everyone before extending her wrist to Haley, indicating that she should drink her blood. Haley sits down beside Alexis. Both Haley and Elijah bite into Alexis's arm simultaneously. A prophetic vision flashes before Alexis's eyes, but Haley and Elijah spit out the blood at once, stating that it's poisoned. Alexis falls dead on the spot.
Now, how did you manage to capture the scent of a summer's day?
A love confession made 1,000 years ago has now become the key piece of evidence in solving a case. This is because Klaus's first love from 1,000 years ago, Aurora, has arrived in New Orleans, but Aurora is a bit unhinged. She first beguiles a human to deliver a blood-soaked love letter, inviting Klaus to play a game of hide-and-seek with her. Elijah hesitantly admits that he has a secret about Aurora that he needs to confess to his brother. However, Klaus, who has just reconciled with Elijah, doesn't want to disturb the peace they've achieved by fighting side by side. Klaus insists that no secret is more important than the current threat to their family, and whatever Elijah has done in the past, he will be forgiven. The two of them walk down the street. When a bottle of perfume catches Klaus's attention, he grabs it, flips it over, and notices a small, delicate flower wreath symbol on the bottom. In a flash, Klaus disappears, leaving Elijah standing alone. Klaus quickly arrives at a shop with the same flower wreath on its door, where Aurora is waiting for him. Lovers who have been separated for thousands of years meet again, but the picture doesn't seem to be that cozy. Klaus suspects that Elijah's secret is that he and Aurora had an affair, but Aurora says she was never with Elijah, and she brings up the intimate gifts she and Klaus once exchanged. The story flashes back to 1,000 years ago. Klaus had brought flowers to celebrate Aurora's birthday, only to find his girlfriend weeping. Aurora's mother had died giving birth to her, making every birthday a painful reminder, as Aurora believed she had killed her mother. To comfort her, Klaus shared his own secret. He had killed his own mother and framed his father for the crime, then fled with all his siblings. They promised to keep each other's secrets, never to speak of them to a third person. Klaus doesn't want to dwell on these old memories and asks Aurora why she's come to New Orleans. Aurora says she's here to protect her the originals, Rebecca, but Klaus responds that Rebecca may not trust her anymore. After all, it was Aurora who exploited Rebecca's kindness to achieve her own ends. Aurora had gone so far as to harm herself, forcing the kind-hearted Rebecca to save her with her own blood. Aurora had feigned heartbreak in a suicide attempt to gain Rebecca's sympathy, but after Rebecca left, Aurora climbed up to a high window and decisively jumped, ending her life and successfully transforming into a vampire. The look in Klaus's eyes makes it clear he doesn't hold much affection for this ex-girlfriend, but Aurora remains convinced that Klaus has always loved her, even though Klaus has been absent from her life for nearly 1,000 years. Aurora, filled with nostalgia and regret, reminisces about the loving moments they shared, then leans in and kisses Klaus on the lips. Though Aurora continuously professes her love for Klaus, he hasn't forgotten that it was Aurora herself who ended their relationship 1,000 years ago. When the whereabouts of the Michelson siblings began to be exposed, they decided to abandon their life of luxury and flee overnight. Klaus hurried to find Aurora, pleading with her to leave with him, but Aurora's expression changed, and she lashed out at him with cruel words, saying she could never love a monster who killed his own mother. Every word stabbed Klaus in the heart like a blade, and he had no choice but to leave in tears, unable to forget the pain even after a millennium. But then, Aurora revealed a shocking truth. Before Klaus found her, she had gone to see Elijah first, hoping to leave with the Michelson siblings. Elijah refused her, and angry Aurora bragged that she was the closest to Klaus because she knew secrets that even Elijah didn't. Elijah used his vampire compulsion to make Aurora reveal the secret of Klaus killing their mother. He was shocked by the revelation, and in his grief and disappointment, Elijah compelled Aurora once more, making her reject Klaus's plea and hurt him with her words. This was Elijah's punishment for his brother's matricide and deceit. This was the secret Elijah had intended to confess to Klaus. Aurora reminded Klaus of the mysterious prophecy, in which one of them would be killed by a family member. That family member could very well be Elijah. Elijah, having been abandoned by his brother, sought out Marcel, only to learn a startling piece of news. Marcel's informant saw Tristan enter a secret passage, which led to a warehouse, and the owner of that warehouse was none other than Lucien. Marcel pointed out that if they weren't secretly negotiating a truce, then they must have been allied from the start, and their supposed rivalry was nothing but a lie. Furious, Klaus stormed back home, and Elijah quickly realized that he knew the truth. Klaus accused his brother of being the greatest betrayer of his life. The two brothers, having only just reconciled, were at each other's throats again. Elijah reminded Klaus that they still had common enemies. Klaus blames his brother for making him what he is today. The two continued to fight, and Klaus bit down on his brother's wrist. This sent Elijah into a rage.
I have carried you for centuries, Klaus. No more.
Davina is preparing for the annual witches' ritual, where she will publicly receive the coven's offerings. Fearing an attack, she hired Jackson and his wife as her bodyguards for a hefty fee. Jackson takes charge of perimeter security, immediately diving into his duties. Haley, on the other hand, promises to protect Davina up close. After taking some fashion advice from a friend, Davina switched to a blue scarf. Feeling nauseous at the sight of the various small animals presented to her by the coven, Davina makes an excuse to leave the ceremony. Haley finds her in a secluded corner. Davina said that she had always respected tradition, believing that by wearing the former regent's scarf and accepting the offerings of livestock, she would earn the respect of the majority. But things never turned out the way she hoped. Haley pointed out that she was running away, disguising herself as the person everyone expected, while hiding her true self. She added that if Davina kept wearing the old woman's scarf, she'd only end up with the livestock the old woman was offered. Finally, a long-lost smile appears on Davina's face. Amidst the festive atmosphere, Jackson notices Van chanting a spell and steps in to stop him.
Hey!
Jackson single-handedly took on and defeated Davina's 3 opponents, then dragged Van in front of her. Davina accuses Van of attempting to kill a regent, but Jackson hands her the doll Van was using for the spell. Van simply wants Davina to acknowledge what she has done. Davina declares Van innocent, urging him to join her in leading the witches to prosperity. But Van, unable to bow to the enemy of his mother, walks away without looking back. After this incident, the relationship between Davina and the werewolf couple improves. She tells Haley that she has asked the ancestral witches to remove the werewolf curse, and the ancestors have agreed. Davina gently blows out the candle, and Haley remains in her human form. Davina would much rather have a friend than the werewolf couple as slaves at her beck and call. Meanwhile, the worst police duo in history hasn't been idle. Camille doesn't believe in Lucien's innocence and teams up with Vincent to keep an eye on him, but their surveillance skills are terrible. While they're busy chatting, Lucien vanishes in the blink of an eye, and in the next blink, Camille herself is gone too. Vincent is left completely bewildered. Lucien drags Camille into an alley and reminds her that he's already been cleared of suspicion, but Camille retorts, "If you harm me, Klaus might not be too pleased." Lucien vanishes in a flash. However, Camille soon discovers the body of a new murder victim at the bottom of a nearby staircase. She cradles the victim in her arms, but it seems it's already too late. Night has fallen, and the police have already cordoned off the crime scene, but Detective Kinney is puzzled by Camille's presence at the scene, and his suspicion of her grows even stronger. Camille has no interest in dealing with him. Camille shows Vincent the inheritance her uncle left her, a vast collection of dark magic artifacts that leaves Vincent stunned. As they chat, Kinney arrives with a search warrant. He informs Camille that the only fingerprints found on the victim belong to her. Combined with her collection of these items, Camille is formally arrested as a suspect in the crime. Klaus and Elijah, disheveled and worn, are finally reconciling. Klaus is honestly catching his own blood in a cup to treat his brother's bite. Freya gives them a blank stare. After a cathartic bout of violence, both brothers have vented their pent-up anger. Elijah declares that they have peacefully resolved their past conflicts and together decide that Lucien and Tristan must be eliminated. Klaus agrees and seals their truce with a toast. Rebecca, meanwhile, has been off on her own, searching for a way to resurrect Cole. And finally, she has found a lead. Freya teleports her consciousness over to talk to her sister. The two share a few drinks, reassuring each other of their safety, and Freya's consciousness returns safely to New Orleans. But Rebecca is suddenly confronted by a vampire blocking her path. As Rebecca focuses on dealing with the enemy in front of her, Aya sneaks up from behind and slashes her throat. Rebecca lies on the ground, unable to move, and gradually loses her vitals. After a refreshing sleep, Elijah begins his plans to deal with Tristan, but he's worried that Klaus, who left early to meet an old lover, might be deceived. Freya can't understand why those three harbor such intense hatred and hostility toward the original brothers. Elijah is forced to admit that he once used the three as bait to distract Michael. He made them believe that Lucien was Klaus, Aurora was Rebecca, and Tristan was himself. They spent centuries on the run from Michael, only realizing they had been pawns after Elijah was forced into his long sleep. Elijah tried to pour Freya a sobering tonic, but her hands wouldn't stop trembling, causing the cup to slip and shatter on the floor. Freya immediately realizes that something has happened to Rebecca. Rebecca awakens inside a coffin. She returns to her lifeless body to search for her phone, but Aya catches her in the act. Aya said she was ordered to deal with any Michelson who was acting alone. More and more vampires begin to close in, but Rebecca doesn't consider these fledglings a threat. However, as she's still adjusting to her body, she barely manages to win a few rounds, soon piling the ground with vampire corpses. Undeterred, Aya quickly calls in reinforcements. Freya's soul comes through again. Aya strikes quickly but misses, only to find Freya using magic to incapacitate the entire group. Rebecca, now free, wastes no time. She's already contacted a witch who knows the resurrection spell, and she decides to go meet her first. The sisters arrive at the witch's home and successfully locate the spell Rebecca has long sought, but they've walked right into the witch's trap. The witch and Aya emerge one after the other. Rebecca has been deceived. The pages containing the spell instantly burst into flames, and the witch traps Rebecca within a magical circle, forcing her to her knees. Unable to move, Freya's magic is rendered completely useless. Aya steps forward, pulling out a dagger, explaining that it will put Rebecca into a deep sleep. Then, she slowly plunges the dagger into Rebecca's heart. Millennia-old vampire Klaus from the originals had no choice but to use his charms to accompany his neurotic ex-girlfriend on a shopping trip. Klaus lies that he has never forgotten her. To win Aurora's trust and dismantle the alliance of the vengeful trio, Klaus had to play along, but as a man who's been single for almost 1,000 years, Klaus had no tricks up his sleeve other than taking Aurora out to dinner. He even took her on a walk through a graveyard. Aurora finally lost her patience. She bluntly exposed Klaus, saying that he didn't love her at all. He just wanted to figure out whose side she was really on. Seeing his plan falling apart, Klaus had no choice but to pull out his ultimate move. He took Aurora back to the original's mansion and led her to a wall. He smashed the bricks, revealing a painting. It was a portrait Klaus had once painted of Aurora. This was his way of proving his centuries-old affection for her, and it finally made Aurora let her guard down. Overcome with emotion, she kissed Klaus passionately. Soon after, they blissfully explored the harmony of life together, but Klaus didn't seem too happy. The bad day was far from over. Freya informed everyone that Rebecca had met a tragic fate. Klaus quickly learned of the news. Aurora then revealed that she had planted someone in Tristan's camp to take Rebecca away and hide her. She explained that she didn't want her originals to be controlled by anyone else. Then, she invited Klaus back to bed to continue their pleasures. Klaus's expression grew even darker.
Do me a favor. Throw your blade at her pretty face.
Camille woke up in a mansion, unaware that this was just the beginning of a very unlucky day. In front of her was a box full of dark magic items left by her uncle. Lucian needed to find a specific weapon within it. He couldn't compel Camille because her body contained vervain, but facing a powerful vampire, Camille had no choice but to comply. She began searching through the box. Kinney, forced into submission, prepared food, though he was irritated by it, saying he'd rather stick a dinner knife into Lucian's throat. Camille told Kinney that vampires can compel humans to do anything they want. This revelation shattered Kinney's materialistic worldview. Lucian, not wanting to argue further, ordered Kinney to slash his brachial artery. Kinney complied, and blood immediately gushed from his ankle. Lucian demanded that Camille hurry up, or she'd have to watch Kinney die. When Lucian returned, Camille informed him that she had found the weapon he was looking for and urged him to save the now-dying Kinney. Lucian obliged, offering his blood to Kinney. Camille then pulled out a skull, suggesting that the weapon Lucian wanted might be hidden inside. Lucian picked up the small skull, but was soon tormented by the green light it emitted. Camille takes the opportunity to grab a dinner knife and prepare to fight back, but her nervous heartbeat betrays her and she is quickly grabbed by Lucian's wrists. This move infuriated Lucian even more. Lucian ordered Kinney to slit his own throat, and seeing this, Camille had no choice but to hand over the real weapon to Lucian. Lucian smashed open a wooden box and pulled out a small disc with intricate patterns. With his objective achieved, Lucian did not spare Kinney. He compelled Kinney to forget the whole ordeal and cursed him to remain perpetually lost, unable to find the right direction in his investigation, dooming him to a life of utter failure. As for Camille, she had to be imprisoned until the vervain was flushed out of her system, after which she would be hypnotized to forget everything that had happened. Meanwhile, Haley had single-handedly captured an 800-year-old vampire. Marcel recognized him as someone named Shun. They decided to torture Shun for information, pressing him on why he had been following Haley. Elijah received a call from Marcel, but the usually calm Elijah's expression changed the moment he heard Shen's name.
Marcellus, do I need to remind you that Shenman was known as the Red Sorrow before he was a vampire? You execute him immediately.
Despite falling into enemy hands, Shun did not surrender. This gave Marcel the perfect excuse to take him out. But Shun, an 800-year-old vampire, was incredibly powerful. Not only did he break free from his restraints, but he also took on both of them without breaking a sweat. In no time, Shen had both Haley's and Marcel's hearts in his grasp. At this critical moment, Elijah arrived, driving a wooden stake into Shen's chest. Elijah demanded to know why Shen was following Haley. Shen revealed that Haley was helping Davina gain power, which was obstructing their plans. They needed Davina to activate a weapon powerful enough to challenge the Originals family. Elijah pressed him to reveal what kind of weapon it was, but Shen declared that he would rather die than talk. And then, breaking free from his restraints, he stepped into the sunlight, swiftly removing his daylight ring. To extract information, Klaus didn't hesitate to flirt with his ex-girlfriend. Although Klaus's eyes were filled with hatred, he had no choice but to continue playing the intimacy game with Aurora to find Rebecca's whereabouts. The family was urgently discussing their next move. Freya's locator spell had lost its effectiveness. Marcel decided to deal with Davina's crisis first. When Elijah returned home, he was shocked to find Klaus getting cozy with Aurora. He gently reminded his brother that he was playing with fire, but Klaus said he was taking a calculated risk.
Well, it is a bold, somewhat lecherous plan. Will you employ the same tactic when it comes time to retrieve the medallion from Lucian and Tristan?
They're not really my type.
The two decided to host a Thanksgiving version of a trap-filled banquet to break the alliance between Aurora and Lucian, and then take them down one by one. Haley also wanted to help, but Jackson urged her to stay with their daughter. Haley didn't want to sit idly by and wait. They parted on bad terms. Meanwhile, the vengeful trio who received the dinner invitation were not idle. Aurora found Tristan and mysteriously handed him a note. saying it was her turn to protect her brother. Lucian also summoned a strong vampire and instructed him to keep an eye on Camille. If he didn't return safely from the dinner, he told him to kill Camille. Amid the festive atmosphere, guests of the Originals family began to arrive. Aurora was catching up with Lucian when Klaus suddenly intervened, taking his ex-girlfriend's hand. The faces of both men darkened instantly. In the tense and eerie atmosphere, the hosts and guests took their seats. Aurora, Lucian, and Tristan repeatedly claimed they were there to protect the Originals family, but one had already tricked Camille into giving up a mysterious weapon, another had been causing a series of murders in the city, and the third had hidden Rebecca away. Tristan admitted that the murders on the streets were orchestrated by his vampire organization, with the goal of controlling the local vampires by crippling the tourism industry. Klaus then deliberately revealed that he and Aurora had rekindled their romance. The vengeful trio began to develop cracks in their alliance. Aurora confessed that she had sealed Rebecca away in a deep-sea location, with her and Tristan each holding part of the coordinates. Even Lucian was shocked. The Originals brothers were appalled by Aurora's cruelty. Klaus slammed the table and stood up, but Tristan had already held a fork to Freya's throat. Without hesitation, Elijah got up and slammed Tristan against the wall. Lucian, unbothered, reminded them that he had Camille as a hostage. Aurora was jealous. Freya knocked Aurora out with a single move. The three siblings quickly divided their tasks. Elijah would deal with Tristan, Klaus would handle Lucian. Freya wanted to have a chat with Aurora. Their two adversaries were busy keeping their secrets while playing mind games with the Originals brothers. Aurora, however, was more concerned about who Camille, the woman Lucian was using to threaten Klaus, was. And she mused that Haley, the mother of Klaus's child, wasn't that pretty after all. Haley's punch quickly brought Aurora back to reality, but the plan to divide and conquer had little effect, and the seven of them found themselves back at the dining table. Klaus raised his glass to lighten the mood, then casually remarked that he had never thought his brother's banquet plan would work. Without another word, Klaus twisted Tristan's neck, threatening Aurora with a life-for-life deal, demanding she bring Rebecca back in exchange for Tristan. Aurora, enraged, accused him of betraying their vows to each other, angrily tearing off the tablecloth and storming out. Klaus ordered Lucian to take him to Camille and hand over the weapon. Meanwhile, Camille, who was being held captive, hadn't been idle. As usual, she used her gift of gab to trick the vampire guarding her into letting his guard down. Seizing the moment, she chopped off the vampire's finger that bore the daylight ring, trapping him in the shadows, and then quickly dashed for the exit. But just as the unlucky Camille reached the elevator, she was met by Aurora's furious face. Jackson was furious too. Once again, he felt that the Michael sons were more important to Haley than he was, so he left her and returned to his cabin in the bayou. Elijah looks at the devastated dining room table and realizes that this is an image from the Doomsday Prophecy. From being an admired harvest witch to being abandoned and deposed by her ancestors. What kind of emotional journey did this 16-year-old girl go through? At first, the elders deceived her, telling her that the harvest festival required only a drop of blood from her palm, and in return, they would gain the powerful magic of their deceased ancestors, making her the most powerful harvest witch. Davina naively believed them, but when she saw her friends' throats slit one by one, she realized that the so-called sacrifice was actually the death of 4 young lives. Though the witches claimed they would be resurrected, her fear of death and distrust of her loved ones drove her to seek refuge under the wing of a vampire, viewing her own kind as a cult and even helping Marcel fight against the witch community. Yet, fate played its first cruel joke on her. The harvest festival, filled with blood and lies, was real. The power of the other 3 harvest witches had been absorbed into her. If she refused to die, the 3 girls could not be revived. Her immense power began to wreak havoc on the whirlwinds. Storms, earthquakes, and fires plagued the once peaceful and beautiful city. Not wanting to see more lives lost because of her, she tearfully and selflessly accepted her death. But fate had a second cruel joke in store for her. A relentless elder witch stole their chance at resurrection, trapping her on the other side of death, where she was tormented and punished by the spirits of her ancestors. The ancestors condemned her for surrendering to the enemy, but none understood the betrayal she felt as a young girl deceived by those she trusted most. Only Marcel, the enemy, cared about her fate. No one knows what she endured during those months of death, but fortunately, she was finally resurrected. In her ongoing battle with the Michelson family, she lost 2 boyfriends in succession but also gained the courage to stand against the Originals. To get revenge on Klaus, she took the risk of resurrecting Michael, the most powerful vampire hunter in history. and then, together with Cole, crafted a dagger capable of sealing Klaus away. Her formidable witchcraft earned her the position of the young regent, finally giving her a chance to bring her boyfriend back to life. But fate's third cruel joke arrived right on schedule. Her boyfriend's ashes were secretly swapped, and the altar she had carefully prepared produced an unfamiliar witch. She had been deceived by the originals, with even Marcel among the accomplices. Alone and with no one to rely on, she had no choice but to take up the mantle of leading the witch coven by herself. But can there be a place for her in the game of power? And can this young girl resist the temptations that come with it? Opponents within the witch coven openly challenged her, and she was nearly burned alive in front of everyone. She chose to arm herself and defend her authority, using the power of werewolves to slaughter her enemies. Yet afterward, she hid in a corner and cried alone. She wore the scarf of the previous regent. Hoping to earn the respect of her people, she armed herself with an iron-fisted policy, forgetting that her original intention was simply to bring her beloved boyfriend back to life. A warlock openly threatened to erase her from the witch community. A powerful vampire organization also set its sights on her, wanting to use her power to activate a special weapon. Marcel informed Davina of this, hoping to take her away from the danger, but Davina said that she was no longer the little girl hiding in the attic. She now had the strength to protect herself. Seeing Davina refuse his offer, Marcel turned to Vincent, asking him to use any means necessary to save Davina from the impending crisis.
There might be a way to get her out of trouble, but you ain't gonna like it.
Vincent quickly found Davina and coaxed her into revealing the truth about the witch killings. While Davina was distracted, Vincent set up a ritual circle, transmitting Davina's words exactly as they were to the waiting family members of the victims outside. Davina was accused of murder and was deposed in front of the crowd, rejected even by the spirits of the deceased ancestors. She fell from being an admired harvest witch to a reviled traitor and murderer. As Davina stepped down from her pedestal, the witches turned their backs on her, a gesture of both contempt and disregard. From that day forward, the name of Davina would no longer be spoken in the land of New Orleans. Where did she go wrong? Was it in refusing to die from the start? Aurora handed her blood to the young man beside her, who drank it down, and then she swiftly snapped his neck. The dead man would soon be reborn as a vampire, and the human girl before him would become his first meal. What could make a 1,000-year-old vampire hate a human girl so intensely? The answer, of course, was Klaus. Klaus watched on surveillance as Aurora took Camille away, thoughtfully leaving him an address. Klaus was furious. Lucien, unwilling to let the originals face danger alone, decided to accompany him. The two followed the directions to a street. Lucien couldn't understand why Klaus was so concerned about Camille. To him, she was just an ordinary human girl. He urged Klaus to calm down, suggesting they at least come up with a foolproof rescue plan, but Klaus was convinced that his charm had completely won over Aurora. Aurora might kill every woman he cared about, but she wouldn't dare harm him. Klaus caught a glimpse of a painting, his gift to Camille. He took the painting in his hands and found a small green object hidden behind it. Aurora was directing him to the church. At that moment, Aurora was boasting about her sweet past with Klaus, even mocking Camille for never having kissed him. Faced with Aurora's taunts, Camille responded with unwavering composure. Compared to Aurora, who was obsessed with romance, jealousy, and bitterness, Camille appeared calm and wise. Camille pointed out that Klaus still had a good side within him, while also questioning Aurora. She suggested that the reason Aurora was so concerned about Klaus's feelings toward her was because, deep down, Aurora feared that Klaus didn't love the dark and broken version of herself. Camille's words hit on Aurora's deepest fear, and in response, Aurora resorted to violence. Lucien is still trying to persuade Klaus, saying that he might as well let Camille die so that no one will know about Klaus' weaknesses. Irritated, Klaus snapped Lucien's neck. Aurora demanded to know Camille's deepest secrets, determined to prove that this girl wasn't as pure and righteous as she seemed. Camille reluctantly confessed that she had once heard a thug in college who was bullying her roommate, and deep down, she had enjoyed the violence. Klaus arrived late, trying to reassure Aurora that she didn't need to see Camille as an enemy because Aurora had always been the love of his life. Hearing Klaus's heartfelt confession, Aurora angrily accused him of lowering himself to be satisfied with someone like Camille. Camille interjected, subtly signaling Klaus with a micro-expression. Camille suddenly headbutted Aurora, then collapsed to the ground. Klaus seized the moment and dragged Aurora outside without hesitation. Aurora, blinded by her own fantasies, had never truly understood Klaus's feelings, stubbornly believing that she was his true love. Klaus finally grew tired of the game, telling Aurora that he had long since left her behind. and now he was more weary of her than ever. As Aurora was heartbroken, Klaus took the opportunity to invade her mind and quickly uncovered the secret hidden in the note. He learned half of the coordinates for where Rebecca was imprisoned. Klaus coldly declared that Aurora was no longer of any use to him. Meanwhile, Camille woke up to find the newly turned vampires eyeing her hungrily, knowing they needed to feed or they would die. She broke off a wooden stake for protection, but was soon tackled by one of the vampires. The stake plunged into the vampire's chest, but more vampires were ready to attack. Fortunately, Klaus arrived just in time, saving Camille from the threat. Camille pushed the vampire aside and got to her feet. Aurora's twisted game had inadvertently brought Camille and Klaus closer together. They embraced tightly. No words needed between them anymore. One moment, the woman was a gentle and kind mother, but in the next, she bared her fangs and lunged at the man in front of her. In the previous episode, Rebecca was sealed and locked away in the depths of the ocean by the Tristan siblings. In a desperate attempt to find her, the Michelson family kidnapped Tristan. To rescue Tristan, who had been taken hostage by the Originals family, Aya sought out Marcel, asking him to lead a deadly rescue mission with his man. Marcel responded that this wasn't a rescue, it was a suicide mission for everyone involved. Aya drew out a dagger, stating that plunging it into Elijah's body would put him into an eternal sleep. Marcel has no choice but to go through with it. Tristan, suffering agonizing pain from Haley's bite, stubbornly refused to reveal the other half of the coordinates where Rebecca was being held captive. He even claimed that reinforcements would soon arrive to save him. Haley prepared to continue the interrogation, but when Mary arrived unexpectedly, Haley had to pause and return to deal with family matters. Freya took over as the interrogator, using her magic to weaken Tristan's abilities. Elijah then stepped in to invade Tristan's mind, but all he could see were fragmented images and a single word Cephus. Yet Tristan stubbornly refused to explain what it meant. Marcel appeared uninvited, suggesting that Elijah should let Tristan go and pretend it was he who had rescued him, allowing Marcel to infiltrate the vampire organization and find out where Rebecca was being held. Elijah, however, dismissed the Strix as insignificant and had no intention of letting Tristan go. Freya was keeping watch over Tristan. Tristan, however, remarked that Freya was loyal to her younger siblings in the family, but she had forgotten the one she loved most, Finn. Freya instinctively grasped the sapphire necklace around her neck. Little did she know, even this seemingly casual gesture didn't escape Tristan's sharp eyes. Seeing that Elijah refused to cooperate, Marcel decided to take a more aggressive approach, pulling out a dagger hidden in his coat. A large number of vampires also emerged from the shadows. Freya quickly dispatched one of the vampires, but Aya suddenly lunged at her, catching her off guard and stabbing her. Freya collapsed to the ground, teetering on the edge of death. Tristan was saved. Elijah engaged in a fierce battle with the vampires. Across the street, Haley keenly picked up on the commotion. Mary tried to persuade Haley to stay out of it, but Haley turned around without hesitation, leaping across the street and swiftly taking down one of the vampires. Elijah and Haley locked eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Marcel plunged the dagger into Elijah's heart. Elijah fell to the ground, quickly losing consciousness. The sudden turn of events left Haley in shock. Two vampires lunged at her, swiftly overpowering and subduing her, but Marcel suddenly stepped in, ripping out the hearts of the two vampires. This erratic change of sides left Haley utterly confused. Marcel said nothing more and quickly left, urging Aya to take Tristan and flee, warning that Elijah's reinforcements were already on their way. Aya left without hesitation, while Marcel approached the barely conscious Freya, offering her his blood and reminding her that he wasn't her enemy. They returned to Marcel's place, where Marcel took out Klaus's blood and had Tristan drink it. Marcel's actions earned Tristan's trust, and he finally succeeded in infiltrating the vampire organization. When Elijah regained consciousness, he was still furious, but both Haley and Freya believed that Marcel was a double agent. Elijah then saw the blood-splattered painting. This undoubtedly confirmed yet another part of the prophecy. Haley returned home. Mary didn't scold Haley much, but she advised her, saying, "You're just a 25-year-old young mother, so why do you always risk your life to get involved in the Originals family's conflicts?" Haley replied that she wanted to teach her daughter to fight for her family, and she mentioned that she gave Jackson some time to think, but he was always welcome to come back home. Elijah soon received a text from Marcel. He had found specific information about Cephus. It was an airplane operated by Tristan. He shared the information with Klaus. Together, They analyzed the flight path and determined that the intersection of the route with Aurora's half of the coordinates was where Rebecca was being held captive. A group of pirates hauled up a seaweed-covered crate. The leader said that this was the treasure Elijah had paid a fortune to retrieve and that they should make sure to charge him extra for it. Elijah appeared in the warehouse and, without saying a word, began slaughtering everyone in sight, leaving no witnesses alive. Inside the open crate lies a girl, the sleeping Rebecca. On Rebecca's pale wrist was a strange scar, a scar that could control her mind and transform her into a dark goddess. The dagger that sealed her had been enchanted with black magic. Rebecca had fallen under its spell. Christmas was approaching. Klaus's home was filled with a peaceful and joyful atmosphere, and he and Camille finally had a rare moment of leisure. But Camille soon received a text from Vincent. Kinney, who worked with them, was feeling down and urgently needed someone to talk to, forcing them to cut their conversation short. Haley was also ready to end the Cold War with her husband. She took the initiative to visit the cabin in the bayou. However, Jackson asked Haley if she was still in love with Elijah. They had been married for nearly a year, yet he still couldn't be sure of his wife's feelings.
Even when I'm pissed as hell, I would rather be near you than anywhere else. Now what kind of fool does that make me?
Haley swore that even if the house across the street caught fire today, she wouldn't care. They finally put aside their differences and decided to spend a happy Christmas together. Jackson also let go of his doubts. He had carefully prepared a giant Christmas tree but unexpectedly spotted Freya, who was being closely watched by a strange man. Freya walked into an empty parking lot. The man quickly appeared behind her, but she swiftly subdued him. However, two other vampires appeared immediately, with one grabbing Freya by the throat while the other rummaged through her bag and found the magical weapon, the once mighty millennia-old, which was now as helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Unable to fight back, Jackson rushed in wielding an axe, quickly dispatching one of the vampires, but the other vampire picked up the weapon and fled. Jackson's golden eyes gleamed handsomely in the warm winter sunlight as he approached, lifted the bleeding Freya in his arms, and carried her away from the scene. Camille arrived alone at Kinney's cabin. Klaus appeared unexpectedly behind her. Annoyed, Camille insisted that she wasn't a porcelain doll that needed to be watched over 24/7, but Klaus said he was there as a friend to help. When Kinney's door didn't open for a long time, Camille sensed something was wrong. Klaus, with his sharp hearing, detected the sound of a gun being cocked inside the room, and he kicked the door open. Kinney was about to commit suicide. Kinney had been brainwashed by Lucien's compelling words. Convinced that his life was bleak and no longer worth living, Camille looked to Klaus for help. But as a vampire, Klaus needed an invitation from the homeowner to enter the house. Haley arrived hurriedly, pushing a stroller. Jackson explained what had happened, and Haley bit into her wrist, using her blood to heal Freya. When they heard the weapon was lost, they were deeply troubled. Elijah appeared before them with Rebecca, saying that it was best to deal with the immediate problem first. Freya examined the scars on her sister's wrist and said she could try to break the spell, but it would require some special materials and powerful magic. As Freya stood up, she suddenly felt dizzy, and Elijah quickly caught her, placing her on the couch. Elijah brushed aside his sister's hair and noticed a small wound on Freya's neck. She had also been poisoned by the vampire organization. Everyone grew tense at once. Klaus, now invited into Kinney's home, keenly noticed a flaw in Lucien's compulsion. Klaus began to comfort Kinney in his own way, telling him that others would recognize his worth and reminding him to take a vacation with his family. Camille looked at Klaus with a complex expression. For the first time she realized that under her influence the man had changed completely. He had learned to care about the life and death of strangers. Their relationship took a significant step forward. Freya and Rebecca both fell victim to the poison. Rebecca, now quick to anger, got into a fight with Haley over the slightest disagreement. Freya wasn't doing much better. Despite her own suffering, she insisted on breaking the curse on her sister, with blood constantly streaming from her eyes. Finn, stored within the blue necklace, kept muttering to Freya, telling her that these ungrateful siblings weren't worth her sacrifice. Elijah also wished his sister wouldn't push herself so hard, his concern entirely for her well-being. Even Finn was touched by his brother's concern, but Freya remained resolute, even asking her brothers for help. After her persistent pleas, Elijah decided to strengthen her with his own blood. Finn also generously lent her his magic. Klaus finally learned of the crisis at home, saying that Lucien must have the antidote and that they should go get it immediately. He insisted that Camille accompany him because he couldn't afford to be distracted by worries about her safety. To his surprise, Camille agreed. Meanwhile, Tristan was plotting his next deadly move. He intended to install a new puppet regent to control the witch faction, but the ancestral witches mercilessly rejected him. Upon hearing this, Marcel quickly sought out Vincent, urging him to step up and take on the responsibility. After much prodding, Vincent relented, saying he had found his path and would take over as regent, then walked away. Marcel, however, smiled mysteriously. Rebecca and Haley's fight grew more intense, and they tumbled down the stairs. The loud noise alerted Elijah, who signaled Jackson to watch over Freya while he went out to intervene. Rebecca, her eyes black as night, had Haley pinned to the ground, but Elijah stepped in and urged her to regain her senses. Rebecca's eyes returned to their normal color. Just as everyone began to relax, Rebecca's pupils turned black again, and she plunged her hand into Haley's chest, gripping her heart. In the nick of time, Klaus arrived. He seized his sister's wrist and pinned her down on the table. Camille handed the antidote they had brought to Haley. Haley then passed the vial to Jackson. By this time, Freya had already lost consciousness, so Jackson injected the antidote into her body, and Freya quickly regained consciousness. Without wasting a moment, Freya began chanting a spell, and the dagger gradually turned red hot. Rebecca was nearing the brink of madness. With Klaus and Elijah struggling to pin her down on the table, Freya rushed over with the knife, and with a swift motion, she carved out the flesh around Rebecca's scar, all while chanting continuously. The rotting flesh fell away completely, and Rebecca passed out from the pain. The spell was a success. Haley and her husband returned home to find Hope playing with an old wooden rocking horse in her hands. They embraced Hope and together headed to Klaus's mansion. The two families shared a warm holiday together. Even Klaus, for once, refrained from making snide remarks to Jackson and instead sincerely thanked him for saving Freya's life. This uncharacteristic behavior from Klaus left Jackson feeling a bit uneasy. Rebecca, stunning in a red dress, made a breathtaking entrance. As always, she encouraged everyone to honor tradition by writing down their wishes and throwing them into the fire. With family, friends, and loved ones by their side, the original siblings gathered around the bonfire to make their New Year's wishes. While Marcel, however, remained alone in the gym, Tristan arrived uninvited. Marcel informed him that the newly appointed regent of the witch faction was Vincent, whose greatest fear was being possessed by Finnegan. Armed with this intel, Tristan immediately sought out Vincent with his men, using the blue necklace as a threat to force Vincent into submission. To avoid being possessed by Finnegan, Vincent reluctantly agreed. After the recent battles, the Originals family was able to enjoy a beautiful Christmas. In the warm and festive atmosphere, the three Original siblings gathered around the bonfire to make their wishes. Klaus, however, pointed out that their enemies still didn't know that Rebecca had been rescued, meaning she would have to continue hiding. Rebecca glanced back at Hope, and though reluctant, she accepted this decision with grace. The joyful moments were fleeting, and soon it was time for Rebecca to leave. She bid a tearful farewell to her family and apologized for nearly killing Haley. Klaus wished his sister luck in finding a handsome fool someday, but Rebecca replied that it was time for her to stay away from love, and it was time for her brother to embrace his own. She looked back at Camille, and Klaus gave a knowing smile. Rebecca departed. As the commotion died down, Freya stood beside Elijah and mentioned that 100 years ago, she had snuck into this house in disguise, believing at the time that she would always be an outsider. Freya told Elijah that this had been the best Christmas she had ever had. Elijah gently took her hand in comfort. Klaus, with a hint of hesitation, walked toward Camille. They gazed into each other's eyes, exchanging heartfelt confessions. The atmosphere thick with passion, Klaus finally has the love of his life. They shared a deep kiss and then joyfully ascended to the heights of passion, becoming one under the gentle night sky. Rebecca, who was supposed to have left, found her brother Elijah instead. She showed him the reappearing witchcraft scars on her wrists. Elijah was shocked. Rebecca insisted that he seal her away, as it was the only way to prevent her from harming the family. In response to Rebecca's pleas, Elijah plunged the dagger into her heart. They decided to keep this secret completely hidden, letting everyone believe that she was out in the world, living freely and carefree on her own. Klaus awoke from a beautiful dream only to be horrified by the sight of his hands covered in blood. Camille lay beside him, her throat slashed, her body drenched in blood, dead in his bed. The loss of his love nearly drove Klaus to madness. While he remembered the happy times with Camille, he walked around the room like a trapped animal. Memories of their time together flooded his mind, while he could do nothing but hold Camille's lifeless body in his arms. But suddenly, Camille jolted awake, and she saw Klaus's tear-streaked face. As Camille regained her senses, she remembered everything. Aurora compelled Camille, and after Camille confirmed Klaus's love, she drank Aurora's blood and slit her wrists, not even allowing Camille to cry out for help. Camille painfully realized that she was already dead and was now in the process of turning into a vampire. Klaus, consumed with rage, vowed to make Aurora pay for this, but Camille was quickly overwhelmed by an intense and growing hunger. Elijah arrived after hearing the news and reported that Freya's pendant was also missing. Elijah reminded his brother that Tristan needed the region to activate the weapon, and the soul of Finn, trapped in the pendant, was Vincent's greatest weakness. Klaus realized their enemies had already sounded the horn of vengeance, and he was ready to strike back and sweep through their forces, but Elijah stopped him, pointing out that Camille, who was about to turn into a vampire, needed Klaus's help. Elijah decided to go and face the battlefield alone. Vincent was preparing to cast a spell, forced by Tristan to activate a weapon designed to take down the originals. Tristan promised that once the spell was complete, he would hand over the necklace that contained Finn's soul. Vincent, his hands covered in blood, chanted the incantation. The secret weapon Saratura, capable of trapping the originals, was successfully activated. He handed the Saratura to Tristan, reminding him to hand over the necklace, but Tristan betrayed him, ordering his men to restrain Vincent and give the necklace to a witch. He threatened that if Vincent didn't comply, he would have Finn possess his body, but Vincent was no pushover. He approached the witch holding the necklace, questioning why she had become a lackey for vampires and accusing her of being a traitor to her ancestors. A vampire stepped forward, warning the witch not to be distracted. Vincent then used a spell to break a statue above them, crushing one vampire beneath it, and quickly dispatched another with a deadly blow. He raised his hand and chanted a spell aimed at the witch, who uncontrollably dropped the necklace and collapsed, bleeding from her eyes and ears. But just as Vincent let his guard down, another vampire seized him from behind. In that moment, Elijah appeared, ripping out the vampire's heart, allowing Vincent to breathe a sigh of relief as he slumped to the ground. Elijah walked past him, picking up the necklace, causing Vincent to tense up. Elijah asked if he could undo the spell that activated the Saratura. Vincent replied that the spell was irreversible, and he still had no desire to get involved in vampire conflicts. Elijah had no choice but to shake the necklace threateningly, forcing Vincent to join their side. Haley and Jackson, who had just reconciled and were ready to end their separation, were ambushed by the vampire organization hiding in the forest. The couple fought bravely, but they couldn't withstand the overwhelming barrage of tranquilizers. Haley and Jackson were brought down by the drugs, collapsing to the ground. Camille was still tormented by an insatiable bloodlust, her agony unbearable. The usually warm and soothing sunlight now seemed blinding, intolerable to Camille in her fragile, transitional state. She looked at a photo of herself with her uncle, realizing that her family, which had endured for centuries, was now at its end. Klaus urged Camille to drink the blood, assuring her that she would soon discover the wonders of being a vampire. But Camille refused to succumb to becoming a blood-drinking monster. She feared that the darkness lurking within her would be magnified, stripping away all her good qualities. Without hesitation, Camille rejected Klaus's offer. Klaus, helpless in the face of his beloved's stubbornness, couldn't bring himself to force her. Their conversation reached a deadlock. Haley slowly regained consciousness, only to find Jackson beside her, covered in wounds. Jackson seemed to realize that his end was near, and with deep emotion, he expressed his love for his wife.
When I first saw you, I broke. You broke me. And nothing has ever been the same since.
But their tender moment was interrupted by Tristan's arrival. He said he had long awaited the chance to take revenge on Haley, and now he had finally found it. Tristan reached into Jackson's chest, and before Haley's horrified eyes and desperate screams, he mercilessly ripped out Jackson's heart. Previously on the originals, Camille, forced by Aurora's compulsion, began her transformation into a vampire, but fought against losing her humanity. At the same time, Haley and Jackson were turned into Tristan's puppets, and in a heartbreaking turn, Jackson was killed when Tristan ripped out his heart. The originals received a special gift. Elijah opened the box. Tristan sent Jackson's heart as a gift. Tristan arranged to meet the original siblings in the garage, threatening that if they didn't show up, he would send Haley's heart next. Haley was still imprisoned in a dark place, babbling apologies to her husband, saying she shouldn't have dragged him into these conflicts. He was the one who made her feel loved for the first time. But Haley's emotional confession is something Jackson will never hear again. Klaus trapped Camille inside a magical circle, desperate to address the crisis facing his family. For Camille's safety, he had no choice but to resort to this measure. They discussed their next steps. Elijah suggested that Klaus stay behind to take care of Camille, but Klaus insisted that he must fight for the mother of his child, or he would never be able to face Hope. Vincent noted that the enemy now held the upper hand. This remark jolted Freya into action. She decided to target Aurora. Using magic, she pinpointed Aurora's location. Vincent stood in the middle of the road, awaiting the speeding car. The driver showed no mercy and tried to run him down, but Vincent cast a spell, causing the car to flip over instantly. Two vampires crawled out, ready to fight, but Elijah swiftly took them down, one in each hand. Klaus dragged Aurora out of the car. Their mission was accomplished. Freya lifted Camille's boundary spell, telling her she didn't want her to hate Klaus for it. Camille thanked Freya for her freedom and intended to leave on her own, but Freya mentioned that she could actually use Camille's help. Tristan soon discovered his sister was missing and called Elijah. They agreed to exchange hostages in the garage. Elijah offered to trade Haley and the Saratura for Aurora's life. Tristan hung up the phone, his worry for his sister causing him to lose his composure. Marcel suggested that Tristan devise a battle plan, but Tristan said that as long as the hostage exchange was successful, he would immediately have the vampire organization strike, using the daggers to seal the original brothers into their graves. The two groups met in the garage as planned, the tension in the air palpable. Tristan kept sending in reinforcements, unaware that the original brothers had never feared overwhelming numbers. Vincent and Freya secretly began casting a spell. The hostage exchange ceremony officially commenced. Tristan signaled his men to bring out Haley, stating that she had been injected with a large amount of wolfsbane, but it wasn't fatal. Klaus also opened the container's door, revealing a girl locked inside with a hood over her head. Without suspicion, Tristan stepped into the container and removed the hood from the girl's head, confirming that it was indeed Aurora. Tristan's men handed Haley over. Tristan then proceeded to unbind Aurora. Elijah took the weakened Haley into his arms. Tristan, full of concern, embraced his sister, but Aurora, while he was off guard, secretly reached into his pocket and pulled out the Saratura. Tristan was puzzled. Aurora slaps the Saratura onto the container. The weapon's power activated, transforming the container into a sealed space, from which no living or dead being could escape. Tristan couldn't comprehend what had gotten into his sister, but Aurora casually walked out of the sealed container, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into Camille. Being in the transition phase of becoming a vampire, Camille was neither fully alive nor dead, allowing her to freely enter and exit the container. Realizing he had been tricked, Tristan flew into a rage and ordered the vampire organization to slaughter everyone, but he had clearly overestimated his men's loyalty. Elijah loudly reminded them that fighting the originals would only lead to heavy casualties. They didn't need to risk their lives for a fool like Tristan, who was never getting out anyway.
I delivered you into this existence. I can just as easily pluck you out of it. The choice is yours to make.
Marcel also urged Aya not to let so many people die in vain. The circle of vampires began to break apart. Aya walked over to Tristan.
May the ghosts of our fallen keep you company.
Tristan had been abandoned by his own men. Elijah announced the original's family verdict on Tristan. Tristan would be thrown into the depths of the ocean, where he would continually suffocate and revive, condemned to an eternity of darkness, silence, and pain, never knowing peace, never finding rest. Klaus assured Tristan that Aurora's fate wouldn't be any better than his. Haley, filled with hatred, stepped forward as well. She made sure Tristan remembered her face before closing the container door. Camille arrived at the cemetery to lay flowers for her family. Vincent soon appeared in front of Camille. Camille said that helping the originals made her realize that the blood of justice still flowed through her veins. Rather than lying unaware in a dark grave, she still wanted to do her part to protect the city her uncle once defended, whether as a human or as a vampire. Vincent understood Camille's intent and offered her his wrist. Starving for an entire day, Camille began to feed ravenously, her eyes gradually turning blood red. After being ousted by the witch coven, Davina was shunned by the witch community. Even the street vendors ignored her, with only her friend Josh still willing to stay by her side. The vampire organization seized this opportunity, and Aya took Davina to tour the Strix witch group. They were all witches expelled from the witch world, uniquely gifted yet isolated and alone. Aya extended an olive branch to Davina, offering her a resurrection spell as a gift for joining, but Davina couldn't tell if the spell was real, so she decided to drink poison and enter the spirit world to find Cole and have him check if the spell was legitimate. Josh disagreed with Davina taking such a life-threatening risk, but with her mind made up, Davina secretly drank the poison. Davina cut Josh's palm, pressing her own wounded palm tightly against his. Davina instructed Josh not to let go under any circumstances, as it was her last link to the living world. Davina lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep. She awoke in a desolate and eerie world, turning to see her body still lying where she left it. Without hesitation, Davina opened the door and entered the realm of the dead, where darkness and fear lingered in the air and the streets were empty. Suddenly, a pair of hands pulled her into an alley. It was her long-missed boyfriend, Cole. Though she didn't recognize his original appearance, Cole held his girlfriend tightly in his arms. Her boyfriend's new appearance made Davina feel a bit reserved, but the streetlights overhead suddenly flickered, an ominous sign. Cole hesitated no longer and hurriedly pulled Davina away from the area. They arrived at a bar. Cole explained that they were hiding from the witch ancestors' pursuit, noting that luckily, those old relics didn't care for places like bars. The lovers, separated by life and death, finally broke free from all restraints and kissed passionately. Cole knew his girlfriend was still adjusting to his true face, so he suggested she remember their last dance. In the gloomy, dark bar, the couple embraced and danced. Davina finally smiles. Davina looked at Cole's scarred face with concern, telling him she had found a way to bring him back. She handed Cole the resurrection spell that Aya had given her. Cole stared at the resurrection spell for a long time, seemingly making a difficult decision. He told Davina that the resurrection spell was fake, but Davina could tell he was lying. The spell was too dangerous, and Cole couldn't bear the thought of his girlfriend risking herself for him. The lights in the bar soon begin to flicker again, and the ancestors of the witches arrive. Cole quickly pulled Davina behind the bar to hide. A group of eerie figures roamed through the bar. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound, and fortunately, the witch ancestors soon left. Cole didn't hesitate any longer and immediately led Davina toward the church where she had crossed over, but the witch Kara, whom Davina had killed, quickly found them. Filled with anger, Kara knocked Cole away with a single move and then turned around and charged Davina. Davina collapsed to the ground, her head splitting with pain, and her sleeping body in the real world began to show signs of distress. Josh watched over Davina with concern, unaware that a witch had appeared behind him. Ariane swiftly slit Josh's throat, causing him to fall unconscious. As Davina seemed destined to remain in the spirit world forever, Ariane, who had severed her link with Josh, now came to her rescue, offering to help Davina cross back. They finally reached the church, but the witch ancestors were closing in. Cole locked the door, saying he would stay behind to buy Davina some time. Davina didn't want to leave him in danger, but Ariane reminded her that Cole could never leave with them anyway. They finally made it back to the church's attic. Davina regretfully realized that her connection with Josh had been broken. Ariane urged Davina to calm down and think about all the things she still cared about in the mortal world.
Oh, I swear I'll come back for you.
In the real world, Davina finally woke up. She didn't understand why Ariane had helped her, but Ariane explained that it was all on Aya's orders. With her mission complete, Ariane prepared to leave, but Davina stopped her. Davina asked Ariane if giving up her freedom for a power that could help them achieve their desires was really worth it. Without hesitation, Ariane affirmed that it was. Davina was shaken. Even vampires who've lived for 1,000 years enjoy playing truth or dare, but their punishments are a bit more brutal. Several witches gathered around a massive heart, activating a ritual. The heart is beating strangely. In front of each participant is a card that can read hearts. If the card displayed a loyal knight on the front, it signified the holder's loyalty. One nervous man didn't dare to flip his card. He tried to escape, but Aya blocked his way, swiftly and cleanly beheading him the next second. Aya then flipped over his card, revealing a mummy hanging upside down on a cross. Marcel, the newest member, was extremely anxious inside but pretended to be calm as he turned over his card. It was a loyal knight. He let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. The prophecy of the original's family's downfall made them all uneasy. As the new leader of the organization, Aya promised she would do everything in her power to protect them. Meanwhile, the brothers at the center of the prophecy were bickering. Elijah mocked his brother for only caring about beautiful women while ignoring the family's real predicament. Klaus retorted that Elijah was always the family's protector, but no one was looking out for the newly turned vampire, Camille. Elijah replied that Klaus shouldn't have been so soft-hearted and given her the daylight ring. Haley interrupts the brothers' conversation by hugging Hope. She couldn't be alone in her love nest with Vincent.
Haley, this family comes with many, many hardships, but there is at least one benefit.
Klaus then went to find Camille. Elijah received a call from Aya. Aya stated that she didn't have as many schemes as Tristan. She just wanted Elijah not to drag everyone down with him. She claimed to have found a clue about the prophecy. Aya took Elijah to meet Ariane. Ariane possessed incredible talent. She would use water as a conductor to delve into Elijah's mind, tracing his past 1,000 years to uncover the truth of the prophecy. Elijah was skeptical but decided to take the risk. He lay in the water, allowing Ariane to probe his thoughts. 1,000 years of memories flashed by quickly, and Ariane carefully sensed everything about Elijah. The ritual ended quickly, and Elijah suddenly stood up. Ariane, horrified, revealed the prophecy she had seen.
A pale horse. A flame that will burn you all.
They were one step closer to the truth. The newly turned vampire Camille was like a completely different person. She had succumbed to the darkness within, freely choosing her victims as she pleased. Klaus tried to teach Camille how to control her bloodlust, but Camille found Klaus too annoying and snapped his neck without hesitation. Camille pretended to casually run into Detective Kinney, manipulating him into using his position as a police officer to steal her stash of dark magic items from Lucien's house. Camille was smug and guilt-free. Luckily, Klaus arrived in time to confiscate Camille's items and forcibly took her back home. Camille angrily claimed that those things were her family's inheritance, passed down from her uncle, but Klaus said they were all Cole's inventions and rightfully belonged to the Michelson family. Camille furiously declared that Klaus would pay for this. She said that becoming a vampire had taken away her humanity, and because of that, Klaus no longer loved her. He was only interested in controlling her. Haley arrived just in time to interrupt their argument, saying she would talk to Camille. Elijah also stopped Klaus, telling him that Camille was now just a pawn for Aurora, and keeping their distance would do no harm. He needed his brother to join him in discussing the witch's prophecy. Haley patiently talked about the pain of going through the transformation. Camille mercilessly tore open Haley's wounds, saying that Jackson's death was a good thing. It finally allowed her and Elijah to be together without any obstacles. Haley barely contained her anger, threatening Camille not to speak ill of her husband again. Camille then feigned a look of sudden remorse, claiming she didn't understand why she had become so cruel. Haley could only forgive her for her rudeness. Camille said she needed to go home and be alone to clear her mind. Klaus finally realized what the white horse in the prophecy represented. It wasn't a constellation or a scripture, but a small wooden horse he had carved for Rebecca when they were children. It was made from firewood that Elijah had gathered. It's the only piece of white oak stake left in the world. The weapon they had been searching for was right under their noses, chewed on by his daughter as a teething toy. But now the carved wooden horse had completely vanished. Haley swore that she was playing with that little horse while holding her daughter just this afternoon. Klaus suddenly recalled a story he had once told, back when Camille was still human and served as his therapist. Camille had used her vampire-enhanced hearing to overhear the prophecy, and she deciphered its meaning before they did. She had solved the riddle of the prophecy before they did. Now, Camille calmly walked through the crowd, holding the small wooden horse toy in her hand. She couldn't resist smugly calling Klaus to taunt him, saying she didn't want to hurt him. She just wanted to gain a bit of leverage. Klaus sighed and hung up the phone. Elijah, meanwhile, found the witch Ariane, who had made the prophecy for him. Ariane had already anticipated Elijah's true intention. He had to kill every person who knew. Elijah gently brushed Ariane's hair aside, and Ariane accepted her fate with calm resignation. The loss of the White Oak Stake put the original's family on high alert. Klaus was tasked with calming down the mad Camille. Elijah was tasked with distracting Aya. Haley asked him why he didn't just kill Aya. Elijah explained that he and Aya once had a relationship. They had founded the vampire organization together, but when Michael found them, Elijah had to flee with his siblings in the middle of the night. The vampires in the organization were nearly wiped out by Michael, and it was Tristan who saved them. Seizing power and becoming the leader, Aya never forgave Elijah. Elijah said he never forgave himself for abandoning them either, but that wouldn't stop him from causing Aya some trouble now. Aya was in the middle of giving a speech to her followers. Elijah's killing of Ariane made her realize that a mysterious weapon had surfaced. Although she didn't yet know what it was, everyone needed to be on high alert. Elijah walked in, interrupting Aya's speech, stating that Aya's rise to leadership was against protocol. As a founder, he had the right to decide who should lead. Elijah pulled out an ancient charter, declaring that in the absence of a qualified leader, the founder himself would take over the organization. Aya says then she'll activate the King's Game rights. Marcel asked what the King's Game was. Elijah simply told him that children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Aya said that according to their agreement, she had the right to challenge Elijah. From now until midnight, whoever possessed the charter would become the next leader. Elijah reluctantly accepted the challenge. The group moved to the boxing ring. Marcel grumbled that this was like children fighting over candy, childish and ridiculous. Elijah also believed that Aya had no chance of winning, but Aya fiercely squared off. Ready to fight, Elijah casually placed the charter on a chair. They began to fight. Aya still hadn't forgiven Elijah for abandoning her. Elijah, however, said that after ensuring his siblings were safe, he had gone back to search for Aya. Aya replied that he always put his family first, which was why he, like them, was cursed by the prophecy. Elijah grabbed Aya by the throat, declaring the game was over, but suddenly, a figure rushed in and knocked him down. Marcel stands tall with the charter and smugly says that according to the rules of the game he is now one of the contestants.
Catch me if you can. If not, come midnight.
Both Elijah and Aya sent people to track down Marcel's whereabouts. Elijah remarked that Marcel could just hide in any random house, and none of the vampires would be able to get to him. Aya asked Elijah why he didn't kill her in the boxing ring. It seemed she still had lingering feelings for him, but Elijah, unwilling to be like Klaus and use seduction as a tactic, said that next time, he would be more decisive. Aya is completely disillusioned by his merciless answer. With 3 minutes left until midnight, Elijah finally discovered where Marcel was hiding, but Marcel refused to come out from the human's house. Elijah threatened to blow up the house if Marcel didn't come out. Forcing Marcel to surrender, the homeowner invited Elijah inside. Aya stood across the street, watching intently. Midnight passed, and Elijah walked out of the house empty-handed. Aya reminded Elijah that the game was over, but Elijah refused to accept the result, insisting that Marcel had won through trickery. Marcel retorted that there was no rule against hiding, and his charm made every household eager to invite him in. Furious, Elijah grabbed Marcel's heart. Marcel said that if Elijah broke the charter first, no one would follow his rules. Aya also urged Elijah not to be a sore loser. Angrily, Elijah let Marcel go. Seizing the moment, Marcel gave a speech, saying that while he might not be the strongest, it was wise to have him in charge because he knew this city better than anyone.
This is my city because I took it! That is what a leader does!
Elijah wanted to argue further, but Aya was the first to pledge loyalty to the new leader, forcing Elijah to leave in a rage. The scene shifted, and the two men, who had been at each other's throats moments before, were now happily drinking to celebrate, complimenting each other's acting skills. Who wouldn't admire such a brilliant plan? Marcel assured Elijah that he would keep the vampires in check, allowing the original brothers to focus on the real enemy. The witches gathered around the body of a dead witch, casting a spell to search through her memories in an attempt to find the location of a weapon. However, the difficulty of this task far exceeded their expectations, and the head witch quickly called off the effort, suggesting that everyone take a break. Newly initiated Davina, having nowhere else to go, began to confide in the dead witch, Ariane. Witches who are not revered as sacred cannot find peace in death. Davina couldn't bear the thought of Ariane's soul wandering aimlessly, perhaps sensing Davina's kindness. The dead Ariane showed Davina her mind and the wooden horse made of white oak stake. This sudden discovery left Davina utterly shocked. At this moment, Klaus arrived at the witch's cemetery carrying a suitcase, where Camille and Vincent were waiting for him. They planned to exchange the small wooden horse for those dark magical artifacts, even thoughtfully setting up boundary spells. Camille immediately noticed that Klaus had only brought a portion of the dark artifacts and demanded that he bring everything, or the deal was off. Vincent, tired of their bickering, urged them to hurry up. Camille finally admitted that she wanted the dark artifacts for self-protection, as she feared that Aurora might return to harm her at any time. Klaus, feeling a pang of sympathy, handed over a portion of the dark artifacts to Camille, promising to bring the rest later. Meanwhile, Davina was preparing her ritual. As the flames ignited, her consciousness was transported to Klaus's house. She watched as Klaus frantically rummaged through his belongings, but Klaus couldn't see Davina's presence. Haley, furious, snapped, "Do you really have to wake up our daughter?" Hope had just lost her stepfather and her most cherished toy, a devastating emotional blow for a toddler still in diapers.
It pains me that Hope is upset, so I'll add it to the long list of grievances. I'm already tallying.
Haley remarked that Camille wasn't exactly thinking clearly right now. Klaus retorted that Camille was perfectly rational when she was threatening him with the wooden horse in the witch's cemetery. Davina heard every word loud and clear. She extinguished the candle, but was immediately caught by Madison. Madison reminded her that good news should be shared. Davina insisted that she knew nothing, but Madison didn't believe her, warning that Aya never kept her promises, that joining the organization would strip her of her true self, and that all Madison wanted was to get out of here for good. Madison then forcefully entered Davina's consciousness and quickly discovered the location of the weapon. Camille and Vincent were still anxiously waiting for Klaus. Vincent tried to reason with her, saying that Klaus had entrusted her with so many secrets because he trusted her, but Camille had betrayed that trust. Camille replied that the girl who once existed was dead. She was now the reborn Camille. On the other side, Klaus is trapped by Madison and his cell phone signal is completely blocked. As night fell and a cold wind began to blow, Vincent keenly sensed that something was wrong. A new guest had entered his boundary spell. Klaus remained trapped until evening when Madison finally revealed herself. She informed Klaus that her sisters had arrived, and they were going to take the weapon that could kill him. Without warning, Madison lifted Klaus into the air and, with a swift motion, snapped his neck. The Sisterhood of Witches also surrounded Camille and Vincent. Poor Vincent, realizing he was outmatched, urged Camille to run. Camille still hoped that the dark magical artifacts could protect her, but Madison quickly caught up to her. Camille tried to hide the small wooden horse behind her back. Madison mercilessly broke Camille's ankle, then proceeded to snap every joint in Camille's body. Camille writhed on the ground in agony, her body contorted, and the small wooden horse rolled uncontrollably to Madison's feet. Madison bent down to pick up the small wooden horse. Seizing the moment, Camille hurled a dark magic orb, and the unleashed power did indeed subdue Madison, but before Camille could get closer, Madison disappeared, taking the small wooden horse with her. Camille and Klaus start fighting again, and Vincent is so upset that he can't concentrate on the spell. He leaves without looking back. An enraged Klaus continued to rant at Camille. Camille, equally furious, fired back with the same intensity. Their shouting match grew more and more heated. Camille then answered a phone call, and Davina informed her that Madison had already found her location. Camille, furious, yelled, "The small wooden horse has already been taken. Isn't it a little too late to be telling me this now?" Davina told her that Madison served another master. She wasn't working for the Sisterhood. At this moment, Madison had already met up with Aurora. Without hesitation, she handed the small wooden horse to Aurora, demanding that Aurora keep her promise and allow her to leave the Sisterhood. Aurora gave a sinister smile and sank her teeth into Madison's neck. Poor Madison had once again trusted someone who was unworthy of her trust. Following tradition, Davina consecrated Ariane as a deity. Ariane, now one of the witch ancestors, appears to thank Davina and tells her that Cole is not doing well in the undead world. Ariane instructed Davina to quickly use the Sisterhood's power to resurrect Cole, or else his fate would be worse than death. Meanwhile, Aurora found a carpenter and had the white oak wooden horse fashioned into a set of wooden bullets. This was her meticulously crafted annihilation package for the original family. This seemingly ominous candle has a unique ability. Once lit, it can transport the spirits of the dead from the underworld to the living. Aya gave the candle to Davina, instructing her to use it to summon Cole. But Aya's intentions were far from kind. She wanted Cole to reveal how to sever the link between the originals and their sireline vampires. Yes, that's right, the vampire faction led by Aya had abandoned protecting Elijah, seeking only to ensure that the prophecy about the originals wouldn't implicate them. Klaus, needing to focus entirely on hunting down Aurora, asked Haley to look after Camille. Buried beneath a distant sapling was Jackson's heart, a small reminder Haley kept for herself and her daughter. Haley agreed to Klaus's request. At that moment, Klaus received a call from his brother Freya had gone missing. Haley took Camille to the arena. She reminded Camille that relying solely on a pile of dark magical artifacts wouldn't be enough to protect herself. She had to learn to fight like a vampire. So, Haley invited Camille into the arena to learn combat skills. This offer was exactly what Camille had been hoping for. Meanwhile, Davina successfully lit the candle, and her longed-for boyfriend appeared before her. But Aya didn't give the couple much privacy. She demanded, with relentless pressure, that Cole reveal how to break the link. Cole, refusing to back down, insisted that he would only tell Davina. Aya turned away in anger and stormed off. Cole told Davina that their mother had created the link between the originals and their sireline vampires to protect her children from being killed, and therefore, the link was unbreakable. But Davina quickly saw through his lie. What they didn't realize was that the spell on the candle had become a perfect means for Aya to spy on them whatever they said. Aya and her witches could hear every word. Seeing that Cole won't talk, Davina is left to reason alone. Cole tried to stop her, saying that breaking the link would require the sacrifice of a life. Davina quickly realized that he was talking about the heart of a vampire from outside the original's bloodline. Cole's reaction confirmed Davina's suspicion. Aya quickly learned of this information as well, but almost all vampires had been directly or indirectly turned by the originals. Where could they find a heart from outside the original's bloodline?
Haley Marshall was turned by the magic infused in her own child's blood.
Oh, hell no.
Not by another vampire.
Look, you're not going to...
Aya didn't hesitate any longer and ordered the witches to kill Haley. Unaware of the danger, Haley was still acting as Camille's boxing coach, but Davina called just in time to warn Haley that the witches were coming for her. Before she knew it, the doors to the church were opened and the witch walked in and knocked Haley off her feet. Camille reacted quickly, pulling a Rubik's Cube from her bag and placing it on the ground. The cube began to spin rapidly, temporarily suppressing one of the witches. Camille then swiftly took down another witch. Haley quickly gets up, grabs a power cord, and takes out one of the attackers, but one of the witches cast a spell, knocking Camille unconscious, and blood soon began to seep from Haley's chest. Davina, in a panic, started packing up her things to go and help. Cole reminded Davina that it was too late for her to get there in time, but he could draw power from the candles and take Davina down, which would cause the Sisterhood witches to fall as well. However, this would mean the end of their date. With their hands tightly clasped, Cole closes his eyes and begins chanting a spell. The two witches collapsed to the ground. Haley finally got a chance to catch her breath. Cole gazed at the unconscious Davina.
Definitely our worst date ever.
But Haley's crisis wasn't over. Aya stormed in, determined to finish Haley off herself. Haley, no match for a 1,000-year-old vampire, was quickly overpowered and immobilized by Aya. At the critical moment, Marcel arrived just in time to save Haley's life. But Aya, unwilling to leave without achieving her goal, grabbed Marcel by the throat. Marcel promised that he would find another solution. Aya finally let go, giving Marcel until midnight to come up with a plan before turning to leave. Haley recounted the day's events to the original's brothers, angrily declaring that if the witches ever dared to target her again, she would make sure they regretted it. But Klaus astutely pointed out that Haley's heart wasn't the only option. At their wedding, Haley and Jackson had shared all their powers, meaning Jackson's heart could also serve as the conduit to break the link. They rushed to the cemetery, but the heart beneath the tree had already been dug up. Marcel handed the wooden box containing the heart to Aya. It was a cold-hearted move, but he undeniably saved Haley's life. Cole silently waited for Davina to wake up, saying that watching his girlfriend sleep was a joy in itself. Davina promised that she would find a way to bring him back. Cole couldn't bear to shatter Davina's hopes, so he asked for a kiss instead. Under the night sky, the two slowly drew closer together, but a gust of wind blew out the candle, and Davina's lips could only touch the air. Freya awoke from unconsciousness to find herself buried alive by Aurora, with a wound on her abdomen bleeding profusely and the blue necklace on her chest emitting a faint glow. Wandering alone through the forest, Klaus soon spotted a flower-topped mound of earth. Meanwhile, Elijah found the small cabin. Aurora aims her pistol at Elijah, not forgetting her narcissistic remark that modern weapons are for modern women. Elijah replied that she was still as vulgar and pretentious as ever. Despite having the upper hand, Aurora hesitated to pull the trigger. She wanted Klaus to witness her killing Elijah, to inflict the most direct and painful harm on him. Klaus was now incredibly frustrated as well. Aurora, in her blind pursuit of drama and excitement, clearly underestimated her opponent's intelligence. Freya sought help from Finn within her necklace. Her blood began to flow backward, staining the flowers on the grave and quickly catching Klaus's attention. Elijah continued to provoke Aurora, saying that Klaus should be grateful he personally ended their relationship back then. Otherwise, Aurora's psychotic behavior would have made Klaus regret it. Elijah's words struck at Aurora's deepest insecurities. Seizing the moment, Elijah attempted to fight back, but Aurora once again gained the upper hand. Aurora finally remembered her brother, who had been thrown into the sea, and declared that killing Elijah would free her brother once and for all. Klaus, supporting Freya, pushed open the door to the cabin. Elijah urgently warned his brother that the bullets in the gun were made from white oak stakes. Aurora suddenly pulled the trigger, but the bullet's trajectory was altered under Freya's influence. Klaus finally lost his temper, instructing his brother to take care of their sister. They began a deadly game of cat and mouse in the woods. Aurora quickly aimed the gun at Klaus, but she hesitated to shoot. Klaus picked up a signpost and hurled it at Aurora, the post embedding itself deep into her side, causing Aurora to lose the upper hand once again. Klaus grabbed Aurora's hand from behind, causing the gun to fly out of her grasp. Unarmed, Aurora was no match for Klaus, and the gun ended up in his hands. Klaus couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger cleanly. Aurora seized the moment to trip Klaus, quickly retrieving the gun again. This time, she didn't hesitate to aim it at Elijah, who had just arrived. Elijah fell to the ground, struck by the shot. Aurora fled swiftly. Klaus had no time to waste. He plunged his hand into his brother's chest, trying to remove the bullet before it could penetrate his heart. But with every beat of Elijah's heart, the bullet edged closer. With no other option, Klaus snapped his brother's neck, then continued to dig through his chest to find the bullet. Elijah's dire condition obliterated any last trace of softness Klaus might have felt toward Aurora. Finally, Klaus extracted the bullet, and Elijah's heartbeat returned. Klaus let out a long sigh of relief. For the Originals family, this operation was a failure, but at least they had successfully saved Freya. Klaus had finally proved that Freya was no less important to him than his brother or sister. The three siblings raised their glasses, vowing to eliminate their enemies. But Aya had already tracked down Aurora and offered to form an alliance, with Aya commanding the most powerful coven of witches in history and an army of ancient vampires, and Aurora holding the only weapon capable of killing the Originals. The two women, both scorned by the Michelson brothers, formed the ultimate alliance. The Vampire Diaries and the Originals welcome a dream link-up as Stefan, tagged by a vampire hunter, appears in New Orleans. A cross-shaped scar has appeared on Stefan's chest, a wound that refuses to heal, leading him to seek Klaus's help. Klaus introduces Stefan to his sister Freya, hoping she can find a solution. Stefan explains the origin of the scar on his chest. He was stabbed by Reyna with a magical sword. Reyna, who has 7 lives, is now relentless in her pursuit, with the scar acting as a beacon guiding her straight to him. Desperate, Stefan fled to New Orleans. Freya applies a salve to Stefan's scar, explaining that it can mask the scar's magical signature, then bluntly tells him to leave. Stefan senses something is off. Klaus insists that Stefan poses no threat to the Originals family. Freya gives Stefan a brief rundown of the crisis their family is facing. Elijah receives a message from Haley. The Crescent Wolf Pack has tracked down their enemy's whereabouts. Aya and Aurora are discussing how to collaborate. Aurora insists that she must kill Elijah so her brother, trapped in the deep sea, can finally be freed. But Aya counters, saying if Elijah dies, she will die too, suggesting they first sever the link between the Originals and their sire lines. As for Tristan, she has come up with a way to ease his suffering. Aya instructed Aurora to lie down on the couch, while a witch, holding a ritual object, chanted continuously over her. As the spell takes effect, Aurora's consciousness awakens in an ethereal space, where Tristan is sitting in front of her. Overjoyed, the siblings embrace tightly, expressing how much they've missed each other. Tristan explains that while Aya can't save his physical body, she has created this unique mental space for him. Here, he can read books, play chess, everything is fine, except it's a bit boring. Aurora declares that even if it means evaporating the entire ocean to save her brother, she's willing to do it. But for now, she has prepared a special show for him. Haley ventured alone into the camp of Aya and Aurora's alliance, but the place was already deserted. She opened a storage room door and found Lucian, his face pale and gaunt from hunger.
Klaus, out of here.
But Lucian's warning came too late. The Originals brothers had already encountered the fully armed Aya. Without hesitation, Aya aimed her gun at them. Elijah, however, remained calm, reminding her that if she killed him, she would die too. But Aya didn't pull the trigger. The witch behind them comes out and casts a spell on Klaus and Elijah, and they both fall to the ground. Klaus and Elijah's consciousnesses were transported into Tristan's illusory world. Klaus was immediately irritated by the sound of Aurora's voice once again. The annoying siblings appeared, taunting them by saying that if Klaus and Elijah could find the objects that represented the two of them in this room, they could escape. But while they played this game of hide-and-seek, Aya would be completing the spell to sever the link between the Originals and their sire lines. And once the spell is completed, with the Originals brothers' unconscious bodies defenseless, the fall of the Originals family would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Davina was preparing the spell to break the link. The brothers' bodies floated motionless in the water. In the dream world, they were frantically searching for the symbolic objects, trying to escape this mental prison as quickly as possible. Klaus dashed around the room, seizing every opportunity to threaten Aurora. Elijah, on the other hand, focused on Tristan, trying to extract useful information. Tristan, true to form, smugly revealed that this space was created by Aya, suggesting that Elijah might want to consider what he represented in Aya's mind. Lucian and the others were also discussing their next move. Marcel was skeptical of the intel Lucian had brought. Lucian quipped that he had only intended to comfort his goddess, but who knew she'd gone completely mad. Haley shot back, reminding him that he was the one who stole Jackson's heart. Marcel said, "You're not part of any of the original sire lines, so of course, you're not scared." Lucian highlighted the urgency of the situation, explaining that Aya would first kill Klaus to test whether the spell had worked.
When Aya tests this spell, Klaus will fall either way. And if Davina fails, as she likely will...
Stefan finally grasped the seriousness of the situation and joined the fight, knowing that as a vampire turned by Klaus, his own fate was also hanging by a thread.
You know, not that I was expecting a parade or anything, but why is everyone so eager for me to go?
Stefan just wanted to pay a simple visit, but who would have thought that his original friend Klaus would run into trouble, dragging Elijah down with him, both of them getting outsmarted by an ex-girlfriend. Right now, Klaus and Elijah are lying helplessly in a pool, ready to be slaughtered. Whether the spell to break the link between the originals and their bloodline works or not, Klaus is doomed to die, and there's a good chance he'll take all the vampires he sired down with him. Stefan has no choice but to join the battle to defend the originals. In the conscious world, Aurora wildly provoked Klaus, even going so far as to ask if Camille was still as adorable now that she had become a vampire. The next, she mocks him by saying, "Didn't you always see yourself as a knight in shining armor? Maybe this chess piece is your symbol." Then she questions, "Are you worried no one will come to save you? Because no one truly cares about you. You know." Aurora is pushing every single one of Klaus's buttons, but Klaus's worries are unnecessary, as his friends have already crafted a battle plan. Freya will tap into Lucian's energy to enter the mental space and help her brothers break the illusion. Haley, Marcel, and Stefan are responsible for the frontline rescue mission to retrieve the originals' bodies. Marcel quips, "So, the plan is for us 3 kids to take on a bunch of vampires who've been alive for nearly 1,000 years? Stefan replies that he's got a powerful ace up his sleeve. The rescue mission quickly moves into action. Haley and Stefan were lying in the trunk in an awkward state. To break the awkwardness, Haley pulls out her phone, and the image of hope on the screen catches Stefan's attention. Stefan asks, "Is this why you're risking your life to save him?" Haley says she doesn't want her daughter to lose her father, and that the brotherly bond between Klaus and Elijah moved her. Haley then asks Stefan what his lock screen is. Stefan takes out his phone and shows it to Haley, saying his girlfriend Caroline and brother Damon are his motivation to fight as well. They both have people they want to protect and are willing to sacrifice their lives for them. The car arrives at its destination, and the gatekeeper vampire lets Marcel through without suspicion. Klaus and Elijah are listening to Tristan play the violin. After all, it's understandable that someone who's been stuck here for so long would be a bit overexcited to have guests. As soon as Aurora starts talking, you can't help but want to strangle her. Elijah is not shy about sneering back that Klaus is glad he dumped you. In the real world, the witches are ready to begin the unlinking spell. Marcel tries to persuade Davina to abandon the ritual, but Davina, with Cole on her mind, refuses his plea. Stefan no longer hesitates. He silently picks away at the ointment covering the scars and invokes his own outside help. Raina the vampire hunter. Davina tosses Jackson's heart into the water. Freya begins chanting her spell. Lucian lets out a cry of pain. Freya enters the consciousness realm and urges her brothers to quickly find their totems, but suddenly a wound appears on Klaus's throat. In the real world, a witch has slashed Klaus's throat, and he collapses helplessly to the ground. Elijah's throat bears the same wound. The witches need their blood to fill the entire pool. The unlinking spell has begun, and the brothers lie in the water, covered in blood. But Raina, whose mission is to kill every vampire, is already on the battlefield. She effortlessly takes down the gate guards. Upon hearing this, Aya has no choice but to step out and check the situation. Freya presses Klaus and Elijah about their totems. The brothers choose the pieces symbolizing the king and the knight. The vampires Aya sent are quickly slain by Raina. Raina, drenched in blood, appears before Aya, Taking advantage of this distraction, Haley sneaks into the ritual site and, without a word, kills the vampire in front of her. Marcel also steps in to help. He tells Haley they must pull Klaus and Elijah out of the water, but Marcel's betrayal enrages Davina. The witches strike together, blasting Marcel and Haley to the ground. Freya hesitates, holding the two chess pieces. Aurora's smugness makes Klaus change his mind. Without a word, Freya switches the pieces and begins chanting a new spell. Elijah is the first to feel the discomfort. He awakens from the consciousness realm, and in his fury, he grabs the chanting witch in front of him and unhesitatingly bites through her throat. Davina hasn't given up on chanting the spell. Elijah swiftly takes out another witch. Freya grabs a chess piece and continues her incantation. Davina pours all her power into Klaus. Klaus successfully wakes up. He leaps toward Davina, but with a burst of strength, she throws him back into the water. She completes the spell all by herself. Lucien's hands begin to burn, and as the spell progresses, Klaus starts to feel discomfort. Marcel and Stefan experience the same symptoms. The spell has succeeded. Exhausted, Davina passes out. Klaus, drained of all color, collapses into the pool, and Elijah jumps in, cradling his brother in his arms.
My skyline is broken.
Aya finally defeats Reyna, but all her efforts have been in vain. Her link to Elijah remains unbroken, rendering her unable to strike against him. Elijah couldn't forgive Aya for what she'd done, but he couldn't seem to pull the trigger, his eyes red with the guilt of abandoning Aya in the past. Without hesitation, Haley drives a stake through Aya's heart, finally avenging Jackson. As Aya dies, the small world she created for Tristan begins to crumble, leaving the siblings with no time to say goodbye. The familiar sensation of drowning returns to Tristan and he once again receives his punishment. Aurora awakens in agony from the consciousness realm, only to find herself trapped inside a wall. Klaus is casually plastering the wall, having thoughtfully placed a boundary spell to ensure Aurora has no chance of escape.
I wouldn't grant you the mercy, so while the fish eat him, the worms eat you. Just know.
With his mission complete, Stefan is about to leave New Orleans. Stefan promises Klaus that he will take good care of Caroline and advises Klaus to be kinder to Haley, noting that she genuinely cares about him. Klaus was a little surprised by this and the two shook hands and said goodbye. Stefan turns to leave, but Klaus feels a sudden discomfort and is almost unsteady on his feet. Freya explains that Klaus has lost a significant amount of energy and needs a good night's rest. Davina rushes back to the attic, secretly pouring a bottle of the original's brother's blood into Cole's ashes, then begins chanting once more. The swirling magic lifts Davina's hair as a naked Cole returns from the dead, looking in disbelief at his beloved.
I never doubted you for a second, Davina Claire.
In a stretch limousine, several beautiful young women lie dead in gruesome fashion. The driver in the front seat wears a look of grim determination as he pulls out a lighter. A towering blaze engulfs everything. This is yet another fresh challenge facing the original's family, but this time, their enemies are more ruthless and reckless than ever before. With his bloodline link severed, Klaus is becoming paranoid, suspecting that his enemies are converging on New Orleans from all directions. He's going to have to pay for his years of reckless indulgence. Elijah and Freya both think Klaus is overreacting. As the three siblings argue, Klaus suddenly senses movement at the door. Davina enters the mansion, and without a word, Klaus grabs her by the shoulders, only to be thrown aside by another man. It's Cole, freshly returned from the dead. The brothers meet again, and Klaus is utterly shocked. Freya steps in, finally realizing that Davina had siphoned Klaus's energy to successfully resurrect Cole. The brothers embrace each other tightly, long-lost family reunited at last. Cole, however, is dismayed to discover that his brothers have made more enemies over the years than he can count. Rebecca is nowhere to be found, and there's deep hatred between his brothers and his girlfriend. Klaus offers Cole a glass of fresh blood, but Cole declines, saying he'd rather drink from a blood bag, as he promised Davina he'd never go back to being the bloodthirsty and cruel person he once was. Cole decides to teach Freya a few tracking spells to help Klaus locate his enemies. Marcel has finally become the de facto leader of the vampire community, but on his very first day in charge, he runs into trouble. 3 of his most trusted vampires have gone missing. Something strange is also happening to Vincent. A stranger hands him a note inviting him to meet at a bar. then swiftly pulls out a knife and stabs himself in the throat. Vincent rushes to the bar, only to find the usually lively place eerily quiet. A mysterious vampire is dining there and arrogantly declares that he doesn't like noise while he's eating. Vincent doesn't hold back against this man who practically has provocation written all over his face, but Gasper has already compelled the humans in the bar if Vincent makes a move, the people inside will turn on each other, turning the place into a bloodbath. Vincent has no choice but to comply with Gasper's demands, but Gasper's request shocks Vincent. He wants to find the remaining white oak stake. The string of missing vampires is giving Marcel a massive headache, so he asks Josh to find Davina and have her cast a locator spell for the missing vampires. Josh quickly finds Davina, who's idly waiting in the attic for Cole to return home. She's a bit worried that Cole might be influenced by his brothers and turn into a murderous monster, but Josh insists that's not important right now. Davina does as she's told and sets up the spell. She soon finds all the missing vampires, but the witchcraft shows that they're all dead. The bodies of several thousand-year-old vampires are piled in a dumpster, covered in werewolf bite marks, and in the entire French Quarter, there's only one person capable of organizing werewolves to systematically hunt vampires: Haley, who's determined to avenge Jackson. Marcel has no choice but to inform Elijah. This is when Elijah realizes that Haley and her pack have been plotting something. He instructs Marcel to burn all the bodies, then turns and leaves alone. Elijah soon finds Haley in a dark room, but she ignores his pleas and axes down the female vampire in front of her. Haley hands Elijah a blood-soaked list. The list contains the names of those who once kidnapped her and Jackson. She says this is the last thing she can do for Jackson, and no one will stop her. The blood travels slowly across the map as Freya completes a complex locator spell under Cole's guidance. The blood quickly settles on a few distant locations. Klaus breathes a sigh of relief. His most feared enemies are scattered far and wide. Only one has made it to New Orleans so far, the ruthless Gasper. At this moment, Gasper is forcing Vincent to commune with the witch ancestors in an attempt to locate the last remaining white oak stake. Camille arrives at the bar with the blood-stained note, but as a newly turned vampire, she's no match for Gasper. She discreetly sends a text to Klaus. Gasper soon notices Camille's actions and knocks her out cold. Vincent receives a revelation from the witch ancestors. The white oak stake wasn't entirely destroyed. Aurora still holds the last bullet, but the ancestors refuse to reveal its location. Gasper demands Vincent to ask again, but the witch ancestors refuse to bow to evil. Vincent's eyes begin to bleed. His face contorts in pain, and he soon collapses to the ground unconscious.
Welcome to New Orleans.
Klaus walks into the bar, clutching a wooden stake. Gasper continues to threaten him with the lives of innocent humans, but Klaus has never been one to yield to such tactics. Without hesitation, Klaus grabs the stake and pins Gasper to the wall, then swiftly kills a few knife-wielding humans. Camille rushes forward. She tries to use her own blood to save innocent humans, but Klaus reminds her that it's too late. Camille could only leave in anger. Gasper struggles and pulls the stake from his body. Klaus walks over to Gasper and grabs him by the collar and throws him to the floor once again. Without a second thought, he breaks the chair and nails Gasper to the floor. Then Klaus commands all the compelled humans to leave the bar. Klaus pulls the stake out of Gasper and demands to know where he learned that a white oak stake still exists. Gasper's words shock Klaus to the core. Klaus's enemies have already formed an anti-Klaus alliance, and Gasper was merely the advance scout. He has already informed all his allies that the white oak stake is still in Chicken Wing City. Soon, Klaus's enemies will swarm in from all corners of the world. Just as Gasper said, Freya and Cole watch in horror as the blood, once scattered across the world, begins to converge on New Orleans. Klaus, unable to tolerate it any longer, decapitates Gasper with a single blow. Although Klaus had swiftly decapitated Gasper, his enemies had already caught wind of the situation and were converging on New Orleans. The original siblings finally realized the gravity of the situation. Elijah had an army to protect him, but the only people who wanted to protect Klaus were all standing in this house. Klaus decided to leave New Orleans with his family under the cover of night. He pulled out a blood-stained bag, inside which was Gasper's severed head. Marcel's first task was to inform his subordinates, claiming that this man was responsible for all the vampire disappearances. Elijah took care of the remaining vampires on Haley's list and burned all the bodies. He pinned everything on Gasper, successfully clearing Haley of any suspicion. Elijah returned the blood-stained list to Haley, then silently sat beside her. Haley, moved by his actions, admitted that she had always loved Elijah, but Jackson's memory would forever stand between them. She had to end things with Elijah, otherwise, She couldn't face her husband's spirit in her dreams. Elijah accepted this decision with a calm expression.
I tried that myself. It didn't work.
Holding back his sadness, Elijah turned and left. Klaus also attempted to say goodbye to Camille, assuring her that he wouldn't love her any less just because she had become a vampire. But Camille told him that Aurora had changed her inside, and that her love for Klaus had died with the human part of her. Without saying goodbye, Klaus turns away, holding back his grief. This night was destined to be a sorrowful one for the original's brothers. Under the cover of darkness, Klaus kissed his sister's cheek and bid farewell to Elijah. The siblings watched their brother leave with heavy hearts. To ensure his daughter's safety, Klaus drove away with Haley and their daughter, leaving behind the city that haunted his dreams. But the friends and family left behind in New Orleans remained under the threat of unseen dangers. Camille confided in Vincent, admitting that she still loved Klaus, but she couldn't understand why he refused to kill Aurora. She feared that the next time Aurora tried to hurt her, Klaus would hesitate between his two lovers. Vincent suddenly received a revelation from the ancestors. In the dead of night, he made his way to a dark, secluded cabin and, with trembling hands, retrieved the last bullet made from a white oak stake from a hidden compartment under the floor. Cole has a perfect night with the love of his life, but when he wakes up in the middle of the night, he's drunk all the blood bags and still can't control his thirst for blood. He was forced to go out into the streets, slaughtering innocent people without restraint. But then, a young man called out Cole's name. He is none other than Finn, the older brother of the Mickelson family. A tiny wooden bullet with a starting bid of a staggering $5 million. This is because it's the last bullet in the world made from white oak stake, and it holds the power to kill even the most formidable of the original's vampires. At this moment, Vincent, guided by the ancestral witches, successfully locates the white oak stake bullet. But soon, a beautiful vampire sets her sights on him. Knowing she's no match for Vincent, the woman quickly sends for reinforcements. However, Vincent, as the regent of the witches, easily handles the few vampires with little effort. Just as he prepares to deal with the woman, he's horrified to discover that his magic has no effect on her. The woman bites into his neck, revealing that she is merely an anonymous assassin. Without mercy, she knocks Vincent unconscious and takes the white oak stake bullet. Marcel orders the vampire faction to surround Klaus's estate to ensure Elijah's safety, but there's been no progress in the search for the white oak stake bullet. Josh humbly mentions that he minored in computer science and even wrote a paper on the dark web, so he knows that someone is auctioning off the white oak stake bullet there. Marcel is skeptical of this information, but Vincent quickly confirms it. Lucien arrives with a large bouquet to visit Freya. Freya doesn't seem to be adverse to his advances. Cole informs Elijah that Finn has been resurrected and insists that Finn is the one spreading the apocalyptic prophecy. However, Freya points out that the prophecy had already been rampant even before the brothers were resurrected. Finn also steps forward to declare his innocence. The Michelson brothers, confined to the estate, are rife with conflict. Marcel quickly finds a vampire who was invited to the dark web auction and uses his fingerprint to unlock his phone and obtain the auction invitation code. Josh logs onto the website. The girl in the video feed is none other than Sophia, the assassin who attacked Vincent. Sophia announced the current bid for the white oak stake bullet, prompting the original's enemies to eagerly raise the stakes in the comments. Marcel instructed Josh to bid everything.
An infamous Strix right means the whole order pledges to fulfill any one command.
Surprisingly, the plan worked. Josh's cell phone rang soon after, and a time and place for delivery was agreed upon. Josh, posing as the buyer, knocked on Sophia's door. He was just about to greet her with a friendly handshake when Sophia mercilessly exposed Josh's true identity. A swarm of vampires descended on Josh, and outnumbered, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Sophia declared that her employer was targeting the Michelson family, and there was no need for anyone else to make unnecessary sacrifices. She calmly wiped the blood off her chest, showing no intention of letting Josh go. Finn, back from the depths of hell, had not lessened his hatred for the family one bit. He had no desire to become a vampire again, nor did he want to stay with his family. Finn told Elijah that he only wanted Freya to transfer his soul into a witch's body so he could leave his siblings far behind. Elijah was tempted by the idea, but Cole was determined not to let his older brother live a happy and peaceful life. Even though Davina did everything she could to seduce Cole into doing what lovers do, he still couldn't quell his anger. Obsessed with thoughts of revenge against his brother, Davina urged Cole to think about something else, but Cole was horrified to realize that he wanted to tear his girlfriend's throat out, so he quickly fled. After taking a serious beating, Josh finally saw reinforcements arrive. Marcel ripped up the hearts of 2 vampires. Josh complained that they were a little too late. Turns out Josh's mission wasn't to take the white oak stake bullets at all. It was to stick his own blood on Sophia's body. Josh bit into his wrist. Vincent quickly tracked down Sophia's location. Sophia's car was stuck in traffic, and Marcel tapped on the window and introduced himself with a friendly smile. Sophia pushed open the car door and tried to flee, but Vincent had already cornered her in a nearby alley with his crew. Sophia stated that she dared not reveal who her employer was. She even threatened Marcel, warning him that if he insisted on getting involved, he would die a terrible death. You've never seen Klaus like this, forced to wear a baseball cap that Haley bought him just to keep a low profile, to get back at her for the ridiculously ugly hat. He seizes every opportunity to complain non-stop.
I'm quite sure this glass hasn't been washed in the past decade, which makes it the cleanest thing.
When Haley grumbles at him, he snaps back, accusing her of having ulterior motives for this trip.
What was it? Couldn't bear to spend another day giving Elijah the mournful doe eyes.
The bar owner finally has enough and asks if they really need to be so loud. In the midst of their chatter, Haley learns that a 15-year-old girl accidentally triggered the werewolf curse, but by now, the wolves were on their own. Haley feels a pang of sympathy and decides to delay their escape to comfort the girl who accidentally killed someone. Klaus vehemently opposes her decision, insisting that now is not the time to play therapist and that Hope's safety should come above all else. Haley fires back, saying it's Klaus's coldness that has left them surrounded by enemies. She adds that one day, Hope will face something similar, and she hopes that someone will be there to help their daughter when that time comes. Klaus relents. As night falls, Davina finally comes face to face with Finn. Finn sneers, saying that Cole once loved a girl as beautiful as her, but that girl was dead within a week. Davina's resentment towards Finn reaches its peak, and without hesitation, she casts a spell on him. Finn screams in agony as a prominent scar appears out of nowhere on his body. Davina permanently binds Finn's soul to his vampire body, shattering his hopes of becoming a witch forever. Enraged, Finn quickly grabs Davina by the throat, but Cole rushes in and knocks Finn to the ground. The conflict between the brothers escalates rapidly, and they start fighting without a word. Elijah tried to mediate, but Cole's anger was hard to quell. Cole said he'd rather go outside and be shot by the white oak stake bullet than stay with his brothers any longer. Cole then leaves the house with Davina, but Elijah isn't worried about Cole's safety because Marcel has already handed over the white oak stake bullet to him. Freya uses a spell to ignite a bonfire, and Elijah tosses the white oak stake bullet into the flames. However, Finn, desperate to escape being trapped in a vampire's body for eternity, pushes his hand into the fire. Ignoring the searing pain, he needs the white oak stake bullet to end his own life. Finn retrieves the white oak stake bullet from the fire with his bare hands, and Elijah demands that he hand the bullet back. The two stand there, locked in a standoff, neither willing to back down. Lucian seized the moment and swiftly snatched the white oak stake bullet from Finn's hand. He hands it back to Elijah, insisting that it be destroyed immediately, but Finn declares that eternal life is his punishment. Lucian offers a compromise. He suggests that the white oak stake bullet be entrusted to Freya because she loves both brothers equally. Freya has 1,000 spells to ensure the safety of the white oak stake bullet. Meanwhile, Sophia, who had been captured, reveals a shocking truth. She intentionally let herself be captured by Marcel and deliberately handed him the white oak stake bullet. This was all part of a plan orchestrated by her employer. The candles suddenly went out, and Vincent seemed to be summoned by the ancestral witches once again. Visions of prophecy flashed before his eyes, and blood began to stream from them. Josh watches in shock, but when Vincent finishes his communion with the ancestors, it's as if he's become a different person. Without warning, he snaps Josh's neck and then proceeds to untie Sophia's ropes.
They don't want me to kill you. They want me to help you.
Haley finally finds the werewolf girl who accidentally killed someone, and following werewolf tradition, she helps the girl perform a ritual to lay the spirit to rest. Seeking peace for her soul, Klaus tracks them down and arrives at the scene, offering Haley a sincere apology.
I've given you 1,000 reasons to abandon me. You haven't. Yet.
They agree to watch out for each other on the rest of the journey, but Klaus suddenly notices a symbol carved into a tree trunk, the logo of Lucian's real estate company. This means that Lucian has never stopped hunting werewolves. He quickly realizes something is wrong. Freya, carrying the white oak stake bullet, was about to get into her car when Vincent suddenly blocked her path. Freya didn't understand Vincent's intentions, but before she could react, Vincent knocked her out. A mysterious van approached from a distance, and the man who stepped out wasted no time in abducting Freya. Meanwhile, Marcel discovered the interrogation room completely empty. Elijah realized they had been deceived. The most dangerous enemy had been lurking right under their noses. Lucian finally revealed his true nature, grinning as he pulled the white oak stake bullet from Freya's pocket. In the shadow of a towering white oak tree, a mother once cast a powerful spell, turning her children into vampires. As a result, the white oak stake became the only weapon capable of killing the originals. 1,000 years later, standing beside the remnants of the white oak tree, Lucian decided to recreate that spell. He made a pact with the ancestral witches, forcing Vincent to do his bidding, determined to become a species superior to the originals. Freya declared that she would never help Lucian cast the spell, but Lucian simply stated that all he needed was her blood, then bit into Freya's wrist. Meanwhile, Vincent had left a crucial clue at the bar, the only place where he wasn't affected by the ancestral witch's magic. Recalling the time when Finn possessed his body, Vincent realized that there must be some connection between them. If Davina could locate that connection, she could use magic to track down both him and Lucian. To do so, Vincent spilled his own blood. The originals brothers decided to split up. Davina and Cole were tasked with breaking the spell. Finn and Elijah were tasked with rescuing Freya. Klaus was immediately informed of the situation by phone. Haley tells Klaus that he can rush back to help his brothers, but she's determined to find the missing werewolf. Klaus didn't leave in a hurry. He trusted his brothers to handle the obvious threat and chose to join Haley in pursuing the hidden one, because in the end, everything would lead back to Lucian. Lucian filled a mystical vessel with Freya's blood and then poured in a jar of an unknown liquid. He handed a spellbook to Vincent, saying it was the same spell Esther had used all those years ago, but Vincent refused to cast the spell. The ancestral witches didn't give him a choice, though his head throbbed with unbearable pain, forcing him to reach into the stone bowl and begin chanting the spell. Davina locks onto the approximate location of the enemy. Cole realized that Mystic Falls was nearby, and he became increasingly agitated, saying that a Tibetan silver bowl could help refine their search, but it was all at Camille's place. Davina, worried that her boyfriend might hurt someone, insisted they go together to Camille's home. Meanwhile, Elijah and Finn drove into Mystic Falls territory. Returning to this place stirred unpleasant memories for both brothers. Elijah teased his brother, saying that even after 900 years of slumber, he was still so impatient, but Finn countered that being sealed away for 900 years is nothing like being trapped for just 10. At first, you're unconscious, but slowly, your awareness starts to awaken. In other words, Finn had been in a vegetative state for centuries, without anyone to even feed him nutrients. This miserable experience shocked even Elijah. Cole and Camille argued over the ownership of the silver bowl. Camille insisted it was a family heirloom passed down for generations. Cole argued that it was his own creation, the result of his hard work and ingenuity. Just as Cole was about to lose his temper, Davina intervened to calm him down, but Camille noticed Cole's behavior and realized that his reaction was eerily similar to her uncle's when he was cursed by the witches. She shared her observation with Davina. Klaus and Haley had reached the headquarters of Lucian's company. A female receptionist greeted them. Klaus prepared to compel the woman, but she discreetly triggered an alarm, and a group of armed humans surrounded them. The two hybrids were unstoppable, quickly dispatching all the enemies. Klaus casually picked up an access card and swiped it through the security door, but what they saw inside left them stunned. Several werewolves were being used as test subjects, their bodies covered in tubes as they were kept in the lab. Haley pressed a button on one of the werewolves and was shocked to find that he was still alive, but one of the kidnapped vampires is dead.
What the hell is Lucian up to here?
Vincent, hands drenched in blood, chanted a spell over the stone bowl. In the next moment, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Lucian finally reached the pinnacle of his life. Eagerly uncorking a bottle to collect some of the fresh blood, Matt blocked Elijah and Finn's path, declaring that Mystic Falls no longer welcomed vampires. He brandished a gun, threatening them to leave. Elijah dismissed Matt as insignificant, saying he was too busy saving his sister to bother with him, but Matt countered that his gun was loaded with wooden bullets, and he didn't mind chatting for a bit longer after all. It wasn't his sister who was going to die. Meanwhile, Cole and Davina had completed the spell. Finn suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and Elijah rushed to check on his brother. Finn, however, said he now knew Freya's location. At this point, Lucian had already collected a second vial of blood. Vincent, full of guilt, apologized to Freya before suddenly attacking Lucian, causing him to collapse in pain, but the ancestral witches issued another warning. torturing Vincent until he passed out. Lucian was about to deliver the killing blow to Vincent when Freya stepped forward to protect Vincent. Lucian didn't hesitate, stating that killing Freya first would be just as satisfying, but the original's brothers and Matt arrived at the scene just in time. They're in a tense standoff. Lucian downed the mystical liquid he had prepared.
Can either of you get to me faster than I can rip your darling sister's head off?
In a flash, Finn grabbed Matt's hand and fired the gun. The bullet pierced through Freya's chest and lodged itself in Lucian's body. Lucian's skin quickly turned pale as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Klaus successfully rescued the last werewolf. Haley fed her blood to the weakened werewolf, but the lab equipment nearby caught Klaus's attention. He realized that Lucian had been collecting werewolf venom and had already developed a vaccine to cure werewolf bites. Haley couldn't understand the purpose of the dead female vampire. Klaus speculated that she was used to test the efficacy of the vaccine. Freya was revived by her brother's blood. Elijah believed the ordeal was over, but Freya warned that Lucian would only be reborn after death. Finn had helped him complete the final step. At that moment, Lucian slowly stood up, his eyes glowing red. Matt fired wooden bullets at Lucian repeatedly, but Lucian, now transformed, was immune to them. He smugly tossed Matt to the ground. Elijah and Finn attacked him one after the other, but neither was a match for Lucian. Lucian grabbed Elijah by the throat. Finn picked up the stone bowl and struck him with it, but Lucian quickly sank his teeth into Finn's neck. The three siblings were utterly defeated. Losing ground rapidly, Freya, despite her weakened state, managed to create a barrier spell to hold Lucian back. Lucian ceased his assault, stating that he had waited 1,000 years and was now savoring the pleasure of hunting the originals. He vanished in a blur, but Lucian's venom was far more potent than that of ordinary werewolves, and Finn's neck was already rotting badly. Upon learning that Lucian had become a supercharged version of the originals, Cole flew into a fit of rage. He punched a mirror, leaving behind a bloody handprint before storming out. Davina dipped her fingers into Cole's blood and unexpectedly sensed the magic within it. Camille was right, Cole had been cursed by the ancestral witches. Lucian's venom has doubled in speed, and Finn has become so delirious that he thinks his brothers will abandon him once more. Cole remained indifferent to his brother's suffering, unaware that the venom was about to claim Finn's life. Klaus returned just in time, biting his own wrist and feeding his blood to Finn. Haley, meanwhile, cleaned up the battlefield alone, but one of the rescued werewolves revealed that they all came from different packs. The enemy had mixed 7 different venoms together and injected them into the female vampire, reviving her repeatedly with the vaccine until it no longer worked. After drinking Klaus's blood, Finn began to stabilize. He expressed his gratitude to his siblings, even thanking Cole's girlfriend. He said it was the first time he had witnessed true harmony among his brothers. But before he could finish, Finn suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Klaus's blood had no effect, and Finn quickly fell into a critical state. Finn, as a vampire, is unable to enter the world of wizards after his death. Davina's spell had bound Finn's soul to his vampire body, meaning Freya could no longer place him back in the necklace. Despite everyone's deep sorrow, Finn closed his eyes, departing the world with lingering regrets. Previously on the originals, Lucian transformed into an enhanced version of the originals and bit Finn. Since the venom was a mix of different toxins, even Klaus's blood couldn't cure him, and Finn ultimately lost his life. The first thing Lucian did after obtaining the mutated serum was to rescue the goddess he had pursued for 1,000 years. Under the romantic moonlight, he proudly recounted to Aurora his great feat of killing the originals. He knelt on one knee before Aurora, inviting her to join the team that would ascend to a new level of mutation. But even in the face of such an enticing offer, Aurora did not accept Lucian's proposal. Instead, she asked him to first find a way to save her brother. Lucian, however, mistook this request as a subtle hint of her acceptance. Freya was drawing a magic circle in her book, studying a binding spell that could control Lucian, but Klaus, with his fiery temper, thought his sister was moving too slowly and decided to confront Lucian himself. The crowds were celebrating a music festival, but Klaus was more concerned about Camille's safety, only to find that she had enchanted her neighbor and become the owner of the house. Now, no vampire could enter her home. Camille had intended for her neighbor to invite Klaus in, but Klaus turned and left. Klaus soon found Lucian at a quiet street corner. However, Lucian's strength was beyond Klaus's expectations, and even with his hooked dagger, Klaus was quickly defeated. Camille heard the commotion as Klaus and Lucian fought. Lucian declared that he wouldn't kill Klaus just yet, but would instead use him. According to the Doomsday Prophecy, to deal with Elijah, Klaus watched helplessly as the hooked dagger plunged into his chest, while Camille, hidden in the shadows, was horrified. Camille rushed to warn the others, and the originals strengthened their defenses. The house was transferred to Freya's name, making it impossible for uninvited vampires to enter. Freya invited Camille inside. Elijah soon received a text message from Lucian, demanding that he go alone to a bar, or else Klaus would die. At this moment, Lucian had already pulled the hooked dagger out of Klaus's body and restrained him with shackles. Aurora, watching the scene with great interest, remarked that once she drank the mutated blood, everything Klaus had done to her would be repaid tenfold. Lucian leaves in a hurry for his appointment, leaving Klaus with Aurora.
I wonder, when you decided to brick me into that dreadful tomb, did it ever occur to you that our roles might one day be reversed?
We both know that I buried you alive because I could not bring myself to kill you.
Klaus claimed that he had always loved Aurora, and the reason he hadn't killed her was because he believed they still had a chance. But Aurora, who had been locked away in a wall, nearly rotting to death, was not easily swayed by Klaus's charms. Klaus couldn't believe that his allure had lost its power, so he intensified his efforts to brainwash her. But Aurora was clearly no longer fooled by Klaus's deceitful lies and even mercilessly mocked him in his desperate situation. Klaus asked, "So do you fully trust Lucian's confession of love?" Aurora, however, replied that she had only been using Lucian all along, never even considering the idea of loving him. As Klaus watched in despair, Aurora drank the blood serum. The bar that nullified all magic had become the only safe haven for Cole and Davina, where they didn't have to worry about Cole losing his mind at any moment. Vincent had also joined the effort to help Cole. He said he would first have a talk with the witch ancestors to see if he could find a breakthrough to remove Cole's curse. Cole didn't believe that Vincent was being so kind. Vincent, however, said he was only helping Davina and that it had nothing to do with Cole. But his communication with the witch ancestors ended in failure. Van appeared in front of Vincent, revealing that his mother was now among the witch ancestors, and he accused Vincent of being too close to the exiled Davina. Van suddenly unleashed a surge of power, knocking Vincent to the ground, and declared that the witch ancestors had stripped him of his regency. Now, Van was the new regent, and he would lead the witches in a war against the vampires according to the ancestors' will. Van then knocked Vincent unconscious. Cole and Davina were enjoying a sweet date when Cole's expression suddenly changed. This was a bar that could suppress all magic, but now the magic was gradually losing its effect. Cole had once again become a puppet for the witch ancestors, and his bloodthirsty desires were about to consume his sanity. In a critical moment, Marcel appeared from behind and snapped Cole's neck, then instructed Davina to quickly go help Vincent. He would take care of Cole and prevent him from turning the city into a bloodbath. Lucian and Elijah finally faced off. One demanded the other hand over his brother, while the other demanded Tristan. The tension was palpable, ready to erupt at any moment. Elijah pointed out that Lucian didn't actually care about Tristan's safety, since Tristan would only be an obstacle between him and Aurora. Lucian didn't hesitate to admit it, saying he was just asking to appease Aurora. Elijah retorted, "You went through all this trouble to transform yourself, just to become Aurora's errand boy?" Lucian was enraged, his eyes quickly turning red, and he stormed toward Elijah, but a magic circle appeared out of thin air, trapping Lucian. Freya had cast a spell to imprison Lucian, stating that the magic array would weaken his powers.
Maybe I can't kill you, but I can make you wish you were dead.
Camille and Haley also set their rescue plan into motion. However, Camille was still haunted by her fear of Aurora. Haley told Camille to either turn that fear into anger or do her best to ignore it. Camille noticed a pharmacy up ahead, and quickly came up with a plan to deal with Aurora. Aurora was mercilessly tormenting Klaus, and she picked up a wooden stake, preparing to end her life to achieve a new rebirth. But Camille appeared at the door. Klaus only wanted Camille to leave quickly, not wanting her to risk her life for him. Camille lured Aurora, coaxing her to step outside the door. Aurora didn't take Camille seriously at all, but Haley suddenly lunged out, tackling Aurora to the ground, quickly reaching for Aurora's heart. Klaus hurriedly stopped Haley, warning her that Aurora had already consumed the mutated serum. Reluctantly, Haley withdrew her hand, but Aurora seized the opportunity and with a single blow sent Haley flying. Now, with Camille alone, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Cole woke up from his unconscious state, and his thirst for blood overtook him once again. He grabbed the blood bag Marcel had given him and began drinking. Davina went to the witch's cemetery to rescue Vincent, only to stumble upon a mysterious magic circle. Just as Davina was about to touch the circle, Vincent shouted for her to stop. It was Van's spell against Cole. If all 6 candles were lit, Cole would fall under the witch's control. Davina proposed that she and Vincent join forces. Together, they worked to dismantle the magic circle. Meanwhile, Cole had already spiraled into madness. Marcel told him that he had to leave New Orleans immediately to escape the witch ancestors' control and ensure Davina's safety. Thanks to Davina and Vincent's efforts, all 6 candles were extinguished, and Cole returned to his senses. Cole realized that Marcel was right. He had to leave New Orleans. Trapped within the magical seal, Lucien struggled relentlessly and eventually managed to stand up. But before he could savor his victory, Freya struck him down again. A group of vampires surged forward, surrounding Lucien. Elijah then informed Lucien that Tristan was buried beneath 1,000 tons of cement, and that he would bury Lucien beneath a parking lot. But Lucien revealed that it was the witch ancestors who had granted him the power to fight the originals, meaning that as long as he was within New Orleans, he could always receive magical assistance. And then Lucien walked out of the seal as if nothing had happened. The original siblings were utterly shocked by this. A massacre was about to begin. Aurora also used the lives of Camille and Haley to threaten Klaus. Klaus set aside his usual arrogance and begged Aurora to spare them. Camille, however, deliberately provoked Aurora. Aurora slowly advanced toward Camille, saying she wasn't cut out to play the hero, then threw the dagger out of Camille's hand. For the first time, Klaus begged Aurora, but this only enraged her. She shoved Camille into the room. Camille soon began to feel unwell, blood slowly streaming from her eyes. Aurora continued to taunt her. In a fit of intense anger, Camille finally fought back, while Klaus watched nervously as she and Aurora battled. Camille once again found herself at a disadvantage, but Haley, who had regained consciousness, rushed in and knocked Aurora down. Klaus finally breathed a sigh of relief. Camille seized the opportunity to stab a sedative into Aurora's neck, but things didn't go so well for Elijah and his sister. Lucien quickly dealt with all the vampires. Freya tried to use her magic to pull Lucien's heart out of his chest, but her spells no longer had any effect on him. Elijah rushed over and knocked Lucien away, then quickly fled the scene with Freya. Lucien returned home in a rage, only to find that both Aurora and Klaus were gone. Instead, he saw footage of Aurora admitting that she had only been using him. Defeated both in love and battle, Lucien was consumed with rage. Cole, struggling to suppress his bloodthirsty urges, drove away from the New Orleans city limits. Cole's expression lightened as he left the ancestors' sphere of influence, but the ancestors were not willing to let Cole go so easily. Soon, the color began to drain from his hand. Cole was in agony, and he slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden stop. The discomfort grew unbearable, and Cole was forced to return within the city limits, where the color returned to his skin, but his thirst for blood surged back stronger than ever. Filled with resentment, Lucien decided to target Camille. Camille, knowing Lucien couldn't enter her house, remained calm when he appeared, but Lucien had deduced that Camille must have transferred ownership of the house, and he correctly named her neighbor, stating that he had already killed the homeowner. Panicking, Camille rushed to shut the door, but it was too late. Lucien boldly stepped into Camille's room. She tried to fight back, but she was no match for him and was soon bitten on the arm. After a night of unconsciousness, Camille finally awoke, finding the bite on her arm horribly infected. Lucien, the one who started it all, was still there. Realizing she was dying, Camille frantically searched her bag for dark magic items. She grabbed a hex star and hurled it at Lucien, slashing his face with countless cuts, and then took the opportunity to flee. Camille made her way to Klaus's mansion. Klaus quickly noticed the wound on Camille's arm. Camille directly confessed her love for him and urged Klaus not to fall into the trap of seeking revenge on Lucien. Before collapsing into Klaus's arms from exhaustion, the original siblings gathered to discuss the solution to Camille's bite. Vincent arrived upon hearing the news. Klaus suggested that since Lucien had always viewed him as a role model, he might use his own blood as a cure, just as Klaus would. Camille mentioned that her apartment was filled with Lucien's blood. Vincent said he knew how to collect it all and quickly left. Meanwhile, Davina found Cole at the bar, furious at him for leaving without a word. Cole explained that the witch ancestors had cursed him, and he couldn't even leave New Orleans freely. Davina promised she would find a way to save him. Davina soon received a call from Marcel. After learning about Camille's bite, Davina hung up and angrily declared that she would go straight to Lucien to settle the score. Cole disagreed with his girlfriend taking such a risk, but Davina insisted that she had a way to make Lucien talk. And Ignoring Cole's pleas, she stubbornly left. Davina poured an entire jar of salt at the entrance of the bar. Inside the bar were gathered the enemies of the Originals family to find a cure for Camille. Davina had come to the bar alone, with just a casual wave of her hand. The partying crowd instantly stopped and turned their eyes on her. Lucian quickly realized that her arrival was not a friendly one. Davina waved her hand again, and all the vampires at the party collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, Lucian's face darkened with menace as he charged toward Davina, only to be stopped by a barrier spell. Davina pulled out a voodoo doll, explaining that it would ensure Lucian spoke only the truth. She pointed the doll at Lucian, demanding to know how to cure Camille's bite. Backed by the power of the witch ancestors, Lucian was unfazed. Instead, he revealed that the witch ancestors had plans to deal with Davina. Lucian boldly crossed the barrier spell, saying that his venom had no cure and that he had meticulously prepared to ensure there were no loopholes in the magic. But what shocked Davina was that Lucian didn't harm her, because the ancestors had other plans for her and suggested she ask Cole about them. Davina returned to the bar. Cole had already drained all the blood bags. The witch ancestors had played a cruel joke on the young couple. They had planted a curse on Cole, compelling him to kill his own lover with his own hands. The more Cole tried to suppress this desire, the worse his condition became. For the sake of his girlfriend's safety, Cole made a difficult decision. He pulled out the dagger that had once sealed him and begged Davina to use it on him again. Seeing the man she had resurrected with her own hands forced back into slumber, Davina was heartbroken. She promised she would find a way to break the curse. Cole also assured her that this was the best way to keep her safe. They shared a passionate kiss. Davina slowly drove the dagger into her lover's heart. Cole collapsed at Davina's feet, his body gradually losing its color. Under the bright sunlight, sitting together with the one you love, sipping coffee, discussing art, weather, and life, and in an unguarded moment, exchanging a smile. Street performers sing nearby, passers-by hurry along, but only those in love pause and linger for each other. However, all this beauty was nothing more than an illusion a dream Klaus created for his lover, solely to ease Camille's suffering. In contrast to Finn's swift death, Camille's journey ended in a way that was both beautiful and romantic. Freya used potions to slow the spread of the venom. Klaus tirelessly acted as Camille's personal nurse. They shared their deepest thoughts over wine. Camille suggested drafting a will, saying that after all the time she had taken notes for Klaus, it was now his turn to help her. Thoughtfully, she considered every friend around her, preparing gifts for each of them. She mischievously joked about leaving an old board game from under her bed to Elijah, but when she mentioned the keepsake she intended to leave for Klaus, he couldn't hold back anymore. He refused to accept the reality, insisting that they would find a way to save her. Vincent took a risk by returning to Camille's apartment to collect Lucian's blood in a last-ditch effort to save her life. Marcel reminded Vincent not to be consumed by grief. As the spell continues to work, the blood scattered on the floor rises into the air and slowly falls into the white container. But Vincent's spell was quickly interrupted, as the witch ancestors forcibly halted his magic. Meanwhile, Haley and Elijah drove into the woods, hoping to bring hope back from the werewolves, believing that her abilities might heal the bite. However, after drinking Lucian's blood, Camille showed no signs of improvement. Instead, she fell into a deep coma. Klaus was left with no choice but to connect their minds, creating some beautiful memories for Camille's brief life. In the dream, they walked hand in hand under the bright sunlight, immersing themselves in the ordinary, mundane world, savoring a happiness that didn't exist. Even in her final moments, Camille didn't forget to redeem Klaus, reminding him that there were still many people around him who loved him.
Why are you telling me this?
Because love will make you strong. It will make you the man that I know you want to be. And you're gonna have to remember that, because I won't be here to remind you.
Klaus was overwhelmed with grief. It was only when Camille held his hand to comfort him that he managed to pull himself together. Freya, with a heavy heart, admitted that she had tried everything she could, but it was all in vain. Camille's death was now inevitable. As night fell, Camille's life gradually reached its end, and her condition had deteriorated to its worst. Vincent suggested placing Camille's soul into a necklace. Freya, however, pointed out that the necklace could only be used by members of the Michelson family, but she did consider the possibility of letting Camille be reborn in someone else's body. Elijah, however, insisted that Camille would never do anything that would harm another person. In the dream, Klaus took Camille to the place where they first met. They reminisced about their first encounter through music and art. Suddenly, Camille collapsed into Klaus's arms, exhausted.
I feel like I've always known you, happen in your mind. Maybe that's just how you know you love someone.
I do love you, you know.
One by one, the people around them disappeared, and with tears in her eyes, Camille admitted that while she wished she could face death with courage, she couldn't do it. Klaus did his best to comfort his beloved. They sat together by the fountain. Camille fainted in Klaus's arms, and Klaus, struggling to hold back his grief, whispered lovingly in her ear. Camille's face gradually turned ashen, and Klaus, feeling helpless, gripped her hand tightly. Friends came one by one to say their goodbyes to Camille. Vincent said he would fight for her, even if he failed. He believed Camille would be waiting for him on the other side. Haley promised to tell her daughter about Camille, ensuring that Hope would remember the aunt who selflessly helped her father. Klaus remained silent, holding back his sorrow, while Elijah could only pat him on the shoulder in consolation. Freya and Vincent channeled their grief into determination, resolving to find a way through magic to destroy Lucian. Davina, devastated by the loss of her friend, returned to the bar, hoping that her boyfriend's cold body might offer some comfort. An unusual evening wind suddenly picked up, and the city trembled, causing widespread fear. Davina, also perplexed, looked around to understand what was happening, but when she turned back, she realized Cole's body had vanished. Cole, now unconscious and ferocious, stood before Davina, and without hesitation, sank his teeth into her neck. Davina struggled helplessly, but Cole ignored her pleas. In the end, Cole could not escape the cruel twist of fate, and he ended up killing his own lover with his own hands. Previously on the originals, Lucian, seeking revenge on Klaus, bit Camille, marking the end of her life. Cole, unable to resist the witch's ancestor's curse, tragically killed Davina. Aurora, having consumed the powerful serum that made her impossible to kill, was placed under a spell, forcing her into an eternal sleep. The object wrapped up like a zonzi in this package is the millennia-old vampire, Aurora. Vincent mentions that he's working on a method to extract the serum from Aurora's heart, but he suddenly gets a call from Marcel and has to leave in a hurry. Freya says she needs to set up a witchcraft alarm so she can know immediately when any witch is about to harm her family. Marcel proposes sacrificing Davina to the ancestral witches, but Cole refuses, arguing that the ancestors won't spare Davina. Vincent, however, suggests that Davina could be sacrificed in a safe place, but it would require a powerful source of magic. Marcel decides to seek help from the original's family. Cole believed his brothers wouldn't step in to help, but Klaus unexpectedly agreed. He didn't want his brother to suffer the same loss of a loved one that he had endured. Freya states that if they can place Davina's soul within a witchcraft circle, they can ensure her safety. As the three siblings are discussing, a nearby candle suddenly ignites on its own. Klaus assumes that Lucian will strike at him first, but then the portrait of Rebecca hanging on the wall suddenly catches fire. Freya quickly realizes the magical omen Lucian has set his sights on Rebecca. Klaus reveals that he hid Rebecca's coffin in the bayou and insists he must retrieve it himself to ensure his sister's safety. Haley volunteers to go with him, as she is more familiar with the bayou. Klaus has no choice but to agree, and they decide to head to the bayou together. Freya then begins the ritual to save Davina, connecting with Elijah's power. Meanwhile, Vincent also begins the sacrifice. As the spell works, Davina awakens on the other side. The ancestral witches have been waiting for her and waste no time attacking her. They prepare a brutal punishment, trying to annihilate Davina with a green stone, and she struggles desperately. Luckily, Freya's spell kicks in just in time, and Davina suddenly appears within the witchcraft circle. Davina and Cole look at each other through the circle, but they can't get closer. Cole and his girlfriend were downstairs, expressing how much they missed each other. Meanwhile, Freya informs Elijah that she's found a way to kill Lucian. She can use Davina as a link to tap into the power the ancestral witches used to create Lucian, and with that power, she can wield their mother's magic to kill him. Elijah, however, points out that doing so would break Davina's protective circle. In other words, Davina would be doomed. The siblings find themselves in a terrible dilemma. Van used witchcraft to locate Rebecca's general whereabouts and relayed this information to Lucian. However, Van, now alone, quickly finds himself being targeted by Vincent, who mocks him for becoming a vampire's lapdog. Van retorts that Lucian is merely a pawn of the ancestors, and that no one can stop the ancestors from going after the Michelson family. Vincent strikes Van down, and Cole steps in to lend a hand. Meanwhile, Klaus has already found his sister's coffin. Haley also commends him on how well he's been treating Davina. Klaus advises Haley to seize the time she has with Elijah. As everyone now faces the looming threat of their eternal lives ending at any moment, he urges her not to waste time on stubbornness. Haley expresses her concern that she and Elijah have grown distant for too long, and she wonders if making a move now would be too abrupt. As they chat, Elijah calls, and Klaus suggests that she should talk to him herself. Just as Haley is about to answer the call, a car suddenly crashes into them. Unable to reach them, Elijah grows increasingly anxious. He learns from Van that Lucian has already headed to the bayou, and Freya decides not to hesitate any longer. At the same time, Marcel is having a heart-to-heart with Davina, but Elijah swiftly subdues him. Without saying a word, Freya walks over to Davina, grabs her hand, and begins chanting a spell. Davina cries and pleads not to be sent back. She'll die a horrible death. Marcel tries to rush to save Davina, but Elijah quickly snaps his neck. Freya's spell gradually takes effect, as she absorbs the ancestors' power, and Davina falls back into their grasp, her eyes beginning to bleed. Freya, ignoring Davina's pleas, coldly released her hand, leaving Davina behind on the other side of death. A brutal car accident occurred in the peaceful countryside. Klaus slowly regained consciousness in the driver's seat, only to see Haley severely injured outside the window. Klaus opened the car door, stumbling as he got out and made his way toward Haley, only to be confronted by his archenemy, Lucian. Without a word, Lucian delivered a brutal punch to Klaus, all the while throwing in a few sarcastic jabs. Klaus, enraged, retaliated, but he was no match for the upgraded Lucian. He was quickly overpowered and thrown into the nearby shed. You've never seen Klaus in such a sorry state, covered in dust, bruised, and battered. Lucian closed in on him, and soon they were locked in a fierce struggle, with Lucian's centuries-old rage and resentment being unleashed in full force. In the midst of this dire situation, Haley rushed in and knocked Lucian to the ground with a shovel. They grabbed kitchen utensils and fought in a chaotic melee, but even the two hybrids together were no match for Lucian. Lucian struck Klaus with the shovel, sending him flying. As Klaus struggled to get up, he turned to see Lucian holding Haley's heart in his hand. He stated that he would kill everyone Klaus cared about one by one, and he demanded that Klaus kneel in front of him by threatening Haley's life. The once proud original hybrid slowly bent his knees, sacrificing his pride for Haley's safety, but Lucian's victory was short-lived. Elijah rushed in, knocking Lucian down, and Klaus quickly joined the fight. Freya appeared, chanting a spell, which immobilized Lucian in place. The spell gradually drained the magic from Lucian's blood. When Freya stopped chanting, Lucian's ascent to godhood was completely halted. He reverted to being an ordinary vampire. Elijah disdainfully kicked Lucian to the ground. A dreadful fate awaited Lucian. Klaus taunts Lucian that he has not become a higher species, but just a clown living in his own shadow. Klaus picked up a shard of glass, slashed Lucian's mouth, and without hesitation, ripped out his heart. The brothers locked eyes, having once again joined forces to defeat a powerful enemy and resolve the crisis facing their family. Marcel, heartbroken, placed Davina's body in the witchcraft circle, demanding that Van use magic to bring her back to life. Van recited an incantation, and the nearby brazier ignited on its own. Everyone watched the flickering flame of life with hope, but the flame, unsurprisingly, went out. Davina showed no sign of returning to life. Overcome with grief, Marcel fell to his knees beside Davina's body. Unable to bear the pain, the sorrowful day came to an end, and Marcel drank alone, drowning his sorrows. Klaus and Elijah appeared before him. Marcel, furious, accused them of their selfish actions, saying that despite all he had done to help them, he was still betrayed by the two brothers. The choice to sacrifice an innocent girl to save their brotherhood revealed the coldness and arrogance of the Michelson family to Marcel, and in his anger, he pushed Klaus's hand away and declared that he was cutting ties with their family for good. Cole found Van in the witch's cemetery and told him that while Davina might not have wanted him to do this, now that she was gone, there was no one left in this world who could stop the demon inside him. Cole suddenly sank his fangs into Van's neck, mercilessly taking his life. Vincent couldn't comprehend Freya's actions, sacrificing an innocent girl for the so-called benefit of the family. In his eyes, such actions were nothing short of evil. His friendship with Freya was broken. The Originals family had lost yet another loyal ally and gained a potential enemy. Klaus sat quietly by his daughter's bedside. He seemed to disapprove of his sister and brother's choices, but with things as they were, he couldn't condemn them for the sacrifices they made to save him.
Today I feel we may have created a new monster entirely.
Freya and Elijah were also burdened by their guilty consciences. This was destined to be a long and painful night. Vincent found Marcel and said he didn't like working with vampires, but he couldn't just let what happened to Davina go unanswered. Vincent placed a small vial on the table, revealing that he had extracted the mutant serum from Aurora's heart. Marcel had once summoned Michael to drive away the Original's family, and now he could drink the serum and ascend as a mutated vampire.
New Orleans is our home, Marcel. And it's time we took it back.
In the mirror behind Cole, the shadow of a woman flickered, and he seemed to sense it. The next second, the cards on the table burst into flames without warning. The light in the room dimmed abruptly, the door slammed shut on its own, and even the mirror shattered into pieces for no apparent reason. Curious, Cole looked into the mirror, but suddenly his girlfriend's pale face flashed before him, and blood gushed from his neck. He choked back tears as he expressed his love for her. When he snapped back to reality, Cole realized it was just an illusion. His throat was intact, and the mirror was unharmed. Davina's funeral was simple yet solemn, with her family, friends, and lovers standing by her grave, saying their heartfelt goodbyes. But Cole was too choked up to deliver a eulogy. Marcel, too, declared that grief was useless, vowing that the Michelson family would pay for what they had done. Camille's funeral was a grand and elaborate affair, with her coffin adorned with flowers and a vast procession accompanying it. The Original's brothers even organized a grand farewell banquet in her honor. Camille's former colleague, Kinney, came to pay his respects. Despite being compelled by a vampire and losing all related memories, Kinney's instincts as a cop made him realize that Camille's death was not ordinary. There were no hospital records, number 911 calls, not even a death certificate, but Klaus was unwilling to share more, so Kinney had to leave alone. Kinney found Vincent and voiced his suspicions, saying it seemed like the city was hiding some deep secrets, and he wouldn't let his friend's death become an unsolved mystery. Vincent decided to reveal the entire supernatural world's secrets to Kinney. They went to Vincent's former love nest, a place that had been regarded as haunted ever since his wife, Eva, died. He pushed aside an old sofa and retrieved a small box from a hidden compartment in the wall. Inside was an unknown device that looked like a bomb. It was a device Eva had created to steal the power of the witch ancestors, and it contained a significant amount of magic. He tells Kinney that the witch ancestors were willing to turn all of New Orleans into a battlefield to fight Michelson. The living shouldn't have to pay for the decisions of the dead, so they needed to detonate the device in the right location to sever the connection between the witch ancestors and the real world, making those old hags disappear once and for all. Armed police stormed into the shop of two witches on charges of animal cruelty, but in reality, it was to allow Kinney to help Vincent obtain the materials needed to activate the bomb. He said he would take the device to the undead world and detonate the bomb in a witch's graveyard on the other side. The police had to ensure the area was cleared of people when the explosion occurred to avoid harming innocent humans. Kinney didn't understand how Vincent planned to carry the bomb into the afterlife.
He's got to die.
Cole appeared and offered to accompany Vincent to the undead world, claiming that Davina was calling out to him for help and that he had to respond. Vincent reluctantly agreed to his request. Davina once used this spell to cross into the spirit world to find her boyfriend, and now Cole is using the same spell to cross back into the spirit world to find her. Both times, it was Josh who served as their link to the real world. Vincent and Cole lay down in the witchcraft circle and simultaneously woke up in the other world. Their souls rose from the ground, while their bodies remained motionless. Lying on the earth, Vincent and Cole approached Davina's tombstone, and Cole, as he had hoped, found Davina there, pale and weak. Davina collapsed into her boyfriend's arms. Vincent set up the magical bomb, intending to sacrifice his own life to detonate it, but Davina insisted that he needed to leave. Once the connection between the witch ancestors and the real world was severed, the witch's power would be greatly diminished, and they would need a leader. Without giving him a choice, Davina sent Vincent back to the real world. The lovers, separated by life and death, shared their final goodbye. Davina asked her boyfriend to relay a message to Josh and Marcel, telling them they were both her best friends and family. Cole began to recount the story of how they first met, how she had rekindled the fire of life in his once hopeless heart. Hearing her boyfriend's heartfelt confession, Davina was deeply moved and kissed him passionately, responding to his love with equal intensity.
I love you too.
Cole awoke in the real world with tears streaming down his face. Davina placed her hands on the magic bomb and activated it with her last ounce of power. In the real world, the witch's cemetery began to shake, and Cole and the others hurriedly ran outside. Cole turned back for one last look.
Give him hell, Davina Claire.
A massive explosion echoed around him, and Davina was consumed in the powerful blast of magic. The connection between the witch ancestors and the real world was severed, and the cemetery crumbled into ruins amid the flames. Freya chanted over a skull, tracing the origins of the prophecy that foretold the doom of her siblings. Elijah lent his energy to his sister to aid in the spell. With the power of the originals behind her, a flood of prophetic visions flashed through their minds. The enemies, friends, and family they feared were all pointing to the same person, Klaus's adopted son, Marcel. At that moment, Marcel was torn about whether or not to drink the serum, but Josh is against it. He doesn't want Marcel to become an inhuman monster. Drinking the serum is a direct declaration of war against the originals. It's either you or me. Marcel hesitated and quietly set the serum down on the table. Upon learning the contents of the prophecy, the original siblings decided to act immediately. Freya suspected that Vincent might have extracted the serum from Aurora's body while she was distracted and given it to Marcel, so she insisted on checking. Unaware of the prophecy, Klaus was focused solely on comforting his wounded son. Marcel, like a rebellious teenager, kept testing his place in Klaus's heart. Klaus, acting as the patient parent, repeatedly assured Marcel of his love and his place as part of the family, but Marcel remained skeptical. Klaus decided to take him to a special place. Freya quickly confirmed that the serum had been extracted from Aurora's heart, and she informed Elijah, warning him that Klaus might be in danger and urging him to share the news with Klaus. Father and son arrived at a dilapidated bridge. A young Marcel had once scattered his biological father's ashes into the river from this very spot. Klaus said that from that moment, he recognized Marcel's potential.
And I knew you to be my son.
Klaus officially affirmed their bond, but Marcel wasn't convinced, instead declaring that he had long since repaid any debt he owed Klaus for raising him.
If one of us is standing in the red, I'm gonna say it's you.
As they stood in the beautiful dusk, Klaus looked at the stubborn and angry Marcel with a sense of pride, as if seeing a reflection of himself. He forgave Marcel for his harsh words, trying to appeal to him with love and familial ties, but Elijah's arrival interrupted their conversation. Having seen the prophecy of doom with his own eyes, Elijah approached with hostility toward Marcel. Their conversation quickly became tense, thick with the danger that lurked in the surrounding night. Elijah demanded that Marcel prove his loyalty to the family. Marcel sarcastically retorted that he was being asked to apologize before he had even done anything wrong. Klaus desperately tried to mediate between the two. Marcel then pulled out the vial of serum. This unexpected move left Klaus stunned. Seeing his son holding a biological weapon, the father's calm facade shattered. Klaus's assertiveness only fueled Marcel's resentment.
And all that pretty fairy tale about me being part of the family? That only works if you're in control.
Marcel accused Klaus of valuing power over his love for him as a son. As Elijah watched Marcel's tirade, he was shocked to realize that this was the very scene foretold in the prophecy. With tears in his eyes, he pleaded with Marcel, but Marcel remained unmoved. His emotions growing more intense, the image of his family's brutal deaths flashed through Elijah's mind, and without hesitation, he reached out and ripped Marcel's heart from his chest. Marcel's body collapsed into the water. Klaus watches in pain as his adopted son loses his life. Elijah, devastated, returned to Haley, collapsing at her feet, tearfully confessing what he had done.
It's Marcel. He took his life.
Haley, without asking questions, simply held Elijah in her arms. Josh was shocked beyond words upon learning of Marcel's death. He realized that he had unwittingly caused Marcel's death by convincing him not to drink the serum. Vincent, however, told Josh that it was all part of Marcel's plan. Marcel had pretended not to drink the serum just to see how the Michelson family would react. Deep in the cold river, the lifeless Marcel suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. Previously on the originals, Freya sent Davina's soul back to the ancestors in order to kill Lucien. Marcel, consumed with anger over Davina's death, sought revenge against the Michelson family. Fearing the prophecy, Elijah ultimately killed Marcel, but Vincent revealed to Josh that Marcel had taken the super serum. Blood spread across the map in an instant, signaling that the Michelson family had enemies all over New Orleans. Freya was suddenly ambushed. A strange witch appeared in Klaus's room, and a flood of enemies soon followed, pouring into the Michelson estate. The originals brothers looked on in shock at the unfolding chaos. Marcel stormed in with his forces, declaring that he had hired a witch to break the house's binding spell. He intended to personally direct the grand finale of the Michelson family's downfall. Without hesitation, Haley knocked a female vampire to the ground, but Freya, already poisoned, was losing her strength. They decided to leave the mansion, but another vampire blocked their path, and Haley, without missing a beat, wrestled with him, swiftly ripping out his heart. Though his blood splattered across her face, Haley shoved the vampire away, got up, and helped Freya to her feet as they made their escape. They fled to Lucien's mansion with hope in their arms. Haley stared in horror at her blood-soaked reflection in the mirror, the image eerily identical to the one in the Prophecy of Doom. Haley placed Hope in a crib and said there must be an antidote at Lucien's place, but Freya, weakening, said that even if her poison was cured, she had lost the power to defeat Marcel. By this time, the three Originals brothers were already surrounded on all sides. Cole remarked that Davina would never want to see Marcel like this, accusing Marcel of desecrating Davina's cherished memories. Marcel, enraged, attacked Cole, mercilessly sinking his fangs into Cole's neck. Cole was flung across the room. The Originals brothers joined forces against Marcel, but none of them were a match for him. Klaus was soon thrown aside as well. Elijah continued to fight Marcel, only to have Marcel bite deeply into his arm. The Originals brothers were all left injured. The vampires watching the battle were seething with anger. Klaus's eyes turned gold as he swore to fight Marcel to the death, but Rebecca arrived just in time. Stepping between them, the appearance of his beloved calmed Marcel's fury, heeding his sister's words. Klaus quickly led his brothers away. Rebecca, noticing the witch's mark on her arm growing clearer, demanded an explanation from Marcel. Haley and Freya searched the entire house but still couldn't find the antidote. Klaus returned with his brothers in tow. Haley anxiously looked at the wound on Elijah's wrist, but Cole's injury, with its bite to the neck, was far more severe. Klaus tried to comfort his brother, but Freya mercilessly shattered his hopes, saying that every antidote takes years to cure the illness, and they might not live long enough to see that day. Former lovers met again, but everything around them had changed beyond recognition. Rebecca pleaded with Marcel to save her family. Instead, Marcel says that Elijah and Cole must die, and that he will kill Klaus before midnight. Rebecca asked Marcel if he planned to kill her next. Marcel assured her that he would never harm her, but he was determined to reclaim control of the city.
The man that I loved never fancied himself judge, jury, and executioner.
Finally, Marcel relented and said he would organize a trial to give Klaus the punishment he deserved. The Michelson family was nearly all gravely injured. Cole and Elijah were bitten, and their wounds were almost beyond healing. Freya was poisoned by a vampire faction and was on the brink of death. Rebecca was afflicted with a witch's curse, threatening to drive her mad at any moment. Klaus, the only one fortunate enough to remain unharmed, had become the primary target of their enemies. Thanks to Rebecca's efforts, Marcel organized a trial for Klaus, vowing to deliver a just death sentence. Marcel's fervent followers were busy destroying Klaus's former mansion. Rebecca watched helplessly as the destruction unfolded. She called Klaus, informing her brother that he had to attend the trial, or else their enemies would hunt him down without rest. His siblings would have no time to save themselves and would be left to die. Elijah pointed out that this wasn't a trial but a death sentence, urging Klaus to take Haley and Hope and leave the city, but doing so would mean abandoning his siblings to their fate. Cole was already descending into madness, writhing on the couch as his family rushed to calm him down. Freya, however, suggested that there might still be a way to save the entire family, but Klaus would need to buy her some time. Klaus decided to face the trial. Hope sat quietly in her stroller. Klaus slipped a letter into Haley's bag. Haley approached, insisting on going with him, but Klaus refused her offer. He entrusted his daughter to Haley and resolutely walked away. Klaus calmly returned to his former home, where Rebecca was already waiting for him at the door. The siblings embraced tightly, knowing they were walking into a war with an uncertain outcome. Hand in hand, they walked into the crowd of revelers. Klaus stood alone, bearing the wrath of his enemies, with no trace of fear on his face.
I have nothing to hide, Marcel. You wish to put me on trial for my many grievous sins. Well, go on. Have at it.
In the charged atmosphere, Marcel transformed into the judge, presenting the victims and the accused one by one. This man, his wife, was drained of blood by Klaus. This handsome-faced gentleman is transformed by Klaus over a piece of land and then forced to burn down an entire village. This little girl, because her mother's coughing disturbed Klaus's rest, she was forced to watch her mother burn to death. Klaus defended himself, saying that it was through these very acts that he earned the world's respect and, in turn, protected his family. Marcel countered, saying that he, too, was once part of Klaus's family. Yet Klaus ripped his heart out and threw him into the river. Klaus had indeed turned everyone present, granting them eternal life and power, but he had also enslaved and abandoned every one of them, and for that, he must be punished. The situation was turning against Klaus. Cole was descending further into madness, even gripping Haley by the throat. Elijah rushed over to subdue his brother, but the wound on his arm had already begun to fester. Rebecca stepped forward to speak on her brother's behalf, arguing that he had protected his family, and as for his sins, not a single person here could claim to be innocent. Marcel disdainfully interrupted Rebecca, asking why. If Klaus was so intent on protecting his family, did he cruelly seal her away simply because she fell in love with Marcel? The voodoo scars on Rebecca's arms are getting redder and more prominent. Under Marcel's relentless questioning, Rebecca gradually lost her composure. Her expression turned cold and resolute, and without hesitation, she took a stand against Klaus. But Rebecca's eyes did not turn black. With ruthless precision, Rebecca recounted Klaus's crimes, declaring that she had endured more suffering over the past 1,000 years than anyone present. As Rebecca's accusations rang out, the crowd's anger reached a fever pitch, and they began to demand Klaus's death to appease their rage. Elijah curled up alone by the edge of the bed, his wounds worsening, and he began to imagine that his moments of love and passion with Haley were nothing more than a figment of his imagination. Haley's eyes are red as she holds her lover's hand tightly. Neither of them knew what kind of fate awaited them. Elijah kissed Haley's cheek and buried his face deeply in her embrace. Klaus began to defend himself against his impending fate. He argued that Marcel was only seeking revenge for Davina, ignoring the fact that Davina had repeatedly harmed the Michelson family and had countless times disregarded Marcel's warnings and goodwill. As for the other enemies gathered around, the only reason they were still standing there was that Klaus had allowed them to live.
And your very immortality is a gift from me. A debt that you can never repay. You will remember me, Klaus Michelson!
Seeing that Marcel was eager to strike, Rebecca was the first to speak, suggesting that killing Klaus would be too merciful and that there must be another way to make him suffer endless torment. The crowd loudly echoed her sentiments. Klaus's fearless acceptance of death made them reconsider their course of action. Marcel stepped forward to calm the crowd's fury. He raised a curved dagger high, declaring that it was imbued with powerful dark magic that would plunge Klaus into eternal agony until Marcel decided to release him. The crowd dragged Klaus down from his pedestal, exposing his heart to Marcel. Without hesitation, Marcel drove the curved dagger into Klaus's heart, the blade slowly sinking into his body. Freya's spell was ready. Haley dialed Rebecca's phone number. Rebecca told her that Klaus had found a way to survive. He was sacrificing himself to give his siblings a chance at life. Freya placed the blood-stained dagger, tainted with Rebecca's blood, in front of her. Elijah and Cole sat around the table. Freya began chanting the spell, and blood began to flow across the yellowing talisman paper. Elijah and Cole started to tremble uncontrollably. The spell took effect, and they all collapsed simultaneously. Rebecca also lost consciousness, falling onto the couch. The burden of reviving the Michelson family now rested solely on Haley's shoulders. Vincent looked at the chaotic scene before him, and with a mocking bow to Marcel, said, "You're no different from the great Michelson's piles of bodies, rivers of blood." They were both the kind of people who would stop at nothing, harming the innocent to achieve their goals. With that, he declared the end of his friendship with Marcel. Haley packed the originals into coffins, and with her daughter and several large coffins in tow, she embarked on a journey of exile. She would search alone for a cure to save the Michelson family. During this time, Freya and her younger siblings will stay in a virtual world of consciousness in a conscious state. Although Cole wasn't particularly thrilled with the pastoral charm of their new home, it was the moment of peace bought by Klaus's sacrifice. Marcel, having avenged himself, felt conflicted. He entombed Klaus within the brick wall, carrying the hopes of her entire family. Haley drove off into the distance, and the story of the Michelson family would temporarily come to a close. In a secluded villa, a freckled little girl was drawing. She was none other than Klaus's young daughter, Hope. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn blared outside the window.
Is that her?
Haley had been on the road with several large coffins for a full 5 years, finally finding a cure for Freya and a witch capable of lifting the curse. She had also gathered the toxins from 6 major werewolf clans. On this peaceful and beautiful afternoon, Jackson's grandmother, Mary, brought news of the last remaining descendant of a werewolf clan. Though she disapproved of Haley's decision to revive the originals, she always believed that Hope would be better off growing up without the influence of the Michelson family. But Haley never wavered in her resolve. She didn't just want to bring Elijah back to life, she wanted Hope to grow up surrounded by her family's love. Mary handed Haley the whereabouts of the last werewolf, and though she suspected it might be a trap, Haley took the paper without hesitation. It was the 5th year of the original siblings' slumber and Klaus's unending torment. Marcel had secured control of the city. Vincent, as the regent of the witches, assisted him in maintaining peace in New Orleans. The day of the Michelson family's fall had become a holiday celebrating the city's independence and liberation. Vampires flocked from all over the world just to catch a glimpse of Klaus's miserable state, though perhaps some had other motives as well. In the 5th year of Rebecca's absence, Marcel began a relationship with Sophia. Sophia, as always, provided him with valuable intelligence. She informed him that there seemed to be a growing insurgent force within Vincent's witch faction, with strange magical symbols appearing all over the city. Additionally, a vampire had tracked down several vampires from Elijah's bloodline, leading him to believe that Elijah was still alive. He'll probably demand Klaus' blood to hunt down Haley and Hope, who are on the run. The once glorious Michelson estate had fallen into ruin. Overgrown with weeds, Marcel entered the dark, eerie tunnels of the original's mansion, where Klaus, barely alive, was imprisoned. Marcel had already removed the curved dagger from Klaus's body but continued to bind him with dark magic shackles and a witch's barrier, occasionally feeding him a jar of blood to keep him alive. Marcel wanted to investigate Alistair's intentions. For Rebecca's safety, he couldn't allow Klaus to die. Klaus was fully cooperative with Marcel's plan, suggesting that Alistair was merely a prideful nobleman, easy to exploit once his weakness was exposed. And so, a flawless plan was set into motion. Alistair finally appeared at Marcel's high-end soiree. He was convinced that Elijah was still alive. His witch believed that the remaining bloodlines of the Michelson family were all connected to Klaus, so he needed a drop of Klaus's blood to confirm this theory and intended to eradicate the remaining members of the Michelson family. If Marcel refused, it would mean he sympathized with the originals. Left with no choice, Marcel agreed to let him see Klaus at midnight. Satisfied, Alistair left the party, but he quickly received word from his men that they had successfully tracked down Haley's whereabouts by following a lone female werewolf. Alistair tersely issued his command. He wanted Haley and that werewolf dead. After 5 long years of difficult searching, Haley finally gathered all the toxins and remedies needed to resurrect the Michelson family. She decided to temporarily leave home to find the last descendant of the werewolf lineage. Before leaving, mother and daughter pressed their fingers to their lips, sealing a promise. Haley promised to call her daughter every night before bed, and Hope assured her that she would listen to Mary. Despite her reluctance, Hope maturely watched her mother's departing figure. Haley soon found Keelan, who had just transitioned from a hospital and turned to a full-fledged doctor. Her family had all been killed by Lucien, making her the last remaining member of her bloodline. Haley revealed her golden wolf eyes, hoping to have a talk with Keelan. Meanwhile, Alistair received a message that his man had located Keelan and Haley, and he ordered them to kill them both immediately. Haley and Keelan arrived outside a bar. Keelan took the opportunity to elbow Haley, knocking her down, and immediately tried to escape. She scrambled over a low wall, only to find Haley waiting for her on the other side. Haley told her that she had no intention of harming her. In fact, she needed Haley's protection. Just then, the sound of enemies searching the bar reached Haley's ears, so she didn't hesitate. She knocked Keelan unconscious and carried her away. Haley tied Keelan to a chair, assuring her that she wouldn't take her life, only that she needed a bit of her venom to save her family. Keelan wisely chose to cooperate. Haley decided to revive Freya first. She pulled a vial of serum from her bag and approached the sleeping Freya, injecting the serum into her body. Freya jolted awake, finally ending her 5-year slumber. They embraced tightly. There was no time for catching up. Freya had to mix the toxins of the 7 wolf clans into the antidote as soon as possible, or Elijah and Cole would die. Freya set up the antidote in an open field, warning that it was a very powerful spell that would take time to complete. But Alistair's men had tracked them down through Keelan, leading Haley to face the enemy alone. Haley flashed to the parking lot, but it was deserted. The enemies soon swarmed in, surrounding Haley, but Haley was no longer the girl who first arrived in New Orleans. She swiftly ripped out the hearts of one enemy after another. One straggler found Freya. Keelan, terrified, tried to resist, but Freya casually waved her hand, instantly killing the vampire. Haley had wiped out the first wave of enemies, but the well-prepared opposition soon sent reinforcements. Unfazed, she revealed her golden eyes, and as the men looked on in horror, Haley transformed into a wolf, tearing out their throats with her fangs. Freya's spell was taking effect. The 7 different wolf venoms gradually merged together. She lifted the antidote and walked to Elijah's coffin, opening it to reveal her brother's decaying arm. The parking lot was now littered with bodies, and the wolf-formed Haley savaged the last remaining vampire. The vampire quickly perished. Naked and bloodied, Haley stood up. The 2 dying enemies tried to make a last stand, but an unknown force took the lead and killed them. Her long-lost lover appeared behind Haley, gently draping a jacket over her shoulders, just as he always had. 5 years of longing surged forth all at once. Haley had single-handedly revived the entire Michelson family and reunited with the love of her life. Previously on the originals, after years of struggle, Haley revives the Michelson family using wolf venom while fending off relentless enemies and reuniting with her long-lost love. Meanwhile, Klaus, imprisoned by Marcel, becomes a pawn in a deadly game of power and revenge. The man drew a voodoo circle on the ground in front of him. The circle would ensure that any vampire who entered could only go in, but not out. Vampires begin to pour into the original's mansion and a big show was about to unfold. Marcel dragged a starving, barely conscious Klaus out of the dungeon. He was chained and then thrown into the witchcraft circle. The once invincible hybrid of the originals was utterly humiliated, silently enduring his enemy's torment. Marcel handed a sword to Alistair, telling him that the blade was coated with his venom, and granted him the honor of killing Klaus himself. Alistair grabbed the sword, stepped into the witchcraft circle, and without hesitation, kicked Klaus away. He savored the moment, relishing in the act of degrading Klaus, but he crossed Klaus's line. Alistair declared that he would find Klaus's daughter and completely wipe out his bloodline. Klaus exploded. He grabbed the chain, knocked Alistair down, and sank his teeth into his neck. Alistair died instantly. Klaus did not stop his rampage. He wielded the sword and chain, killing 2 other vampires who were watching the scene unfold. The original's hybrid's combat prowess struck fear into everyone around him. Marcel rushed out just in time to overpower Klaus. Seizing the opportunity to assert his own authority, he declared that he was keeping Klaus alive only to extract his blood to cure werewolf bites. He emphasized his ability to control Klaus at all times and warned the vampires to follow the rules of the city and not to challenge his authority. When Klaus regained consciousness, he found himself back in the dungeon where he had been imprisoned for the past 5 years. Seething with unvented rage, Klaus mocked his adopted son, saying that even though Marcel now possessed greater power, at his core, he was still just a little boy who needed his daddy's protection. Perhaps Klaus had poked at Marcel's reliance on him, and his words completely enraged Marcel. In a fury, Marcel plunged the hooked dagger back into Klaus's body, causing him to fall into unconsciousness once again. But Marcel had no idea that Haley had already fully resurrected the rest of the original's bloodline. Haley checked on Elijah's arm, relieved to find that the deadly bite had completely healed. Cole and Rebecca, unable to endure their hunger any longer, had already gone out in search of food. After 5 long years of downfall and servitude, the Michelson siblings had finally regained their freedom.
Then there's just one person left.
Let's go get him.
Cole! Would you please? Thank you.
The Michelson siblings, who had been asleep for 5 years, were now enjoying a buffet while discussing how to rescue Klaus. Haley pointed out that half of New Orleans was their enemy, so they needed to act quickly. Cole, a bit fearful, suggested that they should lure Marcel out of New Orleans first and take their time, but his sisters mocked him for being too cowardly. Elijah, no longer hesitant, declared that they would rescue their brother today. Josh had finally moved on from the pain of losing Aiden and had started dating a human boyfriend. They were sharing a sweet kiss when Josh suddenly sensed something was wrong. He quickly made an excuse to send his boyfriend away.
Well, thanks for waiting and not just, killing him.
Elijah and Rebecca slowly emerged, assuring him not to worry about arranging lunch, as they had already eaten. Josh didn't want to waste time talking to them and just asked them to finish their business quickly and leave. Freya, along with Haley and Cole, returned to her little base in New Orleans. She planned to cast a spell there to locate Klaus. Rebecca said she would go distract Marcel since she was the only one in the family who didn't have to worry about being killed by him. Josh attempted to secretly text Marcel to warn him, but Elijah caught on to his intentions. Panicking, he insisted that he was of no use there and suggested that he could just order them a pizza instead. Elijah took his phone away, While the siblings were arguing, Elijah's phone rang. Freya had found Klaus's location. Klaus was struggling in agony, and in his mind, he envisioned Camille, dressed in white. Camille embodied everything light within him, while the tormented Klaus believed himself to be the embodiment of darkness. But Camille kept reminding Klaus that his sacrifice had saved the entire family. Rebecca lured Marcel to the witch's cemetery. Marcel took her hand, confirming that the scar on Rebecca's hand had fully healed. Rebecca pleaded with him to spare her brothers, but Marcel refused without hesitation. Rebecca, disappointed, said that the man she loved would never have been so cruel. Marcel responded that the man she loved had been killed by her brother's own hands. He pointed to Davina's grave, saying that they had killed the adopted daughter he loved most. Marcel didn't want to continue the conversation with Rebecca. As Marcel turned to leave, Rebecca, desperate, pulled out a dagger and aimed it at him. Josh cleared out all the patrons from the bar. Freya mentioned that the hidden passageways here extended to almost every corner of the city. Josh tried to slip away, but Elijah blocked his path. Cole decided to stay behind and keep an eye on Josh, to prevent him from warning Marcel. Freya and her brother entered the passage. Klaus was still battling his inner demons. Camille pointed out that he must have sensed his connection with his siblings had been severed, and that all he needed to do was summon the courage to pull the dagger from his chest to reunite with his family. But Klaus hesitated, lacking the courage to save himself. He was terrified of facing the daughter he hadn't seen in 5 years, afraid of shattering the heroic image he had built in her mind. Klaus finally admitted his deep-seated fear. He would rather suffer in the dungeon than be a bad father. Rebecca's strange behavior made Marcel suspicious, and he realized he had walked into a trap. His current girlfriend shot his ex-girlfriend in the chest with a crossbow. Marcel instructed Sophia not to harm Rebecca, as he needed to deal with her brothers first. The original siblings finally found where Klaus was being held, but a transparent magical barrier blocked them. Freya needed time to break the barrier, while Elijah stood guard. Freya connected to Haley's energy, knelt down, and began chanting. Cole, filled with sorrow, was looking at a photo of his girlfriend. Josh voluntarily started talking about his experience of losing Aiden, saying that time would heal all of Cole's wounds. Cole didn't understand why Josh was telling him this. Josh explained that he felt Davina would want him to say it, but then Josh's phone buzzed. He received a coded message from Marcel. Cole demanded to know what the code meant. Josh had no choice but to tell him that Marcel knew they were in New Orleans and was planning to ambush them. In a panic, Cole snapped Josh's neck.
You were lucky Davina liked you.
Freya and Haley were still chanting the spell with all their might, but Elijah sharply sensed movement outside. Marcel had already entered the house, leaving Elijah no choice but to face him alone. Old enemies confronted each other, and without a word, they immediately began to exchange blows. But Elijah was no match for Marcel and had to fight desperately to buy his sister time. Meanwhile, Sophia and her men were guarding Rebecca when they were suddenly attacked by Cole. Cole clutched one of the minions' hearts and prepared to strike Sophia. Sophia fled in panic. Cole pulls the arrow out of Rebecca's heart, and then fights with the enemy coming up behind him. Rebecca soon joined the battle. Together, the siblings easily dealt with all the enemies. Seeing that Elijah was gradually being overwhelmed, Freya had to speed up her incantation, tearing a hole in the magical barrier. Freya signaled for Haley to go help, while she used her hands to keep the gap open. Klaus also finally began to save himself, trying to pull the dagger out of his chest. The fight between Elijah and Marcel reached a fever pitch. Haley rushed out in a panic to stop the two.
Hope needs her father, Marcel.
Yeah, I had Klaus as a father. It didn't turn out so well, did it?
Freya can't hold out on her own, and as the circle is about to close again, Camille urges Klaus to try harder. As his daughter is still waiting for him at home, Klaus finally made up his mind and reached into his chest. Haley pleaded with Marcel to let them go, but an enraged Marcel refused. He bared his fangs, ready to end the fight, but was suddenly ambushed by Klaus from behind. The hooked dagger plunged into Marcel's chest. Elijah hurried to catch his brother, who was almost too weak from hunger to stand, but Marcel managed to grab hold of the dagger. Taking advantage of Marcel's struggle to pull out the dagger, they hurriedly escaped. Rebecca and Cole had already arrived at the rendezvous point. Cole fretted that Marcel might already be treating his brothers like snacks, but Rebecca thanked him.
For what?
For coming to get me, so I could be sitting here annoyed at you.
Cole finally smiled. The siblings supported Klaus as they emerged from the sewers. Haley warned that Marcel was right behind them and that they needed to run farther, but Marcel calmly blocked their path. The Michelson siblings showed a hint of panic, but Marcel didn't attack immediately, saying they shouldn't have returned to the city. Rebecca stepped forward to shield her brothers and sisters.
If you want to kill one of us, you'll have to kill us all.
Klaus stepped forward to calm the conflict. He voluntarily proposed that they would never set foot in New Orleans again. He didn't want to continue this endless cycle of hatred with Marcel, nor did he want Hope to grow up and feel compelled to seek revenge for him. He suggested they let go of their grudges and forget each other. Marcel accepted the truce, saying he hadn't killed them because he didn't want to become a monster like them. They were finally free. The Michelson family finally returned to Haley's country villa, but Klaus lingered at the door, hesitant to enter. One by one, his siblings went inside, and Haley invited Klaus to follow. He took a deep breath and slowly followed in Haley's footsteps, watching his daughter sleep. Klaus didn't want to wake her. He gazed at her with contentment, tears welling up in his eyes, yet he couldn't help but smile. Adam was exploring the old abandoned house alone. He pushed open a door with fear. A strange, indistinct symbol on the wall caught his attention, but he didn't notice the faint blue light behind him, glowing with a mysterious aura. The blue light gradually grew stronger, casting onto Adam's shadow. Curious, Adam turned around, his young eyes wide with fear. A sharp scream pierced the air. Mary turned on the light in Hope's room just as Hope woke up from a nightmare. Mary comforted Hope, but she didn't notice the drawings scattered on the floor, images that depicted the same symbols Adam had seen on the wall. The witches quickly took note of Adam's disappearance, but the tracking spell failed to work. Unusually so, even the police, with their contacts, had no leads. Vincent questioned Adam's mother, Maxine, asking if Adam had recently taken an interest in any adventurous activities. The police had found a haunted house, and Vincent decided to investigate. Maxine handed Vincent a protective charm, saying she had prepared it for her son, hoping it might help him. Vincent soon found the old house where Adam had gone missing, but at that moment, the old house was filled with even more eerie occurrences. The door slammed shut on its own, and a powerful force hurled Vincent against the wall. The eerie blue light reappeared in the hallway ahead. Vincent tried to use a spell to counter it, but the blue light only intensified, coalescing into a conscious orb that floated toward him. The magic was useless. The blue light launched an attack on Vincent. In desperation, Vincent pulled out the charm Maxine had given him, which finally repelled the blue light, restoring calm to the hallway. Vincent had no idea what had just attacked him. Summoning his courage, Vincent pressed forward, hoping to uncover more clues, but a magic mark gradually appears on the wall, and he doesn't seem to be unfamiliar with this thing. Vincent pried open a wooden board, pulling out his phone with one hand to call Marcel, while using a small knife to cut his palm, letting the blood drip onto the floor in front of him. The mechanism on the secret compartment door automatically unlocked. He retrieved a diary from the hidden compartment. Afterward, he left a message for Marcel.
Look, I tell you, this city, everyone in it is in danger.
The seal on the diary is the magic seal. Vincent's mind flashed back to 8 years ago when Eva was still a kind-hearted and beautiful wife. The couple lived a sweet and happy life together. Eva had just discovered she was pregnant, but Vincent was obsessed with studying dark magic to overthrow Marcel's rule in New Orleans. Eva wanted to leave with her husband, but Vincent insisted that New Orleans was a paradise for witches to grow. Marcel arrived in a hurry, having just learned about Adam's disappearance, but Vincent said it was black magic, and no matter who was behind it, Adam was surely not the last sacrificial victim. Kinney also arrived at the church with shocking news. There were 3 more cases of missing children in the French Quarter, and the police were forming a task force to investigate, but Vincent urged him to forget the case, warning that the supernatural forces involved were beyond what humans could defeat. Marcel mentioned he had just discovered an old house suddenly emitting a strange blue light. They decided to split up and take action, but Marcel suddenly noticed the diary in the fire pit. Untouched by the flames, Vincent was on high alert.
I want you to keep that book far away from me. If I even try to come for it, I want you to kill me.
Hello?
Hello?
Mom, can I go play in the garden?
Yeah. Hope wakes up with her relatives, who have been missing for 5 years, looking at her as the only bloodline of the original's family in 1,000 years. It was hard to say whether the child or the adults were more nervous at that moment. Hope hurriedly walked out into the garden. Klaus watched his daughters back with a sense of longing. After 5 years apart, he knew he needed time to win back his daughter's affection. He suspected that Haley might have spoken poorly of him to their daughter. Haley assured him that she only said good things, always painting Klaus as a heroic figure, telling Hope that her father had been protecting her all along. But Klaus was skeptical. though he was willing to do anything to earn his daughter's love.
You were her fairy tale prince, Klaus. And now you're real. You have a lot to live up to.
The original siblings were also reconsidering their own lives. Rebecca asked her brother what his plans were, considering this was the first time in 1,000 years that Elijah wasn't busy saving Klaus's soul. Elijah, now without a central purpose, was at a loss. He tossed the question back to his sister, pointing out that she and Marcel clearly had no future together, so was she still searching for true love? The conversation left both siblings feeling depressed. Rebecca kissed her brother on the cheek, saying they both needed to seriously think about that question. Meanwhile, Keelan was still locked in the storage room. Haley felt pity for her fellow werewolf and bent down to remove the poison-producing device from Keelan's face, only to suddenly realize that her wounds had barely healed. Keelan accused her of betraying her own kind for the sake of a group of vampires. Freya walked in and, without a word, placed the mask back on Keelan, explaining that she needed to make more antidotes quickly to prevent her brothers from being bitten by Marcel again. Haley couldn't stand it and turned away. Leaving, Klaus finally mustered the courage to approach his daughter. Hope was engrossed in her drawing.
That's lovely.
She appreciated her father's praise and started chatting with him.
Mom said you like to paint too.
I do. Very much.
Their conversation ended quickly. Klaus was nearly in tears with disappointment, but Hope casually handed him a sheet of paper and then continued drawing. Surprised but happy, Klaus couldn't help but sit down at the table and pick up a pencil to draw alongside his daughter. Every now and then, they would sneak glances at each other. Cole was hiding away, secretly eating, when Rebecca scolded him for his selfish behavior. Cole just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, but considering that Hope and Klaus still needed time to bond, the family had no choice but to stay in the house, risking their lives, after finally escaping the illusion of their dream world. Today happened to be Davina's 23rd birthday, leaving Cole in an unusually low and angry mood. Freya, showing some mercy, finally prepared some herbs to treat Keelan's wounds. She asked Keelan why she didn't have the same super healing abilities as other werewolves. Keelan explained that even microorganisms are biological entities, and she used medical methods to suppress her werewolf nature because she preferred to live a normal human life. They found common ground, and a spark of romance began to bloom between them. Previously on the originals, after 5 years, Haley successfully awakened all the originals. Together, they returned to New Orleans to rescue Klaus. Marcel released the originals but warned them never to return to the city. In the end, Klaus was finally reunited with his daughter, Hope. This was a rare moment of father-daughter bonding in Klaus's life. He took Hope for a walk in the forest, sharing stories from his childhood about using plants to make paint. A butterfly with a broken wing caught their attention. Hope removed her bracelet and handed it to her father.
Don't tell my mom.
Klaus looked at his daughter with a gentle gaze. Hope closed her eyes and silently released her magic toward the little butterfly. To her father's astonishment, the once injured butterfly miraculously took flight. The two exchanged a smile. The scene warm and beautiful, they continued their walk through the woods. Hope confided in her father, telling him about her struggles with not being able to fully control her magic. Klaus comforted his daughter.
You're going to be the greatest witch the world has ever seen, and nothing will scare you.
Hope said that she knew her father was the strongest person in the world, capable of defeating any villain. At such a young age, she already knows what it means to be afraid.
Nothing is going to harm my little girl. Nothing will even get close. You're all that matters to me.
Hope happily threw herself into her father's arms, and Klaus felt deeply moved and satisfied. But Klaus gradually noticed that his daughter's small body was trembling slightly. He picked her up and carried her back to the house, not noticing the mysterious blue light flickering ominously behind them. Haley secretly made her way to the barn, where she untied Keelan's tools for making poison and urged her to escape quickly. But just as Keelan broke through the window and fled, Freya arrived at the barn. Freya couldn't understand why Haley had released Keelan on her own. Haley, however, insisted that it wasn't fair to her people. As their argument grew more heated, Elijah intervened just in time to break it up. Freya stopped arguing with Haley and decided to go after Keelan herself. As night fell, Klaus admired his daughter's artwork with pride, not missing the chance to boast about it to his sister. Rebecca remarked that her niece was much more talented than her father.
True art is lost on the feeble-minded.
Rebecca hesitated before speaking, then said that Cole had already left. After dying twice and being trapped in a dream for 5 years, he was now seeking freedom. Rebecca bid Klaus farewell, saying she was also leaving to find her own happiness in life. Although Klaus was very sad, he still gave his sister his sincere blessing. Klaus said that hope is where he belongs in life, and that his sister deserves to find her own heart's desire. Elijah had meticulously prepared a romantic candlelit dinner under the tranquil night sky. They shared a passionate kiss, expressing their love for each other. Everyone in the family was pursuing their own happiness, and Freya was no exception. Keelan kicked Freya, sending her flying, then seized the opportunity to jump out of the car and escape. But Freya quickly used magic to restrain Keelan, warning that if Keelan didn't return with her, she would continue to torment her on the spot. A blue sports car parked by the roadside soon caught Cole's eye. Just as he was about to ask the car owner for the sports car, he realized that a vampire had already beaten him to it. Rebecca said she knew her brother would like it. The long journey ahead would surely be lonely, so the siblings decided to travel together. On this night that belonged solely to the Michelson family, the car they were riding in sped toward the freedom that lay ahead. Gruesome witchcraft has reappeared in New Orleans, with 4 young children brutally sacrificed as offerings. With just a backward glance from Zealot, the children all turned around and walked numbly to their deaths. Adam's eyes turned white. Zealot, however, wore a vicious expression, but Marcel arrived just in time to stop him from completing the ritual. Yet with a wave of his hand, Zealot sent iron bars flying, pinning Marcel to a pillar. Vincent grabbed a weapon and delivered a heavy blow, knocking Zealot to the ground, but Zealot accurately called out Vincent's name, claiming that he wasn't his enemy.
It is happy you're here. It wants you here.
Zealot's cryptic words left Vincent bewildered. Zealot said, "That thing is hidden in your heart, loving you just as much as it loved your wife." Vincent, now enraged, shoved Zealot to the ground and began to pummel him. Zealot laughed instead of retaliating. Vincent attempted to use magic against him, but his powers were no match for Zealot's. Vincent was hurled a great distance. Zealot tried to finish off Vincent, but Marcel woke up just in time to drive a wooden stake into Zealot's body. Zealot, not one to be outdone, quickly overpowered Marcel in return, with just a soft command from Zealot. The children all collapsed to the ground in unison. Miles away, Klaus saw the strange magical symbol his daughter had drawn, but the supposedly asleep Hope appeared before him. She said she had a dream.
He was hurting these kids, and I think he hurt me too.
To Klaus's shock, blood began to trickle from Hope's nose. Marcel, still bound by the witchcraft, could not move. Vincent advanced, pressing a dagger to Zealot's throat, but Zealot fearlessly stated that Vincent himself had unleashed this monster, he was merely feeding it. Vincent, without another word, slashed Zealot's throat, but the sacrificial spell had already taken effect. Vincent hurried to the side of the unconscious children, only to find that they were all bleeding from their noses. Fortunately, Vincent understood this type of witchcraft. He could reverse the spell. He gently clapped his hands and chanted continuously. Adam was the first to regain consciousness, and soon the other children began to sit up as well. Seeing the crisis averted, they breathed a sigh of relief. But Vincent quickly noticed something strange. There were only 4 children, yet 5 personal items had appeared on the table. Marcel picked up a white comb, and on the back, a symbol indicated that it belonged to the Michelson family. The ordeal had finally come to an end. Marcel informed the medics to take the children to the hospital for examination. However, Vincent warned that it wasn't over yet. The children could die at any moment. He urged Marcel to allow the Michelson family to return to New Orleans.
And she's a kid, all right? And she's practically your sister.
Marcel relented, permitting the Michelsons to come back, but only on the condition that he never sees them, and no one else knows they have returned. Haley, holding her daughter tightly, was filled with anxiety. She said that Hope had never been sick before, but Freya quickly recognized the signs of witchcraft. Klaus's expression grew increasingly grave. Haley suddenly sensed something was wrong. She pulled out a note from her bag. It was a message from Vincent, sent through magic. He said he could heal Hope, but they had to return to New Orleans. This meant that the 3 siblings would once again be exposed to Marcel's forces. An ambulance sped down the highway with the children inside, but it was soon stopped by a police car blocking the road. The driver got out to see what was happening, but Detective Kinney, without a word, slit the driver's throat. Then he got into the driver's seat and continued speeding down the road with the children. The ambulance disappeared into the thick darkness of the night. A crow fell from the sky, landing at Hope's feet. Then, a large number of dead crows began to plummet one after another, surrounding Hope. Haley hurried to her daughter's side. The strange phenomenon left everyone stunned, but what Hope said shocked them even more.
Whispers, saying a name, over and over.
Hope repeatedly murmured a phrase in a nearly extinct dialect. Vincent's expression was one of helplessness and despair. The dead crows formed a circle around Hope. An unknown entity called the Hollow had set its sights on the only bloodline of the Michelson family. The Michelsons finally returned to New Orleans, but their once warm home was now in ruins. To deal with the trouble surrounding her daughter, Haley decided to talk to Marcel. She was the only one in the family who wouldn't be torn to pieces by him on sight. Klaus stayed behind to care for their daughter. Upon hearing the news, Freya also prepared to return to New Orleans. She decided to recruit Keelan to help her take down Marcel, planning to combine ancient witchcraft and modern technology to create a weapon that could kill him. Freya handed Keelan a ring that could control her transformations. Keelan doesn't want to take part in such a risky endeavor, but she can't get the ring off her finger. A deal was struck. The first step in their plan was to steal Marcel's venom. They sneaked into Marcel's home, and Freya suggested Keelan use her werewolf instincts. Keelan responded that she was a werewolf, not a bloodhound. With no other choice, Freya used magic herself, and a locked case clicked open. Keelan immediately looked impressed. Freya attempted to use magic to open the case, but it was clearly warded against spells. Keelan offered to figure it out herself and suggested that Freya go be with her niece. Freya left with a skeptical attitude. Marcel gathered the witches together to ask who had drawn the magical symbols on the city streets, but the witches refused to cooperate, still harboring resentment toward Marcel. A witch with a child was the first to reject him. Haley stepped forward, explaining that she had a 7-year-old daughter who was now being harmed by the Hollow. Moved by Haley's motherly love, the witch revealed that the first person to draw the symbol wasn't a witch but a werewolf girl, who was currently hiding in the bayou. Haley and Marcel arrived at the bayou, where Lara was waiting for them by the riverbank. She recognized Haley and Marcel instantly. Lara explained that she had no intention of dragging innocent children into this. The followers of the Hollow believed they were doing something noble, taking the city back from the vampires. Haley said all she wanted to know was how to save her daughter, but Lara shook her head, explaining that the children were chosen as sacrifices for the Hollow's resurrection and that their fate was already sealed. However, she couldn't bear to witness it and felt ashamed for having harmed the children. With that, Lara stabbed herself in the neck. Haley quickly held Lara in her arms. Once again, the trail went cold. Elijah approached Vincent, demanding they work together. Vincent pointed out that Elijah didn't care about the other children's safety. Elijah didn't deny it, saying he would do anything for Hope.
You are facing two evils. Wouldn't it be nice to have one of those by your side?
The Michelson siblings were all the same in their methods. Another deal was forcibly struck. Vincent began preparing a spell to locate the missing children. He quickly saw everything that had happened the previous night. His trusted friend Kinney had become an accomplice to the Dark Sorcerer. The truth left Vincent feeling utterly helpless. He didn't know what he had done to bring the Hollow into existence, but he knew it was his responsibility to end it. Vincent arranged to meet with Kinney, telling him that dark magic had once again targeted him. First it took his wife, and now it was trying to take his best friend. Realizing he'd been discovered, Kinney raised a gun at his friend. Vincent tried to persuade Kinney to turn away from the darkness, but Kinney said he was there under orders from the organization. Kinney then fired at Vincent without hesitation, but Elijah intercepted him, and then quickly knocked Kinney to the ground.
You want to see mine?
Without a word, Elijah invaded Kinney's mind, but the Dark Sorcerer hiding in the shadows blocked his attempt. Vincent said he knew how to break through the barrier. Concerned for his niece, Elijah was ready to resort to torture, but Vincent disagreed, insisting that Kinney was a brainwashed victim. Elijah reluctantly agreed and stepped aside for Vincent, to prevent Kinney from being tortured by a vampire. Vincent tried to break the mental barrier with magic, but Kinney, an ordinary human, suddenly broke free and stood up, pulling a magical sigil from his chest that sent Elijah flying into the wall. Then, he aimed the magical sigil at Vincent, knocking him to the ground. Kinney leaves as if nothing happened. Elijah asked Vincent if there was another way. Vincent replied that he had placed a spell on Kinney. They could track him to find the Dark Sorcerer's lair. You've never seen Klaus this gentle before. To comfort his bedridden daughter, he promised that once she gets better, he'll take her to eat the biggest pie in the world and to visit any place she wants to go. Hope smiled and said that Mom told her dad's favorite place is New Orleans, but Klaus replied that it's not right to invest too much emotion in a city, because only family is worthy of that kind of devotion. Mom and Uncle Elijah were working on a way to make her better. Seeing the worry and fear in his daughter's eyes made Klaus's heart ache, so he made a vow to her.
Do you know what it is? The Hollow?
I'm going to keep you safe. Always and forever.
but Hope warned Klaus that if he ever saw a flash of blue light, he mustn't look directly at it. Elijah and Vincent tracked Kinney into the forest. Klaus soon joined them, saying that Freya was using potions to ease Hope's pain. Haley and Marcel arrived shortly after. A family once torn apart by power and hatred had reunited to fight for their only bloodline. Marcel offers to go with Klaus, not wanting to let him out of his sight. The Michelson brothers surprisingly forgave Marcel's boldness and arrogance. As they walked, Marcel and Klaus bickered, with Klaus shedding the gentle demeanor he showed his daughter and scolding Marcel harshly. Elijah and Haley's group was much more peaceful. Vincent explained that in New Orleans legend, ghosts appear in the form of blue light, but no one knows how to kill a spirit that doesn't have a body. The long night wore on, and the dark sorcerer had already prepared the sacrificial ritual. Kinney was the first to appear at the ritual site, followed by the tracking team arriving at the battleground. The sight of bones piled high was chilling, and the 4 children were bound tightly and tossed to the side. The dark sorcerer handed Kinney a dagger, signaling that the ritual could begin. Klaus and Marcel exchanged a glance, then grabbed the nearest weapons and swiftly took down the lead dark sorcerer. They then plunged into the battle, ruthlessly slaughtering all the dark sorcerers. Vincent and Haley focused on saving the children, racing against time to carry each one off the sacrificial altar. Kinney still tried to put up a fight. Vincent told him it was all over, but Kinney replied that it was only just beginning. He reached for Marcel, using the sigil to drag him into the ritual circle. Klaus, desperate to save his son, rushed in, but it was exactly what Kinney had planned. The ritual had already begun, and flames quickly erupted around the father and son, with the magical circle keeping Elijah out. Klaus and Marcel came to their senses amidst a field of dark blue orchids, with a skull emitting a faint blue light before them. Vincent finally understood the Hollow's plan. It had never been after the children. What it truly wanted were the 2 most powerful originals. Klaus and Marcel were the real sacrifices for the Hollow's resurrection. The children were still alive, but they were now linked to the sacrificial magic. The only way to break the ritual was to kill one of the children. Elijah was ready to act, but Haley immediately rejected the idea. Trapped within the magic circle, Klaus remembered his daughter's warning and reminded his son not to look directly at the blue light. Vincent quickly found a loophole in the spell. If they linked Elijah to the children, then killed Elijah, it would break the ritual without sacrificing any of the kids. Elijah didn't hesitate and reached out to hold Vincent's hand. As the spell began to take effect, Elijah became a source of energy for the ritual, just like the children.
Haley, do it now!
Haley drove a stake into Elijah's heart, and he slowly collapsed into her arms, his color fading away. Freya, who was with her niece, also felt the magical tremor. They had succeeded. Haley immediately pulled the stake from Elijah's chest. Klaus and Marcel emerged from the magic circle. Hope awoke from her unconscious state and hugged her aunt tightly. The Michelson family had once again survived a harrowing battle. Vincent watched the scene with satisfaction. Elijah smiled as he walked away. Haley thanked Marcel for everything he had done, assuring him they would no longer fight for control of the city. Marcel told Haley he would never be Hope's enemy. Keelan fulfilled her promise and brought Marcel's venom to Freya. Freya seemed a bit moved. She took Keelan's hand and removed the spell from the ring, allowing Keelan to take it off at will without losing the power to control her transformations. This gesture of goodwill was acknowledged by Keelan, leading to a thaw in their relationship. Previously on the originals, a series of child disappearances in the town prompted Vincent and Marcel to investigate, uncovering a truth that forced the Michelson family back to New Orleans. Meanwhile, Hope fell ill due to her unique bloodline. They soon realized that this was the Hollow's doing. Klaus and Marcel were sent into the Hollow's realm, where Marcel became entranced by a mysterious blue light.
No, no, no. It's here. The Hollow.
The shattered mirror eerily formed the shape of a mystical sigil. Marcel believed this was no coincidence. Ever since he and Klaus were trapped in the blue light, he was convinced that the Hollow had consumed his mind. Fortunately, Sophia had stayed by his side and found him a witch. Klaus wasn't nearly as lucky. With just a glance into the mirror, he saw his own eyes glowing blue. Michael's apparition screamed at Klaus to kill Marcel, followed by a ghostly woman drifting past him. Hope invites Klaus to go to the bayou with her, but Klaus is too afraid to stay with his daughter, so he leaves her in the hands of Haley and Elijah while he goes to get help from his sister. Freya realized that Marcel was also haunted by a malevolent spirit, and the Hollow was likely trying to provoke Klaus and Marcel into killing each other. She claimed she could perform a spell to cleanse them, but Klaus had a bold idea. He wanted to maintain this state temporarily. Hoping to uncover the hollow's true nature, Freya argued that it was far too dangerous, then handed Klaus a dagger. It was a weapon she had crafted using Marcel's venom and magic, powerful enough to kill Marcel outright. Klaus hesitated for a moment but eventually took the dagger and walked away. As he walked alone down the street, something caught his eye: bloodstains on the ground. Following the trail of blood, he was startled to see a Viking begging him for help. Michael whispered in his ear. It was the Hollow trying to confuse Klaus's mind. Klaus quickly realized this and exposed the Hollow's plot, declaring that he would not be easily deceived. Marcel was waiting in the witches' cemetery for the doctor to arrive when, unexpectedly, Elijah appeared before him. He kills toward Elijah, but Elijah suddenly disappears, then reappears behind him. Marcel quickly understood that this wasn't Elijah. Once again, the Hollow revealed its signature blue eyes, tempting Marcel with Davina's death to compel him to kill Klaus. But Marcel remained unmoved. The Hollow once again took on Klaus's appearance, continuing to stoke Marcel's hatred for the original's brothers, insisting that no matter who won, the Hollow would be the ultimate victor. Marcel angrily attacks the Hollow, only to realize it's Sophia's throat he's choking. Sophia introduced Marcel to a warlock named Dominic. Dominic suggested he could prepare an object to cleanse the evil power, such as a string of prayer beads, but he needed to bury the beads at the source of the Hollow's power. Marcel agreed to the plan. Klaus and the Hollow continued to wander the streets. Klaus spoke incessantly, but the Hollow threatened him by endangering Hope. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Klaus relentlessly pursued the elusive figure of the Hollow. The illusions gradually dissipated, leading innocent humans as the Hollow's victims. Klaus arrived at the church to wash away the blood, only to find Freya appearing behind him. Seeing his sister's presence, Klaus relaxes his defenses and states that he can't resist the Hollow's seduction and asks her to purify him now. Freya began chanting the spell, but she quickly revealed that the Hollow's power was too deeply hidden. To break the illusion, Klaus would have to find Marcel and end it all. Klaus believed his sister's words and stormed off in anger, but behind him, there was no one there. Amidst the blooming flowers, Haley and Elijah strolled leisurely with Hope. The peaceful and joyful moment made them fantasize about a bright future together. Elijah pulled his lover into a French kiss. Mary, watching them, grew furious and adamantly refused to let Elijah into the house. Elijah had no choice but to turn and leave. Haley explained the recent string of incidents to her, revealing that an unknown ghost was trying to harm Hope. Haley showed Mary the mystical sigil that Hope had drawn, but Mary was utterly shocked. Haley then produced her husband's diary, and on the last page was the exact same sigil. It was the Hollow that had bewitched Mary's husband into murdering Haley's parents. Freya retrieved a talisman from the altar, hoping to find clues about the Hollow. She warned Keelan to wake her if anything seemed amiss. Freya began to chant, and the talisman emitted a faint blue glow that grew stronger, gradually taking hold of Freya's mind. Keelan noticed something was wrong and quickly shoved Freya against the wall, breaking the spell. Freya realized the Hollow's true plan. It needed Klaus and Marcel to kill each other so it could harness their power and resurrect from death. Freya doesn't hesitate to pack her things and rush off to meet her brother. Haley, having learned the truth about her parents' death, was still in sorrow. The killer who murdered her parents was now after her daughter, yet she had no idea who or what she was up against. Elijah comforted Haley, vowing to do whatever it took to protect Hope. Just then, his phone rang. Freya informed Elijah of her discovery. He had to stop Klaus. Marcel was preparing to bury the prayer beads that would purify him, but Klaus barged in, wearing a smug expression and hurling taunts. Marcel told him to get a grip, but Klaus revealed Freya's magical dagger. Marcel, furious, exclaimed, "You want to ally with me against the Hollow while secretly crafting a weapon that can kill me?" Freya had already arrived outside the house, but the door was sealed by a spell. She had to cast a spell to break the seal. Inside, Klaus and Marcel were already locked in battle, with the Hollow fanning the flames of their conflict. Freya's nose began to bleed, but Elijah appeared just in time, urging his sister to use his power. Outside the room, Freya and Elijah struggled to break through the door. Inside, Klaus and Marcel fought ferociously, their battle reaching a fever pitch. Klaus grabbed a wooden stake and hurled it at his son, and Marcel struggled to pull it out. Klaus seized the opportunity to drive another stake into him, blood pouring from Marcel's body. As Klaus aimed the dagger at Marcel's heart, the Hollow couldn't resist tempting them from the sidelines, but this only served to snap Marcel back to his senses, and he shoved Klaus to the ground.
I'm not this thing's puppet, and neither are you. We cannot give it what it wants.
Elijah burst through the door and engaged Marcel in a fierce fight. Klaus held the dagger but suddenly hesitated. In the end, he threw it aside and lunged forward. snapping Marcel's neck. The three siblings saw the blue light in the hallway, now faintly taking on a human form. Freya hurled the magical potion she had prepared toward the blue light. With a piercing scream, the light vanished. Marcel awoke from unconsciousness to find himself imprisoned in the same dungeon that once held Klaus. Elijah stood silently nearby and told Marcel that Klaus could have killed him but chose not to. But Marcel remained convinced that this was just another form of Klaus's revenge. Their conversation ended in bitter disagreement. In the small house where they had fought, a vine eerily sprouted from the bloodstains. Sophia, furious, declared that Dominic hadn't upheld their deal. She wanted Klaus dead. Yet Marcel ended up imprisoned. Dominic said that the Hollow had accepted Marcel's blood as a sacrifice and in return had given them the most powerful weapon in history. The slowly growing thorny vines were another weapon, one capable of killing the originals. Fresh off their victory, the originals' brothers decided to throw a party. They lied, claiming that Marcel and the Michelson family had reconciled, using the occasion to flesh out hidden enemies. But the enemies lurking in the crowd were already stirring. Vincent moved through the guests, shaking hands with each of them. Josh tried to sneak into the estate to find Marcel. Meanwhile, Sophia and Dominic, fully armed with thorns, had silently infiltrated the party. Klaus removed a painting from the wall, revealing a small hidden compartment. He placed the Tun blade inside and carefully set the code. Vincent had set up a spread of magical cards, explaining that he had used the handshakes to touch most of the guests and had read their energy. He infused the energy into the cards and began flipping them over one by one. Each of the 4 cards had a different image, but on every card, there was a snake. If he saw someone appear as a snake, that person was undoubtedly a follower of the Hollow. Vincent returned to the bustling crowd of guests, observing carefully until his gaze landed on Dominic. He saw a white python coiled around Dominic. Vincent relayed this information to the originals' brothers. Klaus was ready to act without hesitation, but Elijah insisted that he wanted to deal with their enemies personally. Klaus sees the hot and sexy Sophia and suggests that there is a beautiful woman downstairs who needs company. Dominic was quickly invited to a private room upstairs. Vincent didn't hold back and immediately pointed out that Dominic was the Hollow's high priest. Dominic retorted that it was Vincent who had released the Hollow in the first place. Sensing Vincent's rising anger, Elijah gestured for him to leave. Dominic arrogantly laid out his terms. Not only did he plan to kill Marcel to resurrect the Hollow, but he also demanded that Vincent be handed over to him. Elijah said, "This is clearly an unfair deal. The witches won't let the Michelson family off the hook." Dominic countered that while Elijah might win against the witches, there was no surviving a battle with the Hollow. Elijah refused the deal without hesitation, declaring that he didn't need the Hollow's one-sided charity. Dominic, undeterred, said he was just being polite. The truth was, the Hollow had already obtained what it wanted, and what was meant to happen would happen. Elijah, now furious, smashed a bottle over Dominic's head. Then, Elijah grabbed Dominic by the collar, dragged him onto the second-floor balcony, and exposed Dominic's true identity to the crowd. Elijah declared that the Michelson family would stop at nothing to destroy the Hollow, warning that anyone who dared to side with the enemy. He ripped out Dominic's heart, proclaiming this as an example. Elijah then unceremoniously threw Dominic down. Sophia got straight to the point and asked where Marcel was. Klaus, with a smile, remarked that no man likes a girlfriend who's too controlling, but the thorns on Sophia's arm caught his attention. Sophia didn't mince words either, telling Klaus that even a tiny thorn could kill an original. But Klaus wasn't intimidated by Sophia's threat. He told her that even if she killed him, it wouldn't break the spell on Marcel. The Hollow was determined to see Marcel dead, so she might as well consider allying with the Michelson family. Sophia, who is concerned about Marcel's safety, hesitates, and it's clear that she has true feelings for Marcel. With Sophia's help, Klaus and Vincent quickly tracked down the enemies lurking on watch. With a casual flick of his wrist, Vincent pinned the 2 men to the wall. Klaus reached into their pockets and pulled out wooden stakes wrapped in thorns but chose not to kill them. Vincent admitted that he was once one of them, but the Hollow never kept its promises. He despised vampires, but he'd rather ally with them than become the Hollow's pawn.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
Klaus, showing an unusual display of mercy, gave the enemies a choice, choosing not to slaughter them outright. 500 years ago, in a Russian village, during an outdoor wedding feast, a vampire attacked all the guests, leaving none of the girls' relatives alive. This is the story between the cold-blooded killer Sophia and Klaus. However, for Marcel's safety, Sophia gave up the weapon that could kill the originals. Klaus continues to try to co-opt Sophia, but Sophia made it clear that she had hated Klaus far longer than she had known Marcel. After learning the truth about her parents' deaths, Haley decided to seek Freya's help. She knew the location where her parents had died and hoped Freya could use magic to recreate the scene. Freya, realizing this was connected to the hollow, readily agreed. They drove to Haley's parents' home, a small house that had long since fallen into ruin. Freya said she could feel the energy lingering in the air, but she wasn't sure if Haley could handle the truth. Freya lit candles in the open space, and they knelt on the ground facing each other, holding hands. Then Freya began to chant. The past quickly unfolded before Haley's eyes, her loving parents holding her as a child. But the Hollow's followers soon captured her father, shouting that they needed to find 4 items. Her father was quickly knocked to the ground, and her mother, trying to fight back, was the first to be killed. Her father struggled to toss a key into the crack of the floorboards. Haley suddenly awoke and rushed to the rotted floor in the living room, retrieving the key her parents had fought so hard to protect. Tiny letters etched into the key indicated a location. They soon found the warehouse. Haley tried to unlock the door, but it was sealed by magic. Freya used her magic to break the seal. They entered the dusty, cluttered warehouse, where an old box with Haley's name on it caught her eye. Haley walked up and unexpectedly found a family photo of the 3 of them. The warm and happy scene filled Haley with sorrow. Haley, alone, sifted through her childhood toys, lost in memories of her parents. When an old teddy bear caught her attention, there seemed to be something hidden inside the bear's stomach. Sensing something was off, Haley reached in and unexpectedly pulled out a set of human teeth. Klaus was extremely displeased with his brother's violent methods, knowing that in such dangerous times, they couldn't afford to make too many enemies. Now, no one knows how many of the thorned weapons are left. Elijah felt no remorse for his violent actions. He said that Vincent had told him that every time the Hollow was reborn, it appeared in 4 locations, as if searching for something specific. Haley rushed in, saying that one of those items was in her possession. Klaus suddenly realized that a witch's resurrection required their own bones. Elijah remembered Dominic saying that he had already taken what he wanted from this house. Klaus quickly recalled the only bone-like item in his possession. He hurriedly opened the hidden compartment, only to find that the ton blade was gone. The witches were performing a ritual over Dominic's body. Under the influence of fire, blood, and spells, Dominic's decayed body gradually returned to its normal state. Dominic's eyes soon snapped open. The Hollow's protective spell had resurrected Dominic from the dead. The ton blade that Klaus had lost was now gripped tightly in Dominic's hand. Hope was rummaging around the attic, and Klaus tried to scare her, saying the place was full of dust and bats.
There aren't any bats.
I've seen no evidence that your Uncle Elijah doesn't sleep here, hanging upside down.
Hope gave him a resigned smile, while Klaus looked smug. But then Hope suddenly asked if a little boy used to live there. Klaus couldn't bring himself to admit that the boy was now locked up in the dungeon below, so he awkwardly changed the subject and let his daughter out of the attic. Haley was flipping through her childhood photo album. Klaus joked, asking if she was planning to hold a yard sale. To keep the Hollow's followers at bay, Freya had cast a powerful protection spell on the house, forcing the whole family to stay indoors together. Hope had already been digging through the attic's junk. They were all worried about Hope's education. Although Klaus believed his daughter didn't really need friends, he agreed that they should do everything they could to protect her childhood. Haley invited Klaus to help her search through her parents' belongings, hoping to find something useful. Klaus readily agreed. Meanwhile, Marcel, tormented by hunger, was restless in his cell. When Hope suddenly pushed open the dungeon door and walked in, it was Marcel's first time meeting his little sister. Hope quickly recognized him as the boy who used to live in their house. Marcel tried to persuade her to steal one of Klaus's blood bags for him.
I'm 7, not stupid.
But his sister's sharp mind left Marcel both amused and exasperated. Marcel introduced himself to her with the formality of someone meeting an adult for the first time.
It is very good to see you again, Hope Michelson. My name's Marcel.
This gesture quickly won Hope's favor. Freya soon learned of Dominic's resurrection and began crafting a new spell. Keelan, however, brought Freya some special news. She had decided to stay in New Orleans for a while, and had scheduled a job interview at a local hospital. Keelan's decision was entirely for Freya, and Freya happily accepted this. They agreed that if the interview went well, they would celebrate together at midnight. Keelan left full of shyness. Freya quickly found Josh working at a bar and informed him that he had just been chosen as a volunteer to help her take down the Hollow's high priest. Given that refusing might mean death, Josh reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Dominic was punishing Sophia for her betrayal, accusing her of letting her feelings for Marcel interfere with their plan. Sophia retorted that their deal was only about the Michaelsons and that he had no right to stop her from saving Marcel. In response, Dominic drove the turned blade into Sophia's body. He couldn't tolerate Sophia defying him again. With the help of Freya's spell, Josh was transformed into Marcel's likeness. Struggling to stand, Josh excitedly ran his hands over his new body. Overwhelmed with excitement, Freya reminded Josh to save the self-admiration for later. She needed him to lie in the magic circle to lure Dominic inside. The circle would restrict Dominic's powers, leaving him defenseless. As night fell, Klaus, trapped at home, was going stir-crazy. For the first time, he spoke about what it was like to be imprisoned in the dungeon. The sound of water in the pipes was like nails scraping across a chalkboard. He could clearly hear every heartbeat of the people upstairs. With hunger constantly haunting him, Haley astutely pointed out that he was worried about Marcel, but Klaus stubbornly denied it. Previously on the originals, under the influence of the Hollow, Klaus and Marcel were forced into a deadly game, battling each other. The Hollow used Marcel's blood to create a weapon capable of killing any original. Freya and Josh teamed up, planning to trap Dominic and uncover the whereabouts of the remaining relics needed by the Hollow. Meanwhile, Elijah locked Marcel in a dungeon, fearing he would interfere with Klaus's plans. The siblings, separated by hundreds of years, finally met. Marcel opened up to his little sister. Hope asked him why he hated their father. Marcel looked conflicted and admitted that he didn't hate Klaus.
You can't hate someone who you loved for so long.
Hope looked at her brother with a mixture of understanding and confusion. Dominic quickly found Josh lying within the witch circle, disguised as Marcel, but he wasn't fooled by the ruse. Instead, he cast a spell to reveal Josh's true form. Dominic hadn't even been pleased for 3 minutes before Freya swiftly used her magic to subdue him, then effortlessly dealt with his henchman. Josh wasted no time in biting the throat of another lackey. Dominic grabbed hold of Josh's heart, but Freya soon trapped Dominic within a magical circle. The tide turned instantly. Dominic used the Hollow to intimidate Freya and Josh, but Freya wasn't one to be easily intimidated. She intended to strip Dominic of his protective spell, and then she could kill him. Freya swiftly completed her incantation and told Josh he could leave.
I live here.
Josh gallantly said he wouldn't leave Freya alone with Dominic, but Freya wasn't having it, so Josh reluctantly stepped away. Freya continued to torture Dominic, demanding to know the location of the remaining bones. Dominic remained defiant, insisting he knew nothing. Seeing that Dominic was no longer of use, Freya prepared to strike him down, but Dominic delivered a piece of news that rattled Freya. His men had already found Keelan's location and were planning to kill her. Freya didn't believe Dominic. She was sure that she had kept her relationship with Keelan well hidden. At that very moment, Keelan was indeed under attack by witches, her golden eyes glowing with fury. Dominic continued to provoke Freya, suggesting that Keelan might already be dead. In a moment of panic and rage, Freya blasted Dominic away, but this freed Dominic from his restraints, and he took advantage of Freya's distraction to strike her down. Dominic used his power to grip Freya's heart from a distance. Freya lay on the ground, convulsing, as the life slowly drained from her. Having single-handedly defeated all her enemies, Keelan arrived at Josh's bar, saying she was waiting for Freya to join her, but with Freya's death, the boundary spell she had cast also lost its power. Klaus quickly sensed that something was wrong. Haley's neck was suddenly snapped by an intruder. Klaus, with a swift move, tore out the intruder's heart. At that moment, Dominic swaggered into the house. The commotion upstairs alerted the siblings, who were deep in conversation. Hope prepared to fight, but Marcel quickly called out to her, asking her to release him from his cell. Hope resolutely refused Marcel's help. She took off the bracelet that suppressed her magic and threw it on the ground. Marcel continued to patiently persuade Hope, telling her that he was also her family, and family should trust and help one another. As the enemies drew closer, Hope wavered. Keelan soon found Freya lying unconscious and immediately began to resuscitate her beloved. Freya was relieved to see Keelan safe and sound, but she quickly realized that the protection spell on the house had failed. She got up and rushed home. Dominic picked up the thorn stake from the ground, remarking that tonight the Hollow would feast, and Hope likely wouldn't escape death either. The mention of his daughter made Klaus's expression darken instantly. He grabbed the stake and drove it into Dominic's chest, then swiftly split Dominic's skull with a knife hand strike. The danger to his daughter unleashed Klaus's full potential, but the dungeon was already empty. Both his son and daughter had vanished. Klaus picked up his daughter's bracelet from the pool of blood, his worry evident. Freya rushed back to the house only to see Haley lying on the floor. Keelan offers to help her, but Freya, with her family in mind, firmly refuses. Freya's coldness hurt Keelan deeply. Klaus frantically searched the streets for any sign of his daughter. Marcel sat on a bench with his little sister, waiting for him. Hope ran towards her father but was startled by the blood on Klaus's hands. Hope looked at him with a mixture of trust and doubt.
It's paint. I made quite a mess, didn't I?
Seeing Klaus's gentle expression, Marcel's heart is full of mixed feelings. Hope worriedly said that she had freed Marcel and hoped her father wouldn't be angry. Klaus agreed to his daughter's request. After resolving all the disputes, Freya walks down the street alone and is stopped by Keelan, who doesn't understand why Freya wants to get rid of her. Freya simply said that they should end things between them. It was precisely because she cared about Keelan's safety that she had allowed the enemy to take advantage. Neither her family nor Keelan could be put in danger again. Keelan, in turn, boldly expressed her feelings. She had watched Freya sacrifice everything for her family and said that she wanted to be the one who cared for Freya. Freya's eyes turn red and she feels bad for hurting her loved ones. After much internal struggle, Freya called out to her girlfriend just as she was about to leave. They embraced and kissed each other tightly, to make sure the hollow doesn't come back to life. Elijah and Vincent are discussing a plan. Vincent suggested that perhaps only the power of the witch ancestors could restrain the hollow. Elijah proposed another harvest ritual, but Vincent vehemently opposed this idea. The last harvest left the 4 witches either dead or insane, and almost no family was willing to risk their daughters again. He didn't want to force anyone into anything, but Elijah clearly didn't see it that way. The efficiency of the original's vampires was off the charts. In the next moment, 4 young girls had their throats slit and were lying in the witches' cemetery. Vincent was furious, saying that according to the harvest ritual's protocol, he needed to first ask the ancestors if they would accept the sacrifices, but to save the innocent girls who had been tragically slain, Vincent begrudgingly prepared to carry out the ritual. The witch ancestors gave no response, because Vincent wasn't the regent of the French Quarter witches. It was against tradition for him to preside over the ritual. Elijah told him, "You were once the leader of the witches. Can you please stop doubting yourself?" Vincent had no choice but to regroup and try the spell again, but the witch ancestors refused. The spell produced no effect, and blood began to stream from the corners of Vincent and Elijah's eyes. Vincent felt like he was on the verge of madness. He said the witch ancestors had rejected the ritual and now viewed him as an ally of the vampires. An invisible force suddenly twisted Elijah's neck. Vincent had no other choice. After much hesitation, he walked towards Davina's grave. He chanted a spell, causing Davina's grave to burst open, and with deep guilt, he cradled her skull in his hands. Though it pained him greatly, Vincent placed the skull on the altar, carefully positioning it before chanting the spell once more. Elijah, who had just regained consciousness, was confused about what Vincent was doing. Vincent explained that he had long since stopped trusting the witch ancestors, but he had always believed in the goodness within Davina. If Davina's spirit still lingers on the other side, she will accept the offering and allow the girls to awaken. As Vincent had predicted, the sky suddenly opened up with a downpour, signaling that Davina had accepted the offering. In the pouring rain, the girls began to awaken one by one, though his methods were unconventional. Elijah had ultimately achieved his goal. He calmly accepted Vincent's moral judgment. Vincent told him that he would pray for Hope, as she was born into a family full of demons. As for Elijah, Vincent called him nothing more than a heartless killing machine. Vincent angrily leaves the scene of the ritual and tries to restore Davina's grave to its original state. Josh, as usual, came to visit Davina, only to find the tomb shattered. Vincent explained to Josh what had happened, saying that Davina was now their most important ally against the Hollow. She was overseeing all the power flowing from the ancestors to the earthly realm from the afterlife. Elijah returned home to share the day's events with his sister. Freya said she had discovered Dominic's original werewolf name. It was an ancient werewolf bloodline, tasked with guarding the Hollow's bones, just like Haley's parents. Now, the last member of that bloodline had also passed away, but Elijah noticed a familiar name on the computer screen.
Tyler Lockwood. So the bones are in Mystic Falls.
Invisible magic slowly pulled the tongued blade out of Sophia's body, and she suddenly sat up from the ground. Before Sophia could even catch her breath, a shadow began to take shape in the blue light behind her. A ghostly figure within the shadow said she needed to borrow Sophia's body for a while, then forcefully entered Sophia's body without waiting for consent. Possessed by the spirit, Sophia grabbed the tongued blade, her eyes now glowing with the hollow's signature blue light. A little girl was placed on the altar, and in the next moment, the surrounding flowers withered instantly, while an eerie blue light emanated from within the swaddling cloth. This child was none other than Inadu, the original form of the hollow. The witch ancestors were up to their tricks again, sending a message to Hope that Haley must go to the church. Klaus didn't trust those old witches and insisted on accompanying Haley to the meeting. The church is empty, and Klaus decides it's a trap. Haley teased him about his overprotectiveness, saying he would go crazy when Hope started dating. A new generation of witches appeared before them. The witches set up a ritual and demanded the blood of both Haley and Klaus, claiming it would bring the dead before them. Haley and Klaus did so. The witches then began chanting their spell. A wave of excruciating pain suddenly overwhelmed Haley and Klaus, causing them to collapse, only to awaken in another realm. A hooded figure appeared before them. It was none other than Davina. Davina explained to Haley and Klaus the origins of the hollow. Two ancient tribes had decided to make peace, with two powerful witches representing each tribe forced into marriage. It wasn't long before they conceived their love child. The witches used powerful magic as a form of prenatal education, attempting to create a child with limitless power who could lead them. The child was soon born, and the girl was named Inadu. Inadu was indeed powerful, possessing the energy to destroy everything while still in her cradle. But her insatiable hunger for magic gradually stripped her of morality and reason. Klaus, uninterested in such a midnight horror story, asked how they could kill the hollow, but Davina told him that the hollow could not be killed. As time passed, Inadu grew into a beautiful young woman, but her bloodlust was insatiable. She could slaughter an entire village on a whim. Thus, Inadu became known as the Hollow. Haley insisted that the Hollow must have a weakness. Davina agreed, revealing that the Hollow's weakness was actually Haley. Klaus's incessant chatter finally angered Davina, who declared she didn't want to talk to him anymore. She grabbed Haley's hand and whisked her away to another realm. This blatant disregard infuriated Klaus, leaving him seething. In the space without Klaus, Davina continued to tell the second half of the story. To deal with the increasingly twisted Inadu, the people of the two tribes joined forces to capture her. The elders used magic to bind Inadu, and 4 of them infused their power into a sacred axe, entrusting it to Inadu's mother to end her daughter's life. But just before she died, Inadu cast a final curse, turning her own people into werewolves. Inadu's mother became the first werewolf of the Crescent Wolf Pack. Haley and Hope are the last of that bloodline, and her blood is the weapon that can kill Inadu. If Haley doesn't take the initiative to deal with Inadu, then Hope will be in danger of dying as well. Davina told Haley that the Hollow had already possessed a living person, and Haley must first use her own bloodline to release the Hollow. Then, she could use Klaus's power to lock the Hollow in hell. Haley, heeding Davina's advice, quickly turned and left the church. The 4 harvest witches appeared behind Davina, but Davina instructed them to fetch the stake that could kill the originals. The young witches turned and left. Meanwhile, Klaus, who had collapsed on the ground, was in grave danger. Marcel and Elijah, forced to work together, exchanged barbs along the way. Klaus arranged to meet an old friend from Mystic Falls at this location. The contact brought one of the Hollow's bones along with the location where another bone was hidden. At that moment, the old friend was speeding down the highway. Suddenly, the car mysteriously stalled, and a strange woman stood menacingly in the middle of the road. Alaric got out of the car, confused, to check on the situation, but Sophia, possessed by the Hollow, suddenly demanded that Alaric hand over the bone. Alaric pulled out a crossbow and fired at Sophia, but she effortlessly caught the arrow mid-air. With a simple gesture, Sophia sent Alaric flying. Alaric, however, didn't panic. He calmly stated that his car was filled with explosives. He fired a shot, blowing up the car, and a massive fireball shot into the sky. Elijah and Marcel arrived fashionably late in their luxury car, only to find Alaric injured and battered. Marcel quickly realizes it was Sophia who robbed the bones. Elijah suggested that they should end Sophia's suffering sooner rather than later, but Marcel was determined to save his new love. Alaric, tired of their endless bickering, revealed the location of the final bone, hidden in a cemetery on the other side of the city. They quickly made their way to the cemetery and found the Hollow's bone among the graves. However, a dispute arose between the two over the bone's fate, leading to a fierce fight. Sophia entered, declaring that it was pointless to fight over the bone, it belonged to her. Marcel tried to reach the real Sophia's soul within, but the Hollow's power was too strong for her to resist. With a wave of her hand, the Hollow sent Elijah flying, then grabbed Marcel by the throat and hurled him aside as well. Just as the Hollow was about to claim the third bone, Haley arrived in time to stop her. Meanwhile, Klaus, trapped in the witch circle by Davina, grew increasingly agitated, demanding she release him to confront the Hollow, but Davina refused, for ancient families each guarded a piece of the Hollow's bones, and if all 4 bones were brought together, the Hollow would have the chance to be reborn, and Klaus was the source of energy needed to lock the Hollow in hell. Haley slashed her palm with a dagger and then quickly stabbed the Hollow, but the bloodline's damage was far less than she had expected. The Hollow continued to dominate the scene, declaring that sealing her away wouldn't be so simple. It would at least require the sacrifice of one of the originals. At that moment, Klaus finally understood his predicament. Once the 4 witches retrieved the thorn, he would bid farewell to immortality forever. The Hollow, now in possession of the bones, quickly departed. Elijah and the others realized the gravity of the situation. Davina would show no mercy toward Klaus. They hurried back to the church. Davina, resolute in her decision, struck at Klaus first. Sitting on her little bed reading a picture book, Hope seemed to sense something. It was as if she faintly heard her father's pleas. Hope quickly removed the bracelet that suppressed her magic, climbed down from her bed, and ran outside. Marcel and the others arrived at the church first, but Davina remained unmoved by Marcel's pleas, even saying she didn't need to wait for the witches to bring the thorn. Marcel's venom would be enough to kill Klaus. Elijah offered to trade his life for his brother's safety, but Haley immediately rejected the idea. Davina didn't hesitate any longer. She chanted a spell and extracted Marcel's venom. Then she controlled the venom, slowly directing it toward Klaus. Just as Klaus's palm showed signs of injury, Hope appeared in time to stop Davina.
You promised to help, but you're not helping. You're hurting us, and I won't let you.
A gust of wind dispersed Davina's magic circle and sent Davina back to the afterlife. Seeing that her father was safe, Hope could no longer hold back and ran into her father's arms. With the storm finally settled, Alaric's mission was coming to an end. He had a friendly heart-to-heart with Hope. Haley appeared, holding a plate of candy in front of her daughter.
It's good meeting you, littlest Michelson.
Alaric turned to leave. Haley then revealed that, to thank Hope for saving his life, Klaus had compelled everyone in the candy store. Haley praised Hope for her bravery. Hope simply replied that she thought her mom would do the same. Mother and daughter exchanged their unique hand gesture, then embraced tightly. Klaus expressed his gratitude to Alaric. Alaric, however, praised Hope as an exceptionally gifted child, saying she needed the companionship of peers and a proper education. He revealed that he and Caroline had established a school specifically to teach children like Hope who possess supernatural abilities, but Klaus didn't agree to the suggestion, seemingly unwilling to return to Mystic Falls. To express his gratitude for Marcel's assistance and to show sincerity in forming an alliance against their enemies, Elijah visited Marcel's estate, bringing along the dagger capable of killing him, but Marcel's home was empty. The Hollow ambushed Elijah from behind, driving the thorn stake into his body. Elijah collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. Previously on the originals, to show gratitude for Marcel's help and demonstrate a willingness to form an alliance, Elijah brought the dagger capable of killing Marcel and visited his home. However, he was ambushed by the Hollow. In a secluded, dimly lit cabin, Elijah is trapped within a magical circle cast by the Hollow. The thorn's poison has already deeply infiltrated his body. At this moment, the Hollow has already gathered 3 of the 4 bones needed for resurrection, with the last one in Haley's possession. Because of this, she has temporarily preserved Elijah's life, intending to use it as leverage to secure her own rebirth. The once sacred and solemn church is now in utter disarray, with a large magical symbol drawn on the floor. Maxine informs Vincent that more and more witches are joining the Hollow's ranks. They believe the Hollow can help witches reclaim New Orleans from the vampires. As they're talking, the Hollow visits Vincent in person, still trying to persuade him to join her, but Vincent refuses her offer. The Hollow delivers a harsh ultimatum, insisting Vincent relay it to the Michelson family. Klaus has prepared an entire table of donuts for his beloved daughter, teaching her how to become a food connoisseur. Haley asks Klaus if he has seen Elijah. Only then do they realize Elijah has been missing all night. Freya urgently casts a locator spell, but it fails to trace Elijah's whereabouts. Vincent arrives late and informs everyone that Elijah has fallen into the Hollow's hands. Haley assumes the Hollow intends to trade Elijah for the last bone, but Haley clearly underestimates the Hollow's ambition. The Hollow wants not only the bone but also Elijah's life. The Originals family reunites to urgently discuss a plan to deal with the Hollow. Vincent proposes that Marcel pretend to hand over the bone, then use Haley's blood to stab the Hollow, while Vincent seizes the opportunity to seal the Hollow using Elijah's death. But Klaus argues that this plan won't save Elijah.
Klaus, Elijah's already dead.
Vincent advocates just giving up on Elijah, just like they gave up on Davina. However, this suggestion is rejected by everyone. Freya invites Vincent to join her in studying their mother's spellbook, hoping to find a loophole in the sacrificial spell. Vincent combs through all of Camille's dark magic items but finds nothing that can control the hollow. Freya remembers the blue pendant that once saved Finn, realizing they could place Elijah's soul inside it. But Freya points out that Elijah has been poisoned for a long time and may not survive the process. Klaus steps forward and offers to take Elijah's place, confident that he can hold on until he is sealed inside the pendant, while Freya works on finding a cure for the thorn's poison. With no other options left, everyone reluctantly agrees to this risky plan. To save Elijah's life, Klaus willingly chooses to face death in his brother's place. Vincent remarks that Camille would be pleased to see Klaus making such a noble sacrifice. Klaus is a little moved. He puts the blue pendant around his neck. The group begins to execute their plan. Marcel approaches the hollow, offering the final bone in exchange for Sophia's safety. The hollow doesn't suspect a thing and agrees to the deal. Marcel tightly grips the dagger smeared with Haley's blood. Klaus is prepared to meet his fate. Vincent has the thorns and the stake ready, waiting for the right moment. But then, the hollow's followers arrive at the witch's cemetery, dragging Maxine with them. The sudden turn of events leaves Klaus and Vincent momentarily stunned.
Don't hesitate. Kill me now.
The Dark Witches attempt to disrupt Klaus's sacrifice. Vincent is reluctant to harm the innocent, but the witches refuse to listen to his pleas. Klaus no longer hesitates and, in a flash, unleashes a killing spree. The Dark Witches are no match for Klaus and fall one by one. Vincent also steps in to rescue Maxine. While Klaus was fighting, the male wizard got hold of the deadly thorns and threw them into the fire pit. This act means that Klaus's plan to sacrifice himself in place of his brother is completely shattered. As the hollow was about to toss the bone into the tree hollow, Marcel seizes the moment and plunges the dagger into the hollow's chest. But even wounded, the hollow tries to continue the resurrection ritual, forcing Marcel to snap her neck. Marcel gently lays Sophia's body down on the ground. Meanwhile, Elijah continues to writhe in agony within the magical circle, and the witches calmly proceed with the sacrificial preparations. Freya walks in her wolf form. Haley suddenly kills a witch, and Freya takes down another, but the barrier around the magical circle prevents Freya from getting inside. Haley quickly rushes in as well. Freya urgently sets up a spell formation, attempting to break the magical circle's confinement. Trapped within the circle, Elijah is still concerned about his brother's situation. Freya can't bring herself to tell him the truth, so she silently speeds up her incantation. But at this moment, the hollow has already left Sophia's body. A blue light begins to glow behind Marcel, growing stronger, and in the darkness, the shadowy figure of a woman becomes increasingly visible. The hollow, now gradually taking physical form, strikes Marcel, knocking him unconscious. Just as Freya's breaking spell starts to show results, the blue light draws nearer. Suddenly, the cabin door bursts open, and the hollow appears, attempting to attack Haley. Thankfully, Klaus arrives in time to save Haley. The original's family's actions had all been foreseen by the hollow. In a panic, Klaus hands the pendant to his sister. With Elijah's life hanging by a thread, they must make a final, desperate attempt. Freya grasps the pendant and begins to chant a spell. Two powerful magics clash in the air, causing Elijah unbearable pain. The pendant slowly starts to emit a blue glow, and Elijah's life signs begin to fade. The hollow has achieved her goal and vanishes in an instant. Klaus rushes to his brother's side, pulling the thorns from his body. Haley, heartbroken, caresses her lover's cheek. Klaus frantically asks if the spell worked, but Freya slowly extends her hand, revealing the shattered pendant, with nothing left but blood covering her palm. This outcome leaves everyone completely stunned. In the silent forest, a faint blue light flickers from within the tree hollow. A slender hand breaks through the tree's surface. The opening widens as a drenched woman crawls out of the hollow. She is the hollow's true form, the terrifying Inadu. At a lively party, Rebecca, dressed in a striking red gown, is casually speed dating and soon sets her sights on a burly partner. Cole, uninterested in romance, is simply enjoying his meal. Rebecca shares a passionate kiss with her date, but suddenly, he begins to feel unwell and quickly collapses, dead. Another vampire tumbles down the stairs. Vampires around them start dropping one by one. This sudden turn of events shocking everyone, causing a panic as people scramble to escape. Rebecca and Cole quickly realize that all the vampires who have died belong to Elijah's sire line. This means something has happened to Elijah. Klaus, gazing at his brother's body, pours out his heart, confessing that Elijah was his savior. his mentor, his confidant, and his greatest rival, he looks at his brother's body with deep affection.
This will not be your end. I will not rest until I bring you back.
Freya is trying to repair the shattered pendant, but she can't sense Elijah's presence within it. Klaus refuses to accept this, furiously demanding that Freya cast a spell to trace his brother's soul. Freya casts the spell again, but once more, finds nothing. Haley and Freya are both heartbroken. Hope, confused and unaware, comes out to see what's happening. Haley can't bear to let her daughter know the truth, but Hope places her hand on her aunt's shoulder. They heard Elijah's agonized roar. Elijah's soul is still within the pendant, but as it shattered into pieces, so did his soul. Klaus urgently insists that his sister repair the pendant, but Freya explains that she must first restore Elijah's soul to wholeness. It's an extremely complex spell. She must enter Elijah's mind, sift through 1,000 years of fragmented memories, and find the deepest corners of his subconscious. Otherwise, Elijah's soul will remain shattered forever. Rebecca and Cole rush back home at lightning speed. There's no time for a warm reunion. Klaus quickly fills his siblings in on their dire situation. Cole is consumed with thoughts of revenge, but Klaus insists they must first destroy all the thorns capable of killing the originals. Freya has already marked the locations of the thorns on a map. The vengeful trio swiftly spring into action. Freya lies down within the magical circle, chanting continuously to send her consciousness into the pendant. Freya awakens in a pure white world, standing in a long corridor lined with closed doors on either side, each one containing a fragment of Elijah's consciousness. Freya wanders aimlessly down the corridor, randomly pushing open a door. This is the famous scene where Elijah pulls out his heart with his bare hands. A witch had plotted to kill Haley's unborn child, driving the usually gentlemanly Elijah into a murderous rage. Freya calls out to her brother, but Elijah's consciousness quickly fades, forcing her to return to the hallway and open another door. Here, she finds Elijah in one of his most glorious moments, taking on 100 enemies single-handedly. With a blank expression, he cut down enemy after enemy, then vanished into thin air. Freya then opens a third door. This time, she steps into a joyful memory of the 4 original siblings gathered together, dressed in their finest, laughing and chatting happily. The beautiful scene moves Freya deeply, and she gently calls out to Elijah. Elijah finally responds to his sister's call, but the moment he sees Freya, he disappears once more. Freya wakes from the consciousness realm, and Haley anxiously asks her what happened. Freya states that her power alone isn't enough. Haley volunteers to enter Elijah's consciousness herself, determined that she can find him, but Freya explains that she needs to link with Hope's power. Haley is worried about her daughter's safety, and Freya swears that she would never hurt her niece. Haley agrees. Haley steps into the magical circle and lies down. The pendant soon glows brightly and Haley quickly enters the world of Elijah's spirit. But this time there was a sudden red door in the pure white world. Perhaps because the red door seemed so eerie, Haley decides to bypass it. Haley cautiously opens another door. It was the scene of their first meeting after Elijah had just awakened from 5 years of slumber. He gently draped a coat over her, exuding tenderness and affection. Haley calls out Elijah's name, hoping for a response, but Elijah looks at her blankly before disappearing again. With no other choice, Haley retreats from that memory and continues to navigate the long corridor of memories. The red door appears in front of her once more. This is Elijah's darkest memory, revealing the hidden darkness beneath his gentlemanly exterior. The sight of the carnage on the floor leaves Haley horrified. Elijah is in the farthest corner of the small room, brutally torturing a young girl. This kind of Elijah is definitely scary to Haley. Haley slowly backed away. Elijah seems to sense Haley's presence, and in an instant, he teleports behind her, his consciousness dangerously unstable.
It's me. Elijah, stop!
Haley has no choice but to flee in panic. Meanwhile, Hope and Freya continue chanting, unaware that Haley is in grave danger within the soul world. Haley runs frantically through the forest, but she soon trips over the countless corpses scattered on the ground. The brutality of her lover exceeds her worst imaginings. After all, as an original vampire who has lived for 1,000 years, who doesn't have a few dark secrets? Elijah appears before Haley. In the real world, Haley's body begins to show signs of distress, prompting Hope to rush to her mother's side. Elijah, now fully engrossed in the pleasure of torturing his prey, is far more powerful than Haley, seeing her former lover about to strike her with ruthless intent.
I'm just trying to bring you home.
Elijah remained unmoved by Haley's words. Instead, he swiftly seized her by the throat. Hope desperately calls out for her mother, but suddenly, The candles maintaining the spell blow out, and Freya quickly stops the panicking Hope, telling her she will send her into Elijah's soul world. Freya instructs Hope not to open any doors, but to call out for her mother as loudly as she can. Hope agrees immediately. Freya pulled Hope over to Haley and laid down. Hope snuggled close to her mom. Freya resumes her chanting, and the pendant glows brightly, transporting Hope into Elijah's soul world. Hope calls out for her mother, her small voice trembling with fear. Haley quickly hears her daughter's voice. Worried about Hope's safety, Haley desperately breaks free from Elijah's attack. Hope also hears her mother's voice and arrives in front of the red door. Just as Haley reaches the red door, Elijah blocks her path, and they begin to fight again, listening to her mother's cries and pleas. Hope, feeling helpless, unleashes her own magic. A burst of light jolts Elijah awake. He stops his assault, realizing that he's harming the woman he loves most. Shaken, Haley doesn't hesitate any longer and rushes through the red door to embrace her daughter tightly. Elijah slowly steps out from the red door, returning to his usual gentlemanly demeanor. It seems to be a metaphor that he is finally free from the bondage of red door. However, a rift has now formed between Elijah and Haley. Still, the mission to save Elijah has succeeded. Hope is the first to return to the real world. Elijah tries to approach Haley, but she instinctively takes a step back.
Please forgive me.
But Haley doesn't respond. Freya and Hope continue chanting, and the pendant emits a brilliant light, bringing Haley back to the real world. The pendant has been successfully restored. Within the pendant, Elijah stood silently, lost in thought, perhaps in reflection, perhaps in repentance. The flower shop owner suffered a heavy loss today as the vibrant, dewy flowers withered in an instant. Everywhere the girl went, flowers lost their color. She is none other than Inadu, the true form of the Hollow, who has brought the Original's family to their knees. Sophia, who was once possessed by the Hollow, remains in a coma. Vincent tells Josh to relay a message. If they can obtain the Hollow's blood, he can extract the magic within it to revive Sophia. Marcel, determined to save his lover, immediately decides to confront the Hollow alone. Josh gently suggests that Marcel might not be a match for the Hollow and urges him to seek help from the Original's family. But Marcel is resolute. Josh can only sigh deeply. The first thing the Hollow does after being reborn in human form is to kill all her followers. Marcel finds the Hollow. The Hollow offers to save Sophia, but only if Marcel pledges his loyalty to her. Marcel refuses the deal and charges at the Hollow, biting her to extract her blood. But the Hollow's blood is black, and instead of harming her, Marcel is overwhelmed with agony. The massive amount of toxin puts Marcel right down. The witches continue to guard the thorny stakes, but with a quick flash, Rebecca swiftly kills one of them. Another witch tries to flee but is blocked by Cole. Klaus quickly corners another female witch, his golden eyes burning with lethal intent. The Original siblings' combat skills and teamwork are flawless, as they toss the thorny stakes into the fire. However, Cole grabs one of the witches, intending to interrogate him. Rebecca says there's no need, and Klaus urges his brother to hurry, but the male witch claims that the Hollow's power is unmatched, that not even the Originals or the ancestors of the witches can defeat her. Cole's expression suddenly changes. Klaus swiftly throws a stake, ending the witch's life, but Cole realizes that the witch ancestors have returned, and he angrily demands to know why Klaus didn't tell him, why he was prevented from seeing Davina. Klaus replies that Davina is no longer the girl he remembers, and that the only ones who can connect with Davina are the 4 harvest witches that Elijah killed. Consumed with worry for his girlfriend, Cole abandons his family and turns to leave. Rebecca steps in to stop Klaus. Rebecca and Klaus continue to the next location, but unexpectedly find Marcel unconscious on the ground. Rebecca's heart is full of tenderness, though she doesn't know that Marcel has already found a new lover. Klaus points out that Marcel is carrying out some secret mission, which shows a lack of respect for their alliance. Marcel counters, saying he doesn't owe anyone an explanation for his plans. Rebecca interrupts their argument, reminding them that they still have to destroy the Hollow's weapons. Vincent needs the Hollow's magic, not necessarily her blood. This means that handing the thorns over to Vincent could also save Sophia, but Klaus refuses to give the stake to Marcel, feeling deeply hurt by Marcel's lack of trust. As the two are about to clash again, Rebecca steps in once more to mediate. Marcel assures them that he won't use the thorns to harm them. Rebecca gently persuades Marcel to join the hunting party and tells him the location of the last remaining thorn bush, but Marcel suddenly vanishes, determined to get the thorny stake before the Original siblings do. Rebecca is left standing there, feeling disappointed. How hard could it be to see his girlfriend? Cole had to offer up 1,000 years' worth of his most precious possessions, and even then, he had to endure the mocking and torment of girls who were 1,000 years younger than him. Cole brought out every dark magic artifact he had ever invented, pleading with the Harvest Witches for a chance to see Davina, but the witches not only rejected his offer, they ruthlessly snapped Cole's neck and took all of his dark magic items without a second thought. Today was yet another day of heartache for Rebecca. Marcel managed to get his hands on the final white oak stake, only for Rebecca to snatch it away from him. Marcel was so desperate to get the stake back that he even considered attacking Rebecca, but Klaus intervened just in time, pushing him away. Klaus asked Marcel if he was planning another act of treachery, but Marcel explained that the magic on the white oak stake could save someone he deeply cared about.
What's her name?
Rebecca quickly understood. Seeing his sister's sorrowful expression, Klaus wisely chose to remain silent. Rebecca also said nothing, waiting for Marcel's response.
Her name is Sophia.
There was a time when you'd have gone to these lengths for me.
Rebecca handed the white oak stake to Marcel, and though Klaus tried to stop her, Marcel promised to destroy the stake in due time, then vanished without hesitation, leaving a heartbroken Rebecca and her brother in a wordless standoff. But Rebecca's most difficult choice was yet to come. Freya had successfully repaired Elijah's soul, but reviving him still required immense power. The best option was to kill the Hollow and resurrect Elijah, but the Hollow was unkillable. Freya couldn't help but remind her sister.
But if we have to choose between Marcel and Elijah, it's not a choice.
Rebecca understood what her sister was implying, and once again, her relationship with Marcel faced an even greater trial. Seeing Rebecca also left Marcel in a gloomy state of mind. His new love had almost sacrificed her life for him, and his true love clearly still had feelings for him, but his confrontation with the Hollow made Marcel realize that they would need to unite all their power, or else they would be left with no choice but to face certain death. Cole was at the witches' cemetery, making a phone call to Rebecca. Rebecca had decided to stay in New Orleans. Heartbroken over not being able to see Davina, Cole was ready to set off on another world tour, but just then, the Hollow appeared before him without a sound, offering to bring Davina back to life. The Hollow slashed her own palm with a knife, and the cemetery was suddenly filled with the sound of a girl's screams. Davina was finally resurrected. After years apart, the couple reunited, their love for each other as strong as ever. Perhaps this is the greatest romance the world has ever known. But when the Hollow bound Davina's life to her own, Cole was forced to obey her every command. Hope gazed out the window with a furrowed brow, while Klaus looked on with concern at his youngest daughter. Hope spoke up, saying that the Hollow had drained the life from the city, and she feared that the Hollow would soon come after all of them. Klaus comforted his daughter with warm, reassuring words.
But over the years, a lot of bad people have stood against our family, and all of them have fallen. The Hollow is no different.
No, she is different.
Haley was alone, keeping vigil beside Elijah. When the sound of something cracking caught her attention, she turned to see the blue pendant hanging nearby, now showing tiny fractures. As if it were an ominous sign, Haley brought the pendant to Freya. Freya confirmed her suspicions. The pendant was on the verge of being unable to contain Elijah's soul. They had to revive Elijah tonight, or he would be lost forever. Freya ventures a guess that Haley's blood is not lethal to the Hollow because Haley is already dead. Now, the Hollow and Hope were the last of the Crescent Wolf bloodline. The snake on the sigil, with its head and tail connected, might suggest that only Hope's blood can kill the Hollow. Klaus was unwilling to involve his daughter, but Freya insisted that they had no other choice. Freya cast a locator spell on the map, allowing them to track the Hollow's magic in real time. A large sigil appeared on the map. Freya stated that this was the Hollow's location, but soon, a smaller sigil appeared on the other side of the map. Freya quickly recognized it as a protection spell, designed to keep the Hollow safe while enhancing her powers through the totem. Freya pointed out that to kill the Hollow, they would first need to destroy her protection spell. Rebecca volunteered to take the map, saying she would find Cole and accomplish this mission together. Rebecca arrived alone at a small cabin in the woods, but Cole was late. Rebecca decided to venture in by herself, but Marcel stopped her, insisting that he would go with her. They entered the cabin together. Suddenly, Cole appeared, saying that the totem wasn't here. Rebecca refused to believe him and pulled out the map to check. The map still showed that the totem's power source was in this very place. Marcel wanted to keep searching, but an invisible force suddenly trapped him in place. Rebecca quickly realized that Cole had used a dark magic artifact to imprison them. Cole, being blackmailed by the Hollow with his girlfriend's life, had no other choice. Rebecca didn't understand Cole's intentions. Cole offered no further explanation and disappeared before their eyes. Davina held Anada's protection totem in her hands. Torn with indecision, she urged Cole to destroy it, but Cole refused to risk losing his girlfriend again. Davina remembered that Elijah had once taught her a spell to break curses, successfully severing the link between Haley and Sophie. Cole mentioned that he knew the spell and only needed a powerful young witch to help him. Before leaving, Cole handed the car keys to Davina, telling her that if he didn't return by midnight, it likely meant his brother had taken care of him, and she should leave New Orleans alone. As time ticked by, Rebecca finally couldn't take it anymore. Worried about Elijah's safety, she pulled out a lighter and suggested they just burn the house down. While they were discussing, Klaus appeared just in time. He had come to check if his sister was in trouble, only to discover that Cole had once again betrayed the family. Rebecca pulled out the witch's map and found that Cole had taken the protection totem back home. Klaus suddenly remembered that Hope was home alone and left in a hurry. Marcel hesitated no longer. He punched through the cabin floor, revealing the gas line beneath it. They ignited the gas line, and the flame shot up into the sky as the explosion echoed through the night. The sound of fire trucks rushing to the scene soon followed. Marcel and Rebecca walked through the streets, their clothes tattered and singed. They recounted the damage they'd done to each other. Rebecca accused Marcel of constantly hurting her family. Marcel countered that Rebecca could never see the pain her family caused him. They vowed to forget each other, but the moment their eyes met, all the hatred and misunderstandings melted away. Cole, holding a knotted rope, found his young niece, hoping she could break the link between the Hollow and Davina, but Hope had heard rumors about her unreliable uncle.
So why did you go away?
I went away because I was sad.
Still, Cole's words moved Hope, and she picked up the knotted rope. Cole watched his niece with a sense of relief. Freya and Haley, armed with a dagger, ventured into enemy territory. The dagger was coated with Hope's blood, the only weapon capable of killing the Hollow. But as soon as they pushed the door open, Freya was thrown back and knocked unconscious. Haley came face to face with the Hollow, but before she could utter a single word, the Hollow snapped her neck with a single move. Haley woke up in the warmth of a setting sun. Jackson opened the door of the cabin. The couple seemed to be back in their loving days in the bayou. Haley was confused about what was happening, but Jackson told her that this was her mind's self-defense mechanism. Freya also awoke from her unconscious state. Still in the mansion littered with corpses, she searched for Haley. Freya soon spotted Keelan lying dead on the ground. She rushed over, trying to wake her girlfriend, but then suddenly realized that Keelan shouldn't be here. It was an illusion crafted by the Hollow. The fake Keelan stopped pretending and awoke. Haley still believed she was in a dream world, trying to find a way to wake herself up, but Jackson's behavior made Haley suspicious, and she realized that the Jackson before her was just a puppet of the Hollow's enchantment. Without hesitation, she tore out his heart. Haley awoke from her unconscious state to find herself tied to a chair. She struggled to break free, trying to find a way to escape the cabin, but Jackson appeared before her once again. Haley thought that illusions couldn't hurt her, but Jackson told her she was underestimating the Hollow's power. Then, he drove a dagger into her body. Hope learned that untying the knot would save her uncle's girlfriend.
And you really love her?
Yes. I like your mom loves,
Uncle Elijah.
Cole couldn't help but admire this clever girl. Hope removed the bracelet of intent and carefully studied the spell to break the curse. Haley struggled to pull the dagger out of her chest, while the Jackson conjured by the Hollow continued to torment her with cruel arrogance. Freya was trapped outside the cabin, unable to open the door. The Hollow's version of Keelan kept trying to seduce her. Hope is still concentrating on her mantra, but Klaus had already returned to the mansion, and Cole had to go outside to stall his brother. The two began to fight without a word. Cole told his brother that everything he was doing was to protect Davina, but this did nothing to lessen Klaus's fury. Cole began to lose ground. The Hollow's protection spell totem rolls to the side, and Klaus crushes it with his foot. With the disappearance of the protection spell, the illusion tormenting Haley vanished into thin air. Freya also manages to open the cabin, and she and Haley are safe. They barely had time to catch their breath before grabbing the dagger, ready to face the Hollow in a final battle. Klaus pulled out the dagger meant to seal his brother. Cole urgently pleaded with Klaus to at least let him ensure that Davina was still alive, but Klaus remained unmoved. The dagger was about to pierce Cole's heart.
What if it was Camille? What if you could bring her back?
Klaus hesitated. Meanwhile, Josh was still busy at the bar when the resurrected Davina quietly appeared before him, giving him a huge surprise. Davina thanked Josh for all those years of visiting her grave and talking to her. The long-lost friends embraced each other tightly. As midnight approached, they anxiously waited together for Cole. Fortunately, Cole didn't disappoint and appeared safely before Davina. The star-crossed couple had finally won their freedom. Under the gentle night sky, they drove away from the danger-laden city. Hope held the knotted rope, reciting the spell. The next moment, the knot began to float in the air. At the same time, the hollow began chanting her own spell. The white liquid in the salt bowl gradually turned red, and a satisfied smile spread across the hollow's face. She picked up the bowl and slowly drank the liquid. The knot in Hope's hand also began to loosen. After swallowing the potion, the hollow gestured, and Haley was thrown to the ground, the dagger slipping from her hand. The hollow continued to attack Haley, unaware that Freya had entered the room. A silver needle pierced the hollow's neck. The hollow was forced to break her concentration and interrupt the spell to pull out the silver needle. Haley seized the opportunity and drove the dagger into her body. The knot in Hope's hand gradually unraveled. Haley repeatedly plunged the dagger into the hollow's body. The hollow collapsed, dead, and Hope fell to the ground, drained of her magic. Hope slowly regained consciousness and got up. The door to the room eerily closed on its own, and a blue light appeared in Hope's room. A sense of foreboding washed over Hope. Freya hung the blue pendant on a lamp and began preparing the spell to awaken Elijah. Klaus arrived to witness the moment of his brother's revival, but Haley couldn't bring herself to face Elijah. Instead, she went alone to the bayou to mourn her late husband. In the twilight, she realized the depth of her feelings for Elijah. Freya and Klaus held hands, and Freya began chanting the spell. The blue pendant emitted a faint glow. Elijah's face slowly regained its color, and he gradually opened his eyes. Vincent, who had been missing for some time, was trapped within a magic circle, exploring the secrets of the Hollow's journal. As he chanted a spell in the city, his consciousness entered a mysterious realm. The jungle was dim, and a small hut sheltered Inadu's mother. After hesitating, Vincent stepped into the hut, but a group of unwelcome visitors interrupted Vincent's spell in the cemetery. The witches had come under the Hollow's orders to retrieve the journal. Vincent vowed to resist to the death, but the witches showed no mercy. Vincent swiftly took down two enemies, but a witch ambushed him from behind. The witch successfully knocked Vincent down, grabbed the journal, and quickly fled. Hope was unusually staring at the mirror in a daze when her father entered, asking why she wasn't asleep yet. Hope replied that she was waiting for Uncle Elijah to wake up. Klaus carried his daughter to her little bed, tucked her in, and promised that they would see Uncle Elijah in the morning. Thinking they had finally dealt with the Hollow, Klaus was in a great mood. Unaware that Hope's eyes had turned blue under the covers, she was possessed by the Hollow. Having resolved the family crisis, Freya brought coffee to her girlfriend's clinic. The Hollow's visions make her realize how valuable the people around her are. Freya no longer avoided her feelings for Keelan and no longer saw her as a burden. The look they exchanged said everything, making words unnecessary. They had finally broken free from the constraints of society and the bonds of family obligations, sharing a romantic and beautiful morning together. How long does it take for a mother to notice something wrong with her daughter? The answer is just an instant. Hope's attitude towards her mother was unusually cold, and she refused to pick up her paintbrush as she usually did. Haley picked up a hairbrush, gently brushed her daughter's hair, and spoke to her softly. But Hope wouldn't even talk to her mom. Haley thought her daughter was still worried about the Hollow, so she reassured her that the Hollow had been killed. Haley made their usual mother-daughter gesture, but Hope simply stared blankly, not understanding her mother's intent. Instead, she coldly asked her mom to leave the room. Haley decided to talk to Klaus, but he was busy dealing with Marcel, discussing the family's future. Ignoring Haley's request, he left. Haley and Elijah stand alone in the doorway looking at each other without knowing what to say. After a long silence, Haley walked away alone. Elijah was left behind, eyes red, on the verge of tears. The Originals brothers found Vincent and were shocked to learn that the Hollow was still alive. They had only killed the Hollow's body, and her soul was supposed to be imprisoned by the ancestral witches, but now it was inexplicably missing. Klaus couldn't accept this reality, but Vincent said there was only one person who knew how to kill the Hollow, and that was the Hollow's mother. He needed the Originals brothers to retrieve the journal so he could continue his communication with the Hollow's mother in the otherworld. Haley stood alone on the balcony, lost in thought. Rebecca assumed she was worried about her relationship with Elijah, saying that her brother's feelings for her were actually simple, but Haley said she was only afraid that Hope would see the cruel and bloody side of him, and even more afraid that her daughter would realize she didn't really care about Elijah's dark side. All of her hesitation was for Hope's sake. Rebecca could only pat Haley's hand in comfort, but Haley quickly received a text informing her that the Hollow was still alive. Freya excitedly returned home, eager to share her emotional breakthrough with the family. But Haley, full of worry, took out Hope's hairbrush and asked her to analyze the source of the magic on it. Freya closed her eyes and chanted a spell, quickly coming to a conclusion.
It's the Hollow's magic.
Something had gone wrong. The Hollow had taken over Hope's body, the very outcome Haley had feared most. The possessed Hope removed the bracelet that suppressed her magic and threw it into the fire. But Rebecca happened to see this. Hope explained that wearing the bracelet meant she couldn't protect her family. Rebecca reassured her niece that the Hollow had been destroyed and that nothing in this world could defeat their family.
Well, there's one thing.
Rebecca didn't understand what Hope meant. However, the possessed Hope controlled the wood from the picture frame and drove it directly into Rebecca's body. Rebecca never imagined that the little girl she had raised would one day be the one to try to kill her. Previously on the originals, Vincent was attacked by witches, and his journal was stolen. Hope, possessed by the Hollow, attacked Rebecca. To save Hope, they realized they must find Vincent's journal. Klaus was urging his brother to confront his feelings for Haley openly. Although Haley had given birth to his daughter, it didn't mean his brother couldn't have a passionate and earth-shattering romance with his ex-girlfriend. Elijah believed that Haley had already been frightened by his darker side, and he was ready to step back voluntarily, but Klaus stopped his brother from entertaining such an absurd idea, reassuring him that once they eliminated the Hollow, everything would be fine. The two brothers walked into the cabin. The witches were chanting spells over their notebooks. The original's brothers greeted them politely, saying that they were about to kill everyone present, but the witches showed no fear, claiming that even if the brothers took the notebooks, they wouldn't be able to stop anything. Elijah had heard enough and casually ripped out a witch's heart. The head warlock said that the Hollow had already inhabited a new body, and this new host was the most powerful witch in history. Klaus understood that he was talking about Hope, and his eyes filled with murderous intent as he sank his teeth into the warlock's neck. Vincent and Marcel weren't idle either. Vincent decided to use Marcel's power to help him find Inadu's mother once again. The two of them crouched together in the magical circle. Vincent activated the spell, and he quickly found himself back in that eerie, dark forest. But the small hut in front of him flickered and then vanished, forcing Vincent to return to the real world. Marcel was puzzled, but Vincent understood the problem. He needed to be in the state of the dead to find Inadu's mother. Vincent pulled out a vial of poison, explaining that once he drank it, he would fall into cardiac arrest. But Marcel had to inject him with the antidote before the sand in the hourglass ran out, or he would really die. Vincent walked into the magical circle with the vial of poison and then drank it in one gulp. Marcel grabbed the hourglass, carefully listening to Vincent's heartbeat, and immediately flipped the hourglass. This time, the small hut didn't disappear, and Vincent successfully entered the hut. Marcel quietly waited for time to pass, but he keenly heard noises outside the door. He steps out of the chamber to meet the enemy, stating that he is undead. The followers of the Hollow surrounded Marcel. As the sand slowly trickled down in the hourglass, Marcel was still fending off the witches' overwhelming numbers. One of the witches attacked Marcel when he wasn't looking, and Marcel's eyes were bleeding from his torture. Time ticked away second by second. In a moment of crisis, Sophia arrives and she pulls out the witch's heart. Marcel seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Rushing back into the tomb, he grabbed the antidote and, just as the last grains of sand slipped through the hourglass, injected it into Vincent's heart. Vincent jolted back to life, having successfully found a way to deal with the Hollow, but he also brought back some bad news. Supporting each other, the two of them staggered out of the cemetery. The original's brothers returned with the notebooks, revealing that the Hollow had possessed Hope and that they needed Vincent's help. Sophia then shared her own experience of being possessed, explaining that the Hollow would tempt its host to willingly surrender their own personality. Vincent said he could cast a spell to help Klaus find his daughter, but Klaus had to do everything in his power to pull her back from the brink of collapse. Without hesitation, Klaus agreed.
I want my daughter back.
Her beloved daughter's body was possessed by the Hollow, but Haley couldn't bring herself to harm it. The Hollow rolled up her sleeve, revealing a faint magical sigil on her arm, and explained that once the sigil was fully inscribed, she would be able to permanently inhabit Hope's body. With a single move, the Hollow knocked Haley to the ground. Just as the Hollow was basking in her victory, Freya called out her true name. Using smoke to render the hollow unconscious, Haley quickly scooped her daughter into her arms. They needed to find a solution before the hollow woke up. They hurried away, but a wisp of smoke trailed out of Hope's body. Freya was preparing a ritual to try and place Hope's soul back into the blue pendant. She had just taken the pendant from Haley's hand when it suddenly exploded. The hollow, showing no mercy, flung Freya against the wall with a single gesture. Haley tried to intervene, but she couldn't grasp the hollow, who had no physical form, and in the next second, the hollow knocked her to the ground. Haley could only pin her hopes on her daughter, insisting that Hope would never surrender easily, but the hollow grabbed a wooden stake and pinned Haley against the iron gate with a single thrust. Meanwhile, Klaus and Vincent were preparing to save Hope. Klaus lay in the magical circle, using Vincent's spell to locate Hope hidden deep within her consciousness. He tried to reach out and embrace his daughter, but his hand passed right through her body. Hope is exhausted and the confrontation with the hollow is too much for her to handle. Seeing his daughter in such pain and fatigue, Klaus's eyes were filled with anguish. He could only try his best to comfort her, to keep her conscious. Elijah, Marcel, and the others returned to the compound as well. The three men set their plan into motion, each moving swiftly. The hollow targeted Sophia once more, and with a mere gesture, Sophia collapsed, spewing black blood and falling lifeless to the ground. Elijah saw Haley pinned by the stake, but the hollow suddenly appeared before Elijah, seizing him with a wave of her hand. She arrogantly declared that she was going to kill Elijah one more time. Elijah perished in an instant. Marcel continued to taunt the hollow, shouting her true name and demanding that she come out and fight him one-on-one. The hollow wasn't intimidated at all. With one hand, she effortlessly subdued Marcel, rendering him immobile. The responsibility to deal with the hollow now fell on Vincent. The white magic circle limited the hollow's powers, but the hollow didn't take him seriously, as the sigil on her arm was nearly complete. Vincent said that Inada's mother had taught him how to defeat the hollow. He pulled out the notebook and began reciting the incantation directed at the hollow. The hollow seemed wary, slowly retreating. Hope was still struggling to hold on. To encourage his daughter, Klaus kept telling her stories, admitting that he was once brutal and bloodthirsty, but her birth had completely changed him.
From the moment I saw you, I wanted nothing more than to be worthy of being your father.
The sigil on the hollow's arm was slowly fading. Vincent continued chanting, trying to seal the hollow back into the notebook. The hollow fell to her knees in pain. Hope, moved by her father's confession, declared that she would fight the hollow with all her strength. Seeing that the magic seal is about to disappear, the hollow launches a counterattack and she sends Vincent flying. Hope vanished from Klaus's sight. Klaus abruptly woke up. The hollow had broken Vincent's magic circle. With a smug smile, she transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and re-entered Hope's body. Hope opened her eyes, her blue irises revealing who she truly was. The hollow slowly walked out of the room. Spotting the notebook on the floor, she recited an incantation, setting the notebook ablaze, and completely destroying the prison that could have trapped her. A group of witches gathered around the hollow, hoping she could revive the man lying on the altar, whose muscle tissue had already decayed. But the hollow merely extended her hand, and a blue light instantly enveloped the entire church. The skin on the man's face slowly began to heal, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The witches were astounded by such powerful magic. The resurrected Dominic was the first to pledge his allegiance to the hollow. The witches also fell to their knees in unison. Josh showed everyone a picture of Hope, informing them that they must find her at all costs. But the resurrected Dominic, leading the hollow's followers, found them first. With one move, he sent Josh flying, and with another, he snapped the necks of every vampire in the crowd. Dominic angrily rebuked the witches for becoming lackeys to vampires and demanded that they swear loyalty to the hollow. A battle between the hollow and the originals was imminent, and Dominic had to gather every possible resource for his master. Possessed by the hollow, Hope walked alone down the street. As the witches gathered around her, Dominic loudly urged the crowd to swear allegiance to the hollow. A shadow darted by, causing a commotion. The hollow once again generously displayed her power. Streetlights exploded one by one, and people fled in panic. The chaos in the street caught Haley's attention as she frantically searched for her daughter. She called out to her daughter's suppressed consciousness, hoping she wouldn't be easily defeated by the hollow. But the daughter in front of her smirked with disdain. Without hesitation, she attacked her mother, lifting Haley into the air and snapping her neck with a single move. The originals family was urgently discussing a plan of action. Vincent said he had a way to seal the hollow, but it would require the sacrifice of the entire originals family. he would use magic to force the hollow out of Hope's body. But with the notebook that had once imprisoned the hollow now destroyed, he needed people with the hollow's bloodline connection to serve as this human prison. Freya thought he needed one vampire from the originals, but Vincent corrected her, saying it wasn't one, it was four. 1,500 years ago, the hollow's bones were divided into 4 parts. They must honor that tradition by splitting the hollow's soul into 4 pieces and placing them into 4 powerful vampires. But those carrying fragments of the hollow's soul would have to be separated forever, never to meet again. The original siblings had watched over and supported each other for 1,000 years, but now they would be forced to part ways, which would undoubtedly tear the family apart. Yet for the safety of their family's only bloodline, they hesitated no longer.
Well, if it'll save my little girl, then we will make it so.
Cole, miles away, didn't answer his phone. Klaus, Elijah, and Rebecca were the first to volunteer without question. Freya insisted she couldn't believe this was the only solution and said she would search their mother's spellbook to see if another way could be found to defeat the hollow. Rebecca didn't want to leave her family either. She had once tasted the freedom of living on her own, but life among strangers wasn't as wonderful as it seemed. If Cole didn't show up in time, then Haley would become the 4th volunteer, but Elijah insisted that Hope needed to be with her parents, which meant Klaus and Haley would have to choose between them. Rebecca pointed out that this also meant Elijah would have to leave the woman he loved. Without his brother to keep him in check, Klaus would only spiral into self-destruction. Elijah knew his sister was right, but they had no other choice. Vincent revived Haley, who had collapsed on the street, and told her about the ritual that would split the original's family into 4. But Vincent withheld part of the truth. The chosen 4 wouldn't just be unable to see each other, they could never be in Hope's presence again. The hollow would never miss an opportunity to get close to Hope and would constantly tempt them to be near her. Haley would have to take her daughter and leave the city forever as soon as the ritual was complete, ensuring Hope would never see her family again. Klaus went to Camille to say his final goodbye. After today, he would leave the city forever. He had also called Marcel there to offer a long overdue apology, more than a century late. He said that from the moment he first laid eyes on Marcel, he knew the boy would grow into a better man than himself. The old grudges had long since faded away, and Klaus just wanted to see his son one last time.
I failed you, Marcellus.
He patted his son on the shoulder and walked away. Klaus's words deeply moved Marcel. Elijah stood alone on the balcony, but this time it was Haley who sought him out. They had never had a real chance to be together, and now even in death, they would never see each other again. Haley said that what happened with the pendant didn't change her love for him, but Elijah had already accepted the reality that they were truly over. The last thing he could do for Haley was to disappear from her life forever.
I love you.
I love you too.
They finally cleared up all their misunderstandings and kissed each other tightly. Klaus was still desperately trying to reach Cole, but Cole was busy traveling the world with his girlfriend, leaving them no choice but to figure out a way to contain Hope. As an adopted son, Marcel couldn't be of much help, but he still gathered all the dark magic items, preparing to use them for a serious fight against the Hollow. Sophia remarked that handing over dark weapons to the Michaelsons wasn't a wise decision, clearly not understanding the complex history between Marcel and the original's family. Elijah finally mustered the courage to find Haley and try to clear up the misunderstandings between them.
I also can't stop loving you. So you tell me what you need me to do.
But Haley's heart is set on her daughter, and she doesn't want to think about love. All she needed was to have her daughter back. Elijah understood that now wasn't the best time for such a conversation, so he turned and walked away. The Hollow was gathering her followers in the church, but Marcel and Sophia crashed the meeting uninvited. Dominic provocatively asked if they had come to pledge allegiance to the Hollow. Marcel proposed that since the originals were their common enemy, they should join forces to drive them out of New Orleans. The Hollow nodded at Dominic, who then lifted the spell in front of them, allowing Marcel and Sophia to approach the Hollow. But the Hollow wanted to see Marcel's sincerity.
I want the king to kneel before me.
Kneeling before his little sister wasn't a big deal, so Marcel complied and knelt before the Hollow. Dominic was extremely pleased and seized the opportunity to mock them, but Marcel used the moment to blow a puff of smoke at the Hollow, grabbed her, and took off running. Sophia quickly seized the moment and stabbed Dominic to death. As the witches prepared to retaliate, Klaus casually strolled in with a dark magic orb in hand. Announcing that the Hollow had been subdued and that the witches' coup was over, he tossed the dark magic orb to the ground, and an invisible barrier instantly trapped all of the Hollow's followers. Elijah appeared on the second floor, Holding a beer bottle, he lit the bottle with the candle flame and casually tossed it downstairs. The soaring flames immediately turned the place into a burning hell. The long night finally ended, and Hope, whose powers were suppressed by shackles, was still unconscious. Klaus softly spoke to his daughter.
You're my daughter.
He continued to encourage his sleeping daughter, reluctantly planting a kiss on her forehead. The tender moment melted Haley's heart. She took the initiative to tell Klaus the truth that he would never be able to see Hope again and expressed her belief that Klaus would do anything for their daughter. Klaus's eyes reddened as he gazed sorrowfully at his sleeping daughter, realizing the truth. Rebecca, furious, confronted Vincent, accusing him of keeping this from them, but Vincent coldly replied that he didn't care what they thought. Everything he had done was to save an innocent little girl and prevent the destruction of a city, with nothing to show for it. Freya returns home and learns that Cole is still missing. Vincent kindly reminded them that if Cole didn't return, Hope would be forced to part with her mother forever. Freya adamantly refused to accept this, insisting that she would find another way. Freya had made a difficult decision. She would take Haley's place as the fourth volunteer. This meant Freya would have to give up her identity as a witch and turn into a vampire. Freya couldn't let Hope become another version of herself, an orphan without a mother's love. Keelan told Freya that whether she was a witch or a bloodthirsty demon, she would never leave her. Keelan's words dissolved all of Freya's doubts, and she drank Elijah's blood in one gulp. Next, Keelan would use a drug to quickly and painlessly end Freya's life, allowing her to say goodbye to everything: her life, her magic, and her family. But Cole, looking exhausted, appeared before his sister, saying that life without magic had been pretty miserable. Though Cole had always been the least reliable of the original siblings, he still returned to his family's side in this critical moment. With all the participants for the sealing ritual now present, they decided to begin the ceremony immediately, but Klaus called out to his brother. Klaus knew that, among them all, Elijah was the one who would suffer the most, having lost both his family and the woman he loved. He gently asked his brother not to worry about his fate, even if it meant he would spiral into darkness once again. Elijah holds his brother in his arms. His care and devotion to his family had now become a burden, as he had lost his lover, his kin, and the faith that had sustained him for 1,000 years. Previously on the originals, to save Hope, Vincent discovered a way to permanently trap the Hollow. However, once the ritual is complete, Hope must be kept away from the Michelson family to prevent the Hollow's fragments from coming back together. Haley sat in the middle of the ritual circle, holding her daughter. At Vincent's signal, the four Michelson siblings stood at the four corners of the ritual circle. In this moment, even Vincent was visibly moved.
I just want to say that what you guys are doing here today is going to go a long way towards setting things right in this city.
He expressed his gratitude on behalf of the city to the Michelson siblings. He gestured for Freya to stand beside him, and together they began chanting the spell. This would be the last time the four Michelson siblings would gather together. As the spell began, a fierce wind suddenly arose, and immense magical energy surged through the air. At Vincent's signal, Haley unlocked the shackles on Hope's hands. A burst of blue light erupted, and Hope instantly awoke. The blue light coalesced in the air above and then divided, entering the chests of the four siblings. As the blue light gradually faded, the spell came to an end. Klaus looked at his daughter with concern, but Vincent urged them to leave quickly. Cole and Rebecca were the first to depart. Elijah takes one loving look at Haley and disappears. Klaus still wanted to ensure his daughter was safe. Hope slowly regained consciousness, looking at her father in confusion.
Hope, I love you.
Though it pained him greatly, Klaus had no choice but to leave. Hope called out to her father in sorrow. Elijah stood alone in the countryside, waiting for Marcel to arrive. This was the place where the originals brothers first met Marcel. Marcel teased Elijah, saying he must be getting old to be feeling so nostalgic. The animosity between the two finally faded away. Elijah calmly asked Marcel for help.
I'm a danger to my family.
For 1,000 years, whenever Klaus needed him, Elijah would be there for his brother in an instant, but now he could no longer do so. This was a torment and punishment for Elijah, but Marcel didn't understand how he could be of any help.
You have to end this for me.
The two of them sought out Vincent, hoping that with his witchcraft, he could unlock Elijah's mind so that Marcel could hypnotize him. to prevent the Hollow from tempting Elijah to reunite with his siblings. They could only stand inside the witchcraft circle. Vincent placed his hands on either side of Elijah's temples and began chanting the spell. With just a light touch of his fingers on the back of Elijah's head, the spell was complete. Marcel then began to hypnotize Elijah. Memories from 1,000 years flooded into Elijah's mind, and all the grudges, love, and hatred from those years flashed before his eyes. Under Marcel's command, everything Elijah had once held dear, his brothers, sisters, lovers, and cherished memories, was completely erased.
Let it go.
Marcel's command reached deep into Elijah's oldest memories, causing even the family vow he had once held sacred to disappear like dust in the wind. When Elijah came back to himself, his eyes were vacant, yet he felt a strange sense of relief. Rebecca was reluctant to leave for good. She handed a necklace, passed down through generations of their family, to Freya, asking her sister to give it to Hope. Freya said she would stay in New Orleans. This was where the Hollow was born, and she could continue researching how to destroy it. Rebecca urged her sister to cherish the love she had with Keelan. The two sisters embraced each other tightly. Haley and Hope also packed up, preparing to leave the city. Freya gave the pendant to Hope, conveying Rebecca's love for her niece.
I love you. I love you too, Aunt Freya.
Haley wheeled her suitcase out and took one last, lingering look at the house, reluctantly saying goodbye to Freya. As night fell, Rebecca stood alone on the busy streets of New York, only to be stopped by Marcel, who told her that they hadn't even said goodbye. Sophia had already left. Rebecca said she had no interest in being anyone's second choice, but Marcel explained that he had willingly ended things with Sophia. Both he and Rebecca were now free, and nothing could stand in their way anymore. Rebecca smiled, contented. Cole hypnotized a master jeweler, instructing him to craft a necklace, earrings, and an enormous engagement ring from a diamond the size of an egg. He and his beloved Davina had finally made their relationship official. Haley and her daughter Hope returned to Mystic Falls. Hope enrolled in the school run by Alaric and Caroline. Hope and Caroline's twin daughters became close friends. Elijah finally shed his signature suit and became an ordinary pianist. Though his life was simple, it brought him peace and happiness. Klaus watched his brother with lingering affection, sensing his gaze. Elijah turned and looked back at Klaus. The two brothers looked at each other, but Elijah just nodded his head without knowing why. Klaus smiled with satisfaction and then left, leaving Elijah to immerse himself in the world of music. For the safety of his family, Elijah gave up 1,000 years of memories. He did not know his name, nor did he realize that the hunger gnawing at him could only be satisfied by human blood. He stood bewildered in front of a vending machine outside a grocery store. The man who once wore a $90,000 suit now couldn't find a single coin in his pocket. Helpless, he tapped on the glass door, accidentally smashing a hole in the vending machine. He eagerly grabbed a bag of food, tore it open, and began eating. But this kind of food wouldn't satisfy the needs of an original vampire's body. Elijah fell into deep thought. A store clerk soon offered a reasonable explanation for his confusion. The warmth of the man's throat made Elijah's hunger surge, and he instinctively took a small taste. The flavor of the blood exceeded anything he could have imagined. The man fled in terror, but for the amnesiac Elijah, the door to exploring this new world had been flung wide open. He mercilessly seized his prey. Elijah commandeered the clerk's clothes, removing his own expensive suit and tie. The monogrammed cuff with the letter E and an ancient ring on his finger were now the only clues he had to his identity. The Jesus figurine in his pickup truck became his only companion at that moment. Destitute, Elijah got behind the wheel and drove away. With all his memories gone, how would he survive in this perilous world of supernatural beings? A week later, after finishing a hunt, Elijah suddenly heard a mysterious whisper. He hurriedly stood up, using his vampire hearing to locate the source of the sound. He quickly found a woman who was also feeding, but her technique was much more practiced and gentle than his.
I thought I was the only one.
The woman seemed to recognize the man before her, but Elijah, grasping at straws, doesn't realize it. He didn't know he was a vampire, didn't know why he needed blood, didn't know if there were others like him in the world. He desperately needed the woman to explain it all. Elijah's confused yet sincere expression softened the woman's heart. They went to a restaurant, where the woman explained the process of becoming a vampire to Elijah. She slowly guided him to embrace all the superhuman abilities that came with being a vampire: heightened senses, extraordinary smell and hearing, a strong body, and an endless life free from aging and death. The only drawback was that they couldn't walk in sunlight. Elijah mentioned that he walked in the sunlight every day. The woman pointed out the daylight ring on his hand. Only then did Elijah realize that the ring on his finger had protected him from being burned by the sun. The woman asked Elijah if he had any memories of dying, but he said all he could see in his mind was the image of a man, though the face was unclear. Elijah couldn't even introduce himself to the woman, so he referred to himself as E. After the letter on his cufflink, the woman introduced herself as Antoinette. When the waitress brought the bill, Elijah calmly counted out his pile of coins. Antoinette silently pulls out a few bills and pays the bill. Elijah was touched and began to trust her a bit more. He took Antoinette to where he was staying, a simple one-bedroom apartment with floral bedsheets and brick walls, a place that could only be described as impoverished. He hadn't even fed on anyone wealthy enough to carry a wallet. Antoinette remarked that he probably didn't know how to compel others. It was only then that Elijah realized vampires had the power to compel others. His every bewildered expression and naive remark made it all the more heartbreaking. The once mighty original vampire now resembled a complete novice. He showed her his suit and cufflinks. Antoinette found a note in that cardboard box, in some unknown hand, that simply said, "Don't look back." With Antoinette's help, Elijah learned how to compel humans, finally managing to add a few cheap personal items to his barren little apartment. The floral bedsheets clearly didn't suit his taste, so he quickly replaced them with a more minimalist set. Though he still couldn't afford a wallet, it was certainly more dignified than carrying a handful of coins. He happily listened to classical music when suddenly there was a knock at the door. He quickly put on the only decent leather jacket he owned and, with a mix of excitement and nervousness, opened the door. Like a love-struck teenager, Elijah proudly showed Antoinette the newly decorated apartment, and told her that he had prepared a surprise to thank her for all the care she had shown him. He's a gentleman and says he'll have Antoinette home by midnight, but Antoinette says she'd prefer something a little wilder, so they ended up in a bar, letting loose to the music. For the first time in ages, Elijah flashed a genuine smile. He forgot all about his family ties, and even Haley, finding a new lease on life in the sultry dance of the seductive female vampire. Suddenly, the DJ let out a shout, and the rowdy bar turned into a scene of utter chaos. Vampires began feasting on their dance partners. Elijah was thrilled, proudly showing Antoinette his new discovery. He thought Antoinette would be happy to see so many of their kind, but he didn't realize that the vampire world was often rife with violence. Vampires with daylight rings looked down on Antoinette for not having one, and Antoinette's refined nature didn't allow her to enjoy such brutal and cruel hunting. The goddess hurriedly left, and even the most oblivious person would realize that this date had gone horribly wrong. Elijah followed Antoinette outside, where she casually shared a traditional French delicacy with him. Elijah asked what he had done wrong. Antoinette said she didn't like communal feeding and was often threatened by vampires with daylight rings, who said they would tie her under the sun and burn her alive. Elijah sincerely apologized to her. They chose a different way to spend their date, taking a stroll under the gentle moonlight. Antoinette shared her story. She had once been tied to a post and stoned to death, but the vampire family that turned her was just as full of bloodshed and violence, so she went to great lengths to run away. She constantly reminded herself not to be seduced by violence. She didn't like walking in the sunlight with a daylight ring, pretending to be a normal person, so she took off the ring. She urged Elijah to accept who he was now, telling him not to dwell on the memories he had lost. She believed that the fear humans felt before death ruined the taste of their blood, so she always insisted on hunting in a more humane way.
I've never tasted that fear.
Antoinette then pointed out that Elijah had been drinking the blood of those consumed by fear. She grabbed an innocent boy who was passing by and demonstrated her own method of hunting, inviting Elijah to taste blood that hadn't been tainted by fear. Curious, Elijah leaned in and took a sip. The blood's flavor far exceeded his expectations, and he immersed himself in it, smiling contentedly as he nestled beside Antoinette. They continued walking under the moonlight, chatting about Antoinette's experiences in France. Elijah was surprised to discover that he still knew how to speak French. A piano by the side of the path caught their attention. At Antoinette's invitation, Elijah sat down at the piano, placing his hands on top of hers, following her fingers as they moved across the keys. Then, to his astonishment, Elijah realized that he could still play the piano. They joyfully played together, but Elijah soon sensed something was off. He grabbed Antoinette's hand. It felt like someone was watching them. A shadow suddenly flashed by, slamming Elijah against a tree. Marcel called out Elijah's name, and Elijah looked at the man before him with utter confusion. Marcel had no time for introductions and forcefully demanded that Elijah leave immediately, but Elijah recognized him as the figure that had been haunting his mind. He was certain Marcel knew about his past. Antoinette, however, said this path was bound to be one of blood and danger. and she wasn't willing to step into the trap. But she didn't reveal that she knew Elijah's true identity. She reluctantly said goodbye to him. Elijah was marking some locations on a map. He was searching for a man he had met only once, a man who knew his name and his past. But Elijah couldn't find a single trace of him. Frustration and the mystery of his own identity left Elijah completely lost. The combat skills of an original vampire were unleashed in full force. Finally, after slaughtering an entire bar, the man appeared before him. Marcel scolded him for not following the note he had left. Don't look back. Leave this city. Clinging to the past would only end up hurting someone who was very important to him.
You did this for someone.
Under Marcel's persuasion, Elijah gave up the search. He traveled to the French city Antoinette had once told him about. His lover was playing the piano under the spotlight, and he realized that dwelling on the past would only bring endless pain. He finally let go of his obsession with the past and chose to return to Antoinette to spend their long lives together. For 7 years, they lived a warm and blissful life. 7 years later, the new season of the original story began. In New York, Marcel and Rebecca also enjoyed 7 wonderful years together, reaching a high point in their relationship. Marcel showed her the gifts he had prepared, starting with a wedding dress she had long desired, and the house plans he had personally designed for them, the fencing sword they had used in their youth, and an enormous engagement ring.
Rebecca Michelson, will you marry me?
The romantic proposal vows brought tears to Rebecca's eyes. Marcel then pulled out 2 envelopes. One represented acceptance, the other represented rejection, but Rebecca still seemed hesitant. Klaus missed his brother, so he traveled a great distance and appeared before Elijah. Posing as a stranger, the moment the brothers met, the roses on the table instantly wilted. It was the first time in 7 years that Klaus had summoned the courage to speak to his brother. Meanwhile, in New York, Rebecca and Marcel had a heated argument. Rebecca hadn't accepted, nor had she rejected his proposal. The flowers beside the bathtub had all fallen to the floor, and Rebecca quickly realized that Klaus was up to something again. But in the next moment, the water in the tub turned into blood. Furious, Rebecca called Klaus, telling him she had just taken a bath in actual blood. Klaus looked back to see that the liquid in his wine glass had also turned into blood. Rebecca heard Elijah's voice.
How does he look?
Happy.
As the situation escalated, Klaus had no choice but to leave in a hurry. With the departure of the Michelson siblings, New Orleans had enjoyed 7 rare years of peace. Freya was still searching for the source of the Hollow's power, but her efforts had yielded little success. Vincent, Haley, and Josh each led the city's 3 factions: witches, vampires, and werewolves. Josh still occasionally sent texts to Marcel in New York to keep him updated on the situation. Haley had a new boyfriend, a human who worked as a chef in a bar. Declan sent Haley a dish and didn't miss the chance to flirt with her. Josh joked, "If you don't marry him soon, I just might." But a phone call abruptly ended their leisurely afternoon gathering. Hope had gotten into trouble at the magic school. Previously on the originals, after the ritual, the Michelson siblings went their separate ways. Elijah requested that Marcel and Vincent erase all memories of his siblings, Haley, and Hope. Rebecca moved to New York to start a new life with Marcel. Cole married Davina. Elijah, now living a quiet life, played piano in a bar. Meanwhile, Haley and Hope moved to Mystic Falls, where Hope enrolled at Alaric's Salvatore School. At school, Hope took money from a boy and handed him 2 small vials filled with her own blood. Without hesitation, the boy immediately uncorked one of the bottles and drank its contents. Then, with determined resolve, he climbed to the top of the school building and leaped out of the window. The very next second, the girl, who had instigated all of this, was suspended from school. Her crime, helping a werewolf classmate transform into a hybrid of werewolf and vampire using her own blood. There are only 3 such hybrids in the entire world, and the other 2 are the girl's parents.
Pack your bags, Hope. You're going home.
That's right, she is the sole bloodline of the Michelson family. Hope Michelson, Haley, exasperated, brought her daughter home in a fit of anger. Hope continued to argue about personal freedom, insisting that she had done nothing wrong by making some money off her own blood. Haley blamed her for not understanding the chaos she had unleashed by turning a teenage boy into a hybrid, and as a mother, she was now left to clean up her daughter's mess. Hope showed no remorse for her actions, but she would soon realize that her mother was not wrong. As Hope's sole guardian, Haley personally visited Henry's family to apologize, but Lysina couldn't forgive what Hope had done. Henry, now a hybrid, would be rejected by both vampires and werewolves. Haley continued to apologize humbly, promising to do everything she could to minimize the damage. But the heightened hormones from becoming a vampire had already taken over Henry's teenage mind. A simple shoulder bump led to a newly off-duty waitress being attacked. While still dealing with her rebellious daughter, Haley accidentally discovered a plane ticket in Hope's room. Hope lied, saying she was just going to meet someone she knew online.
You wanted to see your dad.
Hope admitted that she wanted to find her father. For 5 long years, she hadn't received a single word from him, not even a video call. She missed Klaus terribly. All she knew was that her father was out there, killing across Europe. Haley's heart softened, but the shouting outside the door drew the attention of both mother and daughter. Henry killed the waitress, shattering the 7 years of peace that had held in New Orleans. A large group, led by the vampires, arrived to demand the culprit, but Lysina refused to hand him over. Josh struggled to mediate between the two sides. Meanwhile, Henry paced nervously around the room, repeatedly trying to justify his actions. Hope, unable to listen any longer, told him to calm down. Miraculously, Henry immediately relaxed. Hope explained that because he drank her blood, he was now loyal to her. Greta is still pressuring Haley. Haley argued that Henry was just a kid, still unable to fully control his emotional fluctuations after the transformation. She promised to teach Henry how to control himself as soon as possible. However, the balance of power and peace among the 3 factions must not be disrupted. With Haley's efforts to soothe tensions, the crisis was temporarily averted. After a long, exhausting day, Haley finally remembered her neglected boyfriend, Declan. She could only sneak a quick call to apologize, promising that she wouldn't be late for their next date. But an unknown magical force suddenly attacked Haley, and she quickly lost consciousness. Fainting in the alley, Klaus was cutting a bloody swath across Europe, eliminating every potential threat for his brother who had lost his memory. Suddenly a dark figure pinned Klaus to the wall. Caroline's unexpected visit left Klaus both surprised and delighted. Caroline explained that she had received a call from Rebecca, asking her to check on a certain missing brother to see what he was up to. As the headmistress of the Salvatore School for the Young and Gifted, she demanded to know why Klaus had never bothered to check on how Hope was doing at school.
Why are you avoiding her? She's beautiful and smart. So smart, maybe too smart for her own good. Like her father.
There was a tacit understanding between them that made their hearts beat faster. Caroline remarked that for the past 5 years, everyone thought Klaus had lost his mind, but to her, he seemed somewhat sane at the moment. She asked him why he was recklessly killing so many people. Klaus replied that he had nothing better to do, and maybe he really was crazy, but Caroline saw through his facade immediately. She knew Klaus wasn't just some mindless killer.
You have a list, don't you?
Klaus admitted that everyone he had killed was an enemy of the Originals family, or their descendants. He believed this was the only way to ensure Elijah's safety and allow his brother to truly find happiness. Of course, it also helped him pass the time. Rebecca, Cole, and Elijah all have their loved ones by their side, so as a millennium-long bachelor, he has to find his own fun. As they wiped down the glass cabinets together, Caroline began lecturing Klaus once again. Under Caroline's concerned gaze, Klaus let down all his emotional defenses, admitting that he realized he couldn't live without Elijah. Caroline fell silent, unsure of how to comfort a heartbroken Klaus. Instead, she reminded him that he still had a daughter, but the shadow of Michael still loomed over Klaus's heart. He feared that being a brutal father would have a negative impact on his daughter. Caroline, exasperated, reminded him that Michael had been dead for a long time. She urged Klaus to stop using Michael as an excuse for not fulfilling his duties as a father. Maybe Klaus couldn't be with Hope, but there was something in this world called a phone. Although Klaus was once the nightmare of Mystic Falls, Caroline believes he's still a friend worth knowing. Caroline turned and walked away. In the vast city hall, Rebecca hypnotized a newsboy into delivering a response. Marcel flipped the envelope over, and Rebecca's decision to reject his proposal left him utterly heartbroken. Following Klaus's example, Rebecca sought out Elijah, speaking to him as a stranger and confiding her troubles. Elijah, completely puzzled, still listened kindly to Rebecca's heartfelt words. Once again, the drinks at the bar turned blood red, signaling to Rebecca that she had to leave. Hope was home alone doing her homework when Aunt Freya came by, asking about Haley's whereabouts. Hope said she didn't know, but just then, the water in the nearby fountain inexplicably turned into blood. Marcel sat alone in the city hall, deep in thought. After a long pause, he took out his phone and texted Josh, saying he was heading back to New Orleans immediately, then got up and left. Freya found Haley's phone on the street, and they finally realized Haley was in danger. Klaus's call came through, and Hope answered. The fountain in front of Klaus also began to flow with blood. Hope informed him that her mother had gone missing.
I'm on my way.
Klaus hurriedly set off on his journey back to New Orleans. Vincent sat alone in the witch's cemetery, writing in his journal, when a few drops of blood suddenly splattered onto the pages. Startled, Vincent looked around, only to see blood-red rain pouring from the sky. The supernatural phenomena triggered by the original's reunion escalated once again, transforming the city into a crimson landscape. Klaus traveled through the night to get home, and after so long apart, the brother and sister embraced tightly, but the flowers in Hope's room quickly withered. Hope knew it meant her father had returned. She rushed downstairs, barefoot in her hurry, but Klaus heard her footsteps first and vanished before she arrived. All that was left was Hope, disappointed, locking eyes with her aunt. To minimize his time in New Orleans, Klaus first sought out Haley's human boyfriend, Declan, but Declan had no idea that Haley was missing. Declan doesn't know Klaus, but he quickly recognizes the man in front of him as Hope's father.
You're Hope's father, aren't you? You look like her, around the eyes.
Klaus was pleased but didn't waste time before starting to threaten Declan. Declan, however, pointed out that he had been the one who stayed by Hope and Haley's side all this time. He was the one who taught Hope how to drive. Declan's words infuriated Klaus, who grabbed him and prepared to end his life. But a powerful magical force blasted Klaus away. Father and daughter finally came face to face. Klaus compelled Declan to leave immediately, not even daring to look his daughter in the eye. Hope said that her mother was missing and that she was very scared, but Klaus only said they were too close. And, as if fleeing for his life, he left his daughter's side. Neither of them noticed the snake quietly slithering out from the pile of vegetables on the counter. Back in New Orleans, Marcel began taking over the city's management. Representing the vampire faction, he visited the werewolf territory, explaining that Haley, who had promised to resolve the conflict, was missing. Marcel urged Lysina to hand over Henry, but Lysina refused to back down. Marcel warned that he could use fire to smoke Henry out. The tension between the factions escalated once more. Lysina returned home to comfort the anxious Henry, but Josh entered the house, reminding Lysina that he had been invited in during last summer's birthday party. Josh explained that Marcel never kills vampires, and that Henry would only face some minor punishment. Marcel added that he never harms children, he would merely keep Henry locked up for a few years. And once Henry had atoned for his sins, Marcel would consider him one of his own. Lysina wavered, and she eventually invited Marcel into the house. Marcel promptly took Henry away. He brought Henry to Josh's house, intending to question him before delivering any punishment, but he unexpectedly sensed a connection between Henry and Haley's disappearance. But the terrified Henry refused to answer any questions. Both Marcel and Josh realized that Henry was working for the person to whom he was loyal, meaning that Hope had kidnapped her own mother. Roman climbed up to Hope's window, but since he was a vampire, he needed Hope to invite him inside.
Yeah, come in.
Without hesitation, Hope granted Roman entry. Because he was her secret crush at school, they nearly bumped into each other, and the atmosphere was instantly ambiguous. Roman's only purpose on this trip was to flirt, but Hope was genuinely happy to see him. Hope explained to Roman that Henry hadn't committed suicide, he had simply become a hybrid with her help. She then revealed her true identity to Roman. Her mother was the leader of the Crescent Wolf Pack, and her father was the fearsome hybrid of the originals. They continued to talk, sitting close together on the couch. Roman suddenly moved closer, sitting right next to Hope, even reaching out to gently stroke her hair. Hope felt a little nervous, but then her father's voice suddenly rang out, and Hope told Roman to leave quickly. Roman hurriedly made his escape. Klaus, seething with anger, appeared before his daughter.
Please tell me it isn't true.
Vincent passed his hand over the cards on the table, muttering an incantation, and the cards burst into flames. After the flames slowly died down, Vincent picked up the undamaged cards from the ashes. Vincent was divining the future of the city. The Sun card represented abundance and health. The Temperance card symbolized peace. The Chariot card stood for victory and success. Seeing this positive omen, Vincent and Ivy both breathed a sigh of relief. But the three cards suddenly ignited again, and Ivy hurriedly sifted through the ashes. The Hanged Man signified a dreadful sacrifice. The Devil represented bondage and enslavement. The final card left them deeply troubled. The Tower heralded disaster, a sign of famine, flood, and fire. Ivy drew a grim conclusion from the cards.
Hope Michelson will be our downfall.
Hope kidnapped her own mother, believing that this would bring her father back home. She then used a spell to lock her mother in a coffin and hid it away. Klaus was furious, but his daughter refused to reveal where her mother was. Klaus warned that Hope was putting herself in danger. Flowers withered instantly, venomous snakes coiled, and the entire city's safety was at risk. But Hope said she didn't care.
Little girl I knew would never have dreamed up a scheme like this.
Klaus's words only enraged Hope. Hope said she had read her father's memoir, where he once used his family as bargaining chips by placing them in coffins. Klaus reprimanded her for picking up bad habits. Then, without hesitation, he invaded his daughter's mind. He quickly discovered that Hope had hidden Haley in a church. Having achieved his goal, Klaus didn't linger, saying he'd convince Haley to ease up on the rules before preparing to leave. But Hope, not one to be outdone, shut the door, trapping her father inside. Klaus stormed downstairs, furious. Hope kept demanding to know why he hadn't written or called for 5 years. Klaus said he realized he was having a negative influence on Hope and that distancing himself was for her own good. But Hope wasn't buying his worn-out excuses. As they argued, the venomous snakes appeared out of nowhere again. Klaus, who had faced countless foes, was at a loss dealing with his rebellious daughter, further solidifying his belief that fathers only bring harm to their children. But Hope misunderstood his words. Thinking her father saw her as a bad kid, she angrily declared that she might have been happier without a father. She then opened the door, allowing Klaus to leave. Klaus wanted to explain, but when he saw the snakes all around him, he realized he couldn't stay any longer. He hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Marcel was following the ritual of burying Henry alive, bricking him into a wall as punishment for killing an innocent vampire. But Henry was so anxious that he struggled to breathe. Hope can only come over to comfort Henry and teach him to close his eyes and sing if he gets nervous, promising that she will always wait for him to come out. Klaus and Freya arrived at the church, but they were greeted by a blood-stained coffin. The coffin was empty, and Haley had vanished as well. The ground was covered in wolf fur and claw marks, indicating she had endured inhumane treatment. This filled the siblings with worry. Klaus informed Hope that Haley was missing, trying to get any clue from her, but Hope insisted that she had used a perfect concealment spell, and her mother shouldn't have been found. Realizing that she had put her mother in danger, Hope was terrified. Klaus tried to calm her down, taking all the blame upon himself, but suddenly, Hope started coughing violently. Klaus realized something was wrong. A venomous snake suddenly crawled out of Hope's throat and dropped to the ground. She finally felt a sense of danger and tearfully begged her father to leave immediately.
I'll find your mother, and I swear I'll return her to you.
Klaus made a promise, then quickly disappeared from his daughter's side. Previously on the originals, Hope turned the werewolf Henry into a hybrid, which led him to kill a vampire. Desperate for her father's attention, Hope hid her mother, forcing Klaus to return to New Orleans. When Klaus and Freya came to find Haley, they discovered her coffin covered in blood, but Haley was missing. Henry was sealed inside a wall as punishment for his mistake, but a mysterious figure removed the bricks imprisoning him. Not long after, Hope discovered Henry's corpse. Henry had been brutally gutted, his heart torn out and his body hung up for display. The long peaceful town of Chicken Wing is now rife with undercurrents, as an unknown force sets its sights on the Michelson family. During this time, Elijah had spent 7 blissful years in a passionate romance with his new girlfriend. He solemnly confesses his love to Antoinette, then pulls out a massive engagement ring. Antoinette is deeply moved, but she doesn't immediately accept. She says such a beautiful moment cannot go without a champagne toast. Antoinette returns to their cottage to fetch the champagne, but a stranger is already waiting for her. Klaus rudely smashes Antoinette's champagne, declaring that his family is in crisis, and now is the time for the brothers to join forces against their enemies.
I'm taking my brother home tonight.
Klaus tries to compel Antoinette to refuse Elijah's proposal and demands that she leave the bar forever. Antoinette, in a daze, returns to Elijah's side and calmly suggests that they play a song together. But Antoinette isn't compelled by Klaus. She informs Elijah of Klaus's visit. Elijah seems to realize the gravity of the situation and tells Antoinette to take everyone and leave. They share a passionate kiss, and Antoinette gets up to leave, while Elijah continues to play the piano. Staying composed, Klaus appears before Elijah, inviting his brother to come home with him, but Elijah refused Klaus' request, saying he was not Klaus' brother. Klaus, furious, says that Elijah cannot abandon the 1,000-year-old family vow for the sake of a mere fairy tale. Elijah counters, blaming Klaus for ruining the beautiful life he had built. The brothers lock eyes. Klaus grabbed his brother's head, attempting to break through the mental block that restrained his consciousness, but Elijah resists and knocks Klaus to the ground. Klaus is hurt, not expecting that his brother would ever raise a hand against him. He continues to plead, saying he took a great risk in coming to ask for his help. However, Antoinette hasn't left but is hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. She broke off the handle of the wooden crate, gripping the sharp wooden stick in her hand, but the sight of maggots squirming all over the ground leaves her horrified. Klaus continues to plead with his brother.
Haley is missing.
Yet Elijah remains cold, saying that the name means as little to him as Michael's son. Klaus suddenly throws his brother onto the table. Lightning flashes outside the window, signaling that the strange phenomenon is escalating once again, but Antoinette plunges the stake into Klaus's body. Elijah, feeling relieved, takes Antoinette's hand and they hurriedly leave. Klaus, lying on the ground, is once again surrounded by writhing maggots. Antoinette said that Klaus couldn't be killed. Before she even finished speaking, Klaus appeared behind them. Elijah declared that he would never go back with him.
I'm begging you, brother. You may not think you know me, or Rebecca, or Cole, or Freya, or Hope, or even Haley, but we are your family.
Elijah said that he had lost his memories, but he knew who he was. Ever since he met Marcel in New York, he had been investigating his origins, and he knew every member of the Michelson family. Klaus replied that knowing this information was useless. What Elijah had lost was the bond of family that had existed for 1,000 years. Elijah laughed mockingly, saying that his past self had never known a moment of happiness. He had always been cleaning up Klaus's messes, and he didn't want to go back to living that way. Elijah suddenly twisted his brother's neck. Elijah and Antoinette hurried back to their cottage. Antoinette was still busy packing, but Elijah pointed out that she knew the stake wouldn't kill Klaus and that she had been secretly taking vervain. She must have known his true identity for a long time. Antoinette apologized, saying she just didn't want to bring up his past and make him sad. But Elijah had also lied to her. He knew his true identity but hadn't told her. Elijah said he didn't want Antoinette to know about the darkness in his past. Antoinette reminded him that they needed to escape quickly, but Elijah said it wasn't necessary anymore. He had hurt Klaus deeply, and Klaus wouldn't bother them again. Klaus, having awakened on the ground, dialed his sister's number.
I couldn't find him in France. He's gone.
To show his determination to say goodbye to the past, Elijah takes off his daylight ring and throws it into a cardboard box, then gets down on one knee and asks Antoinette to marry him. Antoinette accepted. They kissed each other passionately, but Elijah said there was one more thing he needed to do. He took the box and stood by the window. Without hesitation, he pulled open the curtains, allowing the blinding sunlight to ignite every inch of his skin. Along with the box filled with his past, he was reborn from the flames. Having lost his brother, Klaus completely lost his mind. No sooner had he returned to New Orleans than he provoked the city's 3 major supernatural factions. He baselessly accused the werewolves, vampires, and witches, claiming that each of them had a motive to harm Haley. He demanded that they find Haley as quickly as possible to prove their innocence, and he threatened everyone, saying that if Hope didn't see her mother by sunset today, he would call all his siblings back and let the entire city face the wrath of the Michelson family. Even the humans Klaus compelled them all to join the search. Marcel said Klaus had gone mad, while Hope found a lot of maggots in the school cafeteria. Cole and Rebecca hadn't met up, which must have something to do with what happened when Klaus went to France to find Elijah. Klaus kept insisting that his brother was missing, but suddenly, a piece of paper floated down from the sky apparently. The enemy couldn't hold back and was ready to make a move. The paper had an address written on it. Father and daughter decided to confront it head-on, and they arrived at the location on the note, brimming with hostility. The dark room was filled with cobwebs and dust, with large bloodied handprints appearing on the walls from time to time. But they didn't find Haley. Instead, they saw a line of bloody curse words scrawled on the wall. Coming up empty-handed, Klaus decided to up the ante. He finds Josh in the forest and without a second thought throws Josh into the dungeon of his house. He took a hostage from each of the 3 factions. He then demanded that the witch cast a spell to imprison them. Colette said she would never do Klaus's bidding, but Klaus retorted, "You still don't understand my rules. You don't have to do it, but your family will all die." Klaus's despicable tactics forced Colette to comply. Vincent was also casting spells at the scene of the crime, certain that the kidnapping and abuse weren't the work of his witches, but Marcel couldn't guarantee that it wasn't someone from his own side. Ivy rushed in, saying that Klaus had taken 3 hostages and threatened that if Haley wasn't found by sunset, all the hostages would die. Klaus's heavy-handed approach first drew Marcel's ire. Marcel took the initiative to confront Klaus, demanding he release the hostages, but Klaus remained stubborn and instead mocked Marcel, saying his people weren't as obedient as he thought. Klaus tossed Marcel 3 letters, instructing him to deliver them to the leaders of each faction. Marcel reluctantly gathered Lysina and Greta. Greta, however, questioned why they should even care about Haley. Arrogantly, she pointed out that Haley wasn't part of the vampire faction and then turned to blame the chaos on the hybrid. Henry. Lysina didn't hesitate to start arguing with Greta. Marcel couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed both women by the throat, warning them that if Josh died because of this, they would all go down with him. As nightfall approached, the search efforts had yielded nothing. Marcel accused Klaus of using his heavy-handed tactics to freeze the entire city in fear, causing all the factions to halt their searches and turn on each other in suspicion. But Klaus responded that he had spent the past 1,000 years doing exactly that, using his enemy's fear to protect his family. He finally opened up to his son, telling Marcel everything that had happened to him in France.
He's gone. Marcellus, he's gone.
Marcel, trying to be supportive, patted Klaus on the shoulder, comforting his wounded heart and encouraging him to pull himself together, reminding him that Haley still needed him. Just then, someone tossed a mysterious small box into the foyer. They opened the box, puzzled, and found a piece of skin from Haley's shoulder inside. The momentarily calmed Klaus lost it again and turned to head to the dungeon to kill the hostages. Marcel tried with all his might to stop him, but Klaus easily knocked him aside. In the dungeon, Colette was opening a magical circle to escape. The werewolf was the first to encounter Klaus, and in a second, Klaus ripped out his heart. Colette quickly met her end at Klaus's fangs. Klaus was about to kill Josh when Vincent arrived just in time to stop his violent act. Hurting innocent people crossed Vincent's line. He snapped Klaus's neck and threw him into a coffin. Marcel remarked that Klaus had turned the entire chicken wing city upside down, yet they still had nothing to show for it. But Klaus replied that this was all part of his plan.
Vincent and the witches worked with us. The wolves were prepared to die for their alpha, but the vampires...
They did nothing but resist.
Marcel then realized that they had torn the enemy's disguise to shreds. Klaus dragged a vampire to the window, pulling back the curtain. The warm sunlight quickly reduced the vampire to ashes. Seeing their innocent comrade meet a grim fate, Greta stepped forward and confessed that she was the one who kidnapped Haley. The next second, Greta was thrown into the Michelson family dungeon. Klaus showed no mercy, using extreme measures to force Greta to reveal Haley's location, but Greta mentioned a name that Klaus didn't even remember. It was the name of a man Klaus met in Germany in 1933 August. Klaus quickly recalled the years he spent disguised as a nouveau riche. He did have a brief encounter with August, but August was a terrorist, a notorious fascist known for his brutal slaughter of werewolves. Clearly, his widow had inherited his lethal tendencies. Greta demanded that Klaus seal the werewolf bloodline within Hope, making it impossible for her to create hybrids. Otherwise, she would kill Haley. Meanwhile, far away in romantic France, Elijah had no idea that his fiancée was also connected to this August. They caught a voyeur, only to discover that he had been obsessively spying on and photographing Elijah and Antoinette's daily lives. Realizing she could no longer hide her past, Antoinette had no choice but to confess everything to Elijah. She was the pianist in the background in 1933 that was also her first meeting with Elijah. She was August's adopted daughter, a pawn and lackey who came and went at her father's beck and call. Elijah rushed to the bar searching for Klaus but found only Antoinette playing the piano alone. Antoinette shared her frustrations about being trapped by August's side. Elijah, out of kindness, pointed her toward a way to escape the city and told her that Shanghai was a good place to start over. It was during this conversation that they exchanged names for the first time, and from that moment, Antoinette developed deep feelings for Elijah. She apologized to Elijah, admitting that she too had a past she wished he didn't know about. The two, each burdened by their own histories, decided to forgive each other and reconcile. To save her mother's life and make amends for her mistakes, Hope decided to join forces with her aunt to seal her werewolf bloodline. But before doing so, she mustered the courage to find her crush, Roman, and gave him her first kiss. What she didn't realize was that Roman also had ties to August. Flashback to 1933. Klaus, deciding to take justice into his own hands, didn't hesitate to rip out August's heart. August's followers vowed to take revenge. Klaus pulled out a coin, announcing that whoever picked it up first would be spared. Then Klaus began his killing spree. taking down one enemy after another, but August's widow picked up the coin. However, she begged Klaus not just for her own life but also for the lives of her son Roman and her daughter Antoinette. Hope cut her palm to draw blood she needed to seal away her werewolf bloodline. Freya placed the moonstone into Hope's blood, closed her eyes, and began chanting. Freya told Hope that the sealing ritual was brutal. The scalding moonstone would have to be branded into her palms, the soles of her feet, and the center of her forehead. Hope felt a bit nervous, but for the sake of her mother's safety, she signaled her aunt to proceed. Freya removed the blood-red moonstone and placed it onto the nearby ritual circle, setting it ablaze. Flames licked at the blood-stained stone, turning it red-hot and scorching. Just as the stone was about to touch Hope's forehead, Klaus rushed in and interrupted the ritual. Klaus, who had once been sealed by his own mother, was determined not to let that same tragic fate befall his daughter. He accused his sister of being too cruel, but Freya argued that losing her mother would be more tragic than losing her powers. Klaus, unable to stay with his daughter for long, grabbed the bowl containing her blood and disappeared into the forest. Josh secretly brought Greta a potion to ease her pain, worried that if she died, they would lose their only lead to finding Haley, but he also agreed with Greta's pure blood ideology, believing that Hope should seal herself to reduce the number of dangerous hybrids in the world. Marcel pointed out that Josh was undoubtedly playing with fire by doing this. Marcel had now fully aligned himself with Klaus, but Josh hoped Marcel would consider the interests of the vampire community more. The two parted on bad terms. Two werewolves awoke from unconsciousness. Klaus forced them to drink Hope's blood. He intended to create more hybrids as punishment for Greta's defiance against the Michelson family. Meanwhile, Greta continued to play the victim with Josh, claiming that if she revealed Haley's whereabouts, Klaus would kill her immediately. Josh tried to reassure her, saying that as long as Haley was alive, Klaus would show some mercy. Josh had no idea that Greta was manipulating him. Seizing the moment, Greta pulled the iron nail from her palm and struck Josh down, mercilessly sinking her fangs into his neck. Roman finally decided to make his move against Hope. He told Hope that he just happened to know a witch who could complete the sealing ritual, but they would need to leave the school first. Desperate to save her mother, Hope didn't hesitate to agree to this risky proposal. Father and son arrived just in time to save the endangered Josh, but Greta had already vanished without a trace. Both men reflected on their mistakes. Marcel admitted he had been too merciful. Klaus confessed he had been too impulsive. Having failed in their first attempt, the two resolved to regroup, but they had no idea that Hope had already been taken away by Roman. Roman took Hope to a mansion in the countryside, where she unexpectedly found her long-lost mother in a dimly lit room. Hope hurriedly ran to her mother, but Haley's gaze was fixed intently on Roman, standing behind Hope. Before Hope could react, Roman clasped a pair of magic-suppressing shackles onto her wrists. Having escaped, Greta sought out Antoinette. She continued to play the victim in front of her daughter and her soon-to-be son-in-law, Elijah, claiming that her son had gotten involved with the youngest Michelson and was now in constant danger of being torn apart by Klaus. But she was no match for Klaus and could only watch helplessly as her son was caught in peril. Elijah decided to help solve this problem. He put on his daylight ring once again and set off for New Orleans. Antoinette would join him after sunset. Caroline reached out to Klaus, informing him that Hope had run off with a boy. Caroline explained that the school's search team had found that the two kids were not far from New Orleans. They formed an impromptu search party and set off to find Hope. Hope refused to believe that the boy she liked so much could be the one responsible for hurting her mother, but she quickly recalled the time Roman had stroked her hair, realizing that he had used the moment to invade her thoughts. Roman insisted that if Hope sealed herself, Haley would remain unharmed, but Haley told him he was being naive. The enemy had always wanted her dead. Roman, however, was steadfast in his belief in Greta, because Greta was also his mother. Klaus and Caroline tracked Hope's phone. Caroline thought this was just a game between two kids. Klaus asked Caroline if she ever regretted meeting him. Caroline shook her head without hesitation, admitting that bad boys always caught her eye. But when she was with Klaus, she didn't even feel like herself. She said if they could do it all over again, Klaus might never have noticed her at all. But Klaus told her she had always been so radiant, making it impossible to ignore her beauty. This belated confession made both of them smile and put an end to their regrettable romance. Trapped in the mansion, Haley and Hope decided to play along with Greta's plan. They agreed to Greta's terms and decided to seal Haley's werewolf bloodline first. The witch quickly began casting the spell on Haley. The searing moonstone tortured Haley to the point of unbearable pain. When the witch was about to brand the moonstone onto Haley's forehead, Haley kindly asked her daughter to turn away. Haley's screams of agony echoed in Hope's ears. The spell was completed. To verify if the spell had worked, the witch pulled Haley's hand into the sunlight. The scorching rays burned Haley's hand. Haley had become a true vampire, but with that came her freedom. She quickly sank her fangs into the witch's neck. Hope immediately took down Roman. Hope and her mother rushed toward the door, but as they opened it, Hope suddenly stopped. Haley didn't have a daylight ring, she couldn't leave the house.
But you can.
Previously on the originals, to save her mother, Hope followed Roman to find a witch who could complete the sealing ritual. However, she soon discovered that Roman was actually the mastermind behind Haley's capture. To save Hope, Haley agreed to Greta's demand and sealed away her werewolf lineage. Hope wanted to escape with her mom, but only later realizes that her mother, now a full vampire, can't walk in the daylight. Hope refuses to abandon her mother, but Haley tells Hope that the enemy's real target is her, and that Hope has a unique triple bloodline that is the key to uniting the three supernatural forces. However, Greta, who values bloodlines above all, cannot allow this to happen, so she won't hesitate to kill her. Haley convinces Hope. The mother and daughter share a tight embrace.
I love you.
Hope turns to leave, but Greta arrives just in time to overpower her. Without her hybrid status, Haley is no match for Greta. Klaus and Caroline finally found where Hope was located, but Elijah arrived and snapped Caroline's neck. Seeing his brother, Klaus can't help but smile, unaware that Elijah has come to aid his enemies. Elijah's actions infuriate Klaus, who tries to reason with him by bringing up Hope and Haley, but Elijah only cares about Antoinette's brother. Klaus's patience runs out, and his eyes flash golden. Roman finally sees his mother's true nature. Greta points out that Klaus once broke the curse that sealed the werewolf bloodline, and the only safe solution is to kill both Haley and Hope. Haley reaches out her hand to test the sunlight's lethal effects. Greta continues to manipulate Roman, insisting that a peaceful world cannot tolerate top predators. She hands him the stake, urging him to kill the girl he loves with his own hands. Meanwhile, the two brothers are still battling outside. Haley hears the commotion and tries to convince Roman not to hurt Hope. Roman was also convinced by Haley's words, but Greta grabs the stake, intending to finish the job herself. Just then, the brothers outside witness a strange phenomenon. The clear blue sky suddenly starts hailing, a sight that leaves Klaus in shock. Greta knocks Haley down, mercilessly slamming her against the wall. Klaus finally breaks free from his brother's grasp and kicks open the villa's door. Haley is already on the brink of death, but Elijah drives the stake into Klaus's body. In the last moments of her life, Haley's cries for help are met with cold indifference from the man she loves. She watches as Elijah mercilessly attacks Klaus, caring only for the safety of their enemies. The light of hope in Haley's eyes fades away. Little by little, with a triumphant grin, Greta reaches out and grabs Haley's heart. In the countdown of her life, everything around her seemed so silent. Greta's hand twists inside Haley's chest. Haley looks over at Klaus, who is coughing up blood, and then at Hope, still unconscious, on the verge of death. Haley suddenly seizes the finger wearing Greta's daylight ring and yanks it off. Haley mustered all her strength, grabbed Greta tightly, and then charged out the door. In the blinding sunlight, they burst into flames together, and in this cruel moment, Klaus is the only one mourning for Haley. Elijah seems slightly moved, but Klaus's tears are already falling. Haley's story comes to a sorrowful end. Hope has lost her mother, but her father can't be there to comfort her. Freya called Klaus and told him that Ivy would be coming to see him. Ivy would use a soul projection to allow him to accompany Hope at Haley's funeral. But Klaus is surprised to find the potted plant on the table withering away. Cole and Rebecca are still off traveling, which means Elijah is still in New Orleans. Unaware of everything, Elijah attends Greta's funeral with Antoinette, only to be surprised by how many followers Greta actually had. Antoinette takes it upon herself to apologize to him, knowing that Elijah, who has recovered his memory, will not be able to get over Haley's death. But Klaus arrives uninvited. He sinks his teeth into Antoinette's neck and has the newly turned hybrid escort them out of New Orleans. They wake up in a dark prison cell. Antoinette's neck wound is festering, and without Klaus's blood, she will die soon. Elijah uses the hybrid guarding them to call Klaus, angrily warning that if anything happens to Antoinette, he will never forgive him, but Klaus replies that he never seeks forgiveness from his enemies. Elijah proposes a deal. He will willingly regain his memories and return to Klaus's side if Klaus saves the woman he loves most right now. Klaus, however, refuses Elijah's offer. Marcel can't understand why he would do that. Klaus explains that it was Elijah who prevented him from saving Haley. Haley always believed Elijah would save her, but he let her down. Klaus just can't forgive his brother. Antoinette also opposes Elijah's decision, not wanting to lose him, but Marcel decides to step in and complete the deal on Klaus's behalf. Vincent questions why they're trying to make Elijah remember if they went through all that trouble to make him forget in the first place. Marcel argues that it will take Klaus and Elijah a long time to reconcile, so Elijah won't stay in New Orleans. Vincent is convinced. They find Elijah and restart the ritual from 7 years ago. Vincent stands behind Elijah, chanting the spell again, and gently touches the back of his head to open his mind. Marcel steps forward, attempting to compel Elijah to remember everything.
Remember that love.
Elijah was back in the pure white corridor, where each door represented a memory. At the end of the hallway, the red door hides his deepest subconscious. Elijah tries to grasp the doorknob, but some unseen force seems to hold him back. Elijah lets out a terrified scream and collapses. Unconscious, the memory-restoring spell has failed. Vincent says that Elijah's consciousness isn't there, as if someone has used dark magic to prevent him from recalling the past. Marcel suspects Greta's involvement and angrily declares that since the memories couldn't be recovered, there's no need to provide the antidote. He coldly states that Antoinette will just have to be another of Greta's sacrifices, and he resolutely leaves the prison cell. Ivy grasps Klaus's hand and silently chants a spell. In the next second, she transports Klaus's soul into a bustling crowd. A street procession is being held to bid Haley farewell, but Klaus is unable to accompany her to her final resting place. Marcel and Vincent are busy trying to restore Elijah's memories. Haley's boyfriend, Declan, wasn't even notified, and the only one who made it there is Josh. Before Klaus can spot Hope in the crowd, two black vans suddenly stop in the middle of the procession. Josh strides forward and pulls open the curtain of one van, revealing three men with malicious intent. Glaring at him, they demand to know Antoinette and Elijah's whereabouts, tauntingly flashing their weapons. Klaus quickly ends the soul projection. He needs to get back to New Orleans immediately, but Ivy doesn't hesitate to stop him, knocking him to the ground. Freya tries to take Hope away, but Hope refuses to let anyone ruin her mother's funeral. Hope pushes Freya aside, chanting a spell as she walks toward the vans. With just a flick of her hand, one of the vans is instantly engulfed in flames. Then she turns and walks toward the other van. The men panic and raise their weapons. Seeing the danger, Josh rushes in and saves Hope just before the gun goes off. Realizing they've lost, the van speeds away in a hurry. Klaus, still under Ivy's spell, is unable to move. Ivy tells Klaus that she doesn't want to fight him at Haley's funeral, but she and Vincent have read a prophecy in an ancient book. Ivy shows Klaus the prophecy book. After the red rain, snakes, flies, and ice storms, the next sign is fire coming from the sea, and the final omen is the death of every firstborn in the city. Out of the 6 signs, 4 have already come true. If Klaus continues to see Hope, Freya, Ivy, Vincent, and Hope will all die. Klaus finally grasps the severity of the situation. He asks Ivy to perform the spell one more time to send his soul back to his daughter. Ivy takes Klaus's hand and begins chanting the spell again. Meanwhile, Hope has safely returned home, but she is furious at her father for not showing up. She angrily berates Klaus.
I've only just found out how dangerous this is. I could kill you.
Then let me die!
Klaus tries to explain, helpless against his daughter's tears and anger. Ignoring his pleas, Hope declares that she doesn't need a phantom to keep her company, and with a wave of her hand, she sends her father back. Klaus returns to the forest, burdened with sorrow, while Ivy watches him with concern. With no other way to mourn, Klaus carved Haley's name into the tree trunk and spoke his heart to that tree. He wants his daughter to live, and he wants her to be surrounded by the love of her family. He gently touches Haley's name.
And I really wish that you were here to tell me. Little wolf.
Freya studies the prophecy Ivy mentioned and informs Klaus that it is indeed real. They never imagined that the method they used to protect Hope would now put her in danger. Klaus hesitates no longer and decides to risk returning to Hope. After hanging up the phone, Freya can no longer hold back her tears. The pain of losing her loved ones, the conflict with Keelan, and the family's looming crisis have worn down all her strength. Night falls, and Haley's funeral is ready. She will be laid to rest with a traditional werewolf water burial at the bayou. Hope insists that there must be a way to help the family overcome this crisis. Freya reassures her, saying they will face it together. Josh, Marcel, and Vincent finally arrive, offering silent comfort to Freya and Hope from a distance. Keelan also appears in the crowd. She steps forward and embraces Freya tightly, offering her silent support. Under the light of the new moon, Haley's bones are set aflame, drifting slowly into the depths of the river. Klaus quietly takes his daughter's hand. In the end, he made it to the funeral. He tells her he'll stay just a little while. He needs to be with her. Hope finally smiles, but suddenly, thunder rumbles across the night sky. The others gradually leave, leaving this final moment of reunion to Klaus and his daughter. Father and daughter hold each other tightly, but soon, the flames begin to spread across the water. Klaus knows he can't stay any longer, so he quickly leaves the bayou. As he departs, the flames recede, but then, Klaus, now alone, is struck by an unknown force and loses consciousness. The long-separated siblings are catching up when suddenly, a naked man drops out of the sky. Cole appears before them, utterly confused. Klaus asks, "Did you just come from a board meeting?" Cole explains that he was simply napping in the nude, waiting for his girlfriend to get off work. A witch has created this mental world, dragging the consciousness of the Michelson siblings into it. Freya pointed out that the witch must know them very well to have perfectly recreated their old home. Klaus's primary suspect is Vincent. Their physical bodies might be scattered across the world. Elijah appears before his siblings, looking slightly embarrassed, and says he thinks he's found a way out. 5 locks are hanging on the same door. Cole notes that each of them has a key, and only when all 5 keys are found can they unlock the door. The 5 siblings are forced to play an escape room game. Cole shows Elijah the room he had before losing his memories, hoping it might help him find his key. Elijah mentions that Klaus and Rebecca visited him in France, but Cole didn't. Cole responded, "You and Freya hurt my wife, but luckily, I was able to find her and bring her back."
Not everybody is so lucky.
Marcel, covered in blood, appeared before them and hurriedly said that he needed to leave immediately because Hope had gone mad. A mysterious hurricane is on the verge of destroying the entire city. Rebecca hands him a towel and they look at each other speechless. Marcel said that Hope had ordered the hybrids to gather the bodies of the Michelson siblings together. She intends to reclaim the dark magic from them, but doing so would undoubtedly make Hope a puppet of the Hollow once again. The urgency of finding the keys escalates. Cole is sifting through a pile of literature, books he and Davina gave Hope for her 9th birthday. Sure enough, his key is tucked within the pages, but Marcel, with sharp intuition, spots a flaw. This room was destroyed 100 years before Hope was even born. There's no way she could have recreated it with such accuracy. The accomplice is rummaging through things with Rebecca. Cole steps forward and reveals that it was their sister who helped Hope create this mental space. Klaus, furious, accuses his sister of betraying him. Freya, however, says that Hope has already lost her mother, and she just wants her niece to be reunited with her father. As long as Klaus bears the mark of the Hollow, Hope is no different than an orphan. Freya disappears, and with her, the large lock vanishes too. The couple who have loved each other for centuries are reunited once more. Marcel resents why Cole is the only one in this family who gets to live happily with the one he loves. Rebecca, unable to face Marcel's love, says they should focus on finding the keys first. Marcel, once again showing his cleverness, recalls that this room was once Rebecca's centuries ago. She even wrote him a love letter and hid it in a secret compartment in the floor. Sure enough, Marcel finds the key in the compartment and hands it to Rebecca. He takes the opportunity to ask why she refused his marriage proposal. Rebecca explains that she's worried the dark magic within her will one day destroy him. Elijah is still searching. Marcel says that he and Cole have already searched this room and doesn't understand why Vincent's spell and his own compulsion aren't working. Marcel starts recounting stories from the past few centuries, how Elijah taught him to play the piano, welcomed him back from the battlefield, and once stood on a bridge and tore out his heart.
Wouldn't want to remember either.
And what are you suggesting here, Marcellus?
Marcel smiles, even though Elijah looks confused, believing the spell has started to take effect. Klaus is going through the letters that Haley had written to him. At the time, he was lost in the thrill of violent revenge and returned all of her letters unopened. Marcel tells Klaus that Elijah called out his real name. The reason Elijah hasn't regained his memories is simply that his subconscious is resisting. Klaus turns around and sees his key lying in the ashes of the burned letter. Klaus told Marcel that if Elijah wants to save his little girlfriend, he must remember who he truly is. In the dungeon, there is a silver coffin. Marcel steps forward and opens the coffin lid, only to find it filled with venomous snakes. Gritting his teeth, he rolls up his sleeves and plunges his hand into the writhing mass of snakes. They only need to find the 4th key, representing Elijah, to escape this mental world. Sure enough, Marcel finds the key. The Michelson siblings are engaged in their usual bickering. Klaus complains that his brother has been suppressing his memories. Elijah retorted, "I'm not even your brother. Maybe they're trapped here because no one wants him to come back." given how much he's hurt them, Rebecca counters, saying, "Haven't we hurt each other enough already? That doesn't change the fact that we're family." Klaus asks Elijah if he's seen anything unusual. Elijah mentions a red door in his consciousness that he can't open. Cole says, "Behind the red door are the memories you've been hiding for 1,000 years. Elijah says the doorknob burns like fire, and he simply can't open the door. Klaus reminds Elijah that the sensation of burning from bone to gut is exactly the kind of living hell Haley experienced in her final moments. That is Elijah's punishment for hurting the woman he loved. Elijah insists that the woman he loves is Antoinette. Rebecca responds that Antoinette could never compare to Haley, but Elijah refuses to admit this, suggesting that his feelings for Haley were just a convenient way to save Klaus, nothing more than a twisted byproduct of their family's entanglements. This statement enrages Klaus. He says that Elijah has always been his savior and guiding light, and that his brother would never abandon him like this. It was this man standing before him who killed Elijah with his own hands.
And I hate you for that.
Elijah tries to respond, but a sudden wave of pain strikes everyone. Hope has begun extracting the magic from their bodies. Blue light bursts from the four siblings, gathering into a glowing orb before vanishing into the air. The siblings lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Marcel quickly finds them, saying he has found Elijah's key. Marcel points out that, after Elijah caused Haley's death, Hope has already written him off as dead in her mind, which is why Marcel found the key inside the coffin in the dungeon. With the mystery fully unraveled, the four siblings hurriedly get up and use their keys to unlock the massive locks. The silver door slowly opens, and they are shocked to find themselves inside Elijah's mental world. The red door that couldn't be opened is right in front of them. Cole is the first to realize the truth. He casually opens a white door and immediately wakes up. He finds the bodies of his siblings lying in a square ritual circle. Marcel glanced back at Rebecca, and then instantly woke up, also lying outside the ritual circle, covered in blood. Elijah can't open the red door by himself. Klaus considers just leaving, but Rebecca insists they can't abandon their brother here. Klaus is still angry that Elijah caused Haley's death, but Rebecca reminds him, "I felt the same way when you killed our mother, but family needs to forgive each other." Klaus is convinced.
It's just a door, Elijah, open it!
He decided to help leave with Elijah. Rebecca also opens her door and wakes up, and Marcel reaches out to pull her to her feet. Klaus tells Elijah that Haley had high hopes for everyone in the family. When they were all in danger, she fought alone to save them. Elijah's love for Haley was anything but twisted, because Haley deserved his true affection. The brothers finally stand united, and together, they charge toward the red door. Centuries of memories flood back, bringing both love and pain vividly into Elijah's mind. Elijah suddenly wakes up, remembering the first time he saw Haley. He remembers how she tenderly cared for him at the bayou. He remembers every passionate embrace, and he remembers her weak calls and desperate eyes in her final moments. From the moment his memories return, Elijah's soul is racked with unprecedented torment, filled with endless pain and regret. He will never be able to forgive himself for what he has done. After the grief passed, Klaus handed his blood to his brother, telling him that if he wanted to completely forget the past and start fresh with Antoinette, he should take the cure and go find her. As Klaus begins to leave, Elijah calls out to him. Elijah's eyes are bloodshot, and he's too choked up to speak. Klaus simply nodded his head. He didn't need Elijah's apology because he had already forgiven his brother. Antoinette lies on the bed, delirious from her injury. Elijah silently approaches and feeds her Klaus's blood. Antoinette won't die, but everything between her and Elijah is over. Her mother killed Haley, and now she can only spend her endless life mourning the man who was just a fleeting moment in her life.
Forgive me.
Elijah leaves without looking back. The sunset is soft and radiant. Wearing his iconic suit once more, Elijah stands silently by the water's edge near the cabin at the bayou, lost in memories of the woman he loved. Previously on the originals, Haley sacrificed herself to save Klaus and Hope. Elijah regained his memories, leaving him overwhelmed with guilt and despair. Declan had just returned from his hometown when he learned that his girlfriend had tragically died. It wasn't until after her body had been cremated that someone thought to notify him with a text. Elijah took the initiative to find Declan. The two grieving men decided to open up to each other, drowning their sorrows in alcohol, and sharing the pain of losing their loved ones. Declan brought out a family heirloom, an engagement ring. He had originally planned a surprise proposal for Haley, but with a bitter smile, He admitted that even if Haley were still alive, she probably would have rejected him because she hadn't gotten over her ex. Little did Declan know that the ex Haley couldn't forget was sitting right in front of him, listening to his lament with a face full of sorrow.
You're him, aren't you? The one that broke her heart.
Elijah could only lower his head in silence. Hope had absorbed all of the Hollow's magic on her own, and now she was suffering from unbearable headaches. Klaus handed Hope a bracelet designed to suppress the magic. Hope didn't want to wear it at first, but she couldn't stand her father's nagging, so she silently let him put the bracelet on her. The discomfort did ease significantly. Hope gave her father a quick kiss on the cheek before turning to leave, but as soon as she descended the stairs, the bracelet grew unbearably hot, burning her wrist red. She tried to alleviate the pain with herbs, but it only got worse. Hope had no choice but to remove the bracelet and toss it aside, but the discomfort in her head returned, growing increasingly unbearable. Declan and Elijah were still drowning their sorrows. Declan was still unaware of the truth behind Haley's death. Hope rushed to the bar to find Declan for help, only to stumble upon Elijah. Furious, she accused Elijah of killing her mother. The conflict between Hope and Elijah escalated quickly. Hope was forced to knock Declan unconscious. Elijah tried to explain that his pain was no less than Hope's, but Hope's eyes turned blue with rage, and she began venting her fury on Elijah, inflicting wound after wound on him. Hope discovered that violence brought her a strange sense of calm. Declan had regained consciousness. Klaus arrived just in time to stop his daughter. After venting her anger, Hope felt a pang of guilt and quickly fled the scene. Declan, who had witnessed everything, desperately needed an explanation. Elijah had no choice but to tell him the whole story from beginning to end. As a human, Declan found it nearly impossible to accept, but Elijah quickly compelled Declan to forget everything that had happened today. He told Declan that Haley had found peace in the afterlife and that he should only remember the happy times they shared. Marcel drove Greta's followers out of New Orleans, but rebellious forces were still lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Amidst the festive atmosphere, a vampire compelled a human carrying a briefcase to approach Lysina. The briefcase suddenly exploded, and after the towering flames subsided, Keelan was left gravely injured. Freya frantically called out Keelan's name. Fortunately, Keelan was not seriously harmed, but Lysina was already dead. Vincent anxiously searched the crowd for Ivy, and when he found her, he held her tightly in his arms. The suicide bombing resulted in the deaths of 3 innocent people, which left Vincent furious. Ivy would go to the witches' cemetery to pray for the dead. Meanwhile, Vincent joined a protest march, passionately urging everyone to protect their city, but a counter-movement within the vampires also mobilized and took to the streets. Witches and werewolves alike raised their weapons. The leader of the vampires, Emmett, tried to persuade Vincent to join his side, but Vincent was never one to be controlled. He reached out, chanting a spell, and in an instant, the vampires vanished in a burst of flames. It was merely a large-scale soul projection spell. Emmett warned Vincent that he would pay for his choice, then vanished with a smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in the witches' cemetery, Ivy and the other witches were holding a ritual for the dead, raising their glasses in a toast to honor them, but the liquid in their cups had already been poisoned. Vincent hurried over, only to arrive in time to hold the dying Ivy in his arms. Still shaken from nearly losing Keelan, Freya was filled with lingering fear. Freya said that she had prepared an engagement ring 2 years ago but had never found the right moment to propose. It was only now that she realized seizing the moment was the key to finding happiness. Keelan didn't hesitate to accept Freya's proposal. Freya gently slipped the ring onto her lover's finger. Their love had finally found its happy ending. Love can be quite simple. It only takes a random glance in a crowd, a courageous first move, and a humorous pickup line. But love can also be incredibly hard. Josh only needed one reason to reject a boy with a warm smile. The boy looked just like his long-dead ex-boyfriend. The boy got up and left Josh. Josh is left alone to dwell on his last relationship, but Marcel's voicemail interrupts his memories. Marcel had found the enemy's stronghold on his own and didn't take these rookies seriously at all, but Marcel clearly forgot that they had a witch on their side, and soon he was defeated. When Marcel woke up again, he was already strapped into a mask. Emmett planned to extract the venom from Marcel's body that could kill the originals, coldly stating that no one was likely to come to his rescue. Then Emmett, without any expression, activated the venom extraction device, and pain quickly surged through Marcel. The venom dripped steadily into a test tube. Emmett remarked that his witch claimed this venom could even kill Hope, and he couldn't wait to test it out. As time passed and Marcel didn't return, Josh secretly made his way to the enemy's lair. Josh quickly spotted Marcel, who was being used as a venom-producing machine, but an invisible magical barrier stopped him in his tracks. The enemies soon appeared behind Josh as well. Josh swiftly took out the witch. With the magic's hold gone, Marcel quickly broke free from his restraints. Josh rushed to help, unlocking the chains binding Marcel, but the enemies had been alerted and soon surrounded the two of them. Marcel was fearless, but Josh nervously swallowed hard. The two quickly engaged in battle. Marcel was incredibly strong, taking down enemies one by one with ease, but Josh's attacks were much weaker in comparison. By the time Marcel had finished off his foes, an enemy had Josh by the throat. Marcel hurried over to help, but it was too late. A thick syringe had already plunged into Josh's body. Marcel frantically laid Josh down on the stairs, assuring him that he would find a way to get the antidote, but Josh said the venom had already reached his heart. Despite Marcel's deep reluctance, it was clear that Josh's life was coming to an end.
You are my family.
Josh's face gradually lost its color. In a bright and radiant forest, a car stopped in front of Josh. Josh curiously looked into the car and saw his long-lost lover smiling warmly at him, perhaps with his lover by his side. The journey to the afterlife wouldn't be so lonely.
God, I missed you.
Josh could no longer hold back his longing and kissed Aiden deeply on the lips. The car slowly drove away, and the reunited lovers left this beautiful world forever. Upon discovering his daughter's violent tendencies, Klaus was absolutely thrilled. He immediately captured Roman, who had once hurt his daughter, and handed him over to Hope for her to torment. Almost eager to stand by and offer guidance, but Hope said she needed to be alone with Roman for a while. Klaus could only threaten Roman briefly before leaving. Happily, Roman's disappearance left Antoinette at a loss. She had no choice but to approach Elijah, hoping he could persuade Klaus to spare her brother. She and Roman were merely pawns in their mother's scheme against the Michelson family. Elijah agreed. Under the influence of the Hollow's magic, the anger within Hope was amplified beyond control. She despised Roman for betraying her trust, but when she hurt Roman, she was much gentler than when she hurt Elijah. Roman sincerely apologized to Hope, explaining that he had a chance to go to France with his sister, but stayed behind for Hope. Listening to Roman's pleas and confessions, Hope's heart softened once more. Hope repeatedly spoke about her mother's love for her. Rather than venting, it felt more like she was confiding in Roman, but Roman was shocked to notice that the veins on Hope's arms were slowly turning black. Elijah confronted Klaus, criticizing him for encouraging Hope's dark side, claiming that it would only turn her into another Klaus. But Klaus argued that Roman had indeed hurt his daughter and must pay for his actions. Elijah, disappointed, remarked that he had spent 1,000 years trying to make Klaus a better person. Klaus retorted that he had spent 1,000 years trusting Elijah unconditionally.
So now what?
Our lives may be forever, but our allegiance is not.
For the first time, a rift formed between the brothers. Hope showed her father her darkening veins, which deeply worried Klaus. When Hope mentioned that she hadn't punished Roman, Klaus realized that only violence could alleviate his daughter's symptoms. Elijah walked in, interrupting their conversation. He already had a good idea. Antoinette gathered all of her mother's former followers, announcing that Roman had been captured by the Michelson family, and she needed help organizing a rescue mission. But Emmett seized the opportunity to present Marcel's venom, suggesting they could wipe out the entire Michelson family. Elijah also appeared among the crowd, concealing the fact that his memories had returned, and teamed up with Antoinette. The enemies suspected nothing. Little did they know, the Michelson family had already devised a nearly flawless plan. Hope was the first to smash the vial containing Marcel's venom.
You betrayed us.
We told you what my mother thought.
And we never said we agreed.
You can leave them to us now.
Antoinette and Elijah quickly made their escape. Hope was filled with rage as she faced the accomplices who had killed her mother. Blue light surged from her body, instantly wiping out all the enemies before her. Her eyes returned to their normal color. Hope seemed a bit remorseful. Klaus comforted her, saying that killing bad people is, at most, a public service. After all, they weren't really alive in the strictest sense. Klaus instructed Marcel and Josh to organize a few vampires to clean up the scene, but Marcel was silent. He couldn't bring himself to tell Klaus that Josh was dead. He simply turned and walked away. However, the sound of moaning from the attic caught the attention of both Klaus and Hope. Declan, caught in the wave of magic released by Hope, was now on the brink of death. He was a relative of Camille and Father Kieran, the latter of whom had died in this very attic. Klaus fed Declan his blood, barely saving Declan's life. But with one sentence, Declan made Klaus's expression change instantly.
Where's Bill?
Klaus frantically searched the attic and quickly found an old man crushed under a cabinet. He was already dead. Hope had killed an innocent human, triggering the werewolf curse in her blood. In a single day, both Josh and Ivy had died, and Hope had triggered the werewolf curse. The unpredictability of fate left Keelan overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing Freya immersed in grief, Keelan decided to do something to cheer up her girlfriend.
Do it, let's get married.
Yeah, that's the plan.
No, like, let's get married today.
Keelan's sudden proposal surprised Freya, but she agreed without hesitation. Elijah was sorting through old family belongings when he unexpectedly found a letter Haley had written to him. The letter had never been sent, but it was written 5 years ago. Freya interrupted Elijah's journey down memory lane, eager to share her joy. Rebecca was the maid of honor. Vincent was the best man. Cole had applied for a minister's license overnight, and Klaus was the wedding security. Freya invited Elijah to walk her down the aisle, but Elijah, consumed by sadness and regret, had no desire to attend a romantic wedding. He tearfully declined Freya's invitation. Vincent also declined the invitation to be the best man. Since the death of his wife, Eva, he had lived alone for years. He had finally opened his heart to Ivy, only for her to die as a result of the vampires' schemes against the Michelson family. Vincent felt a deep sense of helplessness, and he had long decided to leave New Orleans for good. After years of fighting side by side, Freya considered Vincent a close friend. Freya couldn't stop her friend from choosing a new life, so she silently gave Vincent her blessing. Klaus was visiting his daughter in the cemetery. Hope was filled with guilt over accidentally killing the innocent old man, and Klaus couldn't find a way to comfort her. But then, the veins in Hope's arm turned black again, and Klaus was horrified to see that the toxin had spread to Hope's neck and head. Klaus had no choice but to leave in a hurry. Cole and his wife had just returned to New Orleans. Klaus didn't have time for pleasantries. He urgently asked for Davina's help. Describing Hope's symptoms, the poison veins had spread all over Hope's arm, and he begged Davina to use magic to find a solution. Davina quickly found Hope in the cemetery, where she was sobbing uncontrollably over the death of the stranger. Davina gently comforted Hope, urging her to pull herself together and attend her aunt's wedding. Hope obediently wiped away her tears and turned to leave. Davina then took out a glass vial and began chanting a spell over the tears that had fallen on the rose petals. The tears lifted on their own, one by one, and dropped into the vial. Davina planned to use Hope's tears as a medium to search through Esther's spellbook for a cure. Davina silently recited a spell, but nothing happened. Cole didn't quite understand. Davina tried chanting the spell again, but this time, Esther's spellbook burst into flames and quickly turned to ashes. This ominous sign shocked Davina. Klaus was inspecting the wedding venue when Rebecca found him early to relay what Davina had discovered through her magic. Davina revealed that dark magic was devouring Hope's life. Klaus asked how much time his daughter had left.
Weeks. Days. Maybe hours.
The answer caught him completely off guard. Previously on the originals, Josh was poisoned while trying to save Marcel and ultimately died during the process, reuniting with Aiden in the afterlife. Hope triggered her werewolf curse after killing an innocent human, and her condition is worsening, leading to the possibility of her death. Meanwhile, Freya, seizing the opportunity of the Michelson family's reunion, decided to hold her wedding. Freya invited Elijah to walk her down the aisle, but, surprisingly, Elijah, who had always prioritized family, declined the invitation. He had already decided to leave the family with a heavy heart. Elijah quietly packed his belongings alone, only to find a letter that Haley had written to him 5 years ago. He didn't even dare to open the envelope. Elijah's thoughts drifted back to 5 years ago. At that time, Elijah was playing the piano in a bar in France when he unexpectedly noticed a girl who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. Elijah took the initiative to strike up a conversation with the girl, asking if something was bothering her.
Do you ever have an ex you just can't seem to get out of your system?
With his memory completely lost, Elijah couldn't answer. Instead, he offered the girl a drink. They exchanged names. Elijah stammers in a rare way. Haley's gaze was incredibly gentle and full of affection. They chatted aimlessly, as if they were meeting for the first time. Elijah asked Haley which places in France she had visited. Haley replied that this bar was her first stop after getting off the plane, and aside from the hotel doorman, Elijah was the first person she'd spoken to. They exchanged jokes about the doorman's habit of flirting with everyone.
He's not shy.
Not shy.
For the first time, Haley smiled. but then Elijah glanced at the clock and mentioned that he had promised his girlfriend to go see an art exhibit. He tried to invite Haley to join him, but after much hesitation, she declined, unwilling to give up. Elijah told Haley the location of the exhibit, saying she was welcome to come by if she wanted a change of scenery. As Elijah was standing alone, lost in thought while staring at the art exhibit, Haley showed up beside him. She couldn't help but mock the exhibit, saying it was absolutely dreadful. Elijah explained that it was a type of culture. Haley scoffed, saying, "This can hardly be called culture. After all, having a 1,000-year-old master painter at home." Haley couldn't muster any interest in the exhibit, but Elijah suggested that maybe if she drank more, the paintings might start to look better. They lightly clinked their glasses and, setting aside their identities as a vampire and a werewolf hybrid, they talked like two young people who had met by chance, discussing wine, art, childhood, and life. This was Haley's first time in France, and she mentioned that the place where she grew up wasn't nearly as glamorous.
Bienvenue.
Can I ask you a question?
It's love at first sight.
Elijah was actually talking about Haley, but Haley thought Elijah had fallen in love with the city at first sight. A pair of elderly dancers caught Haley's attention. She said that she longed for a love that could last so long, but Elijah told her that the elderly couple had only married a year ago. They were late-life lovers. He said that maybe some things can't be measured by time.
You ever feel like that?
Like what?
Like you were just destined for someone?
In truth, Elijah was talking about his feelings for Haley. Even though Elijah had forgotten all of his past, he still fell in love with the girl standing before him at first sight. But given that Haley had a past love she couldn't forget and he had a girlfriend he'd been with for years, Elijah couldn't fully embrace this newfound attraction. He could only ask Haley for one dance. They took each other's hands and moved to the center of the dance floor, swaying to the gentle music. As their bodies drew closer, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. Just as Elijah was about to give in to the urge to kiss Haley, he restrained his desire. They stopped dancing, and the moment turned slightly awkward. In this life, their love could only end here. Haley said that if they met again in another life,
I'll be waiting for another dance.
She gently kissed Elijah on the cheek, bidding farewell to the man she could never forget. When the memory faded, Elijah finally understood how deep Haley's love for him had been. She had even bought a villa for them, hoping that one day they could still wake up beside each other, filled with love. As Elijah picked up his suitcase, determined to leave the city, Klaus called out to him.
I knew who she was, Klaus.
When Elijah burst into the house where Haley was being held, he recognized at once the girl he had danced with all those years ago, but he mistakenly believed that Haley was part of an enemy's scheme, and so he didn't reach out to save her.
I could have saved her. Could have saved her, Niklaus. I can't forgive myself.
Elijah turned to leave again. Klaus, however, told him that hope was about to die. He can't even talk about it. He can't ruin his sister's wedding. Klaus and his brother walked their newlywed sister down the red carpet. Freya held her brother's hands as they slowly walked across the flower-covered lawn. She looked blissfully at her bride waiting in the distance. Keelan held a bouquet, her eyes filled with tenderness. Their family watched the scene with hearts full of emotion. Cole, serving as the temporary officiant, delivered a blessing. Watching the happy couple, Elijah couldn't help but be flooded with emotions. Elijah finally mustered the courage to open the letter Haley had written to him. He imagined Haley writing to him in the soft, golden light of the setting sun. Haley wrote that although she could never fully forget Elijah, she was grateful for that trip to France. Seeing Elijah find happiness with her own eyes had allowed her to move on and let go of the past. She wished that if they ever met again in another time and place, they could finish the dance they'd left incomplete. The couple exchanged rings, and the wedding ceremony concluded in the gentle warmth of the breeze. Cole loudly announced that the couple was now married. Keelan and Freya kissed and embraced. The guests burst into applause. Hope cast a spell on the flowers overhead, causing the white petals to rise into the air. The joyous atmosphere lingered until nightfall. Cole and Davina danced hand in hand. Hope and Keelan swayed to the rhythm of the music. Elijah quietly sipped his champagne. Rebecca and Marcel, the 1,000-year-old star-crossed lovers, finally had a chance to talk. Marcel said that things would never truly end between them. Rebecca smiled knowingly. Klaus can't be bothered to enjoy himself as he watches his daughter without blinking for fear that she might be in some kind of discomfort. But Hope suddenly collapsed into Keelan's arms. Klaus rushed forward. The older family members quickly sounded the alarm, but Hope was simply drunk. Nothing more. She raised her champagne glass and said she was happy, though she couldn't enjoy 1,000 years of moments like this. as her elders could. Hope's somewhat bittersweet words cast a shadow of sadness over everyone. They all realized that maybe Hope wouldn't survive her first transformation, and that over 200 bones in her body would break together. It would be both a punishment for her deadly mistake and a difficult rebirth. A week quickly passed, and Elijah asked Marcel if the witches had made any real progress. Marcel said that despite Davina and Freya poring over countless spell books, they hadn't found a cure for Hope. Despite everyone's reluctance, there is no cure for Hope's venom, and the black veins have spread all over Hope's body. Klaus couldn't bring himself to tell his daughter the truth that she was going to die. Klaus gazed at his sleeping daughter, overwhelmed with emotion, as if he had made a difficult decision. He quickly rose and left, asking his brother to join him in taking Hope away. They were going back to the Salvatore School in Mystic Falls. Klaus was certain that the school would have a way to handle the werewolf students' transformations, but Elijah said he should find someone Hope didn't dislike as much to do it.
You're the only one I trust.
A boy recited an incantation over a skull while a girl made a magic orb float in the air. This was the Salvatore School of Magic, co-founded by Caroline and Alaric. Caroline was introducing the school's unique features to the students' parents when she looked up and saw Klaus leaning against the doorframe, smiling at her, but Klaus had a different purpose for his visit. Hope wouldn't survive past the full moon tonight, and he needed the twin witches of the Gemini Coven to siphon the dark magic from Hope's body. Caroline didn't want her daughters involved. She explained that removing the dark magic was easy, but the demon wouldn't just stay trapped in a jar and sit quietly on a shelf. Klaus, however, suggested putting the dark magic into himself. Once, Caroline had said she'd seal Klaus in cement and throw him into the deepest part of the ocean. Klaus swore he wouldn't put Caroline's daughters in danger, and Caroline was convinced. Caroline then talked to her daughters to get them on board. Her rebellious daughters, though, seriously started bargaining with Caroline, asking for new phones, freedom from dress code restrictions, and permission to go to a dance. After much effort, Caroline finally reached an agreement with her daughters. Klaus expressed his deep gratitude to the girls, but Alaric drove a stake into Klaus's chest. Refusing to make any deal with a demon, Caroline angrily confiscated Alaric's weapon. Alaric insisted that everything he did was for the safety of the school. He sharply pointed out that the ocean wouldn't hold Klaus, and that they were effectively giving wings to a tiger. Klaus, holding the blood-stained stake, appeared before them. He admitted that Alaric's concerns were valid, but he had already thought of a solution. Klaus pulled up the last remaining white oak stake in the world. He said that once the dark magic entered his body, he would sacrifice himself without hesitation. Klaus's selfless decision left Caroline heartbroken. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Klaus. Elijah is now counseling Hope about Klaus' experiences as a young boy learning to draw on his own. A boy brought Hope a milkshake, inviting her to join him at tonight's music festival. But Hope, worried about her first transformation, turned him down. Elijah told her that the full moon wouldn't rise until late, and she had time to go on a date, but Hope replied that she was going to die. A few bullies were picking on Landon, deliberately refusing to pay him. Landon was furious but helpless. Elijah placed a few bills on the table and asked Hope if she knew how to drive, saying he was going to get her a luxury car to try out. They drove the luxury car down the street, only to spot the bullies causing trouble again. Elijah noted that Landon didn't want to lose his job, so he couldn't fight back, but he and Hope had nothing to lose. Suddenly filled with a sense of justice, Hope ignored Elijah's warnings and used her magic. Connor's car began to freeze over. With a wave of Hope's hand, the windows of Connor's car suddenly shattered. Connor looked on in fury, but there was nothing he could do. The act lifted Hope's spirits considerably. Elijah, however, remarked that if her father found out he'd let her do this, he'd definitely kill him. But at that moment, Hope's face turned pale, and she said she wanted to go back to school to rest for a while. Elijah urged Hope not to lose her fighting spirit. Hope, though, blamed herself entirely for her mother's death. Overcome with emotion, Hope suddenly clutched her head in pain and collapsed into Elijah's arms. Klaus and Elijah were filled with panic. Hope had suddenly fallen unconscious. Her heart had stopped beating. She awoke in the dim world of the afterlife, surrounded by silence. But Hope's arrival shocked Haley. Mother and daughter were reunited in the other world. Haley held her daughter tightly, unable to understand why her daughter had died so young. Hope, however, said that she had accepted her fate and just wanted to be with her mother. In the real world, Klaus was losing his composure. He ordered his brother to find Caroline and her daughters. Elijah hurried away. Hope also heard her father's voice calling out to her. She quickly apologized to her mother, saying she couldn't forgive herself. but Haley told her that she had already forgiven her and did her best to soothe her daughter's emotions. Hope said she didn't want her mother to be alone here. Haley assured Hope that she wasn't alone, and took her to the bayou, where the werewolf tribe once lived. There, Haley's parents were living, along with her werewolf kin. Jackson was strumming his guitar by the campfire. Everything felt warm and beautiful. Haley said that she had found peace, and that Hope needed to go back and fully experience a different life. At the very least, she needed to experience one unforgettable love. Haley said she would be waiting to hear her daughter share her stories. Haley then asked Hope to do one thing for her. Meanwhile, Klaus was desperately performing CPR on his daughter. Hope finally awoke, and Klaus breathed a sigh of relief. His hands trembled as he pulled his daughter into a tight embrace. The overwhelming joy of having her back brought tears streaming down Klaus's face. Hope told Klaus that she didn't want to die. Klaus hurried to comfort his daughter, saying he had already found a way to save her. Night had fallen, and father and daughter strolled slowly through the bustling streets. The twin witches would siphon the dark magic from Hope, but Klaus hadn't mentioned that he would absorb the dark magic into his own body. Hope believed her father's reassurance. She then spotted Elijah sitting alone on a bench and said she wanted to spend some time with her uncle. Hope, holding an ice cream, walked over to Elijah. She seemed to have forgiven him for not saving her mother. Elijah confessed that he once saw Hope as the savior of the entire family, but now he realized it was unfair to place such a heavy burden on a little girl. Hope, however, said that maybe she, like Elijah, was born to bear the weight of the family. Hope said that when she was unconscious, she saw her mother, and her mom asked her to deliver a message to Elijah.
She told me to tell you that she's still holding out for that dance.
Elijah fell silent, knowing that Haley was still waiting for him on the other side of death. Elijah's heart grew heavier. Landon, who had asked Hope out earlier in the day, was still waiting on the street. Elijah reminded her to seize her happiness, then walked away. Hope approached Landon from behind. Seeing Hope appear, Landon was surprised. He told her that the car of the bullies who had harassed him earlier had exploded, and now that she had accepted his invitation, maybe today was his lucky day. Hope told him she couldn't stay long, but they might still have time for a dance. Landon offered his hand, and they danced together to the gentle music. Klaus watched silently from a distance. Caroline approached Klaus and began to talk about her feelings for him.
You weren't there, but the point is, I think a part of me has always known that you weren't the villain of my story.
Hearing this long overdue confession, Klaus was deeply moved. He took the initiative and moved closer to Caroline, silently feeling the momentary bliss of a shared heart. But the sudden toll of the midnight bell shattered the tender atmosphere between them. The time for Hope's transformation had come. Klaus asked Caroline to go ahead, saying he wanted to let his daughter dance for just 5 more minutes. Caroline obediently turned to leave, but not before casting one last glance at Klaus's back. Her eyes filled with sorrow. Klaus chained his daughter to prevent her from causing harm after she transformed. He turned to retrieve the potion, only to find Elijah standing in the hallway. Elijah had already learned of Klaus's decision to sacrifice himself and refused to let his brother die alone. Elijah insisted that Hope still needed her father and offered to die in Klaus's place. But Klaus wouldn't allow his brother to sacrifice his life for him. The two of them began to fight without a word. Klaus knocked Elijah to the ground and picked up the white oak stake. In the silent forest, under the bright full moon, Hope drank the potion, and her first werewolf transformation began. Klaus watched his daughter with concern. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Caroline's twin witches were already preparing the ritual circle. Klaus explained the transformation process to Hope, telling her that her mother wanted her to run freely in the forest. Every bone in Hope's body was breaking, and her eyes turned golden. The transformation continued as her limbs began to contort. Under the twin witches' spell, a blue light slowly rose from Hope's spine, gradually gathering in the center of the ritual circle. The transformation was complete, and a beautiful young she-wolf stood before Klaus. Klaus looked at his bloodline with pride. Hope turned and began to run into the forest, reveling in the thrill of being a wolf. After watching his daughter leave, Klaus hurried away, heading to the ritual circle to ask Alaric where Caroline had gone. Alaric explained that Caroline couldn't bear to watch Klaus die, so she went into the forest to help Hope. Klaus stepped into the ritual circle, standing between the two girls as the blue light suddenly shot into his chest. Elijah arrived in a rush, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as his brother absorbed the dark magic. The spell ended, and Klaus collapsed to the ground. Alaric quickly took his daughters and left the scene. Klaus came to his senses and, without hesitation, pulled out the white oak stake. Ignoring Elijah's pleas, he attempted to drive the stake into his heart. But Hope, having finished her transformation, suddenly appeared behind her father. She realized too late that the dark magic had been transferred into her father's body. She refused to let her father sacrifice his life to save hers. She wouldn't allow Klaus to end things this way, but Klaus was resolute, leaving Hope with no choice but to use magic to knock her father to the ground. Black veins had already spread across Klaus's wrists. It seemed like the cycle was beginning again. The Hollow's power continued to influence Klaus. Hope and Freya began frantically searching through spell books, trying to find a way to save him, but it was all in vain. The dark magic was affecting Klaus far more than it had affected Hope. Freya, with tears in her eyes, could only urge Hope to accept the inevitable. Klaus awoke from his unconscious state. Freya had transferred a small portion of the dark magic from Klaus into Elijah, allowing Klaus to stay conscious. Elijah had confiscated the white oak stake. He told Klaus that if his death was inevitable, he should take the time to properly say goodbye to his family, especially to Hope. But Klaus refused without hesitation. He was grateful for everything his brother had done for him over the past 1,000 years. Yet this time, Klaus chose to face death alone in his own way, rather than let the sorrow of farewell touch everyone in the family.
This last time, let me be.
Elijah couldn't deny his brother's final request. Silently, he lowered his head, his eyes red and his lips trembling. Elijah stood aside and watched as Klaus dragged his sick body away. This was the last act of indulgence an older brother could offer his younger brother. When it comes time to say goodbye to life, no one can truly face it with composure. Caroline sought Klaus out, and he thought she had come to try to stop him. But instead, Caroline played a voice memo.
Caroline, I'm standing in one of my favorite places in the world, surrounded by food, music, art, culture, and all I can think about is how much I want to show it to you.
Caroline asked Klaus to fulfill a promise he had made long ago, and Klaus agreed. They went to a bar. Klaus said that if he had a few hundred more years to live, Caroline wouldn't be here now. Caroline replied that maybe she would have let him chase her for a few more centuries. She urged Klaus to say goodbye to his daughter. If he didn't say a proper goodbye to Hope, she would never be able to move on. Klaus admitted with tears in his eyes that he didn't know how to face his daughter, openly acknowledging his own weakness. With Caroline's encouragement, a smile finally appeared on Klaus's face. In this final meeting of their lives, Caroline finally found the courage to kiss Klaus on the lips. After that sorrowful kiss, Caroline stood up and walked toward the bar's exit, without looking back, without hesitation. But both Caroline and Klaus knew that she would never forget this man. Elijah was counseling Hope, explaining that Klaus hadn't said goodbye because he was too afraid. He cared so much about Hope that he didn't know how to say farewell. But then Klaus returned to his daughter's side, saying that he wanted to spend some time alone with her. Elijah nodded in relief and turned to leave. Hope selfishly voiced the backup plan, saying that Elijah was willing to die in Klaus's place so that her father could stay with her as she grew up. But Klaus replied that no father could stand by and watch someone else sacrifice themselves for his daughter while he did nothing. He told Hope not to grieve for him, saying that exchanging his life to rid the world of dark magic was a noble act. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Marcel were reminiscing about Klaus in their own way. They had once maintained a secret relationship for a while, almost getting caught by the ever-suspicious Klaus. Elijah joins in the Klaus remembrance with his two sisters, and Elijah boasts that his brother was the first to discover Van Gogh's talent. Rebecca pointed out that Klaus had once hypnotized an entire circus to follow Elijah around. Marcel joked that Klaus, when drunk, was convinced his paintings could light up the world. Cole joined in with a bottle of fine wine, acknowledging that although Klaus had hurt him many times, his sacrifice was something to be remembered. Klaus appeared with his daughter, admitting that although he had often been a lousy brother, he truly loved his little siblings. A joyful banquet was held at the Michelson family estate. The Michelson siblings, rarely gathered together, smiled and teased each other, showing no signs of sorrow. Amid the festive atmosphere, they raised their glasses in a heartfelt farewell to Klaus. After the gathering, Marcel sat down beside Hope, telling her that while he couldn't always be with her, he would never abandon his little sister. Hope gratefully held her brother's hand. Rebecca interrupted the laughter, announcing that it was time for the bonfire wishes. The family gathered around the fire, tossing in slips of paper with their wishes written on them, but Elijah quietly folded his wish and tucked it into his pocket. Klaus then expressed his gratitude and love for his family, assuring them that the Michelson family would not fall apart because of his departure.
Always and forever.
Always and forever.
Always and forever.
He asked to spend some time alone with Hope. As Klaus and Hope walked away, Elijah turned to the others and said that there was something he needed to discuss with them. The Michelson siblings returned to that fateful bench. Klaus apologized to Rebecca, admitting that he shouldn't have interfered with her happiness. To make up for his past recklessness, he had asked Caroline for the potion to turn into a human. Whenever Rebecca needed it, she could use the potion to become human, to enjoy the earthly happiness she had always longed for, and to have her own family and children. Rebecca, deeply moved, hugged both of her brothers in turn. She forced herself to leave, holding back her tears. Klaus said he didn't want his brother to say goodbye to him with sadness. Elijah agreed, saying he didn't want that either. He pulled out the white oak stake and broke it in half. Elijah sat down beside Klaus and finally revealed his plan.
I intend to die by your side.
Klaus objected to Elijah's crazy idea. Klaus told him that after his death, Elijah would be free. 1,000 years of redemption must eventually come to an end. Elijah can finally do what he wants to do, but Elijah said that going with Klaus to death was his wish. He had already told every member of the family about his decision and received their blessings and farewells. Elijah even looked Cole in the eye and warned him that if he didn't take care of Hope, he would come back and kill him. Hope was busy drawing a family portrait. Haley, dressed in white, smiled as she stood behind her daughter, but Hope looks back and there's no one behind her. Vincent had returned to New Orleans and accepted Freya's offer to be the father of her and Keelan's child. Marcel was handing out plane tickets to the vampires. As they were giving New Orleans back to the humans, Rebecca asked Marcel if there was a ticket for her, but she needed to go back to Mystic Falls to retrieve the cure first. Rebecca solemnly accepted Marcel's proposal, saying that if Marcel was willing to spend a century with her, then she was willing to become his wife. Rebecca handed the envelope, symbolizing her acceptance, to Marcel. Marcel finally smiled. They embraced each other tightly and kissed. Klaus and Elijah sat by the bench, sharing the same fate of death. Just as they had shared the white oak stake, the two brothers stood up, facing each other.
I don't deserve the love you've given me, brother. But I am so grateful.
Klaus gripped his brother's shoulder. The white oak stake was pressed against both of their chests. In a moment of sorrowful and heartfelt gaze, the original brothers slowly drove the white oak stake into each other's hearts. The ashen hue gradually spread across Klaus and Elijah's faces. The evening breeze swept through. The city remained as silent as ever, and embers wrapped in ash slowly drifted up into the New Orleans sky. In the city they loved most, Elijah stood by Klaus's side, ending their eternal lives in a glorious and noble way.